Chapter 1. We must fight. We must kill. Let this world have only one voice, that of the Great Qin. The Hushi rebellion has over 7,000 rebellious troops, all executed. Liu Bai, you have a ruthless heart. As a fellow Chancellor of the Great Qin, I fear I will be scorned by the people. In Xianyang, within the left Chancellor's residence, Li Si, dressed in regular clothes, speaks angrily to Liu Bai, who has yet to remove his armor. The death of rebels is the law of Qin Dynasty, the leader of the legalists and the main drafter of Qin laws. Li Si should not have any objections and should instead offer strong support. However, Liu Bai's actions are too extreme. This is the second time. Moreover, it was an untrialed execution. This is a contempt for the laws of Qin, which Li Si cannot tolerate. Li Xiang's words are quite surprising to me. Liu Bai slowly removes his armor and, without a hint of remorse for being scolded, lets out a light laugh. The death of rebels is the iron law of the great Qin Dynasty. Just so happens that I ordered a pit to be dug, and they coincidentally fell into it while trying to escape. I had previously ordered the Hushi troops to fill the pit, resulting in this misunderstanding. Although procedurally incorrect, it shouldn't cause Li Xiang such distress, right? After saying this, Liu Bai seems unable to suppress his own smile. Of course, he fails. You, I truly was blind to recommend you as the left chancellor of my great Qin. Such shameless remarks, even worse than a rogue, infuriate Li Si. This young man was personally promoted by him, coming from a humble background with high aspirations and insight into various policies. Even the Emperor Shi Huang's title of emperor was first suggested by this kid, along with a little poem to flatter him. The first emperor sweeps the 6 realms. How fierce is his gaze, wielding his sword to chop the floating clouds. All the lords come from the west. Most importantly, this brat is the nephew of his own teacher. With capability, connections, and the ability to flatter, promotions naturally follow. But Li Si never expected this guy to be so ruthless. The first time he suppressed the rebellion in Xianyang County, he was clearly a civil official but showed no fear, even shouting after winning. To the rebels, do not accept their surrender. He directly executed the army of 10,000 rebels. Upon returning to Xianyang, he faced impeachment and did not restrain himself. This time, he even executed surrendered soldiers. Li Xiang, I understand. Killing surrendered soldiers is ominous. At this moment, Liu Bai suppresses his smile and speaks in a deep voice. But these people must die. Before the execution, I actually conducted an investigation. Except for a small portion who were coerced into joining, most are loyal remnants of the old Wei nobility. These people have an irreconcilable blood feud with our great Qin. However, due to their common people status, if news reaches Xianyang, there will be many variables. Perhaps our eldest son will turn red in the face and promote the Confucian idea of benevolence in the court. If that happens, it would only add the label of tyranny to your Majesty. Rather than let that happen, it's better for me to take action. At this point, Liu Bai lightly sighs. These people must die. Aside from the common people he secretly threw into the county jail, these people have had their relatives killed by the Qin army, holding a national and familial grudge. Sparing the commoners is his instinct. Killing the rebels is also his instinct. Under the banner of anti-Qin, they engage in plundering the common people, burning, killing, and looting. The so-called anti-Qin is merely for their own wealth and glory. Then just kill them directly. Someone must bear the blame rather than let Emperor Shi Huang bear it. Why not let it be me? What's wrong with a civil official being brutal? At worst, I can leave behind a few lines of poetry for future exams, or at least earn the title of a poetry immortal, right? As for the tyrannical actions in the historical records, who cares? Didn't Boss Chow also have the romance of composing poetry while leaning on a spear? Hearing this, Li Si is momentarily stunned and sighs helplessly. Skilled in strategizing for the state, clumsy in strategizing for oneself. What you are doing, if the world changes even slightly, you will be in a place of certain death. Li Si is also anxious due to concern. The phrase killing surrendered soldiers is ominous has already been vividly interpreted by certain killing god of the great Qin. Liu Bai, as a civil official, has reached the peak position of chancellor. Why go through this? If the world is to be chaotic, then let it be even more chaotic. No destruction, no establishment. Someone must sacrifice for it. Only then can the foundation of our great Qin truly last for 10,000 generations. But one thing, Li Xiang, if I die, please take charge of the situation without hesitation. If Liu Bai can be like Lord Wuan, that would be good. Upon hearing Li Si's words, Liu Bai smiles lightly. Once these words are spoken, even Li Si's expression slightly changes. Liu Bai's words clearly indicate that he intends to stir up the winds and clouds of the great Qin, even taking all the calamities upon himself, thereby allowing the great Qin to truly achieve the wish of lasting prosperity. Of course, at that time, Emperor Shi Huang and Uncle Li will definitely not let me die. My little life is still quite secure. Just as a somewhat tragic atmosphere begins to form, Liu Bai suddenly smiles and winks at Li Si. The way he addresses him also changes from Li Xiang to Uncle Li. Such words cause Li Si to laugh in astonishment. Since I was young, my teacher said this nephew of mine has lofty ambitions, but is too free-spirited, making it hard to achieve great things. Now it seems, the teacher was mistaken in half. I will return home now and write a memorial to present to His Majesty, hoping to help you gloss over a bit. Liu Bai smiled and said, right? Uncle Li, if you don't leave now, I won't be able to take off my armor. Our great Qin's armor is of good quality, very heavy. Li Si helplessly shook his head and turned to walk out. As he reached the door, this right Chancellor of the Great Qin, the head of the officials, paused slightly, raised his eyes to the sky as if recalling something, and said, tomorrow, in the court, there will surely be an unending chorus of curses. But in the court, even if there are disputes, one should have magnanimity. You must not speak recklessly. After saying this, he left. Upon hearing such words, Liu Bai merely tapped his ears and paid no mind. Magnanimity? When has that bunch of military generals who fought alongside Emperor Shi Huang ever died off for these two words to have even half a place to be used? Putting down his armor, Liu Bai's gaze slightly sharpened as he sighed. Crossing over to this world, I can accumulate knowledge in my head, but my martial prowess, that's truly impossible. Liu Bai looked gloomy and utterly helpless. Yes, he is a time traveler, and he is an educated and cultured young man who is also an angry youth, but Liu Bai happens to possess the most common flaw of modern young people. He is frail. He simply cannot learn those martial arts. As for why he acts ruthlessly, prioritizing the interests of the Great Qin, the reason is simple. He knows what the descendants in the future will suffer. In the modern history of the Divine Land, there is too much sorrow and indignation in every line. Before crossing over, every time Liu Bai saw the deeds of the martyrs, he would shed tears, filled with grief and anger, because his grandfather in his past life was a glorious soldier who came down from the battlefield. Decades of teaching have shaped Liu Bai into a strong and extremely patriotic character. What foreign powers? What invasions? Since the future will suffer these, then let's start changing it from the Great Qin. We must fight. We must kill. We must let this world have only one voice, that of the Great Qin. Ruthless? What does that even count for? Those who dare to defy our Great Qin. Death is the greatest mercy. Liu Bai came to the Great Qin with only 3 tasks. Strengthen Qin. Strengthen Qin. Still, damn it, strengthen Qin. Thinking of this, Liu Bai gently patted his left chest and closed his eyes slightly. Minister Liu, His Majesty the Emperor summons you to the Xianyang Palace. Just then, a sinister voice sounded. Liu Bai turned around to see a pair of cold, sinister eyes that seemed to shimmer with a green light. A new book has set sail. Survival is not easy. Please urge for updates daily. Thank you for your support. Chapter 2. Liu Bai, have some shame. Minister Liu, your merits in suppressing the rebellion are commendable, especially since you are still young. It seems that the position of Right Chancellor will eventually be in your grasp. Inside the Xianyang Palace, Zhao Gao spoke with a smile. To be honest, if Liu Bai didn't already know that this fellow was a child of a fallen nation, just this smile alone could definitely be considered heartfelt. People who can influence the course of history indeed have their exceptional qualities. Of course, no matter how exceptional, Zhao Gao is still just a eunuch. Your praise is misplaced. Minister of the Central Vehicle. Liu Bai responded with a forced smile as for why the two were not having this conversation in the carriage. The reason is simple. Would you like to ride with the eunuch? Upon hearing this, Zhao Gao's smile faltered slightly, a flash of resentment crossing his eyes. He is not a fool. How could he not see that this rising star in the court looked down on him? He only wanted to test the waters since Liu Bai was dissatisfied with the feudal system proposed by Fusu. After all, everyone in the court now knows that Liu Bai will undoubtedly be a key figure in the future of the Great Qin. If Liu Bai truly pledged loyalty, it would not be impossible for Prince Hu Hai to become the heir. Minister Liu, Zhao Gao exhaled slightly, hiding the earlier resentment, trying to squeeze out an even brighter smile, wanting to say something. Minister of the Central Vehicle, please lead the way. After all, Bai is a military man and has too much interaction with the internal officials, which is quite inappropriate. Liu Bai calmly interrupted Zhao Gao's words, and the reason he gave almost made Zhao Gao bite his own tongue. The theory is correct. You have indeed led troops to suppress a rebellion, but you, Liu Bai, are famously eloquent, and you are the left chancellor of the Great Qin. Who treats you as a military general? Good. This way, Minister Liu. A flash of coldness passed through Zhao Gao's sinister gaze, and then he closed his mouth and led the way. For Liu Bai, the left chancellor of the Great Qin, he already harbored resentment. Regardless of whether Liu Bai helps Hu Hai in the future, this person will definitely be someone Zhao Gao wants to kill. A slight smile crept onto Liu Bai's lips as he coldly laughed inwardly. Who kills whom is truly uncertain. Confucians boast of being gentlemen, but Liu Bai is a legalist. Gentlemen take revenge. 10 years are not too late. Legalists take revenge from morning till night. The first thing to do upon returning is to kill you, the child of a fallen nation, Zhao Gao, in the vast Great Qin, collapsing in the hands of a eunuch like you. Should I spare you for the new year? Subject Liu Bai pays his respects to your majesty. Inside the Zhangtai Palace, with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, sandalwood incense wafted gently. Liu Bai walked to the center of the hall and bowed respectfully. Rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. Liu Bai slowly raised his eyes to look at the stout figure behind the table. Emperor Shi Huang wore a long black robe with wide sleeves and sat here, his gaze seemingly calm, yet an invisible pressure radiated around him. The legalist Han Fei once said, "Law, technique, and power are the foundation for a monarch and the basis for governance. And this eternal emperor's power is enough to suppress the entire world. Reporting to Your Majesty, I have returned from leading the army to suppress the rebellion, annihilating over 7,000 rebel troops. There are no fish that slipped through the net. This is an urgent military report. Please review, Your Majesty." Liu Bai respectfully presented a memorial with both hands, reporting loudly. Zhao Gao took the memorial and placed it on the emperor's table. However, the emperor didn't even glance at it. He merely cast a casual look at Liu Bai. Just that simple glance made Liu Bai feel a chill run down his spine. The emperor lightly tapped the memorial on the table and said, "Annihilated the rebels, without a single one escaping." Then his tone instantly shifted and a sharp aura burst forth. "Liu Bai, you indeed have remarkable military achievements. You are not inferior to Wang Jian. Annihilating an entire army. How difficult it is. Is it that another Wu and Jun by Qi has emerged among my subjects?" As soon as these words were spoken, Liu Bai's heart jolted, and he even had the thought of slapping himself twice. Why was he playing word games with this eternal emperor? Your Majesty, it was indeed a complete annihilation, but it wasn't on the battlefield. Liu Bai chuckled awkwardly, feeling extremely unconfident. Naturally, he also did not dare to use Li Si's excuse to deal with this eternal emperor. Zhao Gao's eyes shifted slightly as he looked deeply at Liu Bai. Of course, such empty words held no significant value to the emperor. The emperor casually glanced at Liu Bai and remained silent. Just that one glance seemed to have seen through all of Liu Bai's tricks. As for why he didn't directly ask, the intentions of an emperor sometimes do not require words. By the time he speaks, there will be no turning back. Liu Bai understood this. Liu Bai was very clear that the real reason the emperor summoned him to the palace at this moment was to vent some frustrations. Liu Bai took a deep breath, raised his eyes to meet the emperor's gaze, his expression resolute. Zhao Gao beside him also held his breath slightly, afraid of missing any of Liu Bai's words. This rebellion occurred in the Wei region, where the Old Wei people and the Qin people are sworn enemies. The world is now united, but there are many rebellions. Young Master Fusu has repeatedly proposed to decentralize and reform, hoping to resolve this enmity. The left Chancellor, Liu Bai, who is also involved in this pacification, must have his own opinions on this matter. At this moment, these opinions are leverage. They are a means to weaken young Master Fusu's standing in the eyes of His Majesty, the first emperor. At this moment, Zhao Gao couldn't help but wish to assist Liu Bai in speaking a few words, hoping to sow discord between His Majesty and young Master Fusu's father-son relationship. As for the look in Liu Bai's eyes, Zhao Gao's eyes felt dry, and he didn't dare to blink. This is a critical moment concerning the future heir of the Qin Dynasty. On the contrary, His Majesty the first emperor maintained a steady gaze, with only a slight movement of his brows as he looked at Liu Bai. "Your Majesty." Finally, Liu Bai spoke. This left Chancellor of the Qin slowly bowed to His Majesty. It was as if he had to say something treasonous, so he first performed a bow of apology. This action made Zhao Gao's heart race, and he couldn't help but roar internally. "Speak quickly. Say that young Master Fusu's ideas are nonsense, that they are an attack on His Majesty's political views. Say that young Master Fusu is ambitious and dangerous." At this moment, Zhao Gao didn't even dare to blink, let alone breathe. He was afraid that his breath would disturb His Majesty and prevent him from hearing Liu Bai's accusations clearly. "I am a military officer, not good with words. I hope Your Majesty will forgive me. As for the details of the battle, they have all been recorded by the accompanying scribes and are now presented to Your Majesty." Liu Bai slowly spoke, and what he said almost made Zhao Gao burst out in anger. "You son of a, calling yourself a military officer? And not good with words? Am I not also a military officer leading these eunuchs and maidservants in the palace?" Chapter 3 must impeach Liu Bai. Regarding Liu Bai's shameless words, even His Majesty the First Emperor's eyes flickered slightly. The originally calm expression on his face slightly raised at the corners of his mouth. 30,000 against 7,000, and still our Qin's elite cavalry. You dare call yourself a military officer? I find it absurd. Once His Majesty said this, the suffocating atmosphere in the Zhongtai Palace eased considerably. Liu Bai also breathed a sigh of relief. His Majesty's words actually acknowledged the step he had taken. His intentions had long been under the gaze of His Majesty. The so-called inquiry was merely to give Liu Bai a bit more peace of mind. After all, the intelligence capabilities of the Qin's Black Dragon Guard are not to be underestimated. Your Majesty, regardless, I have indeed achieved military merit this time, right? According to our Qin's military merit system, I should at least have 3 promotions in military merit. Liu Bai spoke with a serious expression, but he didn't care at all about the painful twitching of Zhao Gao's mouth beside him. The left chancellor of Qin actually fussing over 3 promotions in military merit. It's embarrassing to say it out loud. Enough. Dismissed. Punishments must be enforced for mistakes, and rewards must be given for merits. This is the iron rule of our Qin in dealing with subordinates. You, Liu Bai, have you ever seen me stingy with even a halfpenny? His Majesty the First Emperor raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly quite displeased with Liu Bai's greedy remarks. Such words sound like someone who, having amassed a fortune of billions, still asks the world's richest man for the $2 he just lent him for a bottle of mineral water. Hee. Thank you, Your Majesty. I take my leave. Liu Bai chuckled, hurriedly bowing and retreating. Military merit is indeed a good thing, although he is a civil servant and doesn't need it much. If this thing is passed down, perhaps in the future, his descendants will judge him, and he might earn a reputation for being both literary and martial. In this case, would the insults not seem even more insignificant? A poet immortal and a war god, he couldn't help but feel quite proud. His Majesty the First Emperor watched Liu Bai's departing figure, his brow slightly furrowed, and glanced at Zhao Gao. You two leave. Yes, Zhao Gao respectfully left, his eyes filled with a hint of malice. Just now was the best opportunity for Liu Bai to attack Fusu, but Liu Bai evaded with such a ridiculous method. Although everyone understood this unspoken thought, did it also indirectly indicate that Liu Bai was unwilling to participate in the royal family struggles? Another little fox like Wang Jian? Thinking of this, Zhao Gao's hatred grew even stronger. If Liu Bai, Wang Jian, and Li Si could support young Master Hu Hai, there would be no such conflict. Fusu clearly steadfastly supported Confucianism, being an enemy of legalism. Yet these 3 were unwilling to fight against him, which is truly frustrating. After Zhao Gao left, only His Majesty the First Emperor remained in the Zhongtai Palace. Zhang Han. A calm voice sounded, and a sturdy man stepped out from the shadows, bowing to His Majesty. Zhang Han pays respects to Your Majesty. Previously, Liu Bai imprisoned the rebels across the counties in Hushi and monitored them strictly. Anyone with even a hint of rebellion will be punished along with their family. Secretly investigate the recent activities of all members of the former Wei royal family in Hushi. If there is any suspicion, the Black Dragon Guard is authorized to arrest and interrogate them. His Majesty the First Emperor spoke lightly as for Liu Bai's every move in Hushi. This eternal emperor could be said to know it like the back of his hand. As for Liu Bai's compassion for those innocent people caught up in this, His Majesty neither opposed nor supported it, merely adding a layer of watchfulness. Yes, Zhang Han respectfully accepted the order and turned to leave. His Majesty the First Emperor looked at the memorials on the desk, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his eyes, as if he was watching something interesting or someone intriguing. The next day, outside the Qilin Hall, the officials were lined up. Humph. Young Master, Liu Bai is truly too much. We just advocated for benevolence and righteousness in Xianyang, wanting to persuade His Majesty to show leniency to these rebels, and then use this as a means to advise decentralization and reform. Unexpectedly, Liu Bai directly executed all 7,000 surrendered soldiers. As it stands, even if the old Wei royal family is given a fief in Hushi, the enmity cannot be resolved. Indeed, Liu Bai's actions are too ruthless. The first time he refused to accept surrender, and the second time he directly killed the surrendered troops. Our Qin's left chancellor is so brutal. Impeach him. Not only should we impeach his position as left chancellor, but at the very least, he should be made to write a letter of apology. A young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, surrounded by a group of Confucian officials, was none other than the current Long Prince of Qin, young Master Fusu. The saying, a person on the road is like jade, a gentleman unmatched in the world, refers to this graceful young man, renowned in Xianyang for his benevolence and virtue. Of course, there were those in Xianyang who had their own opinions on this matter, and the reason was simple: literary talent. The left Chancellor Liu Bai had written too many poems. If one were to speak of literary talent, Liu Bai would undoubtedly be the first. Teacher, although Chancellor Liu acts aggressively, if you observe his actions closely, they all stem from considerations for the interests of our Qin. Are you really going to impeach him? Isn't that a bit excessive? Fusu hesitated slightly and spoke. His feelings towards Liu Bai were extremely complex. On one hand, Liu Bai's poetry was too free-spirited, too ethereal. Even Fusu, upon reading the line, laughing loudly as I leave, "Are we not just humble weeds?" was stirred to excitement. On the other hand, Liu Bai is currently the second-in-command of the legalists, and his inherent stance is to support the county system. If the feudal system were to be implemented, this exceptionally talented young left chancellor would certainly do everything to obstruct it. However, when it comes to Liu Bai, Fusu finds it hard to be ruthless. Young master, you must not be overly compassionate. At this moment, an old man spoke in a deep voice. It was none other than Fusu's teacher, the current scholar, Jinyiwei. His words drew a chorus of agreement from the surrounding Confucian officials, making Fusu even more conflicted. To impeach Liu Bai, he truly does not want to do that. It's not about being overly compassionate, but Fusu knows that Liu Bai is a person with a bright heart who only considers the interests of the Qin. Such a person, even if their paths differ, should still be respected. Hiss. Look, is that General Wang? What's going on? Since the unification of the world, the old general has gradually distanced himself from political affairs and has often taken leave from court. Why is he here today? Quiet. Yesterday, I passed by the old general's residence and heard General Wang Bin of the Tongwu Marquis yelling. You say, besides the old general, who in Xianyang would dare to hit the Tongwu Marquis? Cough cough. Yelling doesn't necessarily mean that. My goodness, is it really that miraculous? Lord Chun, you really know. Lord Yu, you're not bad either. As a series of exclamations rang out, a slightly stooped old general walked over slowly. But if one were as sharp-eyed as Zhang Han, they would notice that the old general's steps were unusually steady. Among the 6 kingdoms of the world, 3 were destroyed by Wang Jian, and 2 were destroyed by his son, Wang Bin. Only Korea had the good fortune that the Qin sent Neishi Tong, the governor of Nanyang County, who effortlessly wiped it out, thus preventing the merit of exterminating the nation from being solely attributed to the Wang family. The foremost martial hero of Qin, the god of war in the military. Wang Jian, oh dear, my beloved General Wang, I miss you so much. Old general, look at you swaying, let me help you. Just as everyone was focused on Wang Jian, an inappropriate voice rang out. The ministers outside the Qilin Hall all twitched at the corners of their mouths, and the right Chancellor Liu Bai covered his face, unable to bear to look. Chapter 4. The ink robe and the mysterious sword. The emperor supports the sword. In the entire Great Qin, there is only one person who can be so shameless in front of the courtiers. Liu Bai, this left chancellor, who returned with military achievements, had a beaming smile as he stepped forward to support Wang Jian. Old general, we are both people of the military, and what we value is the continuity of our lineage. Look, you are the heroic model of our Qin army, and I am the rising star among the generals of Great Qin. It is only right for me to lend you a hand. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire scene fell into a dead silence. Everyone, yes, everyone, was shocked by Liu Bai's shamelessness. How dare you call yourself a rising star among the generals? Leading 30,000 elite troops against 7,000 rebels who don't even have armor. How can you shamelessly flatter yourself like that? Meanwhile, Li Si, while covering his old face, couldn't help but lower his head, embarrassed. How could such a knowledgeable teacher have such a shameless nephew? Moreover, you are a civil official, a civil chancellor. You should keep your distance from military generals, yet you are eager to flatter this old man. Truly. Even someone as knowledgeable as Li Si couldn't find a single adjective to describe Liu Bai at this moment. However, Wang Jian merely glanced at Liu Bai, showing no intention of refusing, and said, in my old age, I have suffered severe injuries from battles and should not interfere in court matters. However, when I received the battle report yesterday and learned that Great Qin has produced a new talent with the demeanor of the Marquis of Wuhan, how could I not come to take a look? Upon hearing this, everyone felt a jolt in their hearts. As expected of General Wang, this statement is of high caliber. Not to mention anything else, simply not being overwhelmed by Liu Bai's shamelessness and responding so calmly is already quite impressive. Truly deserving of the saying that a famous general's heart is as calm as a lake. Moreover, the demeanor of the Marquis of Wuhan. These 5 words not only teased Liu Bai's earlier claim of being a military rising star, but also pointed out that the matter of killing the surrendered soldiers is of great importance, even stirring the old general of the empire. Some of the more perceptive courtiers must have been deeply impressed at this moment. No wonder General Wang could reach such a position. This level of court skill is something one must learn for a lifetime. But is this also a signal? Could it be that Liu Bai has already gained the recognition of the Wang family? Otherwise, why would the old general come specifically to the court? Just as some were lost in thought, Liu Bai spoke up. Oh, old general, you flatter me so much. I feel a bit embarrassed. On this trip to Hushi, the winemaking method from Xiong County, present-day Jiuquan, is quite flavorful. The wine is rich and fragrant. I will bring 2 jars to your residence tonight for you to taste. Taking advantage of the situation, this is the basic skill of shamelessness. How could Liu Bai be unfamiliar with it? Moreover, the theme of today's court discussion is very clear. Being able to win over this god of war is definitely a good thing. Hiss. As soon as Liu Bai said this, even the courtiers with a bit duller minds sensed something was off, and there was an immediate sound of gasps. Good heavens, you shameless Liu Bai. Even trying to corrupt our great Qin's god of war with fine wine? How despicable. Such a bad influence. How can you flatter General Wang like this? Let me. I am willing to sacrifice myself for the old general's bravery. Wang Jian glanced at Liu Bai, but did not express his stance, only subtly withdrew his hand. The officials entered the hall. Just then, a sharp announcement sounded. The courtiers all collected their thoughts and looked towards the imposing Qilin Hall. Then Li Si, as if granted a great pardon, finally lowered his sleeves, no longer covering his face, and walked into the Qilin Hall with his head held high. Under Li Si's lead, the civil and military officials streamed in one after another. One must suppress one's temper and not be impatient. Yesterday you entered the Zhangtai Palace, and His Majesty certainly knew everything, so he did not blame you too harshly, just an attitude. Once all the civil and military officials were seated, Li Si couldn't help but remind. He still couldn't forget the scene from years ago when Liu Bai first attended court and scolded Jinyiwei to his face. then kicked this scholar from behind after the court session. If you say he is petty, after kicking Liu Bai, he acted as if nothing had happened, and did not let Li Si give Jinyiwei any trouble. If you say he is magnanimous, this rascal scolded more fiercely than a market shrew in court, and in the end, was symbolically demoted half a rank, taking a full 10 days to be restored to his original position. Don't worry, Uncle Li, am I that uncouth? Who in Great Qin doesn't know? Left Chancellor Liu Bai has a broad mind, speaks refreshingly, and is full of beautiful words. Highlight this. It will be on the test in the next chapter. Last time, when he kicked Jinyiwei, the citizens of Xianyang didn't say I was uncouth, but rather said I had true character. Regarding Li Si's advice, Liu Bai paid it no mind, but instead felt quite proud. Hey, Master Li's poetry is truly useful. You. As soon as Liu Bai said this, Li Si was momentarily speechless. He thought so hard that his head hurt, but couldn't figure it out. How could this guy write lines like when the cup is set down and the chopsticks are thrown aside, one cannot eat, drawing the sword and looking around? The heart is confused. Anyone who didn't know would think this kid had suffered a great injustice in court, even outside Jinyiwei's house, because of this line of poetry. Countless people spat at the door for several days. The way they were conversing fell into the eyes of the Confucian officials. Young master, during this court session, you must let His Majesty know about Liu Bai's misdeeds, killing the surrendered soldiers. If we condone Liu Bai's reckless behavior, our great Qin may be in peril. Moreover, if the young master seeks justice for those fallen surrendered soldiers, it will surely make the world know the young master's name, giving you more leverage in future governance. Jinyiwei spoke softly, his eyes filled with resentment as he looked at Liu Bai. As a great scholar, he could not match Liu Bai's literary accomplishments. And to make matters worse, he was even beaten. This anger just kept building up. That's right, young master, what Dr. Jinyiwei said is not false. You must prioritize the hearts of the people. Uncle Sun Tong also chimed in, nodding repeatedly. With both teachers speaking this way, Fusu's expression grew more conflicted. Just then, an announcement rang out. His Majesty has arrived. Immediately, all the civil and military officials straightened their expressions, their faces solemn, and their eyes filled with utmost respect. The vast Qilin Hall suddenly became immensely oppressive. On the high platform, the emperor, dressed in an ink robe and holding a sword, slowly stepped out from behind the screen. Such a simple action still gave all the civil and military officials a sense of pressure akin to looking up at Mount Tai. This kind of might is enough to sweep away all evildoers, as if clearly telling the world, as long as this emperor is here, this world will never fall into chaos. We bow to your Majesty. Long live your Majesty. We bow to your Majesty. Long live your Majesty. We bow to your Majesty. Long live your Majesty. The sound of mountain-shaking cheers arose. The wind of Great Qin began to rise. Chapter 5. Courtroom Disputes. One must have magnanimity. You are talking nonsense about your ancestors. You are simply sensationalizing. A voice of anger rang out in the court, praised as the light of Great Qin's literary world. With poems spreading throughout Great Qin and being praised by everyone, the left chancellor of our empire extended a finger and spoke fragrant words. Opposite him was the already infuriated Jinyiwei, his face flushed with anger. You have killed the surrendered. This is an ominous act, as established in ancient times. Your killing of the surrendered. Jinyiwei was so angry that his beard trembled, unwilling to be outdone. However, even in terms of momentum, let alone sharp words, he was still far behind Liu Bai. What do you mean by me killing the surrendered? Which of your eyes saw me kill the surrendered? An old man with white hair, a thief with a gray beard. I have never seen such a shameless person, without seeing it with my own eyes. Without any factual basis, you dare to slander a loyal Grand Chancellor of the Great Qin. Do your family members know how formidable you are? To slander a court official, especially the Prime Minister, who gave you the audacity. Of course, Jinyiwei's little offensive was no different from a light drizzle. Liu Bai immediately slapped a hat of slander on Jinyiwei. Are you kidding me? This is what happened, but I don't acknowledge it. Do you really think you, a doctor, are the head of all officials? If I get annoyed, I'll go to your Jinyiwei family tonight and chop you up. Upon hearing this, the ministers all twitched at the corners of their mouths. If the earlier remarks were insults, then Liu Bai's words now had a truly formidable impact. Slander, and slander against the current Prime Minister. This hat is one that ordinary people truly cannot wear. The most important thing is the evidence. Liu Bai firmly stated that this was an accident, and the military order was rather vague. If one were to get serious, every general in the court had engaged in actions against surrendered troops. It was just a matter of how many. Ahem. Just then, a dry cough broke the almost stagnant atmosphere. Of course, this stagnation was directed at Jinyiwei, clearly having the reason on his side, yet unable to argue. It would be strange if he wasn't stagnant. Your Majesty, the issue of killing the surrendered has actually been overly mystified, leading to today's controversy. Ultimately, aside from the matter of killing the surrendered, this is military merit. I would like to ask the various lords, throughout the history of our Great Qin, has there ever been a general punished for winning a battle? A somewhat tired, aged voice rang out, and all the ministers focused their eyes. Even Jinyiwei, who was eager to curse Liu Bai in the court, was now tightly shutting his mouth. The reason was simple. The speaker was Wang Jian. This imperial star of war, although long absent from court affairs, was merely a temporary retreat. If anyone truly underestimated this great Qin war god, that would be akin to having their head kicked by a donkey. This one statement was enough to define the matter. Of course, there was one exception. Since General Wang has stated that this is military merit, would Liu Bai not take the opportunity to attack a drowning dog? Today, he would solidify Chinyu's crime of slandering the prime minister. However, just as Liu Bai rolled up his sleeves, preparing to passionately express his grievances about being wronged by Chinyu, he suddenly felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet. Even his spine felt a bit cold. Suddenly turning around, he saw it was the high platform above the Qilin Hall. The Emperor Shi Huang's gaze swept over, landing directly on Liu Bai. Just a glance made Liu Bai's heart skip a beat. The control that the Eternal Emperor had over the entire court was terrifying. The meaning of that gaze was essentially to tell him to stop while he was ahead. Otherwise, Emperor Shi Huang would consider punishing him. After all, a young left chancellor acting so rashly would undoubtedly cause unease among the ministers. At that time, while the court might not descend into chaos, it was uncertain whether the situation would change, and these changes would inevitably target Liu Bai. The emperor's gaze was more about valuing talent. Years ago, a voice rang out from the high platform. The ministers all slightly bowed their heads, listening to the emperor's words. In the Battle of Chongping, Lord Wuan executed 400,000 surrendered troops, thus killing the surrendered is considered ominous, and this is widely circulated. However, the heart of Lord Wuan can be compared to the bright moon, wholeheartedly for Qin. For one with such a heart, what does ominous matter? The emperor lightly spoke. This statement instantly shook the hearts of all the ministers. Wasn't the emperor's words supporting Liu Bai? Killing the surrendered is ominous, but what does it matter if it's ominous? With the emperor present, how could the world fall into chaos? Today, left Chancellor Liu Bai, leading troops in the position of prime minister, has completely annihilated 7,000 rebel troops in Hushi, which is a military achievement. Merit deserves reward. As the emperor spoke these words, Liu Bai's face instantly lit up with joy. Finally, military merit was in hand. The last time he had military merit was quite some time ago, and due to the incident of not accepting the surrendered troops, many had voiced their concerns. Now that the emperor personally mentioned military achievements, wouldn't he be undoubtedly a military general? The fierce and martial spirit of the old Qin was strong. Liu Bai had long coveted such an identity as a military general. It wasn't that the actual power was so great, it was mainly about the difference in image. A civil servant can stabilize the world with a pen, while a military general can control the universe on horseback. This is the ultimate dream of a man. As long as we don't mention it, who would know that our martial skills are terrible? Thank you, Your Majesty, for the praise. My heart is loyal and true, only for the great Qin. Your Majesty's words of military merit are the greatest commendation for me. As for the rewards, I am a bit apprehensive. Liu Bai's face was filled with wild joy, but he still suppressed it and spoke in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, all the ministers were furiously cursing Liu Bai in their hearts for truly taking advantage and acting coy. The emperor has already said there are military achievements. What more do you have to say about being apprehensive about rewards? You've taken all the good words for yourself. Of course, some were happy while others were worried. Chinyu exchanged glances with Shu Sun Tong, both noticing the frustration in each other's eyes. It was already difficult to topple just the left chancellor, now with military merit added. One must know that the great Qin treats those with military achievements exceptionally well. If Liu Bai were to be conferred any military title, even if he didn't have command over troops, that would still be alarming. Civil as a chancellor, military as a general, a dual-role key minister. To topple him would require Liu Bai to have lost his mind and rebel. In contrast to his two teachers, Fusu's expression was rather relaxed. Upon introspection, although the killings were heavy, he still recognized Liu Bai's loyal heart for Qin. Among my subjects, those with merit must be rewarded. Regarding Liu Bai's coyness, Emperor Shi Huang merely spoke lightly. It was clear that he did not want to fuss too much with this brat. I accept the reward. Liu Bai chuckled and respectfully spoke. At this moment, to maintain his composure would be impolite, right? How should I put it? Our emperor is still too polite. This is a flaw, but please keep it up. I really like it. However, the next moment, the joy on Liu Bai's face suddenly froze. Today, I confer you as the head of the Yiweng Palace's teaching staff. From this day forth, teach my sons to read. The emperor's dignified voice rang out, and the ministers in the entire Qilin Hall nearly bit their tongues, hardly believing their ears. The head of the Yiweng Palace's teaching staff is none other than the teacher of the emperor's sons. Military merit awarded with a civil post? Your Majesty, are you pointing at Liu Bai's nose to scold him? Many younger ministers didn't dare to lift their heads, tightly pinching their thighs, recalling all the painful experiences of their lives over and over again. Meanwhile, Liu Bai was completely dumbfounded. No, Your Majesty, this is my military achievement. Military achievement. It's fine if you don't give me gold and beautiful women or high official positions and wealth. I already have those. But you want me to teach your 18 sons how to read. Your Majesty, is this what you call rewarding merits? Chapter 6. Let's go. Yiweng Palace. Time to ring the bell. Dismiss the court. As the figure in dark robes left, the ministers in the Qilin Hall couldn't hold back anymore. Minister Liu is truly favored by His Majesty. Teaching the young princes to read, Minister Liu can be said to be firmly established as the imperial teacher now. Minister Liu, You don't need to be too sad. Although you've lost your military position, you've gained an extra civil service position. Uft. Ha. Voices rang out, filling the air with a joyful atmosphere. Of course, out of respect for Liu Bai's position as chancellor, the ministers still had to congratulate him on the surface. After all, this is also a future imperial teacher position. Why? Being in charge of teaching all the young princes means that no matter which prince inherits the empire in the future, Liu Bai will have the identity of a teacher. Isn't that the imperial teacher? If it were a regular case, many would be envious of this position, but today, seeing Liu Bai so focused on military achievements only to end up with nothing, everyone was overjoyed. As for Liu Bai, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. And at this moment, he even had the thought of hugging His Majesty's leg and crying out loud, "Liu Bai, you must carefully comprehend His Majesty's deep intentions." Li Si, seeing Liu Bai's tearful expression, slightly frowned and gently reminded him, "Minister Li, how could I not know His Majesty's intentions? His Majesty cares for me." The matter of the surrendered troops, though inconclusive, has already reached a conclusion in the minds of the ministers. If there were to be lavish rewards, Liu Bai would become the target of criticism among the ministers. In the future, the court may face turbulent changes, and this is the best foundation. Now, His Majesty has thrown me a position in Yiweng Palace. It seems like a joke, but in reality, he has two considerations for me. First, the matter of the surrendered troops can be put aside. Although the ministers have cancelled it, they deeply think that I haven't gained anything from it, so they won't be jealous. Secondly, His Majesty is treating me like a horse, giving me a protective talisman so I can serve the Qin for a lifetime. Liu Bai sighed, shook his head, and said, he wasn't a fool. He naturally understood the profound meaning behind His Majesty's decisions. But it was just so unfair. To receive a civil position for military achievements, isn't His Majesty clearly telling the world that I, Liu Bai, am not cut out to be a general? My dreams of wielding a sword have been shattered by His Majesty's slap. Liu Bai truly felt wronged. Although this is a life-saving card for his political career in the coming decades, he really couldn't be happy about it. Moreover, oh my, being the teacher of the young princes means I have to correct the Confucian thoughts of the eldest Prince Fusu, and face the brute force of the 7th Prince Gao, and most troubling of all, the mischievous Hu Hai. Although he is already 14, this kid is truly a handful. Every time Liu Bai sees Hu Hai, he wants to give him a couple of whacks. As a teacher, he would definitely be unable to hold back. I really want to hug His Majesty's leg and write a big word for suffering on it. Liu Bai sighed deeply, his eyes filled with compassion. Seeing this, Li Si instead chuckled lightly, offering no comfort. In his view, today in the court, His Majesty has already shown enough affection for Liu Bai. The matter of the surrendered troops, no matter which dynasty it happened in, would always be drowned in the spittle of the entire court. Didn't you see how the former general, Bai Qi, ended up taking his own life? You kid, didn't get scolded and even got a future imperial teacher position. Aren't you secretly happy? Hey, Uncle Li, there's one more thing, and I'm a bit embarrassed about it. Just as Li Si was feeling relieved for Liu Bai's face turned slightly shy, and he spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Li Si's vigilance immediately rose. What bad idea is this brat hiding? What is it? Let me be clear, I don't have any money left. Li Si stepped back half a step without showing any emotion and said, Liu Bai, this little rascal, didn't even know where all the money went. He came to borrow money from him every now and then, and still hasn't paid it back. If I let Liu Bai borrow more, the Chancellor's house will have no surplus left. Uncle Li, you see, I promised to bring wine to General Wang's house tonight, right? This time the military campaign lasted for 2.5 months, and the administrative affairs piled up like a mountain. Tonight I have urgent matters, so I can only trouble Uncle Li to help handle the memorials. Liu Bai grinned, appearing affectionate. Upon hearing this, Li Si's expression changed dramatically. You little rascal, you want me to work for you for free? Just as he was about to grab the kid's sleeve to refuse and scold him for being loyal to Qin and not counting the hardships, Liu Bai turned and ran, not forgetting to shout, Uncle Li, I believe in you. You can do it. I'll send someone over to you shortly. Remember to sign for it. After saying this, Liu Bai disappeared without a trace. Only Li Si was left, dumbfounded. How can an old man like him compete in stamina with a young man like Liu Bai? That's clearly impossible. Running out of the Qilin Hall, Liu Bai let out a long sigh. Lu Gong, are we going back to the residence now? As they walked toward the palace of Xian, a sturdy black man came forward to greet them. Just a simple step forward made those with sharp eyes feel a fierce aura coming at them. This kind of fierceness was not something that came from training, but rather the bloody scent of killing on the battlefield. Long Xia, you are only 3 days younger than me. Calling me Gong every day makes me feel like I've become a grandpa. I should have never pulled you out of the army. Liu Bai's mouth twitched slightly as he helplessly said. This sturdy man named Long Xia was someone Liu Bai had recruited during his military campaign. One day, while browsing the military roster, Liu Bai found this kid astonishing and immediately expressed his intention to recruit him. Now he regretted it and was slapping his thigh. Always being called Gong made Liu Bai doubt whether he had really matured too quickly. If Liu Gong takes me in, I will be Liu Gong's retainer. Calling you Gong is not inappropriate. Long Xia grinned, revealing his white teeth. Having grown up in poverty, he had the simplest human quality. A drop of water given in kindness is repaid with a fountain. To put it bluntly, if Liu Bai asked Long Xie to run around Xian without pants, he would probably do it without hesitation. Go to Yiweng Palace. Your Lu Gong has to ring the bell. Liu Bai rolled his eyes and said irritably, His Majesty said that from today onwards. There's no way to slack off for even a day. Teaching the young princes for half an hour means 1 hour of class, right? Let's just call it ringing the bell, no problem. Yiweng Palace? Ringing the bell? Long Xie looked confused. Chapter 7. Hu Hai, why didn't you say so earlier? I haven't stopped my hand. I'm not bragging. Really, brothers? Forget about that Liu Bai being the left and right chancellors. If he dares to point fingers at me, Hu Hai, and my brothers, I'll make him understand what pain really is. No nonsense. Inside the Yiweng Palace, Hu Hai raised his fist with a disdainful expression. Beside him, the eldest son, Fu Su, said sternly, No matter what, Minister Liu is the appointed steward of Yiweng Palace by father, and he is our teacher. We must respect our teachers and uphold the principles, and we cannot overstep. After this was said, although Hu Hai did not refute, it was clear from his defiant gaze that he did not agree much. Come on, he Hu Hai is the youngest son of Emperor Qin Shi. Why should he be taught by someone just a few years older than him? This world belongs to the Ying family. No matter how powerful you are, Liu Bai, you can't change your surname. Whatever. What is Liu Bai even worth? Brother, when he arrives later, I will. Hu Hai scratched his cheek, evidently a bit impatient, then stood up and walked towards the palace gate, preparing to set things up. However, bang, just as Hu Hai stepped out the door, he felt a darkness in his right eye. A fist suddenly struck. Humph. In the palace of Xianyang, there are actually such unruly kids, and they dare to speak so arrogantly in front of the young masters, even disregarding me, the minister. Let's see if I don't teach you a lesson. A sharp shout rang out, and before the young masters could react, they saw a figure suddenly squat down and kick Hu Hai's calf. This young son of the Qin royal family had never been treated like this before, and he let out a cry of pain, falling to the ground. Before he could even react to call for help, he felt as if his mouth had been covered. Meanwhile, his cheeks were met with a storm of slaps. Struggling to open his eyes, he saw an extraordinarily handsome face, now sporting a slight smile. However, that smile appeared particularly chilling amidst the frenzy of violence. Little brother, don't blame me. Speaking so arrogantly in front of the Qin royal family could lead to the annihilation of your 9 clans. Today, I'm just giving you a beating, which can be considered saving your life. Don't thank me too much. Remember, my name is Liu Bai, and you should express your gratitude day and night, before sleeping and after waking. The one beating Hu Hai was indeed the so-called thing Hu Hai mentioned. The current left minister, Liu Bai? Bang, 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 crack. The sensation of punching flesh nearly made Liu Bai call out in delight. The person in front of him looked merely 13 or 14 years old, pale and feeble, dressed in a black robe. His identity was naturally guessable. However, the more he guessed, the more he wanted to hit. Liu Bai wanted to give a good beating for the future descendants. If it weren't for this historical first spendthrift, how could my mighty Qin collapse in 14 years? If it didn't collapse, how could the later ruffian Liu rise to power? Damn it. If Qin developed normally, all those Alexanders, the Xiongnu's Modu Chanyu, and the indigenous people of Dog Island would have to come to Qin to build their own unique Great Wall. And those 200 languages of the later generations were also caused by you. This is all a betrayal of Emperor Shi Huang. The more Liu Bai thought about this, the angrier he became, and naturally, he didn't hold back at all. The people around him, including Long Ke, were dumbfounded. Their lord was actually this fierce? How outrageous. Mr. Liu, stop. A series of stern shouts rang out. The one calling Mr. Liu was Fu Su, and the one shouting outrageous was none other than the 7th son of Qin, Ying Gao. This young master, who loved to fight since childhood, stepped forward and threw a punch. Come on, his younger brother was being beaten. This was an insult. However, as Ying Gao threw his punch, he found he couldn't get close at all, as he was directly restrained. Looking up, he saw a black muscular man with an expressionless face. Mr. Liu, please let go of the 18th brother. Fu Su's face grew increasingly grim as he spoke in a low voice. No matter how unruly Hu Hai was, he couldn't be beaten down by the current minister in Yiweng Palace. Oh, so it's the 18th young master. Upon hearing Fu Su's words, Liu Bai's acting skills exploded, and the shock in his eyes gushed forth like a fountain, exaggerated to the point of being fake. Then, Liu Bai released his hand covering Hu Hai's mouth and said with a face full of shame, Hu Hai, why didn't you say so earlier? This one sentence left Hu Hai dumbfounded. The last 3 words didn't say so earlier were deliberately emphasized, making them sound particularly strange. But it was an undeniable fact that Liu Bai had hit him. Hu Hai was immediately furious. I'll get my legs. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Goodness. Our 18th young master of Qin had his front teeth knocked out by the left minister, and now he was leaking air through the gap. Hu Hai, this is your fault. How can you speak a foreign language? Are you cursing me? And why didn't you say so earlier? Why didn't you say so earlier? Liu Bai pretended to be serious, sternly criticizing Hu Hai. Repeating why didn't you say so earlier seemed to shift all the blame onto Hu Hai. Such a scene left all the royal young masters shocked. Even Ying Gao, whose fist was being restrained by Long Ke, was now dumbfounded and forgot to struggle. Is this Liu Bai really the civil minister? Did the common people of Xianyang get their eyes hurt by stones? How could such a shameless and particularly shameless guy be called a transcendent being? Even Fu Su, who usually was the backbone of his brothers, slightly opened his mouth at this moment, momentarily unsure of what to say. However, young Master Hu Hai, your identity is noble. Cursing me and disregarding respect for teachers is forgivable, so I want to report you to Emperor Shi Huang. Come on, pick up your front teeth. Liu Bai said with a smile, looking as if he was magnanimously overlooking a small mistake. This demeanor made all the young masters feel a chill in their hearts. How cunning, how sly. Appearing to be magnanimous and forgiving, he was actually reminding Hu Hai, if you dare to report me, I will tell Emperor Shi Huang that you disrespected your teacher, and let us see who ends up worse off. Hu Hai was furious, just about to say something. You don't mind, but I do. Look what you've done to me. Unexpectedly, the next second, Liu Bai's smile vanished. His eyes filled with coldness. I told you to pick up your front teeth. Upon hearing this, the entire Yiweng Palace felt cold. Everyone sensed a chill running down their spines. This teacher is terrifying. Hu Hai, being young and having never encountered someone like Liu Bai, immediately felt tears welling up in his eyes. Crying? Crying counts as time. Liu Bai did not show any mercy, speaking coldly. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Hai hurriedly bent down to pick up his front teeth. In fact, fearing Liu Bai's anger, this young master of Qin even disregarded the dirt and blood, quickly placing his front teeth back in his mouth, trying to pretend he lost them. Such an action left all the young masters dumbfounded. This is possible. The mischievous 18th brother was actually scared to this extent? With just a simple beating, Liu Bai managed to subdue all 18 young masters. Humph. Liu Bai snorted coldly and glanced at Long Chia. The latter immediately understood, first squeezing hard, causing Ying Gao to frown tightly, then letting go and taking a half step back. 7th brother, don't be afraid. With 6th brother here, Lu Xiong might not be able to kill you. Come. 6th brother will protect you in front. After Ying Gao stepped back, someone behind him spoke up. It was the 6th young master of the Great Qin, Ying Che. At this moment, the 6th young master faced Liu Bai's imposing presence without fear, his expression extremely calm. However, this statement of protect you in front truly made the corners of the mouths of the other young masters twitch slightly. 6th brother, 6th young master, remains as clever as ever. Get ready for class. Cough cough. Let's begin. Liu Bai looked deeply at Ying Che, feeling that this 6th young master was indeed quite interesting, and he didn't expect there to be such a young master within the royal family. He then cleared his throat twice, almost revealing his true thoughts in surprise. The expressions of the young masters were strange, but they didn't dare to say anything, only returning to their seats, no one daring to confront Liu Bai head-on. However, just then, a heart-wrenching scream echoed. Young master. Who is so bold as to dare beat young master Hu Hai like this? A figure in eunuch clothing rushed into Yiweng Palace, supporting Hu Hai. Chapter 8. The 6th young master of the Great Qin, Ying Che. Old teacher. Hu Hai trembled his lips, like a drowning person seeing a straw in a desperate situation. Tears flowing uncontrollably. He opened his arms, letting the newcomer support him. And this person whom Hu Hai trusted so much was none other than Zhao Gao, the current minister of the Central Chariot. This eunuch, who was familiar with the laws of Qin and was appointed by Emperor Shi Huang as Hu Hai's teacher, now had a face as dark as thunder. Young master Hu Hai was beaten. This matter, setting aside the physical pain suffered by the young master. Just the loss of face was a huge injury. Once this matter spread, I'm afraid the officials in the court would also look down on Hu Hai. Why? It's simple. This is the Great Qin. In this empire accustomed to being strong, how could they tolerate a young master being weak and bullied, let alone ascending to the position of heir? And at this moment in Yiweng Palace, with so many young masters present, how could a mere minister of the Central Chariot like Zhao Gao seal off the news? Zhao Gao's anger was precisely rooted in this. Young master, who is so bold as to dare to assassinate the young master? Zhao Gao said coldly. Upon hearing this, all the young masters in Yiweng Palace were stunned, and their gazes towards Zhao Gao became somewhat different. To say that being beaten is being assassinated. The difference in Zhao Gao's words could mean the difference between life and death. Such viciousness made even the 7th young master in Gao, who was originally extremely angry about Liu Bai beating Hu Hai, unable to bear it any longer. He was about to step forward to correct Zhao Gao's words and conveniently bring up Liu Bai's matter. However, just as he took a step forward, he felt his robe sleeve being slightly tugged. Turning his head to look, it was actually his 6th brother Ying Che, shaking his head. Although Ying Gao was fond of martial arts, he was still a member of the Great Qin royal family, a descendant of the Ying surname, and he was not foolish. With Ying Che's shake of the head, he instantly understood. This was indeed not something he should interfere with. Liu Bai beating Hu Hai was at most just a teacher punishing a student in Yiweng Palace. Even if it was against propriety and law, it would merely result in some punishment. As for Zhao Gao's claim of assassination, what a joke. Was their father emperor so easily fooled? Zhao Gao wanted to smear Liu Bai's name, but the 17 brothers had no need to harm a current prime minister. However, if Ying Gao spoke up, the situation would change. The struggle within the royal family. This sensitive topic, since their father emperor ascended the throne and caused Zhao to rebel, was something no one dared to mention or even think about. At this moment, with the position of heir to the Great Qin yet to be determined, If Ying Gao rashly spoke up to exonerate Liu Bai, it would bring disaster upon himself. Colluding with an outsider to assassinate a brother. These 8 words would be enough to ruin Ying Gao's chances of ever gaining any power. Ying Gao slightly nodded to his 6th brother, feeling a wave of gratitude in his heart. Among all the brothers and sisters, only the 6th brother was the most unruly. But actually, everyone knew that only he was the smartest. As for why he didn't participate in court affairs, it was probably just laziness. Ying Che, without responding to Ying Gao's gratitude, merely smiled slightly and took half a step back, speaking up. Minister of the Central Chariot, do you have a silk handkerchief with you? Could you help wipe the blood off my 18th brother? Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned. Then they suddenly realized. What a clever way to confuse the issue and shift the focus. This sentence clearly pointed out Zhao Gao's hypocrisy. The 18th young master is right beside you. Why shout so loudly? Why not help wipe the blood? Moreover, wiping off the blood represented what? Hu Hai's injury wasn't as serious as you claimed. All this talk about assassination was naturally nonsense. Such thoughts made Liu Bai unable to help but glance at this 6th young master a few more times. Truly smart. This was Liu Bai's evaluation of Ying Che. If we dirty our brother's clothes later, the allowance for 18th brother this month might not be enough. Ying Che's next sentence left everyone both amused and helpless. Liu Bai slightly rolled his eyes, adding another evaluation. Truly shameless. 6th young master. Are you implying that you beat 18th young master? Brothers harming each other. The emperor will surely be enraged. Zhao Gao glanced at Ying Che with hidden resentment, then spoke up. Who beat Hu Hai? Is this something to ask? In the entire Yiweng Palace, there was only Liu Bai, the outsider. His pretentious demeanor was just to prepare to take out his anger on Liu Bai. In an instant of framing and slandering. It was entirely based on the murderous intent towards Liu Bai. Now that Ying Che had muddied the waters, how could he not be angry? Nonsense. Am I a reckless man of violence? Ying Che sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. Then, as if recalling something, he turned to Ying Gao and said, 7th brother. 6th brother didn't he say anything about you? Upon hearing this, Ying Gao was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. His 6th brother, even at this time, still had the mind to joke and mock him. Teacher, yes. Hu Hai's eyes were filled with fear as he reached out, wanting to point at Liu Bai, but seemed to hesitate, afraid to speak up. Lord Zhao, what great authority you have. Isn't Yiweng Palace under Lord Zhao's command? Without needing Hu Hai to identify him, Liu Bai sneered, speaking in a strange tone. Upon hearing this, anyone could detect the sarcasm in Liu Bai's words. In Yiweng Palace, with 18 young masters, plus Liu Bai as the left minister, when Liu Bai said Zhao Gao was just Lord Zhao, it was equivalent to openly questioning what kind of petty position he had to make such a fuss. As for specifically adding the phrase within Yiweng Palace, Lord Zhao's position is paramount. It was even more like roasting Zhao Gao on fire, clearly telling all the young masters that Zhao Gao had ulterior motives. As a servant, I am of low status and little influence. However, matters concerning the young masters cannot be ignored. Regarding Liu Bai's sarcastic remarks, Zhao Gao did not respond, but insisted on blowing up the matter of Hu Hai being beaten. Well said. Liu Bai nodded slightly, showing a very approving expression. This demeanor left all the young masters momentarily stunned. The 6th young master Ying Che looked at Liu Bai with some confusion, as if curious about how this well-known left chancellor would respond. The matter concerning young master Hu Hai was handled by this official, and I will report it to His Majesty the First Emperor. Lord Zhao, whether you handle this matter or not, it actually has nothing to do with me. However, there is one matter I need to address now, Lord Zhao, and you are quite related to it. Liu Bai's eyes flashed as he glanced at Zhao Gao, letting out a light laugh as he spoke. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, completely unable to understand Liu Bai's meaning. Even Zhao Gao, for a moment, couldn't grasp what Liu Bai was getting at. What does Lu Xiong mean? Suddenly, Zhao Gao's heart skipped a beat, feeling a strong sense of unease, even fear, rising within him. He even felt a slight soreness in his throat, and his tone of voice twisted by 3 points. This feeling was like his brain had been forcefully struck, extremely unsettling. Lord Zhao, you stepped into Yiweng Palace with your right foot just now, right? Liu Bai grinned, his smile as warm as spring. Chapter 9, Bowing. Lord Zhao, you stepped into Yiweng Palace with your right foot just now, right? When Liu Bai spoke this sentence, everyone was dumbfounded. In such a serious atmosphere, this left chancellor actually said such a thing, making it impossible to understand the deeper meaning. However, before the people inside Yiweng Palace could react, Liu Bai continued. Yiweng Palace is where our Qin young masters study. Our Qin values the right. How is it, Lord Zhao, that stepping in with your right foot makes you feel you are already superior to the other young masters? How audacious to overstep your position as a subject. Upon hearing this, everyone was left speechless. What a huge hat to wear. To put it nicely, this is called overstepping. To put it bluntly, this is outright seizing power. Of course, it is not seizing the throne of His Majesty the First Emperor, but rather the esteemed positions of the young masters. Liu Bai, you are slandering me. This is a smear. Zhao Gao pointed at Liu Bai, his fingers trembling. At this moment, he finally understood the intense discomfort he felt earlier. It was instinct. The instinctual warning that arises when prey is targeted by a predator. This Liu Bai has aimed to kill him from the very beginning. The matter about Hu Hai, the disrespect to positions, was merely an excuse. What Liu Bai truly wanted, from start to finish, was his life. At this moment, Zhao Gao's face turned ashen, his legs instinctively retreating. If one looked closely, they would see that his legs were unsteady and slightly trembling as he stepped back. This instinctive fear of death made Zhao Gao, a scheming and treacherous character, unable to restrain himself. Long Xie, don't let Lord Zhao bow and admit his guilt properly? Before Zhao Gao could finish speaking, Liu Bai coldly interjected. He was not a kind-hearted saint, nor was he a player who wanted to engage in a friendly game. Zhao Gao, this treacherous character, was from the start seen as a person who must die in Liu Bai's eyes. As for whether to subdue him, nonsense. To hell with subduing. Leaving a dog that might turn against him alive was just a nuisance. As per Lu Gong's orders, Long Xie grinned, looking extremely simple-minded. He took 2 steps forward and stretched out his large hand. In front of such a towering figure, Zhao Gao's small frame looked like a frail chick. You Liu Bai. I Zhao Gao am the Minister of the Central Chariot, a court official. How can you treat me this way? You cannot. You cannot. Zhao Gao's voice was hoarse, almost shrieking. The shadow of Long Xie's hand, reaching out, was like a terrifying thread of death, slicing into Zhao Gao's heart. In such pain, all of Zhao Gao's crafty schemes were thrown out of his mind. In the face of death, a person has only one thought, which is to survive. Zhao Gao just wanted to live. As for how to complain to His Majesty the first emperor after surviving, that was a matter for later. But right now, he had to survive. Young Master Fusu. Young Master Fusu. Speak up. Young Master Fusu. Zhao Gao turned his head, looking at Fusu, and hurriedly called out. At this moment, among the 18 young masters present, Zhao Gao trusted Fusu the most, despite having always viewed him as a thorn in his side. There was no other reason. He had a good reputation. Even when dealing with enemies, Fusu would adhere to the rules and would never allow Liu Bai to act so recklessly. No, Mr. Liu. Please wait. Warrior, don't act. Upon hearing Zhao Gao's shout, Fusu saw Long Xie's movements and instantly became alarmed, immediately shouting out loud. Bowing. That was obviously impossible. The murderous aura in Yiweng Palace was almost solidifying into ice. However, Liu Bai pretended not to hear Fusu's shout, slightly pursing his lips, his gaze filled with coldness. Without Liu Bai speaking, Fusu's cries meant nothing in Long Xie's eyes. His large hands did not pause for a moment and directly pressed down on Zhao Gao's head. Lord Zhao, didn't you hear what my Lord Liu said? You need to bang, crack, bow, bang, crack, with 2 consecutive sounds. The high-quality granite floor of Yiweng Palace instantly shattered like a spider web, and amidst the 2 cracking sounds, there was not only the chilling sound of skulls fracturing that made one's scalp tingle and teeth ache. Hiss. In an instant, everyone in Yiweng Palace gasped. The once furious minister of the Central Chariot Zhao Gao, at this moment, had blood streaming from all 7 orifices, his skull shattered and dead. Blood flowed, seeping through the cracks in the floor, making the scene even more shocking. A scream rang out, and Hu Hai's eyes were filled with fear. His support, his teacher, just died like this. Looking up again, he saw the terrible Chancellor, who had so easily killed his teacher, now sporting a faint smile. At this moment, Hu Hai saw the most terrifying scene of his life. His teacher was killed, and that person was sent by his father to help him study. What was even more terrifying was that this person was smiling, as if the life that had just passed was not a life at all, but a work of art. In that gaze, there was even a hint of appreciation and satisfaction. Hu Hai felt a buzzing in his ears, his eyes rolling back. Lord Liu. It seems that Lord Zhao is weak and died from bowing. Long Xie disdainfully wiped the blood from his hands onto Zhao Gao's corpse, then reported with a silly grin. Died from bowing. Even the 6th young master Ing Che, who had been watching the show, trembled at this moment. What an absurd excuse. Alas, who would have thought that Lord Zhao's sense of guilt would be so sincere, directly paying for it with his life? It seems Lord Zhao also knew how excessive it was to overstep the esteemed positions of the young masters. Lord Zhao, Liu Bai pays you high respect. After all, your attitude of being able to correct your mistakes is worthy of admiration from future generations. If possible, I will write an epitaph for you later. Liu Bai shook his head slightly, then slightly bowed to Zhao Gao's corpse and spoke sincerely. What should the epitaph say? Tomb of the traitor of a fallen nation. Severed from the roots of vitality? Ing Che was completely shocked. This teacher is truly terrifying. He noticed a detail. Liu Bai had been calling Zhao Gao Lord Zhao from beginning to end. This polite smile while killing is even more horrifying. Ruthless. Too ruthless. At that moment, Ing Che even felt that Liu Bai bore some resemblance to his own father. The only difference was that Liu Bai killed people, while his father destroyed nations. Liu Bai. At this moment, Fu Su finally shouted in anger. The dignified prime minister of the Qin Dynasty directly executed a high-ranking minister in front of the royal sons. Fu Su's upright heart could no longer tolerate such behavior. Chapter 10. Hu Hai's childhood trauma. Oh, does the eldest son have some grudge against Zhao Gao that he wants to vent? Liu Bai turned around and said with a light laugh. He chose to ignore Fu Su's angry expression. No matter what, Zhao Gao is the minister of the Central Chariot. And this is private punishment. This is a crime of murder. Fu Su's eyes burned with anger as he scolded Liu Bai. He had no good feelings towards Zhao Gao and even considered him a hidden danger beside his father. However, Fu Su never believed that killing could solve problems. In his heart, If Zhao Gao made a mistake, there were laws of Qin to punish him, and his father would judge. But now, Liu Bai had actually killed Zhao Gao in front of his brothers. He couldn't accept it. Indeed, Liu Bai, although you are the current left chancellor, you must also act according to the laws of Qin. Liu Bai, do you kill in front of my brothers to intimidate us? Humph. With Fu Su leading. The other young lords also reacted and suppressed their inner fear, speaking up one after another. They knew that if today's incident was not dealt with, they might be intimidated by Liu Bai for the rest of their lives. Hadn't they seen Hu Hai's current soul-crushed appearance? Even when Ying Gao and Jiang Lu helped Hu Hai up, there was a slight tremor in their eyes. The usually fearless Hu Hai now seemed drained of strength, his eyes lacking spirit. Fu Su, first, I must remind you where this place is. Liu Bai's smile gradually faded, replaced by a serious demeanor. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, their expressions extremely strange. Where's this place? The Yiweng Palace. And what Liu Bai just referred to as my teacher was to remind them that he, Liu Bai, was the head of the Yiweng Palace. And this place was under his management. Zhao Gao entered the Yiweng Palace without permission and trespassed. This act is equivalent to assassinating the young lords, which is a crime. Liu Bai's lips curled slightly, showing a look of disdain, entering with the right foot first. Using his position as an internal official to overstep the status of the young lords, which is a second crime. As for the third crime, Liu Bai's gaze shifted slightly to Hu Hai. At this moment, the youngest son of the first emperor was already in a daze. Hu Hai. A loud shout startled all the young lords. It turned out that the imposing Fu Su's anger also momentarily faltered. Huh, I am here. Lu, sir. Hu Hai was startled by this loud shout, and, despite having no strength, actually jumped in fear. I ask you, has Zhao Gao ever spoken to you about contending for the position of heir? Has he taught you to achieve your goals at all costs? Has he? Liu Bai's gaze grew sharper, like a sword, pinning Hu Hai down, suggesting that you turn against your own kin. With 3 questions asked in succession, all the young lord's pupils trembled, not daring to speak. Contending for the position of heir, achieving goals at all costs, suggesting turning against kin. Each of these 3 questions was extremely heart-wrenching. It could be said that every question was a severe act of treason. Informing the father would evoke thunderous wrath. Ying Che's eyes were filled with shock. This Liu Bai is quite bold. How dare he ask such questions? If the 18th brother shakes his head, it would mean Liu Bai is fabricating evidence out of nothing. Hu Hai, you must think carefully about your answer. Hu Hai's lips moved, preparing to say something. But he heard Liu Bai seemingly remind him casually. Then, this terrifying, bloodthirsty figure who likes to smile, took out a piece of silk from his pocket. As if disgusted by dirt, wiped his hands, and then put it back. Just this simple action made Hu Hai's pupils tremble incessantly. This is the silk handkerchief from his palace. Could it be that Liu Bai has already grasped the evidence? In an instant, Hu Hai's mind went blank. At this moment, he could no longer bear it. A timid person, when faced with fear, will psychologically collapse. And a collapsed person will lose the ability to think. If he is given even greater fear, out of survival instinct, he will become a puppet that only nods mindlessly. Hu Hai nodded. 18th brother, you must think it through. What is wrong with you, 18th brother? Oh my god. Although Hu Hai's nod was small, all 17 young lords present saw it clearly. They could hardly believe their eyes. Did Hu Hai admit it? Admit Zhao Gao's wolfish ambitions? Admit Zhao Gao taught him to turn against kin? Fu Su, do you have anything to say? Liu Bai glanced at Fu Su, who remained silent. Meanwhile, the other young lords were still trembling in their eyes. Unsure of how to react. Long Xia, Liu Bai said lightly, and the burly man stepped forward with a grin. Such a simple action stirred a sense of horror in the hearts of the most noble young lords of the great Qin. What is Liu Bai going to do now? It's no wonder they were afraid. Mainly, Liu Bai was too terrifying. He entered the Yiweng Palace and directly killed someone. How ruthless. Who can withstand this? Is there no one with any sense? With Zhao Gao's corpse here, how can the young lords study in peace? Drag it out, put it outside the door first. And later, after I report to His Majesty the First Emperor, we will feed those vicious dogs in Xianyang Palace. Liu Bai joked, showing no regard for Zhao Gao's life. Upon hearing this, the young lords exchanged glances. Wasn't it you who made it impossible for us to study in peace? Besides, if Zhao Gao's corpse is dragged outside, will we be able to study properly? All right. Long Xia laughed honestly, without any extra movement, directly grabbing Zhao Gao's corpse and pulling it outside. Blood left a long trail. Shocking to behold. The entire Yiweng Palace was filled with the smell of blood. But no one dared to speak, no one dared to ask. All right, let's start class. Today's first lesson is to respect teachers and value the way. It seems you have already gained some understanding, young lords. Class dismissed. Liu Bai smiled faintly, pretended to think for a moment, and then spoke 3 sentences in a row. After finishing, Liu Bai turned and left. Such an action left everyone dumbfounded. Is this what you call a class? No one noticed that the light in Hu Hai's eyes had completely vanished. Inside the Zhongtai Palace, Zhang Han, dressed in dark black armor, walked into the hall with an extremely strange expression and said in a deep voice, I report to your majesty. Zhao Gao has been killed by Liu Bai. Chapter 11. Can you do it, dog? Can you do it, dog? In the beast house where fierce dogs were raised, Long K looked at the piles of bones and remains on the ground, anxious to pry open the mouths of these fierce dogs. Since Lu Gong said he would feed them all to the dogs, Zhao Gao must leave no trace behind. Leaving some scraps is unacceptable. This is a deed of merit. Zhao Gao lost his life, but my Lu Gong allowed these fierce dogs to have a hearty meal, a reduction and an addition. What great merit this is. The heavens are watching. Please bless my Lu Gong with a long life. While feeding Zhao Gao's remains to the dogs, Long Ke muttered to himself. For someone like him, who was skilled in killing, the idea of good and evil being rewarded was nonsense. However, he was quite afraid that one day, the thunder would strike the wrong target regarding his Lu Gong, in such a manner, who wouldn't praise his loyalty. Before long, Long Ke crushed the last few hard bones that were difficult to chew and fed them to the dogs, then stood up and patted his backside. TSK, TSK, TSK. Royal vicious dogs. My Lu Gong really has a wicked taste. Long Ke clicked his tongue twice, sincerely praising him. This doghouse was suggested and named by Liu Bai, purely as a bored endeavor. According to Liu Bai, it was to let the young masters take the fierce dogs hunting from time to time, which could be seen as a preliminary cultivation of their warlike spirit. Unexpectedly, this doghouse ended up being used for destroying corpses, which was quite visionary. Thinking this way, Long Ke stepped out of the beast house and saw Liu Bai standing with his hands behind his back, exuding an aura of a high-minded person. Lu Gong. It's all done. Long Ke reported respectfully. All right, let's go back to the residence. Liu Bai sighed and spoke lightly. Upon hearing this, Long Ke was slightly taken aback and asked in confusion, Lu Gong, aren't you going to the Zhangtai Palace to report this matter to His Majesty? Are you kidding? Although Long Ke was somewhat warlike, he wasn't a complete fool. Killing the Minister of the Central Carriage, and his master wouldn't go report to His Majesty? Wasn't that risky? Report? What the hell? Does Our Majesty need me to report this matter? I bet the Black Dragon Guards have already reported the source and process of the matter. Even if you, Long Ke, just scratched your butt at the door, it would have been reported to His Majesty. Liu Bai said irritably, we've been feeding dogs here for so long, and the Emperor hasn't come to find us. The meaning is already very clear. Upon hearing this, Long Ke was dumbfounded. What does the Emperor mean? Why didn't I get it at all? Liu Bai curled his lips. What does it mean? If His Majesty had called me over to scold me, that would have been fine. A Minister of the Central Carriage, who indeed violated the laws of Qin. At most I can say I didn't supervise the enforcement properly. What big problem could there be? But His Majesty didn't have anyone sent with a message. Nor did he send me. That's the headache. Not saying anything at all actually represents that His Majesty is keeping an eye on me. Either I make a contribution, or I wait to be criticized. Liu Bai sighed helplessly. His Majesty's ability to control people is truly terrifying. It seems that not pursuing the matter is, in fact, the greatest pursuit. The pursuit is not of Zhao Gao's death, but whether Liu Bai can contribute to the Qin. In this regard, it's like giving Liu Bai a piece of brocade and then asking him a question without a prompt. His Majesty only cares whether the answer is beneficial to Qin. Nothing else. It's a headache. Forget it. Let us go back. The treasure that has been hidden for so long, which I originally wanted to present when making a big mistake. It seems I can only do it now. Liu Bai shook his head and said to Long Ju, after returning to the residence, you go find 10 trustworthy and skilled blacksmiths and call them to the mansion. Yes. Long Ju didn't know what his Lu Gong was planning, but he didn't ask. If Lu Gong thought he should know, he would certainly say it. There is no need to ask. In the deep of night, Father, why do you come back from court with a frown, and now you sigh again? What does the secret report say? In the general's residence, Tong Wuho Wang Bin looked at his father holding a secret report and sighed, feeling extremely puzzled. Since his father gradually faded from court affairs, his cultivation had been growing. So why was he acting unusually today? Take a look for yourself. Wang Jian glanced at Wang Bin and handed over the brocade. Wang Bin, feeling puzzled, took the brocade and looked at it, instantly exclaiming, Liu Bai took action and killed Zhao Gao? So bold. Even Wang Bin, the Tong Wuho, was shocked by Liu Bai's reckless behavior. Although the position of Minister of the Central Carriage was insignificant before Liu Bai, Zhao Gao was a close attendant of His Majesty. Such rashness and boldness. Is Liu Bai not afraid for his life? But father, the secret report says Liu Bai killed Zhao Gao in front of the young masters. There must be a reason for it. Why are you sighing? Zhao Gao was treacherous. Hadn't father been unhappy with him for a long time? Wang Bin raised his eyes to look at Wang Jian, still feeling extremely puzzled. Could it be that father was sighing for Zhao Gao's death? Or perhaps father despised Zhao Gao for many years, like opposing Minister Li, to balance the court situation? But that doesn't make sense. What kind of balance could a Zhao Gao bring? Slap. As soon as Wang Bin spoke, he felt a pain in his neck and shrank back. Just in time to see his father's face full of anger. You brat. Looking only at the surface, am I sighing for Zhao Gao? I'm sighing for Liu Bai. Wang Jian was so angry that his face turned red. Cultivating calmness can suppress anger, but in front of his son, he couldn't hold back at all. Your head. Wang Jian looked at Wang Bin's instinctive confusion and became even angrier, giving him 3 hard slaps, making Wang Bin flee repeatedly. His grandfather's meaning must be that this newly appointed Lu Xiong is too ruthless. At this moment, a woman who had been pouring water for Wang Jian and Wang Bin spoke up. With bright eyes and white teeth, her brows like distant mountains. Her every gesture was charming. She was Wang Bin's eldest daughter, currently the most famous talented woman in Xianyang, Wang Shi, as a literary minister. This Liu Xiong was well known in Xianyang, renowned for his literary talent, even being hailed as a fallen immortal, showing his literary accomplishments. However, during the rebellion in Xianyang, he refused to accept surrenders. In the chaos of He, he executed surrendering soldiers. This shows that Liu Xiong's temperament is decisive, and his killing intent is resolute. Now that Zhao Gao has died at his hands, Liu Xiong's killing intent is likely to make grandfather feel it will affect the stability of the court. After all, a literary minister is different from a military general. If he has excessive killing intent in political matters, it's easy to shake the foundation of the country. Wang Shi smiled slightly and began to analyze. After her words, satisfaction appeared in Wang Jin's eyes, but then he felt regret. Why did his foolish son have such a good daughter? And she happened to be a daughter, unable to inherit the Wang family's business. Well, that is nothing. Isn't father still in court? There's also Minister Li and his Majesty. The Liu family is heavily invested in killing. Aren't there a lot of people suppressing him? Wang Bin scratched his head, still a bit confused. Nonsense. Think carefully. How old is Liu Bai, and how old am I? 20 years old. A young man with ambition, full of ruthlessness in his heart. This person rises to power without needing to do anything, just waiting. Waiting for us old bones to enter the coffin. Let me ask you, in this world, who can suppress a 2-decade-old man who has ascended to the position of prime minister, a veteran of 2 dynasties? What about the new emperor after his Majesty Qin Shi Huang? Wang Jin snorted coldly, his eyes filled with anger. A young man with ambition seems good to ordinary people, but it's not necessarily so in the court. The court is like boiling soup. The initial fierce fire is of no use. What matters is the gentle simmer. With Liu Bai rising to a high position at such a young age, and being decisive in character, if he really endures for another 20 or 30 years, when he reveals his ruthless style, the entire Qin Empire may be turned upside down. Wang Bin was dumbfounded. How could he have thought about Liu Bai's age issue? Because Liu Bai rose to power too quickly and handled affairs with an unexpected maturity for his age, Wang Bin subconsciously thought this guy was his age. Upon reflection, Liu Bai is the same age as Shi'er. Grandpa, Shi'er has a different opinion. This person is famous for his poetry in Xianyang, and besides his official career, his literary talent is also pursued by thousands. However, his verses exude a carefree demeanor. And there are rumors in the market that he has the appearance of a celestial being. Perhaps Liu Bai is not obsessed with power. Wang Shi frowned slightly and said softly. Once these words were spoken, the worry in Wang Jin's brows did not diminish in the slightest. A veteran general of battlefields, with millions of souls lost, how could he trust in human hearts? In this world, the most unreliable thing is the human heart. My lord, the Liu Prime Minister has arrived, and he brought a jar of wine, shouting loudly at our door. At this moment, the steward approached the door, hesitating to speak. Go on. What is he shouting? Wang Jin's expression froze. Then he spoke in a deep voice. No return until drunk. He has prepared a white flag for you. Whoever waves the white flag is the defeated general. Upon hearing this, the anger that had been pent up in Wang Jin for many years flared up. Defeated. After so many years of fighting, I don't even know how to write the word defeat. For a general, especially a victorious one, defeat is the biggest keyword. And Liu Bai, unfortunately, triggered that keyword. Chapter 12. Liu Bai also have the potential to become a good general in the world. I'm not bragging. Old general, you are the god of war of our great Qin. When I was a child, I was also the god of war in my village. A stick smeared with dung kills whoever it touches. A bucket of urine splashes whoever it hits. Who doesn't know Liu Bai, knocking down 100 men with a stick? A bucket of water broken at Changban Slope. Inside the general's mansion, the wine was intoxicating. Liu Bai was banging on the table, shouting. And the originally furious Wang Jian, who was ready to show Liu Bai who the defeated general was, now had a calm expression as he drank all the wine in his cup. Whoever waves the white flag, it's obvious. As for the Marquis of Tungwu, Wang Bin, he is currently kneeling in the study. According to Wang Jian, if you kneel for a long time, your mind will become clever. And Wang Shi, at this moment, was dumbfounded. A stick smeared with what? A bucket splashed with what? This is the celestial being in the eyes of the common people of Xianyang. The left chancellor with a poetic aura? Enough. I've had enough to drink. Wang Jin gently put down his cup, no longer willing to discuss the stick or bucket with Liu Bai. The matter of Zhao Gao had already made Wang Jin somewhat wary of Liu Bai, now that it was deep into the night. If he truly came to the mansion just to fulfill a joking remark from the morning court, Wang Jin absolutely would not believe it. Not enough. Far from enough. Drinking with our great Qin's god of war, the hero of the people, can never be enough. A country without heroes is a tragedy. And you, my old general, are a true hero. For heroes, I Liu Bai am willing to give all my respect. Come, old general, let me toast you again. Unexpectedly. Before Wang Jin could finish his words, Liu Bai directly interrupted him. The left chancellor, with a drunken red face, swayed as he raised his cup and drank it all. At this moment, Wang Jin's smile slightly froze, and his gaze was different from before. The playful demeanor completely dissipated. Drunk words are the truth. This saying has been used countless times, and Wang Jin is certainly not someone who blindly believes it. But Wang Jian's insight is exceptionally sharp. He could hear that the words spoken by this left chancellor, who was considered the most talented and potential figure in the Great Qin, but also the most hated by all, were heartfelt. A hero? Old general, to be honest. I really want to be a military general. These 2 times leading troops, I have gained quite a bit of insight. And it seems that I also have the potential to become a good general in the world. Perhaps the one who will bear the weight of the future army is me, Liu Bai. Liu Bai chuckled and spoke. After saying so much about heroes, in the end, it's still Liu Bai's desire to become a military general. Men, after all, are fond of such things. Good horses on the battlefield, famous swords, and fame earned through battle. There is absolutely no such possibility. The martial skills of the Liu family are truly lacking. Wang Jian glanced at Liu Bai and nearly spat. If Liu Bai were to become the pillar of the Great Qin army, Wang Jian would truly feel embarrassed, not to mention anything else. Even his grandson Wang Li could take on 10 Liu Bais. Ahem, I am a wise general. Old general, do you understand? I'm playing with my brain. Liu Bai awkwardly coughed twice, pretending to be choked by the wine. Wang Shi chuckled softly beside him. Today, this Liu chancellor came to the mansion, allowing her to see a different celestial being. Joking, anger, and scolding all have their reasons. Perhaps it is such a genuine person who can write so many ethereal verses. And it was this light laugh that made Liu Bai exclaim, "This must be the young lady Wang Shi. Long time no see. I heard that Miss Wang is still unmarried?" Liu Bai glanced at Wang Jian, then at Wang Shi, and with a shift of his eyes, he spoke. Upon hearing this, Wang Shi was slightly taken aback, and before she could respond, she heard her grandfather slam the table. Liu Bai? Why are we talking about her while drinking and discussing politics? After speaking, Wang Jian glanced at his granddaughter and said, "Sheer, go check on your father. Don't let him starve." After this exchange, Liu Bai instantly understood. Indeed, the rumors from the outside world are true. This old general is very protective of his granddaughter. He thought he was impervious to oil and salt, but it seems he has his weaknesses. Yes, Wang Shi glanced at Liu Bai. Although she still wanted to understand more about the Liu chancellor and the rumors, since her grandfather had given orders, she would not disobey and got up to leave. Liu Bai watched Wang Shi leave, greatly infuriating Wang Jian. Now, Liu Bai can finally say what he came to my mansion for today, right? If Liu Bai truly says it's just to drink, then since the excitement of the wine has passed, please return to your mansion early. Wang Jian's words were almost an impolite dismissal. This was also reasonable. After all, asking about marriage and whether his granddaughter was married off to an outsider would surely irritate him. Moreover, what's more critical is that Liu Bai himself hasn't gotten married yet. Clearly, he's of age, yet he's still single. Could it be that he truly covets my daughter Xie? Thinking of this, Wang Jian's heart grew even more vigilant. This expression, a manifestation of familial concern, naturally had no pretense, and it all fell under Liu Bai's eyes. The old general had keen insight. Liu Bai's visit today indeed had important matters to discuss. Liu Bai pushed the wine cup aside and spoke in a deep voice. Though his face was flushed, his eyes were clear and showed no signs of inebriation. Old general, during this rebellion, I discovered something. The so-called rebellion actually has little to do with the common people. Liu Bai slowly began. Our laws in Qin, though harsh, have allowed the people to gradually settle down under His Majesty's light taxation over these years. After centuries of conflict, too many lives have been lost. The citizens of this land have been suffocated. Now that the world is largely stabilized, the people do not wish to see war reignite. The root of this rebellion actually lies with the remnants of the 6 states. Upon hearing this, Wang Jian showed no surprise. As a general who personally extinguished nations, how could he not know this? Letting go of hatred is easier said than done. Liu Bai, what do you think should be done? Wang Jian asked. Looking deeply at Liu Bai, the issue of the remnants of the 6 states was indeed tricky. He was a bit curious whether this young man could provide a different answer. Liu Bai smiled slightly, his smile carrying a hint of warmth, making one feel as if embraced by spring. He gently uttered 2 words, kill them all. Better to kill the wrong person than to let one escape. Chapter 13. This Xianyang commandant is too bold. Upon hearing this, even Wang Jian, who had crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, was momentarily taken aback. For a moment, he couldn't even distinguish who the general that destroyed nations was and who the literary minister known as the banished immortal was. Liu Bai, however, paid no mind to Wang Jian's moment of confusion and continued speaking. These remnants of the 6 states, wasting food and air, should be swiftly executed. This will enrich our Qin's land, allowing the people to eat better next year. Wouldn't that be delightful? Upon hearing this, Wang Jian finally realized that this kid genuinely intended to wipe out the remnants of the 6 states. This kind of thought, even Wang Jian could only occasionally ponder, knowing it was unrealistic. Why? The remnants of the 6 states are, at the end of the day, the royal families or nobles of the defeated states. Defeat is a crime. That's the perception at the top of the state. However, the common people do not think this way. If you really execute these remnants like chopping vegetables, what will happen when the anti-Qin rebels swarm out? Liu Bai, you are thinking too superficially. These remnants of the 6 states are indeed difficult to deal with. If it were that easy to execute them, why hasn't His Majesty acted? Wang Jian pondered for a moment and shook his head. He didn't want to get involved in politics. However, What Liu Bai was saying now was indeed a bit extreme and could potentially shake the foundations of Qin. Wang Jian had never let his guard down regarding Qin. His Majesty hasn't acted, but that's only temporary. Otherwise, why relocate these remnants to Xianyang? Is it really to keep them close as treasures? Liu Bai chuckled lightly and said, though I reek of alcohol, at this moment, the eyes of this left minister are exceptionally bright, clearly not speaking drunken words. Even Wang Jian could be certain that this kid was completely sober. This statement was likely rehearsed countless times. What do you plan to do? Wang Jian frowned slightly, looking at Liu Bai. Very simple. His Majesty's inaction is simply due to a lack of reason. So, we provide a reason. Liu Bai seemed to savor the taste of the summer county's fine wine, smacking his lips and revealing a look of longing. His smile was very warm. But Wang Jian sensed the murderous intent contained within. This kid is as cunning as that old fox Li Si. If that's the case, then I will leave it to you, Minister Liu. I can't handle more wine and wish to rest, Wang Jian said, his title changing to Minister Liu. The underlying message was the way to survive in the officialdom. It's none of my business, so I won't get involved. Upon hearing this, Liu Bai became anxious. Rest? What do you mean by rest? No wonder my cheap uncle Li curses that old scoundrel every day. He truly is a thief. If you rest, what about the wine I drank today and the words I wasted? Old General, there's one more thing I wish to ask of you. Liu Bai quickly grabbed Wang Jian. Feigning a shy and affected demeanor, I want to borrow some people from you. Not many, just 300. To establish a small agency for gathering information. Old General, rest assured, I will inform His Majesty about this matter, and it will definitely be handled properly. Upon hearing this, Wang Jian replied, since Minister Liu intends to report to His Majesty, why ask me? Just act according to His Majesty's orders. This response caused Liu Bai's face to show unprecedented embarrassment that came from the heart. To be honest, during these two rebellions, I really haven't exuded any charm of a famous general. I don't have any loyal soldiers helping me. Old General, your prestige in the army is high. Can you lend me a few? Hearing this, Wang Jian, who had been vigilant all night, finally relaxed and burst into hearty laughter. Ha! A true general. Indeed, a true general. When the Emperor's order arrives, go to the tiger camp and select some. Liu Bai was overjoyed and immediately bowed. Thank you, Old General. Please close the door behind you. All right. The next day, in the Qilin Hall, even with His Majesty's might present, the civil and military officials couldn't help but glance at Liu Bai a few more times. This left minister first had the soldiers of the Hushi region executed, and then rumors spread that the minister of the central carriage, Zhao Gao, was killed by him in the Yiweng Palace. Who could not be astonished by this aura of killing? However, Liu Bai, being observed by the officials, appeared unfazed, even wearing a slight smile. This relaxed demeanor made it seem as if this left minister had not killed a high-ranking minister of the court, but rather a mere dog. Today, is there anything of importance to report? His Majesty glanced over the officials, lingering slightly on Liu Bai before speaking lightly. The officials withdrew their gaze from Liu Bai and turned to Li Si. In the officialdom, the custom is that the head of the officials, Li Si, speaks first. This is not a matter of humility, but of setting the tone. Li Si prepared to raise his eyelids slightly, not even glancing at Liu Bai, and intended to stand up and report on the various reports from yesterday. However, at that moment, a figure stood up first, completely disregarding Li Si's face, and cried out loudly. Such a display caused Li Si's brow to furrow slightly, but he said nothing and instead sat back down. The one crying out was none other than the Xianyang commandant, Yan Lo. He had another identity, Zhao Gao's son-in-law. His Majesty's gaze flashed sharply before coldly uttering one word. Speak. The air in the entire Qilin Hall suddenly became 3 degrees colder. The ministers all turned their gazes toward Yan Lo, their hearts roaring in amazement. This guy is really bold for the sake of his father-in-law. He is impeaching the left Chancellor Liu Bai while stepping on the face of the right Chancellor Li Si, offending both chancellors with one sentence. He truly is a talent. Of course, Yan Lo could not hear these gasps of astonishment. Your Majesty, yesterday, the left Chancellor Liu Bai killed Lord Zhao Gao, the Grand Master of the Central Chariot Department, by smashing his head against the ground in the Yiweng Palace. Such actions are unforgivable, and heaven will not allow it. Your Majesty's sons are all witnesses. Yan Li's face was as bitter as a bitter melon, and he quickly spoke up. However, in his heart, he was plotting his own schemes. He had reached the position of Xianyang Ling entirely thanks to his father-in-law. Now that Zhao Gao was dead, could Liu Bai let him off? Rather than waiting to die, it would be better to take the initiative. If he could bring down Liu Bai, wouldn't he gain a reputation for not fearing power? Even if his career did not advance further, his life would be secure. Such deep calculations had occupied Yan Li's thoughts all night. Oh, Liu Bai, do you plead guilty before me? Emperor Shi Huang's gaze shifted slightly as he looked at Liu Bai. The ministers all twitched at the corners of their mouths. Liu Bai pleading guilty? This guy could talk nonsense even when killing prisoners. How could he plead guilty? Is the emperor trying to shield Liu Bai? However, when Liu Bai stood up and spoke, everyone was left dumbfounded. Your Majesty, Liu Bai pleads guilty. This crime is immense. Once these words were spoken, all the ministers stared wide-eyed, even doubting whether their ears were deceiving them. Even Yan Lu, who had been crying continuously, suddenly stopped sobbing. Chapter 14. Stabbing himself with a knife. Your Majesty. Liu Bai pleads guilty. Liu Bai stood up, his smile unchanged, showing no awareness of having committed a grave sin. A gasp filled the hall. The minister's eyes were practically glued to Liu Bai, trying to scrutinize him. The left chancellor actually pleaded guilty? Is this still the left chancellor? Liu Bai's eloquence could twist black into white, yet he didn't even want to make a defense, directly admitting guilt. My goodness, is this really happening? Has Liu Bai changed his nature? There were whispers of astonishment. The ministers were shocked. There was no other reason. It was because the one pleading guilty was Liu Bai. Guilty, Liu Bai. These two words are antonyms, yet they appeared together. They could hardly believe it. Humph. From the high platform, Emperor Shi Huang snorted coldly, not uttering a word. Just casting a casual glance at Liu Bai. This cold snort made all the ministers' hearts tremble. The emperor seemed quite dissatisfied. Meanwhile, Yen Lu, who had been crying and shouting, was almost laughing out loud at this moment. Liu Bai pleaded guilty. Liu Bai pleaded guilty. He never expected his plan to go so smoothly, without any of the anticipated resistance. At this moment, Yen Lu almost felt like he was a reincarnation of Guanzhong or Lu Yi, possessing such great talent. What nonsense, left chancellor. What Xianyang immortal. Weren't they all scared into admitting guilt by his tears? I am guilty. The crime is dereliction of duty. I ask your majesty to punish me. However, Liu Bai didn't even bother to glance at Yen Lu, respectfully addressing Emperor Shi Huang. Upon hearing this, all the ministers were momentarily stunned. Dereliction of duty? Could it be that Liu Bai intended to argue for a lighter charge? This was indeed in line with human nature. After all, Zhao Gao had indeed died, and that was a fact. There was no doubt about it. If he were to argue for a lighter charge, that would be quite good. Thinking of this, the ministers' gazes toward Liu Bai changed slightly. Unexpectedly, this young Liu Bai had such a clear understanding of the concept of trade-offs. Since effort was futile, he decided to change direction, minimizing his losses. This was a common tactic in the court, and Liu Bai, being so young, had already learned it. He was truly formidable. Even some older officials were wondering if Liu Bai was retreating to advance, using Zhao Gao's death as a stain, and then stepping down from the position of left chancellor. A tall tree attracts the wind. Doing so would be a more long-term consideration. Li Si's gaze slightly moved as he looked at Liu Bai, somewhat confused about what this young man was scheming. However, in fact, Li Si was not too worried. Because facts were not important, the emperor's attitude was what mattered. The incident of killing prisoners during the He Shi rebellion yesterday had already shown the emperor's attitude toward Liu Bai. Humph, Liu Bai. You might as well elaborate on your crimes. Even if you are the current left chancellor, I will not let you off lightly. Emperor Shi Huang coldly snorted, looking at Liu Bai and speaking indifferently. His demeanor was clear. Business is business. Your Majesty, the crime I committed is dereliction of duty. Liu Bai lightly adjusted his clothing, then glanced at Yen Lu, feigning a sigh. Following that, he adopted a heartbroken expression and said solemnly, after discovering the treasonous acts of the evil Zhao Gao, I did not execute his entire family in accordance with Qin law. Instead, I allowed his relatives and followers to escape, which is truly a grave sin. Now seeing Xianyang Ling Yen Lu, I am reminded that Zhao Gao, the eunuch, actually had a daughter and son-in-law. I should have brought people to exterminate Zhao Gao's entire family. My failure to act is dereliction of duty. I ask your Majesty to punish me. Upon hearing this, all the ministers in the court widened their eyes. Even some fierce generals who had fought on the battlefield were staring with eyes as wide as bronze bells. Wow, so ruthless. Killing someone was not enough. You say that not killing his entire family is your own dereliction of duty. Yen Lu, who had originally had a slight smile, instantly froze in expression. He was dumbfounded, truly dumbfounded. He was crying out loud. This Liu Bai just turned around and wanted to kill Zhao Gao's entire family? You are slandering my father-in-law. How could he have committed treason? Yen Li's blood surged, pointing at Liu Bai and shouting angrily. Oh, young Master Fusu, why don't you say something? In response to Yen Li's fury, Liu Bai displayed extreme indifference. He didn't even bother to explain Yen Li's question, feeling it would be beneath him. Your Majesty, Zhao Gao was indeed killed by the left Chancellor Liu Bai. However, based on the words of 18 brother, it was also acknowledged that Zhao Gao instigated 18 brother to compete for the position of heir and, during the teaching, often incited fratricide. This matter can be corroborated by all the brothers. Fusu's expression hesitated slightly, then he slowly stood up. Jinyiwei beside him regretted deeply, wondering why he reacted so slowly and didn't stop the young master. This was a great opportunity to bring down Liu Bai, wasn't he it? Of course. Jinyiwei would later realize that this was not a good opportunity at all, because Liu Bai had not left any chance in this matter. There were many young masters in the Yiweng Palace. If Fusu didn't stand up, would the other young masters stay silent? As Fusu's words were spoken, all the ministers turned around, suddenly glaring at Yen Lu, competing for the heir, fratricide. These 8 words are indeed a grave accusation. Years ago, after His Majesty the First Emperor ascended to the throne of Qin, his royal brother Cheng Jiao rebelled, leading to a bloody purge in the court. Now Zhao Gao is back. At this moment, Zhao Gao and his faction have become the target of everyone's ire. As for the truth of Fusu's words, it's a joke. The noble son of Xianyang, known for his benevolence and virtue, how could he falsely accuse a mere middle chariot minister? And Yen Lu, upon hearing Fusu's words, felt as if struck by lightning. His eyes glazed over, and even his lips trembled slightly. He wanted to argue, but found himself at a loss for words. Because he was Zhao Gao's son-in-law, he naturally understood that Zhao Gao wanted to help Prince Hu Hai in his quest for the throne. As for the authenticity of this testimony from the virtuous Prince Fusu, he is the first emperor's eldest son. How could one doubt him? Yen Lu, do you have anything to say? His Majesty the First Emperor casually glanced at Yen Lu and spoke lightly, as if he didn't regard this Xianyang minister at all. Yen Li's lips moved slightly, filled with countless words in his heart, yet he couldn't utter a single one. Liu Bai was too quick, too direct. He opened his mouth and directly condemned himself without any flowery arguments, immediately using Fusu's testimony. Such a ruthless style. In the court, they are not afraid of your excuses or your evasions. What they fear is your piercing insight. What they fear is your lethal strike. Liu Bai's knife has already plunged into Yen Lu, or rather, into Zhao Gao's heart. Liu Bai, I am here. Since you admit to dereliction of duty, this matter will be entrusted to you to rectify. Execute Zhao Gao's entire clan and pursue his followers. If there are any omissions, you will lose your position as left chancellor. Do you have any objections? Yes. After hearing His Majesty's decree, a cunning glint flashed in Liu Bai's eyes. He had secured the title of a spy organization. Suddenly, Liu Bai felt a chill run down his spine and instantly understood. It was His Majesty's gaze. The little tricks he played were clearly seen by the emperor. This was a warning. Killing someone is not enough. They also want to execute his entire clan. The emperor has agreed, but isn't this just a step further? Immediately, 2 black-armored guards entered Qilin Hall and dragged the now limp Yen Lu out. From the moment His Majesty pronounced the sentence to the complete disappearance from everyone's sight, this Xianyang minister couldn't even cry out in injustice. Such a weighty presence was like a person helplessly facing a mountain collapse. Liu Bai's lips twitched slightly, gritting his teeth, and said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, I have committed dereliction of duty and feel deeply remorseful. Coincidentally, I have a treasure to present to Your Majesty. Please allow me to offer this treasure. 1 step forward and 1 step back. Only then can there be stability. Wealth can avert disaster. Chapter 15. Those who gather firewood for the Great Qin must not be left to freeze to death in the snowstorm. Present a treasure? This must be the real deal. What is this left chancellor thinking? Fool. After all, Zhao Gao is His Majesty's close attendant. It said that even his corpse was fed to dogs. No matter how much His Majesty values Liu Bai, he should have some self-awareness. Indeed, although there is no wrongdoing, whether it will be noted in His Majesty's heart is uncertain. So, this treasure presentation was something Liu Xiong had already anticipated? Of course, not only that, but he probably had been planning the execution of Zhao Gao's entire clan for a long time. Even if His Majesty did not appoint him, according to his character, he would definitely sneak into the Zhangtai Palace to seek an audience with His Majesty after the court session. Whispers of speculation arose among the ministers regarding Liu Bai's treasure presentation. Even some older ministers with court experience had already discerned the development of events. Killing Zhao Gao and executing his 3 clans. Once this task is achieved, a batch of court officials can be cleared out. And such actions would definitely not escape the eyes of His Majesty. Rather than being suppressed by His Majesty later, it is better to present the treasure directly now. This young Liu Bai unexpectedly possesses such cunning. Many ministers sighed in their hearts, fearing the youth. At the same time, they thought of their own grandsons, who at this age were still indulging in the spring breeze garden, truly making one feel that comparing people can be infuriating. Since you wish to present a treasure, please do so, His Majesty said lightly, with no hint of surprise in his eyes. Please allow me to present my family member, Long Ke, to the throne. Upon hearing this, Liu Bai's eyes lit up, and he spoke quickly. His Majesty nodded slightly. Then, outside Qilin Hall, a sharp announcement rang out. Announce. Long Ke to the throne. Commoner Long Ke pays respects to Your Majesty. Long Ke entered Qilin Hall carrying a large cloth bag, completely ignoring the court officials and directly bowing to His Majesty. Upon entering the court, he showed no signs of fear, and his imposing demeanor caught the attention of many military officials. What a good seed. This Liu Bai unexpectedly has the ability to recognize talent in military matters. This robust black man, once slightly honed, could definitely be a standard bearer in the army. A treasure. Even the famous military general Wang Bin was taken aback and admired the talent. A strong man appreciates another strong man. Long Ke, open it. Upon seeing the greedy eyes of these rascals, Liu Bai immediately became alert, thinking this is bad. Damn it, the military officials of Qin are insatiably greedy. It's not just for wealth, but for talent. With a talent like Long Ke, these military officials were drooling. Not to mention making him a vice-general. Just keeping him by his side as a personal guard would be enough to boast about for several years. Liu Bai even regretted that he should have brought Uncle Chen from home. Of course, this regret was fleeting. Uncle Chen was already in his 70s, and these clanging iron pieces would probably still need Liu Bai to carry. Yes, Long Ke, however, was completely unaware of the thoughts of these military officials and Liu Bai, and swiftly opened the sack. A piece of broken iron, a piece of broken leather, and a piece of broken wood. As soon as these 3 items were taken out, everyone was dumbfounded. This is a treasure. If these broken things are treasures, then the court officials can just throw out their old shoes and count them as treasures too. Suddenly, the expressions of the officials changed, and they looked at Liu Bai with strange eyes. Good heavens! Does this left chancellor think the atmosphere in the court is too oppressive and is here to tell a joke? However, this is in front of his majesty. You, Liu Bai, insolence! How dare you mock his majesty in the court? Can you bear the accusation of deceiving his majesty the first emperor? However, one person, with a face full of joy, jumped out to accuse Liu Bai, trying to place a huge hat on him. This person was none other than Jinyiwei. Just now, his student, Prince Fusu, spoke too quickly, causing Yan Li's attack to be of no use, but now he would show no mercy. Such a duty, the ministers slightly frowned. This Jinyiwei is being too impatient. Dr. Chunyu is being overly hasty. Liu Xiong has yet to say anything, and you have already condemned him? While some attacked Liu Bai, naturally, others also opened their mouths to criticize Jinyiwei. In the court, it is as such that no one is willing to watch a faction's power grow unchecked. The one who spoke up was none other than the Grand Inspector, Feng Jie. He also held another identity as the son of the former Right Chancellor of the Great Qin, Feng Qiji, a leading figure among the noble families today. It can be said that before Liu Bai appeared, Feng Jie was the most dazzling young man in the entire Great Qin. However, Feng Jie did not harbor much hostility towards Liu Bai. In fact, he felt that Liu Bai should align himself with him. The reason is simple, the inheritance of official positions. With Feng Qiji stepping down, Li Si took over the Right Chancellor position, and Liu Bai assumed the Left Chancellor role. In simple terms, Liu Bai was promoted due to Feng Qiji's concession, which is a significant favor in the officialdom, almost akin to a guardian's trust. Feng Jie viewed him as one of his own, which is naturally understandable. Yet, after Liu Bai ascended, he went on 2 expeditions to quell rebellions. And upon returning to Xianyang, there were still numerous matters to attend to. The two had not yet truly communicated privately. Now, with the impending removal of the Zhao party's influence, Feng Jie naturally wanted to seize the opportunity to ingratiate himself with the favor owed to him, coupled with his goodwill. And considering that Liu Bai himself lacked substantial political foundation, the spoils left by the Zhao party would naturally be for these noble families to claim, right? Of course, these were Feng Jie's thoughts. The Grand Inspector is indeed protective. I have never heard that our Chancellor Liu is also a descendant of a meritorious family. Chunyu scoffed coldly and retorted. Upon hearing this, the ministers felt a chill in their hearts. Off topic, but this was quite a venomous remark. In both a direct and indirect manner, wasn't this implying that the Left Chancellor and the Grand Inspector were colluding for personal gain? Although I am not a descendant of a meritorious family, I do have a glorious lineage. I am a Qin person. Those who gather firewood for the Great Qin must not be allowed to freeze to death in the snow. The Grand Inspector spoke a few words, thinking that I should be allowed to finish speaking first. Is there a problem with that? Liu Bai lightly glanced at Chunyu and said indifferently. Upon hearing this, the ministers all focused their gazes, secretly praising. What eloquence! Those who gather firewood for the Great Qin must not be allowed to freeze to death in the snow. Though the phrasing may not be impressive, the essence of safeguarding the interests of the Great Qin and protecting those who do so truly has a measure of grandeur. Chunyu was so angry that his beard trembled slightly, but he could not find any words to retort. He certainly could not claim that Liu Bai, this Left Chancellor, was not a Qin person. If he were to say that, then Chunyu himself had once been a scholar of the old Qi. In the previous Xianyang, the old Qi's anti-Qin movements, it was Chunyu who should have been most afraid. Of course, Chunyu, this foolish old man akin to a clown, did not bother Liu Bai in the slightest, and then he turned to look at his Majesty Shi Huang, moving those 3 objects out of sight and speaking loudly. Your Majesty, I wish to present a treasure, named the Iron Cavalry 3-piece set. This treasure can enhance the combat power of our Great Qin's cavalry by at least 30%. It can alleviate our Great Qin's worries about insufficient warhorses. It can shorten the time for new recruits to master their steeds, at least by half. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A chorus of gasps echoed at once. Wang Jian, who had been keeping his eyes half closed and drowsy, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Chapter 16. Who disturbs you? I will give him a slap. Warhorses. Cavalry. No one understands their importance better than the people of Qin, for a simple reason. The Great Qin was founded by horsemen. In the past, Qin Fizi was granted the far western lands, precisely in the name of the emperor's horse herder, and after enduring hardships, fought against the Chang for many years, thus establishing the unparalleled foundation of the Great Qin. It is precisely for this reason that what Liu Bai said about greatly enhancing the combat effectiveness of cavalry and even resolving the issue of insufficient warhorses seemed like a joke to the ministers. Broken iron, broken wood, broken leather can enhance our Great Qin's cavalry. Chancellor Liu, do you truly think that just because you led a rabble to quell rebellions twice, you are a peerless general? Chunyu was initially taken aback by Liu Bai's words, and then mockery was evident on his face. This kind of mockery was something even His Majesty Shi Huang on the high platform did not interrupt. At this moment, the eyes of this eternal emperor were fixed on the items Liu Bai presented. Nonsense. My lord Liu has genuinely been on the battlefield, killing enemies, having personally slain 3 foes. What are you? These items, if Lord Liu says they are useful, then they are useful. If he calls them treasures, then they are treasures. However, before Liu Bai could speak, Long Xie could no longer hold back and immediately shouted angrily at Jinyiwei. In his eyes, Liu Bai was a benefactor and a god of strategy. This damn sour Confucian actually dared to mock him. What a load of nonsense. Impudence. In the Qilin Hall, you, a mere commoner, actually spoke such wild words. Your Majesty, I implore your Majesty to punish him. Chunyu's face turned pale, and he immediately reported to his Majesty. No matter, our great Qin has many brave men. Long Xie, I have also seen his name in battle reports, and he is indeed a man of military merit. However, his Majesty did not agree to Chunyu's request, but instead had a bit of appreciation for Long Xie. To be honest, during the great Qin's campaigns against the world, the generals under him were much more heroic than Long Xie. Not to mention, Wang Jian had a record of 3 fights in the Qilin Hall, one of which even tore Li Si's official robe, a sight not to be missed. Of course, as the foremost general of the great Qin, Wang Jian's reasons for fighting were rather legitimate, all for matters of provisions and strategy. With these words from his Majesty, it was essentially giving Long Xie a way out while also indicating to the ministers that Liu Bai was not as lacking in foundation as they had imagined. The treasure I presented, whether or not it is useful, is not something you, an old fool, can determine. Regarding Chunyu's nonsense, Liu Bai's eyes were filled with disdain. Confucian scholars, when I have the chance, let me demonstrate to future generations what true book burning and burying of scholars means. Chunyu's expression froze. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt a tug at his sleeve. Turning back to look, it was his old friend Shu Sun Tong, who was shaking his head repeatedly. Turning back again, Chunyu noticed many unfriendly gazes. The ministers and military officials in the court were glaring at him with great dissatisfaction. What a joke. Liu Bai had no intention of keeping them in suspense. You, an old fool, jumping out and blabbering. How annoying. It is only because his Majesty's composure is good that he did not hold it against you. Chunyu, if this iron cavalry 3-piece set proves useful, these great Qin generals could block Chunyu's door at night to discuss life with him. Your Majesty, these 3 items are collectively called the Iron Cavalry 3-piece set. As the name suggests, they are meant for the war horses. First is this. Liu Bai did not pay attention to these remarks. Picking up a leather item to explain, Your Majesty, please look, this item is called the Gaoqiao saddle, made of leather. In addition to increasing the rider's comfort, just like a seat, it can also effectively protect the warhorse's ribs and back from injury. When I was leading troops in battle, I was jostled so. Liu Bai grimaced, as if recalling the burning sensation on his backside, and he sneakily glanced at his Majesty's expression. He saw his Majesty slightly raise his eyebrows, and a different color appeared in his eyes. Just this Gaoqiao saddle alone can protect the warhorse and improve the rider's comfort. Even this eternal emperor acknowledged the value of Liu Bai's presented treasure. Wang Jian's eyes were fixed on the Takashiro saddle in Liu Bai's hands, revealing a look of deep contemplation. He was a true general who fought on horseback. With just a little thought, he could sense how valuable this item was. Seeing the effect of seizing the initiative, Liu Bai smiled slightly and casually tossed the Takashiro saddle. Bang! The sound echoed, and the martial generals in the Qilin Hall bared their teeth, wishing they could rush over to catch this treasure. This reckless Liu Bai, throwing such a good item away so casually? Even Liu Bai himself didn't realize that he had been metaphorically whipped by the gazes of the fierce generals of the Qin Dynasty countless times. The phrase wasting precious resources in the eyes of these fierce generals meant they should take action, and the stirrup, whether made of wood or metal, was not complicated in craftsmanship. Hanging below the saddle, when riding a warhorse, the rider could place their feet in it, allowing them to fight as if walking on flat ground, freeing their hands and greatly enhancing their combat power. Of course, Liu Bai didn't pay much attention and picked up another wooden item to explain. Whoosh. After this explanation, the entire Qilin Hall's breathing became hurried. A treasure that allowed one to fight as if on flat ground. Damn it, this kid Liu Bai is lying. What increased the cavalry's combat power by 30%? This is a doubling, tripling. As the saying goes, strength comes from the ground. Moreover, being able to free one's hands means that striking with a weapon would not just be a matter of 1 or 2 times the strength. Next, let's look at this. Liu Bai was about to casually toss the stirrup again when suddenly a figure swooped in and firmly caught it, revealing a fierce general with a bushy beard. However, this comical act did not draw any laughter in the court. Instead, everyone's anxious hearts were relieved, fearing that Liu Bai would act so casually again. Even the emperor on the high platform slightly moved his sleeve, a flicker of intense interest flashing in his eyes. The saddle and stirrup. As long as these 2 items were equipped on the Qin cavalry, the Qin dynasty would completely gain the upper hand in the war against the Xiongnu. This theory seemed a bit absurd since the Qin dynasty was currently relying on the Great Wall for defense, and there weren't many opportunities for cavalry combat. But was the emperor so weak as to let foreign tribes dance around? This point of contention in historical records. Liu Bai had already found the answer when he took office as the left chancellor. The subsequent plot will explain this. General Chun. Liu Bai looked at the general who was on the ground catching the stirrup, feeling both amused and helpless. Why is the posture so strange? It's fine, Lu Xiong. You continue. Who dares to interrupt you? I'll give them a slap. The Chun general, weighing over 300 pounds, carefully placed the stirrup on the ground, but suddenly felt it was inappropriate, then spread out a cloth bag and placed the stirrup on it. After doing all this, he turned and glared fiercely at Jinyiwei, without returning to his position. Such an unusual act was not opposed by anyone. Instead, someone shot a fierce glare at this bushy-bearded general, clearly indicating, "You interrupted Liu Xiang's explanation. What about this iron bar?" Just then, someone spoke up. Everyone was taken aback and turned to see that it was the old General Wang Jian who had spoken. Upon this question, all the officials were shocked. They internally shouted, "What the hell?" The old general actually took the initiative to show concern. The item Liu Bai presented was recognized by the old general? Of course, at this moment, no one dared to speak up. Interrupting Liu Xiang's speech was now the target of everyone's disdain. Meanwhile, Right Chancellor Li Si, feeling quite pleased, stroked his beard. If only there was wine in the Qilin Hall, it would have truly been a great occasion. This thing is the soul of the three-piece set for cavalry. Old General Wang has a good eye. Liu Bai chuckled, picked up the iron bar, and then respectfully looked at Emperor Shi Huang, bowing and saying, "Your Majesty. This last item is called a horseshoe." Chapter 17. Then I won't hold back. Horseshoe? How is this used? It can't be like a cow's nose ring, can it? To be attached to the horse's nose? Ahem. I mean, you can't be so uneducated as to not understand human speech, right? A horseshoe is definitely related to the hoof. Is it meant to put a ring on the hoof? No. That would just add weight without much effect. In my opinion, it might as well be directly nailed to the hoof. The officials looked at the iron bar in Liu Bai's hand, guessing, and their expressions were completely different from before. Although they were initially dismissive of Liu Bai's three-piece set for cavalry, with the Takashiro saddle and stirrup, no one had any doubts anymore. People are like that. After a series of surprises, they instinctively look forward to the next item. Hey, you really got it right. Old Li, you are indeed a talented person. Just then, Liu Bai's eyes lit up, pointing out a handsome general with a long scar on his face for praise. Ahem. Liu Bai's compliment caused the officials to cough repeatedly. This General Li was known for his battlefield command and had consistently won battles. If it weren't for old General Wang cherishing his talent, he would have been executed long ago. Now Liu Bai even praised him as a talent? The scarred general scratched his head, feeling quite embarrassed. Didn't he expect that even old Li would have a day to be praised by a cultured person? Your Majesty, this item is indeed used on the hoof. And as General Li mentioned, it is nailed to the hoof. As for its function, well, it's just like this. Liu Bai smiled slightly and pointed to his own shoes. He initially wanted to take off his shoes to demonstrate, but thought better of it. Standing on one leg and saying, "When I was on a military march, I once asked the official in charge of the warhorses' logistics. In fact, our Qin warhorses are quite good. Their strong bodies can serve for 5 to 8 years. However, the average retirement age of our Qin warhorses is only about 2.5 years. Upon careful inquiry, the reason is the hooves. Warhorses run quickly, and with the added burden of carrying riders, their hooves were down severely. Since that is the case, let us give them shoes. Then the warhorses could serve for 5 to 8 years. Calculating this way, our warhorse's actual service life could be doubled." Liu Bai explained slowly, his eyes full of pride. Upon hearing this, the officials instinctively looked at their own feet. Indeed, wearing shoes has become a habit, but thinking about it, shoes are just to protect the feet, right? Giving horses shoes would protect their hooves. This idea was easy to understand, but having such an idea was very difficult. Li Si's eyes flickered, filled with pride. This brat finally did something sensible. Your Majesty, I believe this three-piece cavalry set should start being produced right away, and we must quickly decree a military unit to equip this for adaptation. Once the training results are out, we can equip all our Qin cavalry. Just as Liu Bai finished explaining the uses of all components of the three-piece cavalry set, Wang Jian suddenly spoke up loudly. At this moment, the old general forgot to maintain his stooped posture and spoke with full vigor. As a seasoned general who has triumphed on the battlefield, his understanding of the iron cavalry three-piece set is even more profound. In fact, Wang Jian had a sentence he did not voice. The iron cavalry three-piece set will change the pattern of all wars from now on. Cavalry will become the ruler of the battlefield. As soon as these words were spoken, the minister's eyes slightly constricted, almost gasping in surprise. Wang Jian actually personally spoke up, requesting to incorporate this item into the military. This was no longer seeking the opinions of the ministers. Rather, this old general was using his military prestige to safeguard this new thing, hoping to quickly enhance the combat power of the Qin cavalry. It is important to note that changes in military equipment are an extremely complicated process. Besides the deliberations from the Chancellor's office, it must also go through the financial allocations by the Grand Minister of Agriculture, Yang Yi, and finally find craftsmen to manufacture it. The craftsmanship process involves various levels of officials signing off on each piece to ensure the quality of the creations. Now, with just one word from Wang Jian, it was equivalent to using his authority to tell everyone, there must be no delays. Agreed. On the high platform, Emperor Shi Huang's eyes flashed with sharpness as he solemnly uttered a word. No one noticed that the fist hidden in the sleeve of this eternal emperor was tightly clenched. Liu Bai had given Emperor Shi Huang hope, a hope that could greatly shorten the counteroffensive against the Xiongnu. Once this word was spoken, The officials who originally wanted to say something immediately fell silent. Even those who wanted to profit from this military reform also tightly closed their mouths at this moment. The items presented by the left chancellor were strongly supported by Wang Jian, and Emperor Shi Huang granted permission. Those who dared to reach out would truly have their claws chopped off. Your Majesty is wise. Your Majesty's judgment is decisive. I in agreement. Voices of acclaim rang out. And Liu Bai smiled. The iron cavalry three-piece set shone brightly during the Northern Wei period. And it was also at that time that the king of the cold weapon era was born. Cavalry. This type of troop has countless shortcomings, but only one advantage. That is strength. With the Qin army equipped with the iron cavalry three-piece set, they would have a tremendous advantage in cavalry combat. Thinking of this, Liu Bai's smile grew even more, and it even turned a bit reckless. This recklessness stemmed from his historical perspective before crossing over. This land of Shenzhou was invaded by foreign tribes, and its people suffered humiliation, even the humiliation of modern history, all due to the rule of a useless foreign race. Now, with the iron cavalry three-piece set, it is equivalent to trampling these foreign tribes underfoot in Great Qin. In the land of Shenzhou, only Great Qin matters. Liu Bai's reckless smile was witnessed by all the ministers, but no one voiced any objections, because this contribution was too great. With one person's effort, the combat power of all the Qin cavalry troops could be increased, and it was very likely to be multiplied. Saying it was a divine achievement would not be an exaggeration. Inspector General Feng Jie looked at Liu Bai, his mouth also curling into a smile. He had helped. And after the court session, he could discuss the vacant positions of Zhao party officials with Liu Bai. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Of course. Chanyu had more objections and cursed Liu Bai countless times in his heart, but was forced by the situation and couldn't say anything. Liu Bai's presentation of the iron cavalry three-piece set was indeed a great contribution. I shall not be stingy with rewards. You may speak of what you desire. Upon receiving the iron cavalry three-piece set, even Emperor Shi Huang had a hint of joy in his eyes at this moment. Looking at Liu Bai without any hesitation, within the 9 provinces, as long as you speak, I shall grant it. As soon as Emperor Shi Huang's words were spoken, the previous shouts of acclaim instantly ceased. The ministers were all dumbfounded. Within the 9 provinces, everything will be granted. Even Liu Bai was momentarily stunned. But then his expression revealed uncontrollable joy. Your Majesty, then I shall not be polite. Chapter 18, Your Majesty. I have heard that the Empress Dowager still retains her charm. Just joking. I'm very happy. Not polite. With Liu Bai's words, the hearts of the ministers tightened. Who in the world could be more shameless than this Liu Xiang? This guy truly wouldn't be so bold in front of Emperor Shi Huang, would he? Even Emperor Shi Huang narrowed his eyes slightly, then restored his authoritative demeanor. Within the 9 provinces, Liu Bai could say anything. But if Liu Bai crossed the line and didn't understand his position, it would only prove that his wisdom had its limits, rather than being a reward. This was more of a test from Emperor Shi Huang for Liu Bai. What was being tested? Sensitivity. Otherwise, it would be a joke if Liu Bai were to say, Your Majesty, I have heard that the Empress Dowager still retains her charm. Would he not be directly beheaded by the black armored guards in the Qilin Hall? Don't doubt it. Many historians in later generations, studying this period, have made sarcastic comments, leading to heated discussions online. With many expressing that Liu Bai's shamelessness was so extreme that if he hadn't spoken up, it must be because he was afraid of death. Of course, these are all jokes from later generations. At this moment, Liu Bai was truly ecstatic. He even thought about asking Emperor Shi Huang for some official documents. Upon careful consideration, that would be quite good. What he was about to do, although for the fortune of Great Qin, was indeed too bold and even a bit out of line. Asking for some official documents to secure his life would be great. However, just as Liu Bai's lips parted to speak, he suddenly raised his eyes and met Emperor Shi Huang's gaze. What kind of eyes were those? Steady, calm, as if they could see through all matters of the world. Most importantly, they were imposing. Liu Bai's heart trembled. The emperor said everything would be granted, but if you wanted everything, that would be truly foolish. The official documents were essentially a challenge to the emperor's authority. Ordinary emperors might allow Liu Bai to accumulate for a few more years to manage this matter. But facing Emperor Shi Huang, if he truly asked for such a thing, he might find himself dead by tomorrow simply for breathing too loudly. Of course, His Majesty might show some mercy and let him live until the day after tomorrow. After all, countless meritorious ministers and generals in later generations have proven with their lives that the ultimate interpretation of this matter belongs to the emperor. Your Majesty, I have thought of what reward I want. Your Majesty. Liu Bai's eyes turned, suddenly thinking of a roundabout way to save himself, and quickly spoke. Your Majesty. You know me. My admiration for you is like the endless flow of the Yangtze River. It is as unstoppable as the flooding of the Yellow River. Before I even stepped into the Qilin Hall of Great Qin, I had already written verses praising you, which shows my loyalty and admiration for you. Once these words were spoken, the ministers, who originally had their hearts in their throats, now twisted their faces in shock. How shameless. Really too shameless. This Liu Bai is simply the disgrace of our Great Qin officialdom. Such blatant flattery, and he acts so justly, truly makes me wonder why I can't do that. If I could, perhaps I could also mix in as a high-ranking official. Boo-hoo. Enough. Just say it. Even Emperor Shi Huang on the high platform furrowed his brows slightly and directly interrupted Liu Bai's flattery. Everyone likes to hear praises. But being praised by Liu Bai is truly nothing to be happy about. Ahem. I admire your majesty. I only seek your majesty's calligraphy. Since your majesty has commanded me to investigate Zhao Gao's followers and eradicate the 3 clans of Zhao Gao, I am prepared to establish a temporary organization for this matter. Named the Jinyiwei, dressed in brocade, let the people of the world know that we will not engage in redundant matters outside of this case. Please grant me a character. Your majesty, this would also be a way to honor my face. Liu Baigang coughed twice and spoke with a hint of grievance. Upon hearing this, even Li Si could not help but sigh. Damn it. The more talented a person is at flattering, the more it makes one want to vomit. However, Emperor Shi Huang's eyes flashed slightly, and he looked deeply at Liu Bai. This brat, although it seems he is flattering, has proposed an unimportant reward. But in reality, what Liu Bai wants is a name. Since it is a temporary establishment and will not engage in redundant matters, why go through so much trouble to request a character? There is only one reason: legitimacy. Liu Bai wants the imperial authority. It is the Jinyiwei handling the case without any obstacles. And this is beneficial for the Qin Dynasty. Right? The answer is yes. The Xianyang, as a hidden spy organization, is inconvenient for many matters. But this Jinyiwei is just the right fit. And Liu Bai, as the leader of the Jinyiwei, is bound by the position of Chancellor. The combination of power and restraint in such an organizational structure can focus entirely on serving the Qin Dynasty. Agreed. I grant a character to establish the Jinyiwei. The Jinyiwei will handle cases with imperial authority. If there is obstruction, cut first and report later. A sharp light flashed in Emperor Shi Huang's eyes as he slowly stood up, looking directly at Liu Bai, and spoke in a deep voice. Liu Bai, you, with the position of Left Chancellor, will supervise the Jinyiwei. If its handling of cases violates Qin law or harms the interests of our great Qin, you will be held accountable. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Liu Bai felt a suffocating pressure come at him. In an instant, he felt as if his thoughts were seen through by Emperor Shi Huang. Is the establishment of the Jinyiwei really just for a small Zhao Gao or the Zhao faction? Naturally not. Otherwise, Liu Bai would be making a fool of himself with all this trouble. However, Emperor Shi Huang's words did not mention only handling Zhao Gao's case, which means he tacitly approved of this matter. Similarly, he also warned Liu Bai, you can handle the matter as you wish. But if it harms the interests of the Qin Dynasty, my grant of a character will not be your excuse. Thank you, your majesty. I will surely do my utmost, dedicating myself and exhausting my life. As for whether Liu Bai would harm the interests of the Qin Dynasty, naturally not. He came to the Qin Dynasty for its interests, to prevent such things from happening in the future. He can never forget the survivor interviews after the massacre in those reports. Liu Bai does not consider himself a noble person, but he is a human, a person who deeply loves this land of Shenzhou, dedicating oneself and exhausting one's life. Upon hearing Liu Bai's words, Li Si muttered to himself, and a hint of unusual sentiment flashed in his eyes. Years ago, he came to the Qin Dynasty alone, precisely harboring ideals, confidently forging a path that others had not taken, right? What he thinks in his heart is summed up in these 8 words, isn't it? Li Si turned back to look at Liu Bai. This child is just like the young him. Dismissed. Although I do not know your intentions, I understand your aspirations. Go ahead and do it. The 2 chancellors can ultimately protect a life. Li Si stood up, patted Liu Bai's shoulder, and left with a single sentence as he walked towards the outside of the Qilan Hall. On the contrary, Liu Bai looked confused. Damn. I didn't say I wanted to die. Uncle Li, your words are very touching, but they are quite ominous. I always do things with certainty. But Liu Bai, though helpless, cannot rush up to explain anything to Li Si, right? After leaving the Zhangtai Palace, Liu Bai looked at the bright sunny day, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Next to him, Long Ke felt a chill rising. Liu Gong has started to smile. He is going to kill someone. Let's go back to the mansion and find someone. The Jinyiwei is up and running. Looking for an executioner? Get the hell out of here. This is called sending Jinyiwei to find someone. Chapter 19. The Grand Historian Feng Jie requests an audience. Minister Liu, here is the roster. Please take a look. This is Iron Bull, the leader of the 300 elite soldiers you requested. In the Chancellor's residence, Wang Bin brought a robust man to present. Since His Majesty has already agreed to the establishment of the Jinyiwei, and his father had also promised, Wang Bin naturally would not be negligent and directly brought the person over. Iron Bull, truly a man who lives up to his name. Hearing this, Liu Bai looked him up and down and could not help but nod slightly. As expected from the famous brute Wang Bin in the court, he exuded that roughness from head to toe, clearly someone who charges into battle without regard for injuries. Iron Bull grinned but did not speak, as if to respond. Under Wang Bin, what one says is not important. What matters is performance on the battlefield. This has led to their characteristic of being poor in words but highly capable in action. Iron Bull, from today, you and your 300 brothers will be under Minister Liu's command. You will have no further ties with the Tiger Ben camp. Serve Qin wholeheartedly and be loyal in your duties. Wang Bin also restrained his smile, recalling his father's instructions, and spoke in a deep voice. Although he did not understand why it was necessary to clearly sever ties with the Tiger Ben camp in front of Liu Bai, what his father said was always right. Yes, Iron Bull performed a military salute and responded solemnly. The soldiers of the Qin Dynasty prioritized loyalty. Watching the back and forth between the two, Liu Bai's mouth twitched slightly, and he instantly understood the situation. So, General Wang is still wary of me. The establishment of the Jinyiwei will soon involve the noble families of the 6 states. The Wang family does not want to draw fire to themselves. The matter can be done, and strength can be exerted, but if it burns to the Wang family, that won't do. This old general's caution truly amazes Liu Bai. Since that is the case, Minister Liu, there are urgent matters in the army. So I shall take my leave. Wang Bin nodded slightly and spoke to Liu Bai. Haha, military affairs are important. Lord Tungwu, please go ahead. Since Liu Bai already understood the old general's intentions, he naturally would not make any unnecessary attempts to keep him doing something superfluous. Wang Bin turned and left. The figure leaving made Liu Bai's eyelids twitch slightly. The Wang family is indeed a family of military might. No wonder that after the Qin dynasty is gone, the Wang family can still stand at the pinnacle of history. The family teachings left by the old war god Wang Jian are indeed invaluable. Iron Bull, I have arranged a large mansion in the city for you as a temporary office for your Jinyiwei. You should settle your brothers there. As for the training methods, I will have Long Ke teach you tomorrow. Regarding the tasks, Liu Bai's eyes turned slightly, and his tone paused. Choose 20 capable individuals to stay by my side to protect me. Then send 30 to the Chancellor's residence. I have important matters to delegate. And let them find some people to come over. The rest, leave 50 in Xianyang city, and the others disperse to various places in Qin to spread a message. Upon hearing this, Iron Bull had no objections. He only inquired about the specifics of the task. May I ask, Minister Liu, what is the message? Liu Bai's lips curled slightly. It said that the chaos and Hushi originated from the old Wei royal family, young master, Bao. And this person has secretly communicated with many others behind the scenes. The Qin has already received intelligence. When the time comes to announce it to the world, we will definitely execute these anti-Qin individuals as a warning to all. By the way, it seems that Zhao Gao is also involved. Tainyo was momentarily taken aback, then respectfully took his leave. Minister Liu, these Jinyiwei. After Tainyo left, Long Xia expressed his concerns. To be honest, being of the same kind, Long Xia had a good impression of Tainyo. However, the Jinyiwei organization was something Liu Bai had spent a lot of effort to establish. And using these people was indeed not very appropriate. You don't understand, Long Xia. Liu Bai shook his head. An organization actually needs 2 types of people. One is the backbone of the organization, like the main trunk of a tree, supporting the organization. The other type is the doers, like the branches and leaves of the tree. The true Jinyiwei still needs to be honed by ourselves. These 300 people, to put it bluntly, are just knives. Without someone to wield them, they are very dull. To be honest, Liu Bai also felt his own difficulties. His foundation was too shallow, not only in the court, but also in using people. But now, there was already an opportunity. With the Zhao faction on the verge of collapse, if Liu Bai were to act like a blind man, wouldn't it be better to find a rope to hang himself? Oh, no wonder Liu Gong ordered Tainyo to spread rumors. With this realization, Long Xia understood. Besides the issue of capability, loyalty was also a problem for these 300 people. Loyalty to the Great Qin, loyalty to the Wang family, loyalty to Liu Bai. These were all completely different concepts. Since the conception of the Jinyiwei in Liu Bai's mind, it had always been a sharp long knife. And only by firmly holding the knife's handle in one's own hand could one feel at ease. Alright, what are you daydreaming about? Trying to be like Guanzhong or Lui? This is a training plan. You should experience it yourself, and tomorrow you'll need to teach them some basics. Liu Bai glanced at Long Xia, jokingly scolding him, and casually tossed a bamboo slip to Long Xia. What was written on it were all the things he knew about the Jinyiwei and Donchong from historical texts before he crossed over. Besides their sharp methods, these 2 organizations actually had very prominent advantages, namely intelligence and espionage. Teaching some basics to these 300 people should be sufficient. Hehe, Liu Gong is right. Long Xia smiled, feeling proud even after being scolded by Liu Bai. If Liu Gong said he had a wooden brain, then that meant he had a brain. Young master, young master. At that moment, a hunched figure entered the hall. Chenbo, what happened? Liu Bai was slightly taken aback and hurriedly went forward to support him. This Chenbo was his father's old steward and had watched him grow up. In Liu Bai's heart, he had long regarded him as a grandfather. He had repeatedly told Chenbo not to overwork himself and to enjoy life with him, but he never listened. Muttering something like, the young master is someone who will accomplish great things. The old man has no abilities. And being able to watch the young master safe is the greatest blessing. Of course, every time he said these things, Liu Bai smiled helplessly, as he couldn't understand why the old man always had to be so stubborn. Young master, there is someone outside asking to see you. He says he is the Imperial Censor Fengjia. Chapter 20. Do you need to give face on behalf of me? Oh my, brother Feng, you're here. Why didn't you say so earlier? You made me not come out to greet you, which would be losing face. With a beaming smile, Liu Bai welcomed Feng Jia into the hall. Such enthusiasm would make anyone who didn't know think that these two had a very good relationship. However, Long Xia, who was familiar with Liu Bai, hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to let his expression show even a bit. This Liu Gong was indeed strange. The closer the relationship, the more unruly he became. On the other hand, he was very warm to those with whom he had a general relationship or even enemies, almost eager to make sure the etiquette was perfect. According to Liu Bai's own words, this was called ceremony first, then conflict. First give you respect, then punch you. Both refreshing and polite. Double happiness, right? Haha. Minister Liu is so cautious. Feng Jie was pleasantly surprised. Seeing Liu Bai smile, Feng Jie's heart bloomed with joy. Feeling more assured about his original plans, the Feng family had given Liu Bai a favor, and he himself was speaking for Liu Bai in the court. After all, he had to be considered one of their own, right? My father may have withdrawn from the court, but he often mentions Minister Liu at home, saying that the young man is formidable. Promoting Minister Liu back then was one of my father's greatest prides. Feng Jie squinted his eyes slightly, sitting down while praising him. Upon hearing this, Liu Bai raised his brows slightly and then, as if beckoning, spoke to Long Xia. Quick, don't you serve the imperial censer wine? Feng Jie's words held great significance. It seemed like he was praising Liu Bai as a formidable young man, but the term young man was quite revealing. First, it pointed out to Liu Bai that the foundation of the court was unstable and that their aristocratic families held great power. Second, it mentioned Feng Qji's promotion of Liu Bai, implying that Liu Bai should know to be grateful. But grateful my foot. Liu Bai reached his current position as the left chancellor through actual achievements. If it weren't for having seen too much suffering when serving the people, and if it weren't for experiencing helplessness as an official, how could he have developed such an aggressive style, wholeheartedly wanting to strengthen the Qin? Feng Qji's promotion? If he hadn't agreed to Liu Bai's rise, that would have truly been an eye-opener for His Majesty. Without any favor, there was naturally no question of repaying any. However, just from that one sentence, Liu Bai understood Feng Jie's intentions, implicitly referring to favors and then bringing up Feng Qji's promotion. Combined with the current matters at hand, the situation became clear. Official positions. With the Zhao faction on the verge of collapse, there would naturally be many vacancies. There were plenty of aristocrats who would drool over this piece of fat meat. There was no rush for wine. Feng Jie actually came this time not for anything else, but to see if Minister Liu needed any help. There were many issues left over from the Zhao faction's matter. Minister Liu was short on manpower, and Feng Jie was willing to help out. Feng Jie smiled as he watched Long Xia go to fetch the wine, and said, Minister Liu, do you understand Feng Jie's intentions? After saying this, a smug look appeared on Feng Jie's face. He wrapped the idea of coercing the other party into yielding, as if he were voluntarily helping. Such verbal calculations would naturally not be corrected in the court, but the scene looked much better. These things were actually just the tacit understanding in the court, making both sides look good. However, originally wearing a warm smile like a spring breeze, Liu Bai's lips slowly sank. Raising a hand, Liu Bai calmly said, Long Xia, there's no need to pour the wine. Upon hearing this, Feng Jie was slightly taken aback, and before he could react, he saw the left chancellor's calm expression as he spoke. Feng Jie, your words are no longer something I understand. Rather, you have made it clear. Do you want the official positions of the Zhao faction? Feng Jie's expression slightly froze. Although he was dissatisfied, he still forced out a faint smile and said, Minister Liu, you are being too polite. I speak this way not to save face for you. Humph. Before Feng Jie could finish his words, he heard a cold snort. Liu Bai, who had just settled into his seat, slowly stood up and looked down at Feng Jie from a high vantage point. A handsome face slowly approached Feng Jie, with resolute eyes staring intently. Face? Does this minister need you, Feng Jie, to give it? Upon hearing this, Feng Jie was momentarily stunned, because he sensed a different kind of momentum in Liu Bai's eyes. Then his heart skipped a beat, followed by a surge of anger. Liu Bai, what do you mean? My Feng family has given you convenience, and now you are so stingy over this small matter. Don't forget, your foundation in the court is shallow. Even if the Zhao faction is overthrown and there are vacant official positions, it won't be your turn. To put it bluntly, I, Feng Jie, came to talk to you today, and that's giving you some face. If you really want these official positions, can you withstand us aristocratic families? Feng Jie's words had clearly torn the mask off. Normally, he would never act this way, because the officialdom is like the marketplace. Harmony comes first, and only then can one rise in official rank. Even if they were to fight to the death tomorrow, today they would still speak and laugh. But today was different, because Feng Jie saw a determination in Liu Bai's eyes, a determination that would not yield. This kind of determination made Feng Jie feel contempt. A mere commoner, having risen to the position of left minister, truly thinks he can compete with these aristocratic families? Just try it. Dare to reach out, no matter how many. I will surely chop off your dog paws one by one. Liu Bai's gaze was icy cold. From the warm welcome at the beginning to the tense atmosphere now, it had only been the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. The change was so rapid not because Liu Bai didn't understand human feelings, but precisely because he understood them too well. If he were to offer some benefits in exchange for human feelings, he, Liu Bai, could indeed navigate the court with ease, but at the cost of the people's interests. The aristocratic families and nobles, once in power, the first thing they think about is their own family's prosperity. In one pot stirring the porridge, there's only this much. If the aristocratic families eat more, the common people will naturally starve. This, Liu Bai would not allow. Liu Bai you. Humph. Feng Jie stood up in anger. Just as he was about to say a few harsh words, he noticed Long Qia's sneer beside him. Suddenly remembering that this left minister was always ruthless, if he were to be beaten to death today in his own residence. He might even open his mouth tomorrow in court to accuse him of assassinating the prime minister. This kind of humiliation, Feng Jie could only swallow hard. There will be a day of reckoning. Minister Liu, even if you are wise, you might not be able to withstand the court's attacks. At that time, I will definitely pay my respects at Minister Liu's humble abode. After saying this, Feng Jie stood up, ready to leave. Looking at Feng Jie's departing figure, Liu Bai did not stop him. To be honest, he could have played along with him, even pretended to agree, and then caught those people off guard when they arrived in Xianyang. But once he did that, Liu Bai, would indeed feel relieved. But those newly appointed talents would face the most severe court attacks. Since that's the case, let Liu Bai handle it himself. When it comes to counterattacks, Liu Bai has never been afraid. Oh dear. Oh my. Is Minister Feng all right? I'm so sorry. I accidentally swept you off with my broom. Just then, a scream came from the entrance. Chapter 21. Beating the censor on the street. Chun Bo, your skills are as agile as ever. Seeing Chun Bo leaning on a broom, looking valiant as if he could single-handedly hold back 1,000 foes, Liu Bai couldn't help but chuckle. As for sweeping the censor out the door, since they were already enemies, there was no need to leave any face. Oh dear. However, as soon as Liu Bai spoke, Chun Bo hurriedly tossed aside the broom and started wailing. Young master, I'm really old. Sweeping the floor has made my back hurt. A few days ago, I told you that my useless grandson is coming to Xianyang soon. I'll have him serve you well then. His exaggerated performance was heart-wrenching. It was hard to cooperate. Liu Bai at this moment didn't even know what expression to make to respond, so that Chun Bo would feel he was fooled by his acting. Long Xia, with his dark old face, was holding back laughter so hard that it turned purple. This Chun Bo he knew. Liu Bai had grown up under his care since childhood. Rather than saying he was a servant, it would be more accurate to say he was a family elder. Now that Chun Bo was about to retire, even Liu Bai couldn't say much. The reason was simple. In this era, there is a saying about fallen leaves returning to their roots. Chun Bo, actually, you can enjoy your retirement in my Prime Minister's residence in Xianyang just the same. Liu Bai stepped forward to support Chun Bo and spoke sincerely. He truly did not see Chun Bo as a servant. Young master, I've served you all my life. Can I go back home to enjoy my old age now that I'm old? Xianyang is nice, but it's not my hometown. Chun Bo's eyes slightly moistened as he spoke. Liu Bai had grown up before his eyes. How could he not know his character? Moreover, Chun Bo could be sure that as long as he nodded, life in Xianyang would be better than that of those high-ranking court officials. But he also knew it was indeed time. Upon hearing this, Liu Bai was momentarily speechless. A longing for home is a common sentiment. This, Liu Bai understood better than anyone. All right, Chun Bo, when your grandson arrives, I will arrange everything for him. Liu Bai sighed and did not insist. Thank you, young master. Upon hearing this, Chun Bo's eyes squinted with a smile, and he quickly withdrew. Long Xia looked at Chun Bo's figure and felt that Liu Bai was truly deep in sentiment and righteousness. Following Liu Bai, there is a bright future. Tainyo pays his respects to Minister Liu. At that moment, a voice came from the entrance. Liu Bai was slightly taken aback. Then he understood that Tainyo had come to report. Let us go. Let us go take a look. Liu Bai smiled slightly, patted Long Xia on the shoulder, and walked towards the main door. Just as they reached the entrance, Liu Bai felt a fierce aura. He saw 50 burly men at the door. Although they weren't wearing Qin army armor, the aura they exuded together showed their military toughness. Greetings, Minister Liu. The strong men shouted in unison, making Liu Bai's ears slightly ring, but his heart was elated. Treasure. Wang Bin's martial prowess is indeed more solid than Wang Jian's. Picking out only the best soldiers. Long Xia, take them and give Feng Jie a beating. That guy hasn't gone far. Liu Bai looked at these elite soldiers and casually said. As soon as he said this, Tainyo was stunned. Although he was a military man, he still knew the name of Feng Jie, the current censor. The first task of the Jinyiwei is actually to beat the current censor? Offending the Prime Minister and still wanting to run? The Prime Minister can stand alone, but what does that have to do with me? Go. Liu Bai coldly snorted. In this world, being a good person is useless. Repaying evil with evil is just Liu Bai's character. As for why he didn't take action directly in the Prime Minister's residence earlier? Just kidding, I'm bleeding. Who's going to clean up the blood on the ground? Liu Bai is an environmentalist. Yes. Long Xia chuckled and accepted the order. He had long been displeased with that Feng Jie, who strutted around the Prime Minister's residence as if everyone owed him a fortune. Remember, when you beat him, shout loudly. The Jinyiwei are on duty. Outsiders step aside. Liu Bai pondered for a moment and added a piece of advice in Long Qia's ear. Long Qia understood. He nodded and directly selected 30 people to set off. As for Tainyo and the 20 remaining, well, protecting oneself is the most basic principle. Tainyo, come with me. This is the outfit I designed for you. The flying fish suit, incredibly stylish. Ungrateful Liu Bai, a white-eyed wolf. My Feng family treated you this way, and you dare to humiliate me like this. On the carriage, Feng Jie's butt was swollen and painful, cursing while feeling a burning sensation. I don't know how this old man maintains his health, at his age. He has such strength. Young master, when we return home, should we find a doctor to take a look at your butt? The little servant anxiously suggested, looking at Feng Jie's swollen rear, following the young master out. And now he got beaten up. What if the master sees this? What the hell? Feng Jie shouted angrily. I was humiliated at the prime minister's residence. This is evidence of the crime. When I get back, I'll urgently inform the heads of all the families to let them know Liu Bai's stance. He had already thought it through. The swelling on his butt from being hit with a broom was not just about Feng Jie's humiliation, but the humiliation of all the noble families. United in indignation, he would definitely make Liu Bai pay dearly in the court the next day. Meanwhile, the little servant was momentarily stunned, his expression extremely strange. He thought, isn't it just about looking at a butt? Hurry up and get back home. Feng Jie's resentment grew stronger, and he shouted loudly. Outside the carriage, the coachman's voice sounded troubled. Young master, there are many common folks on Xianyang Street. If we whip the horses recklessly, it might be. Damn it. A group of troublesome commoners, their lives are like ants. Feng Jie exclaimed. Even if they get injured or trampled to death, so what? My father Feng Qiji. These commoners dying under my family's horses is their honor. Unexpectedly, Feng Jie became even angrier. At this moment, he was furious. Not only did Liu Bai look down on him, but even the coachman was opposing him on behalf of the commoners? Yes, the coachman had no choice but to whip the horses harder to speed up. In the bustling market, a horse-drawn carriage rushed through, causing a great commotion. Many vendors' goods were directly overturned, and they knelt on the ground, crying out loud. They didn't dare to curse or report it to the authorities because this was the Feng family. Only after the carriage moved away did the common folks exchange glances, remaining silent. The resentment among the people was extreme, and words were unnecessary. Inside the carriage, seeing the common folks in such a miserable state, Feng Jie felt a bit of relief. A group of troublesome commoners, not obstructing my official duties. This is your fortune. However, at that moment, a loud voice rang out. The Jinyiwei are handling a case. Outsiders disperse. Hurry. The coachman quickly stopped the carriage, hands on hips, angrily shouting. Damn it. Do you know this is the Feng family's carriage? Inside is the current censor, Lord Feng Jie. You bunch of bastards. We will hand you over to the Xianyang government and beat you to a pulp. Truly, the Feng family's coachman could even use idioms. Feng Jie was looking for Feng Jie. Unexpectedly, the newcomer sneered slightly, then suddenly slapped the coachman, knocking him to the ground. What's the matter? Feng Jie lifted the curtain and stepped out, ready to curse, but upon seeing the face of the newcomer, he was taken aback. It was Long Xie. Behind him stood a group of burly men. Just by their appearance, let alone the Jinyiwei handling a case, even saying they were mountain bandits robbing would be believable. Lord Feng, during the discussion of the Zhao faction in the Prime Minister's residence, my master Liu suspects that you have colluded with the Zhao faction and may have even gotten involved, so we are here to search and question. With the Jinyiwei behind him, Long Xie smiled slightly, exuding confidence. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding common folks on Xianyang Street fell silent, observing. What are the Jinyiwei? It seems they can even stop the censor's carriage. They must be quite powerful. And the Feng family. Good job. The oppression from the noble families is a fact, and now there's finally someone who can deal with them. Of course, no one dared to cheer at this moment. After all, no one could predict how things would develop. As common folks, the noble families could crush their entire family as easily as squashing ants. I am the censor. Do I need to attach myself to a eunuch like the Zhongqiling? Feng Jie was dumbfounded. Zhao Gao is nothing. If anyone is to attach, it's Zhao Gao attaching himself to me. I don't care about that. If Lord Feng doesn't get out of the carriage, then we'll go up. Long Xie signaled to the big man beside him, who immediately understood and grinned as he stepped forward. Beating the censor, isn't that quite the achievement. The Jinyiwei are really enjoying themselves. Chapter 22, Liu Bai, the nightmare of all officials. As the Jinyiwei burst into the carriage, the common folks in the crowd widened their eyes. Oh, you. I am. Sob sob sob. Bang. Hey, Lord Feng, why aren't you defending yourself? Whoa whoa whoa. With each sound, Feng Jie's carriage shook violently. The coachman and little servant were now pinned to the ground, their mouths stuffed with torn socks. The pungent odor made direct contact with their teeth. The common folks in the crowd stared wide-eyed. The Jinyiwei are so fierce. Someone in the crowd shouted, good hit. Following this, a wave of cheers erupted. Damn it, that carriage just trampled my vegetables. And don't forget, old Li's wife, Xiuqin, was knocked down by the side of the carriage. Luckily, she wasn't hit head-on, just a scrape. Idiot. Didn't you hear what that brave man just said? This is the censor's carriage. If you shout like that, old Li could die of fright tonight. So what if it's the censor? If he breaks the law, someone has to take care of it. Good job, Jinyiwei. The hearts of the common folks are, in fact, the most straightforward and simple. The bad guys oppress them, and the good guys stand up for them. The Jinyiwei's actions, though previously unheard of, gained them significant prestige at this moment. At the very least, the common folks realized that they wouldn't fear these high officials. Hey, isn't that our village Dan? How did he become a Jinyiwei? Old Shun, hurry to his house tonight to see if you can propose. What do you need to wait for? Go right now. Dan's family has made it big. He has become something like a guard. Wow. beating the censor. In the crowd, some sharp-eyed individuals recognized one of the Jinyiwei and immediately thought about arranging marriages. Long Xia looked at the bustling common folks, feeling prouder than ever. The oppression of the noble families over the common people is an undeniable fact, and Liu Bai's actions are equivalent to the best advertisement for the Jinyiwei. The reputation of the Jinyiwei has spread, and the anger of the common people towards the aristocratic families has been ignited. Human anger is quite strange when there is no ability to retaliate. It is suppressed in the heart, but once there is hope for revenge, it bursts forth in multiples. The actions of the Jinyiwei now serve as a hook, drawing out the people's fury. At this moment, Long Xia realizes that his master, Lu Gong, is not one to hold grudges, but everything is part of a plan. Even if Feng Jie didn't come knocking, Lu Gong would probably find some unfortunate soul to take on Feng Jie's role, perhaps an official from the Zhao faction. Dear elders and fellow villagers, we are conducting an investigation on behalf of the Jinyiwei. Everything follows procedure. It's not about hitting people. Please, do not speak out of turn. Long Xia glanced at the common people and then cupped his hands, speaking loudly. It's a joke. Hitting people is hitting people. But the reputation must be upheld, as this is what Lu Gong specifically instructed. Naturally, Jinyiwei is investigating. It's just questioning. That's right, that's right. I'm just a witness. Hee, if there is resistance, it's normal to subdue them. Hearing Long Xia say this, the common people cooperated and chimed in. Long Xia grinned, feeling even more pleased. Hitting people feels good, but hitting a scoundrel who oppresses the people feels even better. The common folks work hard to set up their stalls, only to be kicked over. Is it not satisfying to beat someone like that? Boss, we can't get anything out of him. At that moment, the carriage also stopped shaking, and a big man lifted the curtain of the carriage to report to Long Xia. Through the gap in the curtain, they were shocked to see that Feng Jie's mouth had been stuffed with a sock. What can we get out of this? It's absurd. Sigh. Since that is the case, we'll have to wait for next time. Let us go. Long Xia pretended to sigh, waved his hand, and the group of Jinyiwei left. The common people voluntarily made way, watching this group of thugs who had beaten the imperial censor leave. Young master, young master. The servant quickly got up and crawled into the carriage to check. The imperial censor Feng Jie was bruised and unconscious. What? Liu Bai's Jinyiwei beat Feng Jie in Xianyang Street. In the prime minister's residence, Li Si jumped up upon hearing the steward's report. This scoundrel just presented the three-piece cavalry set, and Li Si was still proud of him. And now, not long after, this kind of incident happens. What exactly happened? Li Si quickly asked, is Feng Jie dead? At this moment, he was genuinely worried about Feng Jie's life. If someone were to kill a high-ranking court official in public, especially the head of the Feng family, it would ruin Liu Bai's future. If he couldn't handle it, it might even lead to a death sentence. Sir, Feng Jie is not seriously hurt, just beaten up badly, the steward said truthfully. Before the Jinyiwei hit him, they shouted about investigating the Zhao faction case. Upon hearing this, Li Si breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. That is good. There is still a chance. Prepare the horses. The steward was puzzled. Sir, where are we going? Where? To the Feng family. Li Si glared, thinking not of Feng Jie, but of Feng Jie's father, the former right chancellor of the Qin, Feng Qiji. Although this old man had left the court, he had previously been the head of all officials and was a leader among the aristocratic families. This would be difficult to handle. It would indeed be extremely challenging to mitigate this. This scoundrel really doesn't let me rest easy. Li Si sighed deeply and walked towards the door. That night, in the Feng residence, wine glasses clinked. The current right chancellor and the former right chancellor were chatting happily, and no one knew what they were discussing. Meanwhile, 30 cavalrymen set out from the left chancellor's residence, carrying Liu Bai's official documents, leaving Xianyang under the cover of night, heading in different directions. In Xianyang City, with Zhao Gao's death igniting a storm, it spread throughout the court. Feng Jie being beaten was like a spark igniting a haystack. Everyone could see that the upcoming court struggles would be fierce. Liu Bai, this left chancellor, had become the nightmare that kept all officials awake at night. Chapter 23. I demand to impeach the imperial censor. The next day, outside the Qilin Hall of the Great Qin, the ministers looked at Feng Jie's face, their muscles twitching. To be honest, the past 2 days had been a huge challenge for the officials. First, Liu Bai killed Zhao Gao, nearly dislocating his jaw. Then Liu Bai presented the three-piece cavalry set, and they had to stifle their screams. Now, seeing Feng Jie's miserable appearance, they could not laugh out loud. At this moment, these high-ranking officials of the Great Qin Empire even felt that being an official was truly torturous. Oh dear, my beloved brother Feng, who beat you into this state. I truly feel for you. What is the Xianyang magistrate doing? Oh, I almost forgot. Yanlu was killed. And the new Xianyang magistrate hasn't taken office yet. Just then, a surprised voice rang out. They saw the main culprit, Liu Bai, surprisingly approaching Feng Jie with an exaggerated look of astonishment. Feng Jie instinctively took a step back, then reacted, his face filled with rage. Who did this? ISNT at you, Liu Bai, who orchestrated this? Uft. This scene made the already highly strained officials burst into laughter. Who beat Feng Jie? Could this news escape the cunning officials of the court? They had heard the rumors yesterday, and now Liu Bai was approaching shamelessly, making them feel pity for Feng Jie. Liu Bai, I will not let this matter rest. I will definitely report this to His Majesty. Feng Jie was so furious that his nose nearly twisted. He directly threatened Liu Bai. The angrier Feng Jie became, the more pleased Liu Bai felt. It's a joke. If someone is beaten and remains unfazed, what is the point of it? He had closely followed the events of yesterday. To be honest, Feng Jie getting a good beating was not unjust. This scoundrel had trampled on countless vegetables along the way, causing injuries to the common people of Xianyang. Upholding justice, Liu Bai had no choice but to act. Just as Liu Bai was about to say something, he felt someone tugging at his sleeve. Turning around, he found it was Li Si. The Right Chancellor of the Great Qin looked extremely displeased at this moment. As Li Si approached, the other officials were even more eager to watch the spectacle. If the two chancellors and an imperial censor could bicker in the Qilan Hall, it would definitely be quite a sight. Such an event that could be laughed about in history books was something they would love to witness. Of course, the main premise for this mentality was that this was merely a matter of bickering and had nothing to do with the fate of the Great Qin. Even if two factions were in conflict, these officials might benefit from it instead. Jinyiwei was currently standing with his sleeves crossed, and if his eyes could speak, he would be shouting, "Let us fight." Meanwhile, Fusu, standing beside him, had a solemn expression, casting a deep glance at Feng Jie. He had heard of Feng Jie's actions within his own palace. Had he been on Xianyang Street at the time, he would have certainly intervened and compensated the common people for their losses. However, Liu Bai found it somewhat difficult to accept this approach. "Look, is that the sixth young master? How did young Master Che come here?" At that moment, a voice rang out, and a young man in a black robe approached with a smile. It was none other than the sixth son of the current emperor of Qin, Che. His appearance caused a stir among the officials. This sixth young master had never been fond of court politics and had little interest in women. Instead, he preferred literature and leisure, displaying a free-spirited demeanor. Because of this personality, the officials knew well that he had no chance of becoming the crown prince, and naturally, they would not be close to him. His presence here inevitably sparked speculation. Teacher. However, under the gaze of the ministers, Che walked slowly towards Liu Bai and performed half a disciple's salute to greet him. This action left the ministers in a daze. Was young Master Che here for Liu Bai? Even Liu Bai himself found it difficult to discern the true meaning behind this sixth young master's actions. "Are you here to attend the court discussion today?" Liu Bai asked hesitantly after giving Che a deep look. Although he hadn't taught much, after all, this young man was his student. Now that he had come to the court, combined with Liu Bai's position as left chancellor, could it be that he really had some scheme? This matter is natural. Last night, I sought out some of the poems my teacher wrote before entering officialdom. And there was a line I particularly liked. "Family affairs, state affairs, world affairs, all are matters of concern. Since I am a prince of the Great Qin, I must learn a thing or two. It's not about achieving anything significant, but at least not to bring shame to our Great Qin royal family." Che smiled slightly, giving an impeccable answer. Liu Bai frowned slightly, remaining silent. He always felt that this sixth young master was not so simple. The emperor of Qin had 18 sons, and historical records from later generations contained very little information, leaving no trace of this young Master Che. But upon real contact, Liu Bai had an intuition that this young Master Che might be the smartest among the princes. All officials enter the palace. At this moment, a sharp sound of a proclamation rang out. The civil and military officials filed in one after another. "We pay our respects to your Majesty. Long live your Majesty." Amid the shouts, Emperor Qin, with his hand resting on the Tianwen sword, slowly took his seat on the high platform. Liu Bai suddenly felt something was off. As if many gazes were converging on him. One was from Li Si, another was from Feng Jie with a resentful glare, and surprisingly, one was from Che, who was smiling at him. "Is there any important matter to report today?" Following the usual practice, Emperor Qin spoke lightly. As soon as these words were uttered, all the officials turned their gaze towards Li Si. However, before Li Si could speak, a figure suddenly stood up. "Your Majesty, I have something to report. I wish to impeach the current Grand Inspector, Lord Feng Jie. Yesterday afternoon, he assaulted me at my Chancellor's residence. Under Lord Feng's assault, I was seriously injured. And during the confrontation, I heard him express some views regarding the Zhao faction. I asked your Majesty to take charge for me." The speaker was none other than Liu Bai. Standing tall, his words were powerful and resonant. Upon hearing this, all the officials were stunned. "With that voice of yours, saying you could go up the mountain to fight a tiger is a bit exaggerated. Even catching a mouse would have people believing it. How could you be injured? Moreover, let us not forget that Lord Feng Jie was currently battered and bruised. Shouldn't he be the one seriously injured?" Such questions were not only on the minds of the officials, but even Emperor Qin raised an eyebrow, first glancing at Feng Jie, then looking at Liu Bai. "You, Liu Bai, are spouting nonsense. Where are you injured?" Feng Jie was so furious at being slandered by Liu Bai that he almost vomited blood. Liu Bai clutched his heart and frowned, looking at Feng Jie with a pitiful expression. "Since the Grand Inspector is unwilling to simply admit his guilt, then I can only show my injuries to everyone." Saying this, Liu Bai turned around, facing Feng Jie, and slowly extended his tightly clenched right hand. Then, under everyone's gaze, he slowly raised one finger. The middle finger was directed right at Feng Jie. "Your Majesty, I wish to sue Feng Jie for assaulting me at my Chancellor's residence and breaking the nail on my middle finger. The injury is quite severe." I ask your majesty to take charge for me. Chapter 24. The plot thickens. A broken nail on the middle finger? Liu Bai's tearful accusation left everyone in the court shocked. This kind of injury, which could heal on its own if not treated in time. And you have the audacity to bring it to court? In an instant, almost everyone believed Liu Bai was being unreasonable. Even Feng Jie, who was originally furious and ready to seek justice, now had a somewhat frozen expression. He felt he had underestimated Liu Bai's shamelessness. This guy was completely shameless. Such a serious injury, and Liu Bai still came to court, truly a testament to his loyalty. At this moment, Ying Che, who had originally come to observe the court, smiled and said a sentence. Upon hearing this, all the officials wore smiles. It seemed that the sixth young master did not intend to form an alliance with Liu Bai to compete for the position of crown prince. Originally, Ying Che's arrival at the Qilin Hall had made the officials wary, but now, this seemingly sarcastic remark actually indicated that the two were simply teacher and student. Young Master Six is right. I also feel that my loyalty is evident by coming to court with an injury. Your Majesty, would it be possible to grant me a few days off to recuperate? Liu Bai quickly seized the opportunity, immediately requesting sick leave from Emperor Qin. However, how could Emperor Qin be so easily swayed by Liu Bai's little scheme? After the court discussion ends, Xiao Wuqia will go to your chancellor's residence to treat you. Now tell me, I heard yesterday that the Jinyiwei stopped the Grand Inspector's carriage in the street and violently assaulted him. What does this mean? With this question, all the ministers immediately ceased their amusement, and their gazes converged on Liu Bai. Finally, the main event had arrived. Assaulting the Grand Inspector on the street was neither a small nor a big matter, and the Emperor's inquiry clearly showed that he had no intention of shielding Liu Bai. In that case, it would depend on whether Liu Bai could extricate himself from this matter. Meanwhile, the battered Feng Jie was even more delighted. The Emperor had personally spoken. Now let us see how Liu Bai would wriggle out of this. Your Majesty, I was beaten by Feng Jie. Is it wrong to seek justice? Liu Bai spoke with a sense of grievance. Yesterday, Feng Jie came to my residence and severely injured me. Coincidentally, he also mentioned Zhao Gao, and I wondered if Feng Jie was also part of the Zhao faction, which is why he retaliated against me. Thus, I sent the Jinyiwei to ask Feng Jie about it. Unexpectedly, Feng Jie violently resisted the law, which led to the subsequent events. Upon hearing this, the corners of the ministers' mouths twitched, and they exchanged deep glances with Feng Jie. Everyone knew the reason Feng Jie had brought up Zhao Gao. It was all about official positions. Officials suspected of being part of the Zhao faction had already begun to be captured, and as the leader of the aristocracy, Feng Jie naturally had to take action to ensure these positions ended up in the hands of the aristocracy. This kind of exchange of benefits in the court was something everyone was tacitly aware of. However, everyone is well aware of this. Yet no one can say it in front of His Majesty the First Emperor. By the way, Feng Jie, are you asking me about Zhao Gao because you have colluded with him? Yesterday, the Jinyiwei I sent out said you were tight-lipped and unwilling to speak. At this moment, Liu Bai looked at Feng Jie with a smile and asked. Upon hearing this, many people in their hearts cursed Liu Bai. This left chancellor really has no sense of propriety. Asking this way is just putting Feng Jie on the hot seat, right? Moreover, Li Si's eyes brightened, instantly understanding Liu Bai's intention. By using the matter of the Zhao faction to downplay the issue of attacking Feng Jie, he could also make the court officials understand the seriousness of the Jinyiwei's investigations. From a certain perspective, it also established authority. More importantly, Feng Jie couldn't say anything. To openly say in front of His Majesty that the powerful families are forming factions for private gain is truly asking for trouble. Feng Jie's mouth twitched slightly, suppressing his anger, and said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, as the Minister of Justice, I naturally care about court matters. Since Zhao Gao is a treacherous villain, it is only natural for me to be concerned about Chancellor Liu's investigation process. As for being tight-lipped, at this point, Feng Jie hesitated a bit. He couldn't possibly say that he had his mouth stuffed with smelly socks by the Jinyiwei and couldn't speak. That would be a huge loss of face. Haha. So it was a misunderstanding. Just when Feng Jie didn't know how to respond, Liu Bai burst out laughing, looking very magnanimous as he walked up to Feng Jie and patted him on the shoulder. Lord Feng, since it's a misunderstanding, we won't pursue the matter of you seriously injuring me. Hiss. As Liu Bai's words fell, the officials all gasped. You broke a nail, and Feng Jie is bruised all over, and you say you won't pursue it? Your Majesty, I have some personal opinions on the Zhao Gao case. However, Liu Bai suddenly shifted his tone and addressed His Majesty. Although Feng Jie says he has no collusion with Zhao Gao, it is a fact that he inquired about Zhao Gao. I believe we should be on guard against the resurgence of the Zhao faction. Therefore, I respectfully request Your Majesty that after the Zhao faction is destroyed, some people should avoid suspicion and not be recommended. Moreover, for those who recommend these official positions, I request that the Jinyiwei investigate their backgrounds to ensure they have no collusion with Zhao Gao. Upon hearing this, the officials were instantly dumbfounded. The plot thickens. No wonder he instructed the Jinyiwei to beat the Minister of Justice in the street. No wonder Liu Bai came out to impeach Feng Jie right away. No wonder he started by flipping the table and even wanted to expose the unspoken rules of the court. So this was the intention. He forbids Feng Jie from making recommendations, and others who make recommendations must also accept the Jinyiwei's investigation. by raising the banner of preventing the Zhao faction's resurgence. He is actually keeping these official positions in his own hands. What a big appetite. At this moment, many high-ranking officials looked at Liu Bai with eyes that were almost spitting fire. On the surface, it looked like he was fighting with Feng Jie, even cursing each other over a broken nail in the court. But secretly, Liu Bai was actually aiming for these official positions. This piece of fat meat, Liu Bai had no intention of sharing. He wanted it all for himself. And Liu Bai, while appearing righteous, was actually feeling uneasy inside. He was taking a gamble. A gamble that His Majesty knew of his awkward situation. Yes, Liu Bai is the left chancellor of the Qin Dynasty, which can be said to be at the peak of official positions. But in reality, Liu Bai's foundation is too shallow. He needs to grow. And growth in the court refers to influence. The Jinyiwei is an organization of secret agents tacitly approved by His Majesty. So can His Majesty also tacitly approve the official positions in the court? At this moment, Liu Bai felt his heart racing. After planning so much, His Majesty's decision is the most crucial. No. Just then, a voice rang out. Chapter 25. Find some fun for the sixth young master. No. A voice rang out. And everyone turned to look, their hearts trembling. The speaker was actually Li Si. This person, who was closest to Liu Bai, actually opposed him at this moment. Even Feng Jie, who was originally pondering how to respond, was dumbfounded at this moment. To be honest, Liu Bai's move was quite clever, as it effectively shut Feng Jie's mouth. It left him with no voice on the matter of the Zhao faction's official positions. However, Feng Jie still had confidence that he could use the influence in the court to turn things around, at least to ensure that these official positions could not be monopolized by Liu Bai alone. However, Li Si's next words directly left Feng Jie feeling somewhat helpless. Your Majesty, the Jinyiwei has just been established, and there will certainly be some oversights in their investigations. Those close to Zhao Gao have no right to make recommendations, and we must thoroughly investigate whether they colluded with Zhao Gao. As for the recommendations for official positions, I believe that all the lords can make recommendations together, following the usual procedures, and then send them to the Chancellor's office for review. Li Si slowly spoke, then made an extremely subtle gesture, glancing at Liu Bai. At that glance, Liu Bai instantly understood. This was not a competition, but a protection. His uncle Li had also seen through his intentions and was now ready to use his own method to protect him. Liu Bai's earlier actions could have allowed him to monopolize all the official positions, but doing so would make him the target of everyone's arrows. And what Li Si was doing was also for the sake of the official positions, using his position as Right Chancellor to conduct the review, which would naturally suppress the others. At that time, if he let a little information slip through his fingers and cooperate with the Jinyiwei's investigation, it would naturally silence the rumors. After all, the so-called recommendation emphasizes virtue. But who can be perfect? Every recommendation could be given a reason for refusal, and then combined with Li Si's reputation, this matter would be sufficient. The key point is that this matter is in accordance with the rituals. Agreed. On the high platform, His Majesty the First Emperor did not look at Li Si, but instead glanced at Liu Bai and said lightly, Li Si, as the Right Chancellor of the Great Qin, you are already the head of all officials. The recommendations for official positions are also within your power, so this matter will be handled entirely by you. The phrase entirely was spoken casually by His Majesty, but it sent shockwaves through the hearts of the officials. It was clear that His Majesty saw through the little schemes between Li Si and Liu Bai. This tacit understanding between the ruler and his ministers is, in fact, a display of this eternal emperor's control over the court, and Liu Bai's growth is also under the tacit approval of His Majesty. Upon realizing this, Liu Bai looked gratefully at Li Si. He knew that this was his senior in the faction protecting him. Entering the court for the first time, with an unstable foundation, was like a small boat drifting in a raging sea. A slight misstep could capsize both the boat and the people. Yet, this small action from Li Si attracted the storms to himself. Even if Liu Bai's influence truly took shape in the future, it would be too late for these officials to react. One could say that Li Si was buying time for Liu Bai with his own actions. Meanwhile, Feng Jie also slightly lowered his eyelids, showing no signs of opposition. Last night, Li Si came to Feng's residence and had a long conversation with his father. If nothing unexpected happened, it would just be a matter of dividing up this piece of fat meat. Although one cannot swallow all the fat meat in one bite, this kind of benefit exchange is already many times better than what Liu Bai has to offer. Is there still an important matter to report? Seeing that this matter has already reached a conclusion, His Majesty the First Emperor spoke lightly. Although Liu Bai's intervention disrupted the normal proceedings of the court, it was still necessary to continue. Your Majesty, I have an important matter to report. The chaos in Hushi was quelled in a timely manner, but it still caused considerable harm to the common people. War disasters are no less severe than natural calamities. Moreover, these rebels have also plundered. I earnestly request Your Majesty to reduce the taxes and corvée labor for the people affected by the war, allowing them some respite. Li Si slowly began to speak, addressing His Majesty the First Emperor. Although the chaos in Hushi has been suppressed, it is a fact that the people have suffered. Providing tax relief to the people is also reasonable. Minister of Agriculture Yang Yi, do you have any opinions on the matter of tax relief? His Majesty the First Emperor slightly nodded and looked at Yang Yi, asking. Yang Yi, the Minister of Agriculture, is the official in charge of the National Treasury's expenditures. equivalent to the Minister of Finance. Although the Qin Dynasty is now recuperating after unifying the lands, the pain of war is too severe, and many things need to be rebuilt. The money in the treasury is almost all tied up in fixed expenses. His Majesty's inquiry was quite clear. Under the condition of the treasury's approval, to the greatest extent possible, provide tax relief to the people. Your Majesty, I believe we can reduce the taxes and corvée labor by 30%. Although the chaos in Hushi has been quelled, the costs for creating the three-piece iron cavalry set and guarding against the northern Xiongnu are too numerous. Not to mention the need to prepare for next year's natural disasters and relief efforts. A 30% reduction is already the most prudent option. Yang Yi frowned slightly and spoke in a deep voice. He certainly understood His Majesty's intentions, but the treasury really has no money. Reductions can be made, but complete exemptions are indeed not feasible at present. Upon hearing this, the officials did not dare to speak further. When it comes to the treasury's finances, it is indeed inappropriate to say much. Li Si secretly sighed. His lips moved, but he did not speak. In that case, reduce the taxes by 30% and exempt all corvée labor for the coming year. His Majesty the First Emperor pondered for a moment before issuing the decree. Taxation is compensation, while exempting corvée labor allows the people to work their fields in peace. Your Majesty is benevolent. Li Si slightly bowed. However, Liu Bai beside him showed a contemplative expression. The ancestors of the Qin are indeed in need of money. This point must be seized. I don't know how effective the Jinyiwei sent out last night will be. Dismissed. Hey, young master, why do you keep following me? Outside the Xianyang Palace. As Liu Bai just got into the carriage, he saw someone shamelessly following him, leaving him both amused and exasperated. How could the dignified sixth young master of the Qin Dynasty act like a clingy bug, insisting on getting into his carriage? Teacher, you are the chief scribe of the Yiweng Palace, and as your student, I want to listen to your teachings more. This is called striving for improvement. Ing Che smiled slightly, not the least bit embarrassed, and kept urging Long Ke to hurry back to the residence. Young master, people's words can be frightening. I don't want to get involved in certain conflicts for now. The carriage moved slowly, and Liu Bai said meaningfully. This statement was already quite clear. First, his own power is still insufficient, making it inappropriate to get involved in the competition for the crown prince. Second, whether or not he will be involved in the future is another matter. One could say that Liu Bai has laid his cards on the table. Teacher, I never said I wanted to compete for anything. I'm simply curious about your literary talent. Xianyang Palace is boring. I need to find some fun. Ing Che chuckled mischievously. Looking at this shameless sixth young master, Liu Bai couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He truly did not expect that someone as dignified as His Majesty the First Emperor would have such a slippery son. Is he really his biological child? However, seeing Ing Che at this moment, Liu Bai suddenly thought of the matter discussed in court today, that the Qin is in need of money. This young master has come at a good time. Young master, there is something very entertaining. Would you be interested? Chapter 26. Do you want to make it difficult for me? In the Prime Minister's residence. Liu Bai comfortably sat down and did not insist that Ing Che take the main seat. After all, Liu Bai is Ing Che's teacher, and they are no longer in the court, so there is no such reasoning. Young master, do you want His Majesty to think highly of you? Liu Bai smiled, glancing at Ing Che seemingly casually. Upon hearing this question, Ing Che's originally carefree smile froze slightly, but then quickly returned to normal as he spoke. Teacher, don't look at me as the current sixth young master, but in the end, I am just the son of my father. What son wouldn't he want his father to think highly of him? This statement was extremely clever. Ing Che did not deny his desire for His Majesty the First Emperor to think highly of him, but at the same time, he inadvertently avoided the most sensitive topic, the competition for the crown prince. The two little foxes unintentionally engaged in a subtle confrontation. This confrontation was a probing of each other's inner thoughts. Liu Bai was contemplating whether Ing Che truly wanted to contend for the position of crown prince, while Ing Che seemed to casually cover it up. This behavior has a feel of there's no silver here, yet also conveys that he indeed has no such thoughts. Only the parties involved truly understand the intricacies. Liu Bai smiled silently at Ing Che's response and did not press further. It would be foolish to ask more at this point. This kind of demeanor made Ing Che's gaze flicker slightly, and then he laughed. Teacher, you mentioned earlier in the carriage that there is some fun. What is it? Referring to himself as a student also indicated Ing Che's closeness to Liu Bai. Although it was a bit straightforward, it was quite appropriate to ease the previous atmosphere. It's actually nothing much, just something to help relieve His Majesty's worries. Liu Bai replied casually, seemingly unconcerned, but his gaze was always observing Ing Che. He always felt that this sixth young master was not simple. However, historical records do not mention this young master at all, making Liu Bai quite wary. To be honest, at his position as the left chancellor, aside from the official duties in the court, he has begun to consider the development of the empire. And at this stage, the most critical aspect of the empire's development is the crown prince. If Ing Che truly is suitable, Liu Bai would not mind providing some support after establishing his own influence in the court. Oh, relieve my father's worries? Please teach me, teacher. Upon hearing Liu Bai's words, Ing Che's eyes instantly lit up, and he quickly spoke. His urgency indeed carried a hint of filial piety. Liu Bai looked deeply at Ing Che, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. Thud, thud, thud. The dull sound of knocking on the wooden table echoed, and Liu Bai remained silent. Che did not urge him either, maintaining an eager expression for a while. Until the eyes of this sixth young master felt a bit dry, Liu Bai finally spoke. Young master, today when you attended the court, what do you think of our Qin now? Che was momentarily taken aback and blurted out. Our great Qin is naturally thriving. Long K, see off the guests. However, before Che could finish his sentence, Liu Bai directly interrupted him. This made Che stunned. Goodness, no formalities allowed. Must speak the truth, right? But Che quickly shifted his tone, cautiously observing Liu Bai. He found that this left chancellor seemed completely unfazed and was waiting for his next words. It appeared that he was indeed encouraged to speak candidly. Otherwise, a distant attitude would prevail. Che sighed softly and continued. This young master also knows that our great Qin is currently facing both internal and external troubles. The external threats are self-evident. The Xiongnu are lurking outside the Great Wall, eyeing our great Qin's borders and frequently plundering. The military expenses for the northern provinces are an astonishing figure. Even the southern Baiwei has shown signs of defiance. Last year, the king of Baiwei sent envoys 3 times. They came and verbally submitted to our great Qin, but in reality, they did not pay tribute and even demanded rewards from my father. Truly, enemies are found both north and south, and the internal troubles are even more severe. At this point, Che paused slightly, as if feeling frustrated, and continued, whether it's the remnants of the 6 states harboring anti-Qin sentiments, or the impoverished common people within our great Qin, all industries are in dire need of revival. These are indeed major troubles. These issues have accumulated over hundreds of years. And even if my father cares about the people's livelihood, it is extremely difficult to change in a short period. As these words came out, Che suddenly felt a gaze fixed upon him. It was Liu Bai. The left chancellor was smiling at this moment. Indeed, this 6th young master was not as indifferent to state affairs as the rumors suggested. He had accurately analyzed the internal and external troubles. The remnants of the 6 states needed to be dealt with, which would cost many lives. What I want to talk to you about is the difficulties of the common people, or the current financial difficulties of Great Qin. Liu Bai spoke lightly. His Majesty does care about the people's livelihood, but our great Qin's treasury is now too empty. When the official power lacks funds, it is extremely difficult to regulate the populace. What I want you to do is actually very simple. 2 words, make money. Upon hearing this, Che was momentarily stunned. His expression extremely peculiar. Goodness, this Liu Xiong is mysteriously suggesting that I should make money? At this moment, Che even had the impulse to turn around and leave. Does the young master look down on making money? As if seeing through Che's thoughts, Liu Bai smilingly asked. Che did not hide it. He knew that for a clever person like Liu Bai, disguising such small tricks was useless. Being straightforward was the key. Teacher, making money is the way of merchants. Moreover, I, Che, am of the great Qin royal family. Making money would tarnish the dignity of our royal family. Furthermore, the difficulty of making money is not small. Even if I can earn, it's limited. How can I alleviate my father's worries? Che spoke sincerely. In this era, merchants were still looked down upon. Since Guanzhong articulated the theory of the 4 classes in his Guanzi, the roles of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants had basically taken shape, especially after El Buwei's turmoil. The status of merchants had become even worse. Now asking Che to make money was indeed a bit, well, the 6th young master has a point. That business that could earn 10 times the treasury tax in a year, let us find someone else to do it. Liu Bai nodded slightly. What? As soon as these words came out, Che first nodded, then jumped up from his seat, his expression horrified. Making money was looked down upon. But earning 10 times the Great Qin treasury tax would directly enrich the treasury and secure Great Qin's finances. His own father would surely be delighted to show his front teeth. Teacher, teach me. After jumping up, Che did not idle, directly pouncing over and grabbing Liu Bai's sleeve, refusing to let go. He was scared. Scared that this teacher of his would really find someone else for such a good opportunity. This was a once-in-a-lifetime great merit. Moreover, this was definitely the best way to strengthen his own power. Power, wealth, and people. These 3 are the true strength. Very simple. Sell salt. Liu Bai chuckled lightly, as if Che's actions were all within his expectations, and spoke softly. As soon as these words were said, Liu Bai felt the sleeve that Che was clutching loosened. The consensus of the times, salt merchants do not die a good death. Chapter 27. One sentence that made the young master spend 30,000 in Great Qin, and even extending to the entire feudal era. Salt merchants were a profession that was scorned daily, often insulted as not having certain attributes. The reason is simple. Too expensive. Ordinary families simply cannot afford salt. To supplement their salt intake, they could only buy things like vinegar cloth. This is also why Che immediately released Liu Bai's sleeve upon hearing Liu Bai mention selling salt. It was already disgraceful enough for a great Qin noble to make money. Now he was actually going to sell salt? Teacher, selling salt is an immoral act. Your idea is truly. Che stammered, finding it difficult to directly say that Liu Bai's idea was too unethical. Of course, his indirect expression was not much different from saying it directly. Unethical? Che's reaction seemed to be entirely within Liu Bai's expectations, and even to this somewhat harsh comment, Liu Bai merely smiled and dismissed it. Young master, you have it all wrong. This act is actually a great virtue. Upon hearing this, Ing Che was somewhat bewildered. Regardless of his royal education or the common consensus among the people, salt merchants were scoundrels that did not die a good death. How could it be that in Liu Bai's mouth, this act was a great virtue? What do you mean, teacher? Ing Che glanced at Liu Bai and found that this teacher, who had only taught him one class, now had a confident gleam in his eyes, making him feel that there must be some mystery behind it, and he quickly asked, "Very simple. We want to bring down the price of salt in Great Qin, so that the people of Great Qin can afford to eat salt. Our Great Qin must achieve the freedom to eat salt." Liu Bai spoke lightly, looking at Long Ke, and instructed, "Long Ke, go get the kitchen salt." "Yes." Long Ke replied respectfully, then ran directly to the kitchen. Although Ing Che did not understand such actions, he did not rush to speak and merely waited quietly. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Long Ke returned with the salt. Upon seeing Great Qin salt, Liu Bai instinctively frowned, then relaxed. "Young master, have you been to the market? Do you know how much a pound of salt costs on the market now?" Liu Bai extended his right hand, then spread his palm, slamming his left hand on the table, causing the salt to rattle in the jar and spill out. 50 big coins. The food that can be bought for 50 big coins wouldn't even fill 100 small carts. At this point, Liu Bai suddenly stood up, his expression mixed with unparalleled anger. When the common people can't even secure their livelihood, even having to lick rocks like beasts to supplement their salt intake. War has already been plotted in the hearts of the masses. What destroys a vast empire is never the so-called high officials and nobility. It is the common people. It is the masses. They are sparks that ignite. When this anger is ignited, it will become a prairie fire. Young master, tell me, when a person works hard from day to night, only to have their family lick the rocks, is this fire enough to burn everything? Liu Bai's eyes were fixed on Ing Che like a wild beast. Oppression and exploitation. In this era, it is especially evident. The powerful and wealthy indulge in wine and meat, while ordinary people freeze to death on the roadside, unheard. He was furious about this situation, roaring in his heart. So he wanted to change it, not only for the sake of Great Qin, but for these common people, having grown up in poverty. Liu Bai came from among the commoners. Now that he has reached the position of left chancellor, he must care for the people. This passionate speech burst forth suddenly. Beside him, Long Chia looked eager. This is their Lu Gong. He seems indifferent to everything, but inside, he is burning with passion. Even the usually carefree Ing Che was taken aback by Liu Bai's words. Rather than a conversation, it was more like a speech, a passionate and stirring speech. However, teacher, we have not actually produced salt. Entering this trade recklessly, even if we start, will have little impact, Ing Che said with a troubled expression. He admitted that in the moment Liu Bai spoke, his blood had also begun to boil. But the reason in his mind told him that this must be done. Yet it was impossible. The dialogue between you and me will be forgotten in the long river of history, but our actions will be remembered. Liu Bai's eyes were bright as he spoke solemnly. Young master, I have a plan for this. Saying this, Liu Bai pushed the salt on the desk to the corner, took out a piece of silk, and began to draw on it with a brush. The strokes were bold and free, though somewhat ugly. It was still clear that it depicted a vessel with high-temperature fire below. This is the common method of extracting sea salt, using fire to distill the salt from the water and then drying it. This method is time-consuming, consumes a lot of fuel, and combined with transportation costs. Thus the salt price remains high. Liu Bai explained to Ing Che, who nodded slightly. Though he was not an expert, he understood a bit. The price of sea salt had no room for reduction. Our target should be rock salt. Liu Bai spoke in a deep voice, finally revealing his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Ing Che's expression changed instantly. Teacher, rock salt is toxic and inedible. Are you joking? Being a salt dealer is already outrageous enough. Now you want to sell toxic salt? If this really happens and harms the people, my father the emperor might directly execute me. If Liu Bai truly cared only for money and disregarded the people's lives, then Ing Che absolutely would not become complicit with him. In fact, at that moment, Ing Che felt a bit relieved that he had not yet truly opened his heart to this teacher. Young master, this is a method of rock salt extraction I developed earlier. In simple terms, using some raw materials, we can eliminate the toxins in rock salt. Liu Bai frowned slightly, pondering his words before explaining. The so-called method of extracting rock salt was actually most difficult in ancient times, particularly in purifying brine. This could be done with soda, ash, and caustic soda. The later steps of steam crystallization and separation drying were relatively simple. However, in this era, there was no concept of chemistry, and Liu Bai was too lazy to become a pioneer of chemistry in later generations, explaining in the simplest way. Remove the toxins? Teacher, are you joking? Upon hearing this, Ing Che was momentarily taken aback, his expression extremely strange. If it truly were possible to remove the toxins from worthless rock salt, it would mean possessing endless wealth. After all, the rock salt mountains of Great Qin could not grow crops. They were practically free, and salt is worth more than money. Whether it's a lie or not, once you make it, those officials from the Zhao party in the dungeons can be your test subjects. Zhao Gao is a loyal eunuch, and his followers would surely be willing to serve the country. Liu Bai said lightly. Regarding waste recycling, he had his unique insights. Upon hearing this, Even Ing Che felt a chill in his heart. His teacher was indeed ruthless. It was clear that people who were destined to die would not be allowed to die peacefully. If it were truly as the teacher said, this move would surely solve my father's treasury's emptiness. Ing Che's face showed joy as he exclaimed. It could even allow the common people to eat cheap salt. Liu Bai looked at Ing Che's delighted expression, smiling without speaking, only nodding slightly. This burst of laughter made Ing Che feel a bit numb on the scalp. Teacher, why are you smiling while looking at me? It's simple. Young master, pay money, set up a factory. You can't expect me, a humble-born chancellor, to have the money to set up a factory, right? With one sentence, the sixth young master Ing Che spent 30,000 big coins for Liu Bai. Chapter 28. The sound of breathing is so loud. Is it disturbing the young masters? In the carriage, Ing Che looked pained. 30,000 big coins. This was his savings from many years of royal salary. His cheap teacher just opened his mouth a couple of times, and before he could earn money, he experienced bankruptcy first. Thinking of this, Ing Che looked at Liu Bai beside him with increasing resentment. Young master, don't look at me like that. As the saying goes, you can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child. This is also part of my teaching. Pay attention and learn well. At this moment, Liu Bai remembered his own teacher's identity. After saying this, Ing Che was not comforted at all, and even felt that he had been tricked by his own father the emperor. How could he have such a shameless teacher? Teacher, there are 18 young masters in Yiweng Palace. When you give your lecture later, you must distribute the benefits evenly, and don't let me take all the favor. Holding back a moment and thinking it through made Ing Che feel like a big fool. Although his teacher spoke of endless wealth from the method of extracting rock salt, the 30,000 big coins were indeed going to be spent. This favor in teaching, Ing Che still had to find a way to recover among his brothers. There was no way. After all, Ing Che had been educated since childhood to be friendly to his brothers. Today as class will be different. Today, I will teach you some serious things. Liu Bai first smiled, then his expression became serious. Now he was already the head of Yiweng Palace's writing department. Strictly speaking, the future imperial teacher, Emperor Qin Shi Huang, is ultimately human and will pass away one day. At that time, the second generation of the empire will be especially crucial. Liu Bai did not want his students to become the generation that caused Great Qin to collapse. Serious? Upon hearing Liu Bai's words, Ing Che's mouth opened wide in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Liu Bai teaching serious things was simply absurd. Was he Liu Bai himself serious? Half an hour later. Why is Dr. Chanyu here? Just arriving at Yiweng Palace, Ing Che was slightly taken aback, his eyes full of confusion. Because at the entrance of Yiweng Palace stood a person, the current doctor of the dynasty, and also the enlightenment teacher of his older brother, Jinyiwei. The Confucian leader who talks about righteousness and morality when his mouth is open, and speaks of morality and righteousness when it is closed, has not left a good impression on Ing Che. If he really had to compare, he still preferred Liu Bai a bit more. Chanyu visited the young master and met with Minister Liu. Although they were not on good terms in the court, Chanyu still had to show the proper courtesy in front of the young masters. Or rather, he did not dare to be disrespectful. Did he not see how the favored one before his Majesty, the arrogant Chancellor Zhao Gao, died from banging his head on the ground just because he stepped into Yiweng Palace with his right foot first? If Liu Bai were to take advantage of this, then Chanyu would truly be like a wild dog carrying a lantern into a latrine, looking for death. Oh, Dr. Chanyu has come to Yiweng Palace today, for what purpose? Liu Bai first glanced at Chanyu's feet and noticed that he was still standing at the door, without any intention of stepping inside, his expression filled with disappointment. This old man is quite cautious. Seemingly sensing Liu Bai's gaze, Chanyu's face slightly froze, and he could not help but take a half step back, moving further away from the palace entrance. Minister Liu's literary reputation is well known in Xianyang. I, an official in the court, have come to Yiweng Palace today not only to gain some knowledge, but also to see what the young masters are learning, so that when I organize books to send to their residences in the future, I can keep up with their studies. Chanyu slowly began to speak, his words extremely cautious. It wouldn't do to be careless. This Liu Bai has a very sharp tongue in the court. If he were to catch hold of something, it would really be self-inflicted misery. And as a doctor of the court, Chanyu's primary job is related to culture, and organizing books is also a top priority. So this makes sense. Since that's the case, then it's fine. Liu Bai had no intention of guessing Chanyu's little calculations. As the saying goes, a scholar is of no use. Liu Bai felt it was not quite right. It should be a corrupt Confucian is of no use. And Chanyu is the biggest and oldest piece of rotten tofu. Let us go, the bell has rung, Liu Bai said lightly, and then took the lead into Yiweng Palace. This step left Chanyu somewhat dazed. How did it turn into a class when it was just a bell? Greetings, Mr. Liu. When Liu Bai entered Yiweng Palace, the young masters who had been waiting there all saluted. Looking at it this way, the earlier execution of Zhao Gao did have some effect. At least it made these young masters understand that in Yiweng Palace, Liu Bai had the final say. Liu Bai took a deep look at Hu Hai in the corner. That bare child, at this moment, had a pale face and was even slightly shrinking his neck. Quite unlike his arrogant demeanor from yesterday. With Zhao Gao dead and Liu Bai's series of threats, Hu Hai had been scared into a mental shadow. It was said that Hu Hai did not sleep last night, and even murmured, "Don't come over. Mr. Liu, please start the lesson." Fusa glanced at Ing Che next to Liu Bai, Though puzzled why his sixth brother came with Liu Bai, he still followed the rules and spoke to Liu Bai. Jinyiwei, when did I allow you into Yiweng Palace? Your breathing is so loud. What if you disturb the young master's lesson? If you want to audit, go stand at the palace door. Liu Bai's words caused the young masters to be slightly stunned, looking at Jinyiwei in a daze. Isn't he just following you? Liu Bai? Besides, Liu Bai, your excuse about loud breathing, can it be any more unreliable? Even Ning Che, who came with Liu Bai, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Indeed, this teacher is quite equitable. He just gave another lesson right away. With power, even the most absurd words can work. You, Liu Bai, don't go too far. Jinyiwei clenched his fists and shouted angrily. Good. Then let us proceed according to the rules of Yiweng Palace. Disturbing the young master's lesson. Directly use the ruler. Long Chia. Liu Bai glanced at Long Chia and said lightly. The latter smiled slightly, as if demonstrating, as he took out the ruler, flexing his forearm muscles. The bulging veins making one doubt whether he could crush someone's hand bone with a single ruler. Mr. Liu, please don't. Fusu, seeing this scene, became anxious and hurriedly spoke. Dr. Chanyu just didn't know the rules. There's no need for punishment. Chanyu was also startled, but he still had to maintain the demeanor of a great scholar. If I have to go out, then so be it. Maintaining his composure, he honestly took a step back and walked out of the palace door. This appearance almost made Liu Bai laugh out loud. He really didn't want to hit Chanyu. After all, this was in front of his students, and he couldn't keep a violent image all the time. All right, let us start the lesson. Today's lesson. Liu Bai glanced at Chanyu, then spoke aloud. I want to teach you what true Confucianism is. Chapter 29, Long Chia. Give him 2 slaps to remember. Confucianism? Hearing Liu Bai say this, the young masters were all dumbfounded, instinctively looking towards the door where Chanyu stood. There stood a Confucian leader, and Liu Bai, you are now teaching the content of what true Confucianism is. Are you sure you're not here to cause trouble? This is simply taking off your shoes and slapping them on Chanyu's face. Liu Bai, you are provoking me, and you are also insulting Confucianism. Chanyu immediately shouted angrily, his entire old face turning red. He had already taken a step back, yet Liu Bai still humiliated him like this. How could he endure it? Moreover, Liu Bai, you are a legalist. Everyone knows it. For you to talk about true Confucianism is nothing but slander. Whether it's personal grievances with Liu Bai or to defend Confucianism's stance, Jinyiwei could not tolerate it. Interrupting the lesson while auditing, Liu Bai frowned slightly, very dissatisfied. This old man is really annoying. I didn't want to bother with him earlier, but now he came looking for trouble? Long Chia. Give him 2 slaps to remember. For such a shameless behavior, Liu Bai would not indulge him. Letting you off the first time was to avoid leaving a bad impression in front of the young masters. But if you come looking for trouble again, if I don't take action, it would appear cowardly. All right. Long Chia chuckled and stepped forward. This action shocked all the young masters, especially Hu Hai, who was now trembling all over. He seemed to see the scene of his teacher, Zhao Gao, dying tragically before him again. No, Mr. Liu. Dr. Chanyu was just speaking out of urgency. This young master cannot just stand by and watch you hit Dr. Chanyu. Fusu was greatly anxious and spoke quickly. Strictly speaking, both Liu Bai and Chanyu were his teachers. As a student, he couldn't help either side. But he really couldn't just watch Chanyu get beaten. Young Master Fusu, please close your eyes. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. You were just here to audit, and you can't even place yourself correctly. This is to prevent Dr. Chanyu from making any bigger mistakes. Liu Bai chuckled lightly and said, Young Master in Gao's eyes widened. Can this really be done? If you can't just watch, then just close your eyes. Slap, slap. Before Chanyu could continue to plead for himself. Long Chia's swift slap had already arrived as promised. The 2 slaps came so quickly that Chanyu didn't even have time to react to the first one. Long Chia grinned and shook his right hand, looking as if he hadn't had enough. However, since Lu Gong said it was 2 slaps, then it was 2 slaps, no more, no less. Looking at Chanyu now, he could barely stand. It was no joke. Who was Long Chia? During the Qin Han struggle, he was one of the few in the army who could practice a few moves with Xiongnu. After those 2 slaps, Chanyu only felt a buzzing in his ears, as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer. Either listen well or go accompany Lord Zhao. After slapping, Long Chia leaned close to Chanyu and chuckled softly. This old guy, who usually looked at Lu Gong with disdain, had long been displeased with him. Being from a military background, Long Chia's way of thinking was always very direct. Lu Gong's enemies deserve to die? This statement completely awakened Chanyu. This Lu Xiong was not just a scholar who only knew how to read books. He was a ruthless person who could kill surrendering soldiers without batting an eye. If he were to be killed by Liu Bai here, there would be no place to complain. Just 2 slaps not only subdued Chanyu, but also froze the atmosphere in the Yiweng Palace. Hu Hai trembled like a sieve, even subconsciously covering his ears, his head drawn tightly in. Teacher, please continue the lesson. We brothers are quite eager to know what true Confucianism is. At this moment, a clear laugh rang out. It was the 6th young master Ning Che, stepping forward to mediate. He knew that it was up to him at this moment. His elder brother was a student of Chanyu and now also a student of Liu Bai. Under both identities, it was inconvenient for him to speak. As for the other brothers, they were also intimidated by Liu Bai's authority. Only he, Ning Che, could ease the atmosphere. The sixth young master was right. Since that's the case, today I will tell you what Confucianism really is. Liu Bai smiled slightly, walked in front of the young masters, and said, I am also aware that you must be wondering why I, who usually looks at Confucian officials with disdain, especially Jinyiwei, whom I find extremely displeasing, would choose to talk about what true Confucianism is. When it came to the term great scholar, Liu Bai even cast a disdainful glance at Jinyiwei. The latter, though furious, remained silent. The young masters nodded instinctively, as this was indeed a question in their hearts. It's very simple. What I despise is not Confucianism, but Confucian officials, because they have betrayed the ideals of Confucius, the founder of Confucianism. In the past, Confucius traveled between Lu and Yu for a full 14 years. This tumultuous period is lightly summarized by later generations as traveling across states. But how many of you know that these 14 years were years of storm and stress? These 14 years were the years when Confucianism truly took shape. These 14 years are what we should admire most. Liu Bai's tone was grave as he looked at Fusu and asked solemnly, Young Master Fusu, since you have followed Jinyiwei to learn about Confucianism since childhood, you must know what these 14 years mean for Confucianism, right? Fusu, though shocked that Liu Bai actually admired Confucius, honestly replied, the essence of the thoughts in the Analects was established, laying the foundation of Confucianism, illuminating the long night for countless future generations. Recently, a saying circulated in Xianyang city, not knowing who the wise man was. If heaven had not given birth to Xiongnu, the world would be a long night. This statement is not about Confucius himself, but about the thoughts left by Confucius. Fusu not only expressed his views, but even quoted a widely circulated saying in Xianyang city. This made him resemble the gossipers promoting the 8 trigrams to their brothers in later generations. Even Jinyiwei now had a smirk, revealing a sense of pride. If heaven had not given birth to Xiongnu, the world would be a long night. What does this mean? 1,000 years of darkness, one lamp shines bright. Our Confucian master is this lamp capable of illuminating eternity. This sense of ideological superiority made Jinyiwei feel prouder than anything else. Young master flatters me. I'm not some wise man. Young master Fusu is right, yet also not entirely right. It is true that Confucius left behind thoughts, but these thoughts have been misunderstood. What he left was the Analects. This Analects is the rule of the Tao at that time. Chapter 30. Fill up the golden juice for Dr. Chanyu. Nonsense. You are slandering my Confucianism. How can our Confucian sages be defamed by your yellow-mouthed slander? Hearing Liu Bai's words, even though Jinyiwei felt fear in his heart, he couldn't help but shout in anger. This outburst was without hesitation, stemming purely from instinct. As the leader of Confucianism, the teachings of Confucianism were Jinyiwei's faith. It can be said that this was more important to him than his own life. Now Liu Bai was saying that the Analects were the rules of the Tao? What Tao? It's nothing but the way of bandits. The underworld. Even with Long Chia watching closely, Jinyiwei could not calm down to listen. At this moment, Jinyiwei felt that his act of attending was wholly justified. If he weren't here, and Liu Bai went on blabbering, wouldn't that really be disastrous? Let alone what the other young masters thought. Just young master Fusu was the hope for the entire Confucianism to implement enfeoffment reform and achieve a world of great unity. Confucius wrote the Spring and Autumn Annals, dividing the warring states into 7 heroes. At the juncture of the spring and autumn and the warring states, the world was in chaos, and the various states frequently attacked each other. All the young masters were dragons among men and naturally would not blindly believe the written words. Please, think about it. 14 years. Is it truly possible to travel between the states relying solely on the words of benevolence and righteousness? Even if the kings treated him with courtesy, were the bandits encountered during those 14 years also converted? Liu Bai snorted coldly and looked at the young masters, asking. This question left everyone dumbfounded. This question was too sharp. Having praised them as dragons among men, they naturally had to think it over. Indeed, how could a person who only speaks of benevolence and morality manage to travel between the states? You must know that even before His Majesty unified the world, it was extremely difficult to traverse the various countries. At this moment, even Fusu, who had always been deeply influenced by Confucian education, began to question this. He wondered, even if he had guards, it would be impossible to remain unscathed for 14 years. You are talking nonsense. The actions of our Confucian sages cannot be speculated by ordinary people. Moreover, the principles spoken by Confucius are the truths of the world. How can it be difficult to convert bandits? Jinyiwei's tone faltered, and he forced himself to respond, his eyes filled with anxiety. At this moment, he suddenly felt a little scared. This Liu Bai seemed to truly have his own set of theories. Oh, the El Shi Chuanqiu says, Confucius' strength was enough to lift the national gate. The national gate weighs 400 genes. Such strength would not be an exaggeration to call it divine strength. Among the 72 disciples, Zi Lu is a great general, unmatched in martial prowess. Before meeting Confucius, he would resort to violence at the slightest disagreement. May I ask how Confucius managed to make him listen to reason? It's simple, through strength. Once he was defeated, he naturally listened to reason. Liu Bai said calmly, the stories recorded in the El Shi Chuanqiu during the Qin Dynasty have already come to a very fair conclusion, and are generally true. Moreover, Confucius was a man from Lu, a solid 1 meter 90 tall Shandong man. You are merely quibbling and sensationalizing. Chunyu felt a sense of foreboding in his heart. He knew Liu Bai was eloquent, but he didn't expect this guy to be so well-read. Not only was he well-versed in the El Shirchuanxiu, but he was also proficient in Confucian classics. The examples from these books left Chunyu feeling powerless to refute. Even if he wanted to explain, "Teacher, are you saying that the Confucius of that time, accompanied by the 72 disciples, roamed the states?" The young master in Gao, standing nearby, had his eyes shining brightly. He was someone who believed in martial power, and such a Confucius was very much to his taste. Yes, but also no. First, he had the Shui family. Second, he led 72 factions and 3,000 followers, sweeping through the underworld of the world. The Shui family was regarded as the ruler of the underworld at that time, and every word spoken by Confucius was a rule of the way. People in the underworld were afraid of offending this powerful Confucius, so they specially compiled his words and carried them with them, reciting them daily. And these rules were the Luanyu. Liu Bai smiled slightly and began to recite. I estimate that in the underworld of this world, I am slightly inferior to my brilliance. This kind of bold spirit truly makes one yearn for it. Upon hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Wow, this man, who had always looked down on the Confucian scholars in the court, was actually a supporter of Confucius. The young master in Gao, on the side, felt an urge to formally apprentice himself right then and there. It was at this moment that he realized he had encountered a great teacher. How bad could a scholar who admired martial power be? Fu Su, standing nearby, was completely dazed. The amount of information today was overwhelming. His brain felt insufficient. And he even felt his forehead getting a bit hot. Could the Confucian culture he had studied since childhood actually have such origins? If all of this were true, then what had he learned? Was it a misinterpretation by later generations? What significance did such imagined thoughts hold? Chunyu's eyes widened, and as a scholar, he was so furious that his eyes appeared bloodshot. A surge of anger rushed into his mind, but he could not find a single word to refute. Gentlemen, I have a brand new version of the Luanyu. You can take it and circulate it among yourselves. Just learn the essence. Don't actually take it out to fight. Even if you do fight, you can't say it's what the teacher taught. You have to say it's what Confucius taught. Liu Bai smiled slightly and took out a bamboo slip from his bosom, saying, Thank you, teacher. Before Liu Bai's outstretched hand could fully straighten, a figure eagerly took the Luanyu. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the young master in Gao, the one who loved to fight the most in the royal family. As for the consequences of in Gao learning the Luanyu, Liu Bai, huffed. Just as Liu Bai took out the Luanyu, Chunyu's eyes widened. And then he felt a sweetness in his throat, his hands and feet suddenly feeling numb. He tilted his head and suddenly spat out blood everywhere. Truly, as expected of a scholar, even his blood was spat out so evenly. Watching Chunyu spit blood under the sunlight, it even created a slight rainbow effect. And Liu Bai couldn't help but sigh. This old guy is quite impressive. Teacher. At this moment, Fu Su did not even bother to look at the Luanyu, and immediately rushed forward to support Chunyu. The latter was already rolling his eyes, having fainted. Young master, do not be anxious. Liu Bai smiled slightly, bent down, and pretended to check Chunyu's pulse. Teacher has learned some medical skills for a while, and Professor Chunyu is just too excited. He must have realized the truth of Confucianism, causing his qi and blood to surge. This condition of excessive blood in the brain can be treated with a good medicine, and he will recover. Upon hearing this, all the young masters were dumbfounded. Liu Bai actually knew medicine? Of course. Only Liu Bai himself knew that this while actually meant 3 minutes. Once the heat passed, he would throw any medical books into a corner. I hope the gentleman will help save him. Fu Su said anxiously, speaking up quickly. Liu Bai smiled slightly. Appearing calm and collected, the qi and blood attacking the heart can be cured with just a dose of golden juice. Author's note. Regarding the specific content of the Luanyu, I believe everyone has some understanding, so I won't write it here. Mainly because the recent checks on quotations have been quite strict, and it's inconvenient for me to quote. If any enthusiastic readers could help supplement it, I would be very grateful. Once again, I declare that I am a loyal enthusiast of Confucian culture, and I can recite the Luanyu backwards. The arrangement of the plot is purely for the sake of a smooth and engaging story, and I absolutely do not intend to slander Confucianism. If there is any offense, please contact me directly, and I will apologize, revise the text, and apologize again. Chapter 31. Don't be greedy and ask for the recipe? Golden juice? Hearing Liu Bai's words, all the young masters were slightly taken aback, not reacting at all. Who would have thought that this kind of city defense weapon would also be a good medicine? Instead, among the young masters, the most reckless in Gao was the first to speak up, laughing heartily. What is golden juice? In short, it's feces. This stuff has a military function, which is to defend a city. Boil it over a big fire, and when the enemy climbs the city, dump it down. If they don't get burned to death, they'll get smashed to death, and even if they don't die from the fall, they'll return to camp and rot to death. And the smell is truly something else. In Gao, who loved military power the most, naturally became the first to react. Of course, Long Chia was an exception. As soon as this guy heard that they were going to feed Chunyu, whom he found utterly displeasing, golden juice, he had already run away in a flash. His running speed was quite fast, clearly anxious. Teacher, no. This is a disgrace to culture, Fu Su said anxiously, trying to stop him. If he drank golden juice, wouldn't that be like eating something a dog would eat? This esteemed Professor Chanyu is a scholar. Doing this would be worse than killing him. Young master, this is a serious mistake. Look, Professor Chunyu's complexion is flushed. Although he is unconscious, his breathing is extremely rapid. He is already in a critical condition. The distance to the medical office is such that even someone like Long Chia would need to run for 3 incense sticks worth of time. If we let the doctor come over, by then, Professor Chunyu's body might already be cold. But this Yiweng Palace does have a toilet. Upon hearing Fu Su's opposition, Liu Bai directly suppressed the smile in his eyes and said solemnly, a matter of life and death, young master. Dr. Chunyu is a crucial minister of our great Qin. And I, Liu Bai, as the prime minister, cannot stand by and do nothing. We must feed him, we must. This statement was made with utmost seriousness. And even Fu Su at this moment could not discern the truth from the falsehood. Deep down, Fu Su instinctively felt that Liu Bai was using this as a pretext for personal gain. However, the fact remains that Chunyu is in grave danger. At this moment, he hesitated. On the contrary, Ing Che's mouth twitched violently, and his eyes trembled with shock. This Liu Bai is ruthless. Not only does he want to kill, but he also wants to strike at the heart. For someone like Chunyu who values face, if given the choice between being fed golden juice and receiving a fatal blow, he would certainly choose the latter and slit his own throat. If this golden juice is fed to him, Chunyu might be saved, but he would lose his own soul. At this moment, the area outside Yiweng Palace fell silent. The young masters wanted to watch the drama unfold. Yet they were afraid of saying the wrong thing and upsetting their elder brother. Meanwhile, Liu Bai was extremely anxious. This Long Chia is taking too long. Hey, here comes the golden juice. After a short while, a somewhat excited voice rang out. Although only a little time had passed, everyone felt like an eternity had gone by. They saw Long Chia rushing over, and the young masters instinctively took 10 steps back, because he was carrying an entire bucket. Ing Che's eyes nearly popped out. How can this thing be enough? Hurry, hurry, everyone step aside. Old man Chunyu, hold on. Long Chia ran quickly, shouting incessantly. In fact, he didn't need to shout. At this moment, who would dare not to step aside? Just a little of this stuff on one's clothes could lead to being laughed at by one's brothers for 3 years. Even Liu Bai at this moment had put away his previous concern for Chunyu and stepped back several steps. And the place where he stopped happened to be right behind Ing Che. This positioning made Ing Che's brows twitch. Usually, he would frown slightly and retreat behind everyone. But today Liu Bai actually used him as a shield? Yet, Ing Che found himself helpless. Why? Because the money was in their hands. Fu Su did not step back. But when he saw Long Chia pick up a gourd ladle and prepare to pour it into Chunyu's mouth, the imperial young master still harbored some resentment. Don't worry. Young master Fu Su, I'll take it slow. Long Chia grinned and said to comfort him. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly covered their mouths. This is truly a good excuse to cover up the stench. Long Chia, you're quite the joker. Elder brother, step back a bit. Dr. Chunyu's life is important. Ultimately, it was Ing Gao who was sincere, stepping forward to pull Fu Su away from this foul-smelling place. Hee, Dr. Chunyu, enjoy. Long Chia trembled his hand, smiling unchanged. After all, he was a soldier accustomed to golden juice. Moreover, he was a tough man used to life and death on the battlefield. How could he be squeamish about dirt and stink? Ugh, under such a terrifying situation, the young masters could no longer hold back, and all began to gag. Of course, they were all royal young lords, so they wouldn't be so rude. Even when gagging, they coughed to cover it up, lest their elder brother lose face. Meanwhile, Liu Bai wore a bright smile. Aren't you Chunyu obsessed with face? Don't you pride yourself on being a great scholar, projecting the demeanor of a learned man? Let us see how you maintain that demeanor later. As for the golden juice's medicinal effects, to be honest, Liu Bai knew that it might or might not work. But he had no idea what illness Chunyu had, so he couldn't speak of a targeted treatment. Anyway, the emergency measures had been taken. If Chunyu really died, tomorrow in court, he could fake tears and write some eulogies for Chunyu, and who wouldn't praise Liu Bai for his benevolence? This scene was quite reminiscent of Zhuge Liang weeping for Zhou Yu. How did the eulogy go? Oh, Chunyu, alas, Chunyu. Once more. Liu Bai took out a silk cloth to cover his nose and mouth, adding another remark. Upon hearing this, the young masters immediately lost all desire to watch. Even someone like Ing Che, who had a dark mind, was left dumbfounded. Ugh, the sound of clear springs flowing. Chunyu didn't even open his eyes. His first reaction was to vomit. How foul. What kind of filthy substance is this? So disgusting. Then, Chunyu opened his eyes and was horrified to see Long Chia beside him holding a gourd ladle covered in filth, along with the young master's disgusted expressions. Liu Bai, what have you done to me? Why am I gagging? Such a foul stench. Chunyu guessed something but could hardly believe it. He felt an extreme discomfort in his throat. Even his roaring voice seemed to carry a special odor that rushed straight to his head. Hey, old man, don't overreach. Just try a taste, and don't ask my Lu Gong for the recipe. However, all he received in response was Long Chia's disdainful voice and the young master's looks of utter disgust. As for Hu Hai, he was already in tears, completely scared. Chapter 32. Respectful doo-doo? What a pity, there was still half a bucket that couldn't be fed. After leaving the Xianyang Palace, Long Xia shook his head in regret. He had brought so much over, yet Chunyu didn't have the decency to drink it all, and instead ran madly towards the palace exit, unable to be stopped. Wasn't this a waste? You brat, go back and bathe and burn incense. You're not allowed to see me today, Liu Bai sternly said, keeping a distance of 10 steps from him. Upon hearing this, even a tough guy like Long Xia couldn't help but pout slightly, looking unkempt, making one's scalp tingle. Lu Gong, I've washed my hands many times and even used soapberry. Look, my hands are peeling. Saying this, Long Xia wanted to show his hands to Liu Bai. Liu Bai's complexion changed drastically as he stepped back several steps, shouting, don't come any closer. Then, he hurriedly ran towards the carriage. At this moment, he regretted it. Damn it, killing 1,000 enemies while injuring oneself by 80. He shouldn't have let Long Xia feed the golden juice. How could he stand the smell of golden juice on his guards? Hee. Long Xia grinned foolishly, even scratching his head. He didn't mind Liu Bai running away so fast. After all, his identity was there. Liu Bai is the left prime minister of the current dynasty. If he got tainted by this filthy substance, wouldn't that be bad? So, Lu Gong, shall we go back to the residence? Long Xia asked Liu Bai inside the carriage. Of course, you brat, go back and wash up. A helpless voice came from inside the carriage. Liu Bai shook his head slightly, feeling a bit regretful. Could it be that the golden juice really has medicinal effects? Or is it that Chunyu is really tough enough to survive this? Young master, isn't this too risky? At the entrance of Xianyang City, a line of 5 people stood, gazing at the most magnificent city in the world. The leader was quite young, around 20 years old, wearing a gray long robe and a bamboo hat. Though dressed ordinarily, for some reason, even without looking at his face, just standing there exuded a certain charisma. This temperament is extremely difficult to describe in words. It possesses both the aura of wealth and the wisdom that contemplates all matters under heaven. In the midst of a prosperous age and chaos, one seeks glory through the sword. In fact, apart from this Xianyang, anywhere in the world is the most dangerous place. The man in the bamboo hat shook his head slightly. A gust of wind blew, lifting the thin veil slightly, revealing a handsome face. Nowadays, everywhere in the world, there are rumors about Wei Guo's noble son, Bao, stirring up the chaos in Hushi. The old Wei lineage can be said to be in imminent danger. This noble son Bao is not a strong-willed person. Once that tyrant Yingzheng truly decides to take action against these old Wei royals, this person will definitely betray us all. As these words were spoken, the expressions of the 4 companions changed. The one who had asked the question looked anxious, glancing around to ensure no one could hear, before speaking. Young master, since this is the case, why not raise your arm and call for the strength of the 6 kingdoms? Perhaps we could indeed turn this Qin state upside down. Upon hearing this, the other 3 nodded in agreement, their gazes towards Xianyang filled with hatred. Foolish. Little 5, in the past when the 6 kingdoms were still around, they were all destroyed by Qin. This shows that although this tyrant is ruthless, he indeed possesses the talent of a king over the world. Our Han state is already weak. Even if we gather strength, what can we do? Hundreds of years of grudges cannot lead to a close cooperation against Qin. It's just mutual suspicion between you and me. The man in the bamboo hat's expression darkened, his tone extremely severe. However, this matter is not without a turnaround. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly realized, although everyone's enemy now is the Qin state, after all, hundreds of years of grudges cannot be resolved. Moreover, facing this tiger, even if we oppose Qin, the casualties will definitely be significant. Based on human nature, mutual blame will surely occur, just like bandits in the mountains. A rabble like this cannot achieve great things. Our young master is indeed worthy of being the descendant of a chancellor, with far-reaching vision. Thinking of this, everyone's gaze towards the man in the bamboo hat was filled with even more admiration. Young master, is there really any possibility of a turnaround? Little 5 asked, casting a puzzled glance at Xianyang. The turnaround isn't to change the previously formulated plan to assassinate Qin at Balanxia, but to assassinate the tyrant in Xianyang instead? But even if we tried to assassinate in Xianyang, let alone the certainty of death, with our meager strength, we might not even break through the palace gates of Xianyang. The turnaround lies in. The man in the bamboo hat sneered, uttering a name. Liu Bai? Once this name was mentioned, the 4 were taken aback. And then their 8 eyes seemed to ignite with fire. That butcher, the executioner. We have a blood feud with him. Young master, are we here to assassinate him? A group of people spoke in hushed voices, but they could not contain their anger, sounding somewhat like wild beasts roaring. Unexpectedly, the handsome man in the lead shook his head slightly. Liu Bai is a ruthless person. He works for Qin and is decisive in his methods. Such a person is by no means careless or a reckless man like Wang Ben. If we want to assassinate him, the difficulty is probably not less than assassinating a royal son of the Qin state. What I want to do is, the man's lips curled up slightly, forming a disdainful arc, infiltrate his chancellor's residence. With Zhao Gao dead, in my view, the current situation in the court is bound to boil over. Whether it is the noble families or the legalists from Li Si's faction or the Confucians, the several young lords of Qin in the court will surely not miss such an opportunity. And this boiling over is precisely when Liu Bai needs to recruit people. With my intelligence, I will undoubtedly gain his trust and become the chief strategist of his chancellor's residence. Then I can place my trusted ones in the court and gradually plan for the restoration of Han. This speech was extremely arrogant. However, none of the four around him had a single objection. Let us go. Into the city. The man in the bamboo hat waved his hand, and the group headed towards Xianyang city. At this moment, within the chancellor's residence of a certain butcher, this butcher was walking back and forth with his hands behind his back, following a circular path. Young master, why are you looking at me like that? Qin Bo, with his emaciated face, wore a smile, showing no discomfort at being stared at by Liu Bai. No, Qin Bo, even if you don't like these Jinyiwei people, you don't have to use such a reason to fool me, right? Sending Jinyiwei back home is to protect you, not to mention protecting you at home. In this world where the remnants of the Six Kingdoms have not yet been eradicated, with bandits everywhere, isn't it a good idea to protect you while traveling? You actually say you know martial arts. Liu Bai's head nearly shook off as he had no way to deal with this stubborn old man. Young master, I'm not lying to you. My martial arts are indeed high. I am a true martial arts master. Qin Bo grinned, revealing his few large yellow teeth. Liu Bai couldn't help but laugh. How high? Qin Bo showed a thoughtful expression, stood on his tiptoes, and then gestured Liu Bai's height with his hands. This gesture made Liu Bai's mouth twitch slightly. Unexpectedly, before he finished twitching, his eye twitched again, because Qin Bo seemed to think he had raised his hand too high and then lowered it a bit. With such a display, you tell me you are a master? Liu Bai stopped in his tracks, but his eyes conveyed just two words, not convinced. Haha, writing to this point. I suddenly want to play a glitch and have some fun. Qin Bo, I am indeed a martial arts master. Liu Bai, respectfully, that's a joke. Just kidding. I'm writing a serious historical story. Chapter 33, The Leader of the Mo Family, Mo Shan. Oh dear, Qin Bo, you are a martial arts master. The best in the world. In the courtyard of the chancellor's residence, one person was being beaten and fleeing with his head in his hands. Meanwhile, another person stood by. Dumbfounded. Qin Bo, Qin the hero, I beg you. If you want to showcase your martial arts, find someone else. Long K rubbed his head, dodging while shouting. How can this be? It's not that Lu Gong doesn't believe you have martial arts. It's not me. This picking up a broom to hit me. What kind of thing is this? And Liu Bai, after realizing it, couldn't help but laugh. Is Qin Bo just using Long K to showcase his martial arts? In a fight with Qin Bo, Long K couldn't even resist, let alone dodge. He had to be careful not to hurt Qin Bo's waist and occasionally endure a few hits to make it look real. All right. Qin Bo, we all believe you. But now there are important matters to attend to. So could you spare this brat Long K? Liu Bai shot a fierce glare at Long K and then smiled apologetically at Qin Bo. All right. Young master, since you know my martial arts, then the matter of the Jinyiwei is settled. Qin Bo cheerfully stopped wielding the broom, even stroking his beard, thinking he looked quite the part of a master. This appearance truly left Liu Bai unsure whether to laugh or cry. Without sending Jinyiwei for protection, he was worried. But Qin Bo's demeanor was obviously vigorous. So it seemed he also had the appearance of longevity. Qin Bo, we will discuss this matter later. I still have official business to attend to. Liu Bai fled as if running away, followed by Long K, whose face bore several broom marks. It is strange to say, Long K, with his tough skin and flesh, normally would just laugh it off when a broom came his way. Yet why did he feel a bit of a sting from Qin Bo's hits? Meanwhile, Qin Bo watched the two leave with a smile, still holding the broom. After decades without moving, my bones have grown old. Sanchuan County, Yiwu County. Leader. It's bad. In a secluded village, a middle-aged man hurriedly burst into a thatched cottage. What is the cause of his panic? Inside the cottage, a middle-aged man sat upright along with two elderly men. Seeing the man so reckless, the middle-aged man couldn't help but scold him in a low voice. Giant. Just now a troop of cavalry arrived in the county town, all dressed in splendid attire. After meeting with our county guard Yuan Kun, they left in a hurry. The big man, with a dry throat, made an effort to swallow and then spoke. The cavalry coming to Yiwu County. Could it be that the war in the north has resumed? One of the elderly men frowned, glanced at the middle-aged man, and speculated uncertainly. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man suddenly stiffened, and if one looked closely, they would see a hint of hesitation in his eyes. If the war in the north has resumed, should they go or not? No. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man shook his head repeatedly and then anxiously said, I spent quite a bit of effort inquiring at the county office, but found nothing. However, 2 hours later, the county office posted a notice in Yiwu County that cavalry was sent by Liu Bai, the left chancellor of Xianyang, and the content. At this point, the man became so anxious that he even stuttered. Don't rush, take your time. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately understood that it must be something very important. So he handed over a cup of water for the man to drink in one go. The notice says that we, the Mo family, and the farmers are to go to Xianyang. As soon as this was said, both elderly men stood up simultaneously and asked in unison, what if we don't go? The man shook his head repeatedly. Such an answer relieved the two elderly men. However, the middle-aged man's expression was unexpectedly serious. Elders, you two must gather the disciples of the Mo family and relocate to the north. This statement left both elderly men stunned. Giant. The notice only asks our Mo family to enter Xianyang. Why must we relocate the disciples? The middle-aged man furrowed his brows and slowly stood up. Liu Bai is a ruthless man, having killed over 7,000 in the Hushi rebellion. The absence of words in this notice indicates his attitude. I observe that this person will not rest until he achieves his goal. I fear that the unspoken consequences of this notice are extermination. Upon hearing this, the two elderly men fell silent. Extermination requires justification, and they, the Mo family, indeed had reasons for the Qin to exterminate them. In the past, when the Qin destroyed the 6 states, they, the Mo family, upheld the notion of non-aggression and helped defend cities among the 6 states. This alone made them enemies of the Qin. This is a critical moment for the survival of our Mo family. I, Mo Shan, must go to Xianyang alone. The middle-aged man spoke in a deep voice. No, giant. Even if we must go, it should be us old bones. Upon hearing this, the two elderly men became anxious. Mo Shan, the current giant of their Mo family. If Liu Bai truly harbored murderous intent toward the Mo and farmer families, then the giant going would be tantamount to seeking death, right? Elders, this matter must be handled by me. Mo Shan shook his head. Liu Bai's move is akin to putting a knife to our necks. I fear that besides Yiwu County, many other counties have also posted notices. No matter how much we hide, we cannot escape the Qin. If I do not go, it may provoke this person. Mo Shan let out a slight sigh, his eyes somewhat forlorn. With the Qin unified, we, who have come from the old era, have no place to stand. Rest assured, elders, since Liu Bai has not directly ordered a massive search for the Mo family, there is still room for maneuver. This matter can only be handled by me, even if there are unexpected events. You two elders can select a talented person from the Mo family to establish a new giant. Mo Shan clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and spoke. As long as I am the giant for a day, I must consider the Mo family for a day. Giant. The two elderly men opened their mouths, but could no longer say anything. They also knew that under the might of the Qin, the Mo family appeared too weak. In the past, when the Qin unified the land, there was a killer in the court who proposed, this martial world is too chaotic. The iron cavalry of the great Qin should traverse this martial world. Later, it was Li Si, a legalist, who argued in the court, stating that one cannot use today's laws to judge past crimes, thus putting an end to this proposal that made many feel terrified. Now that this killer Liu Bai has come again, they really felt like startled birds. The Mo family fears neither life nor death. Mo Shan spoke solemnly, and everyone fell silent. Giant, take the Mo classics with you. Chapter 34, Entering Spring Breeze Garden. Unexpectedly, even after becoming a chancellor, he still had to endure the bragging and nagging of his elders in the streets. On the streets of Xianyang, Liu Bai sighed helplessly in the carriage. Though he sighed, in reality, he felt a warmth of family in his heart. After crossing over, Chen Bo took care of him as he grew up, and he regarded him as family. Thinking about it, how many younger generations would want to slip away when their elders bragged about their youthful past? Lu Gong, where are we going to handle official business? Long Xie asked while driving the carriage. What official business? We're just wandering around. Wherever is fun, we'll go there. Liu Bai casually sat in the carriage, propping his chin up with one hand, yawning. Taking advantage of the current free time, he wanted to carefully consider his layout. Now that Zhao Gao had been removed, the officials of the Zhao faction had also been captured by the Jinyiwei, and a number of positions had become vacant, with the court watching closely. Although the recommendation was in his hands, the dispatched Jinyiwei had not yet returned with news, so he had to delay. This was the first step in laying the foundation in the court, and it was crucial. He could not afford to be careless. Besides that, the remnants of the 6 states had probably received the news spread by the Jinyiwei, and now the people were anxious. As long as there was a suitable opportunity, they could start killing. As for the young masters, forget it, just teach them casually. The emperor is in his prime, and he hasn't yet reached the status where he can truly lay out the entire game of hopes for the great Qin, so he must be patient. Fortunately, our emperor is formidable. In any other dynasty, where would there be such space for me to exert myself? Liu Bai murmured. Indeed, everything he did was based on one foundation, that the Emperor Shi Huang was still alive. This eternal emperor, with just his presence, could suppress all disloyalty. And it is precisely because of this that Liu Bai could act decisively, rectifying some matters that did not align with the current national interests of the great Qin under the tacit approval of Emperor Shi Huang. And this correction must be swift, because the emperor is going on an eastern tour. Once he goes on an eastern tour, the issue of the royal family struggle will be directly exposed in the court. By then, the space Liu Bai can operate in will be smaller. As he thought about this, Liu Bai felt his eyelids starting to droop, and he slightly closed them. Lu Gong, we have arrived. Just as Liu Bai was resting, the carriage suddenly stopped, and Long Chie's voice came from outside. Liu Bai opened his eyes and lifted the curtain of the carriage to take a look. Big uncle, come play. A charming and alluring voice suddenly rang out, nearly causing Liu Bai's eyes to pop out. When he looked up, he was greeted by a prominent 3-character plaque. Spring Breeze Courtyard. Good heavens, isn't this the Qin Courtyard? In that instant, Liu Bai almost lifted his foot to kick Long Chia in the waist. If we're talking about fun, this is naturally a place where men find joy, Long Chia said proudly. Upon hearing this, Liu Bai realized how absurdly wrong he was. Indeed, A rough man like Long Xie, following animal instincts, must surely enjoy such places. Although not visiting brothels would mean a wasted journey, if he really had to go, Liu Bai wouldn't have the heart for it, given his current status. Officials eager to send women his way were as plentiful as fish in the river, continuously coming and going. Some county officials even wished they could send their wives and daughters over. Of course, Liu Bai declined. The Qin Empire had survived for 14 years and was on the brink of collapse. Chaos was imminent. He had no time to deal with such matters. Wait, let's go inside. However, just as Liu Bai was about to return to the carriage and leave, he noticed a sign. It read, Xianyang Qinshi. Xianxi today plays the zither. Xianxi, Liu Bai's brows slightly furrowed. He had heard this name before. It was said that he was unparalleled in music, the best zither player in Xianyang and even in the entire Qin Empire. However, for some reason, no one had recommended him when selecting court musicians for Emperor Shi Huang. Since he was here today, Liu Bai decided to take a look. He stepped forward and walked into the Spring Breeze courtyard, while Long Xie behind him wore a beaming smile. Liu Gong has no wives or concubines, so he must not have tasted such pleasures. Today, I brought Liu Gong here, hoping the Liu family can celebrate soon. Oh, Long Xiao, it's been a while. As soon as they entered the Spring Breeze courtyard, an old woman, to avoid being censored, rushed over and threw herself into Long Xie's arms. Liu Bai furrowed his brow, not out of any sense of superiority, but because the makeup of the Qin Empire was indeed too heavy. And that address, Long Xiao, almost made Liu Bai laugh out loud. Long Xiao. It seems he is a regular. Liu Bai glanced at Long Xie and teased. Upon hearing this, Long Xie naturally understood that Liu Gong was not blaming him. Young master. All our meager salary goes to these poor women. It's also a form of charity. Saying this, Long Xie nonchalantly pinched the old woman's ample bosom, clearly a skilled hand. Liu Bai couldn't help but chuckle at this exchange. Good heavens, the excuse for saving fallen girls has remained unchanged for thousands of years. He. Long Xiao. This is. The old woman laughed like a hen that saw a crowing rooster. Don't waste words, quickly arrange something. No need, find a quiet place. We are here to listen to Xianxi play the zither. Liu Bai interrupted Long Xie's attempt to arrange for the ladies and spoke. Upon hearing this, the old woman immediately understood. They weren't here for that kind of fun, but were after something more refined. Anyone who could mingle in such a place was surely a person of intellect. The more one pursued the refined, the higher their status. Only the poor would cling to such trivial pleasures. And those in high office, what kind of women wouldn't they have? All right, this way please. You two are truly in for a treat today. This Xianxi, the zither master, is. The smile on the old woman's face was as radiant as a blooming chrysanthemum as she began to promote Xianxi endlessly. Liu Bai smiled, showing no disdain, responding with the occasional remark. He had never looked down upon women of the world. He simply felt sorry for them, if not for desperation. Who would wish to live like this? Ding. Just as Liu Bai took his seat, suddenly, a figure appeared at the top of the stairs, and the clear, tinkling sound of the Qin zither began to play. The melodious and deep notes echoed like a soft melody in the sky, reminiscent of raindrops falling on banana leaves. Silent, yet lingering in the ears. Clad in a blue robe, Xianxi played effortlessly, each fresh note cascading from his fingertips. Unlike the usual vigorous and passionate Qin zither pieces, at this moment, the music was like a refined man softly reciting verses in the wind. The great Qin zither master. Xianxi. Chapter 35. A song that breaks the heart. Where to seek a kindred spirit good. Beautifully played, brother Xianxi. As the final note of the Qin zither rang out, cheers erupted throughout the hall. The kind-hearted people who had been immersed in the gentle ambience were now generously offering their praises. Even Long Xie, the rough man sitting next to Liu Bai, was clapping wildly. The sound of his calloused hands clapping was much louder than that of the other kind-hearted people. So beautiful, searching my heart. Long Xie could only muster these two words. Long Xiao, this Xianxi is the most famous zither player in our Qin. Calling him the top tier would not be an exaggeration. Moreover, Xianxi is extremely hard to invite. He usually plays in a shabby alley, only performing when he runs out of money. But his character is noble. He only plays one piece. The old woman explained with a smile to Long Xie. As old patrons, they naturally understood that this man didn't grasp these highbrow matters. Nonsense, calling me Long Xiao in front of my young master. Isn't that disrespectful? Long Xie glared in anger. Just as he entered, he was busy explaining everything about the Spring Breeze courtyard to Liu Bai. And now he realized that his title was a bit disrespectful. Huh. The old woman was taken aback by Long Xie's outburst and quickly looked at Liu Bai. She saw that this young man, whose appearance was almost too handsome, was now frowning, gazing intently at the high platform. Liu Bai slowly stood up, his gaze fixed on Xianxi above. The latter seemed to sense something. Turning his eyes towards Liu Bai, their gazes meeting. Liu Bai's eyes flashed slightly. His sword-like brows raised. Although Xianxi played gentle music, there was a hint of pent-up emotion in his expression. A song that breaks the heart. Where to seek a kindred spirit. Liu Bai gently lifted a cup of murky wine, then gestured to Xianxi on the high platform and downed it in one gulp. Amidst the cheers, Liu Bai's remark was incredibly out of place. It could even be said to be quite excessive. The music was gentle, like a woman whispering sweet nothings in one's ear, and here you were, a man standing up, saying a song that breaks the heart? Wait, this phrase seems rather poetic. The audience was dumbfounded. Outrageous. How dare you slander Mr. Xianqi's music? Who do you think you are? Exactly. Mr. Xianqi's music is like the sound of heaven, and you can't even appreciate the emotions within it. Truly disgraceful. Humph. Just because you have some literary talent, you think you can spout nonsense here. Who do you think you are? Our Qin's immortal, Liu Xiang? A chorus of angry shouts erupted, as the guests in the spring breeze courtyard continued to berate him. The petty schemes of the wealthy were laid bare. Liu Bai ignored the well-meaning words of those around him, but Long Xie was enraged. He immediately pushed away the old man who was about to stick to him and glared angrily. His eyes, sharp as the most exquisite sword in the world, radiated a killing intent that completely crushed the momentum of these people. Among them, the ones who spoke the most unpleasantly were met with an even fiercer glare from Long Xie, making them feel as though a sword was pressed against their neck. Involuntarily shivering. What terrifying killing intent. Who is this person? Under Long Xie's intimidation, the entire Chunfeng courtyard fell silent for a moment. One man blocking the pass. 1,000 men cannot open it, relying not only on martial power, but also on momentum. And Long Xie, as a famous general, had not only such momentum, but an abundant one. As for Liu Bai, he completely ignored it, simply standing quietly, locking eyes with Xianqi. Such an ordinary posture left the young ladies in Chunfeng courtyard infatuated. They even thought, if this noble young man could speak to them, they wouldn't mind covering the cost of their tea and chat, or even paying extra. After all, if such a handsome young man could have a nighttime conversation with them, who could tell who was taking advantage of whom? May I ask who you are, sir? On the high platform, Xianqi, dressed in a plain blue robe, finally spoke. His voice was pleasant and even had a hint of warmth. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Xianqi played the zither and rarely spoke, usually just finishing his performance and leaving. But now he was asking for the other person's identity? Could it really be that he was right? Was this piece sad? Liu Bai did not speak. He slowly sat down, then picked up the wine jug, filling his own wine cup, and took out another new wine cup, also filling it. This action could not be clearer. Come down for a drink. As soon as this happened, the guests in Chunfeng courtyard all secretly laughed, asking Xianqi to drink. This kid must be dreaming. Xianqi, with his zither, cared for the common people and not the powerful. This invitation to drink was nothing but self-deprecation. All eyes were filled with mockery as they looked at Xianqi on the high platform, almost wanting to shout out the words in their hearts. Give this ignorant little brat a roll of the eyes. However, when Ziqi invited, Boya would not dare to neglect. Xianqi did not refuse, but instead wore a smile. Upon hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Ziqi, Boya, high mountains and flowing water, soulmates? This is a well-known story, so I won't elaborate. This good-looking young man really got it right. Moreover, using high mountains and flowing water as a metaphor, that is too much praise. No one doubted that Xianqi's zither skills reached the level of Boya. But could this kid really be compared to Zhong Ziqi? At this moment, many people were frantically slapping their thighs. If they had known that such a sentence could deceive an ethereal zither player, why couldn't they say it themselves? What did this kid just say? A song that breaks the heart. Where in the world can one find a soulmate? Write it down. Next time, wherever they go, they should shout it out like this. At this moment, Liu Bai was still unaware that from this day forward, in all the brothels of the Great Qin, there would always be a group of people fighting to shout, a song that breaks the heart. Where in the world can one find a soulmate? As a result, there would be fewer cases of naive young ladies being deceived by fake scholars in the brothels. Of course, that is another story. At this moment, Liu Bai raised his wine cup, gesturing to Xianqi. Sir, you are elegant and can hear the hidden meaning in Xianqi's music. But may I ask, what is your identity? From which level of melody do you discern? Xianqi drank the wine in his cup in one gulp and asked. Beside him, the perceptive old man had already pulled up a screen, making it impossible for anyone to see the scene inside. Moreover, with a killer like Long Xie present, no one wanted to peek at the mysteries within. It is not melody, but the Qin zither. Liu Bai shook his head and said lightly, the Qin zither is an instrument of my Qin state, and the version played by Mr. Xianqi is modified by General Meng Tian. The sound of the Qin zither is sonorous and awaits a response. When the zither is horizontal, it becomes a weapon for our great Qin. To use it for love songs is to underestimate the hardiness of my Qin people. Upon hearing this, Xianqi was slightly taken aback and then chuckled softly. It turns out this individual is not someone with great knowledge of music theory, but rather someone who truly understands instruments. The Qin zither, to put it bluntly, is a weapon, merely having evolved slightly later. The old Qin suffered hardships and raised arms for battle. Even when playing music, how could they enjoy leisure? Do you not hear that the sound of the Qin zither is the most sorrowful, with 5 colors entwined and 13 pillars? Before Xianqi could smile bitterly, Liu Bai spoke again. Mr. Xianqi plays the Qin zither but uses gentle melodies to present to others, merely expressing the sorrows in your heart. My Qin zither is the most sorrowful, yet it cannot compare to the sorrows in your heart. After saying this, Liu Bai drained his cup of murky wine in one gulp. After this speech, Xianqi fell silent. Liu Bai glanced sideways at Xianqi's hand, which was currently gripping the wine cup tightly, his knuckles slightly turning white. Mr. Xianqi, would you be willing to share? If you are willing to confide, I would be your soulmate. If not, then we are merely passing guests over a cup of wine. Liu Bai spoke softly. On the side, Long Chia scratched his head, feeling as if his Lu Gongzi was bantering with this musician. What sorrowful Qin zither? What soulmate? He couldn't understand at all. Xianqi slowly raised his gaze, fixedly staring at Liu Bai, and spoke in a deep voice. I am the first disciple of the esteemed Confucian scholar, Mr. Jinyiwei. Upon hearing this, Liu Bai's eyes flickered slightly, but he did not speak. Next to him, Long Chia blurted out in uncontrollable shock. Impossible. That old man Xiongnu is extremely protective. All his disciples have been arranged for official positions. You are the first disciple and have talent. How could you possibly just be a zither player in Chunfeng courtyard? After this remark, Xianqi deeply looked at Liu Bai, who remained unfazed as he poured himself more wine. Long Chia's words revealed that Liu Bai was indeed a person of the court, but the two understood each other without saying it out loud. Xianqi raised his wine cup, just about to take a sip, but upon seeing the cup was empty, he remembered that he had just drained it. Reluctantly, he put the cup down. At this moment, however, wine was slowly being poured into his cup. It was Liu Bai, who was now wearing a warm smile. Xianqi's eyes rippled slightly. He took a deep breath and drained the freshly filled wine. The fiery sensation burned from his throat to his abdomen. The sound he let out was naturally tinged with bitterness. Among the disciples of Confucianism, I entered the door early and practiced diligently. However, I have never received the teacher's favor, nor would he even let outsiders know that I am his disciple. Upon saying this, even Liu Bai became curious. Xianqi's talent could be seen from his zither performance. His eloquence was elegant. He might not be a talent to assist the nation, but at least he was a capable person. Jinyiwei couldn't possibly be that blind. Bang! Xianqi lost his composure and slammed the wine cup hard on the ground, tears shimmering in his eyes. It is because my father was a soldier in the Qin army, dying on the battlefield, for 7 generations. No one in my family has read books, let alone come from a scholarly family. I, Xianqi, am the only odd one in my teacher's school. When he spoke the word odd, there was even a hint of a roar in Xianqi's voice. Xianqi slowly rose, inadvertently brushing his sleeve across his face. I am just the son, grandson, and descendant of a rough soldier. How can I compare to those Confucian scholars in the eyes of teacher Chanyu? The prejudices in people's hearts are like a great mountain. No matter how hard one tries, it is impossible to move it. I, Xianqi, have accepted my fate. Chapter 36. Chanyu, you thick-browed and big-eyed fellow. After Xianqi finished speaking, even the rough dragon, Chia, fell silent. Coming from a military background, he understood this situation best. In the Great Qin, while military achievements were esteemed, Confucianism was an exception. Confucius, the founder of Confucianism, was from the state of Lu, neighboring the state of Qi. On this land of Qi and Lu, it has always been believed that Qin, located in the western region, is a barbaric nation. Moreover, Xianqi's ancestors were soldiers, which can be said to be the kind of people most despised by Confucians. Wait, that doesn't make sense. How did you end up studying under Jinyiwei and even become his top disciple? At that moment, Dragon Xia posed a soul-searching question. If he was so detested, it didn't make sense to keep him around. Upon hearing this, Xianqi's expression became somewhat awkward, as if he were embarrassed to utter 2 words, Shuxiu. As soon as these words were spoken, Liu Bai immediately understood. Goodness, so it was because of a fee. The so-called Shuxiu is a unique rite of apprenticeship in Confucianism, where the student prepares gifts or money to present to the teacher upon becoming an apprentice. In Confucius's time, it was meat strips, and now, Confucians have become too lazy to hide it, directly accepting money. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Chanyu was originally a scholar from the state of Qi. After Qi's defeat, as a scholar from a defeated nation, what qualifications did he have to participate in the politics of Great Qin? It still requires money to pave the way, right? Chanyu indeed has a flexible bottom line. Liu Bai sneered. In the officialdom, exploiting subordinates and honoring superiors is the unspoken rule, but who would have thought that Chanyu, who always spoke of benevolence and morality, would have no qualms about doing such things? Of course, Liu Bai didn't despise such unspoken rules. Where there are people, there is a world of its own, especially in the court. What Liu Bai despised was Chunyu's bridge-burning behavior. Young master, I think Chunyu's actions are reasonable. Xianqi can only play the lute. Aren't they always thinking about supporting the state? Naturally, they will be biased against their own disciples. Dragon Xia, for the first time, used his brain and expressed understanding towards Chunyu. Pouring in some gold will eventually lead to emotions. If you empathize a bit, it makes sense. However, after this was said, Xianqi's expression slightly froze, and he bitterly smiled. Both of you, do you know why I am called Xianqi? Such a question. Even if Liu Bai were clever, he could not guess. Xianqi did not leave the two awkward, but asked and answered himself. I, a talent, have 7 extraordinary skills. The first is the 5 rites. The second is the 6 arts of music. The third is the 5 archery skills. The fourth is the 5 horse riding skills. The fifth is the 6 writings. The sixth is the 9 numbers. And the 7th? Xianqi smiled slightly and pointed to his head. Wisdom. Upon hearing this, Dragon Xia almost laughed out loud. To say he was wise in front of Liu Bai? This Xianqi truly loves to brag. However, Liu Bai's expression suddenly became serious. The first 6 items are the 6 arts of a Confucian gentleman. This aligns with what Xianqi said about being the most diligent in his teaching. But this definition of wisdom is indeed too broad. Since Xianqi is confident in including this point in his 7 extraordinary skills, it is quite telling. The first 6 skills can still be tested, but how can the 7th be demonstrated? Dragon Xia laughed heartily and glanced at Liu Bai, only to find that Liu Bai's expression was stern, so he immediately stopped. Goodness, this kid is bragging. Why is Liu Bai taking it seriously? After this question was asked, Xianqi smiled slightly, stood up seriously, and straightened his clothes. This appearance startled Dragon Xia. Mr. Xianqi, I'm just a rough man, talking nonsense. If you want to talk to the young master, I will keep quiet. Dragon Xia thought that his offense had displeased Xianqi, and he was about to leave. If that were the case, he would have made a big mistake. Unexpectedly, Xianqi did not leave, but, after tidying his clothes, bowed deeply to Liu Bai. Xianqi pays respects to the left chancellor of the current dynasty, Minister Liu. Upon hearing this, Dragon Xia was completely dumbfounded. Did Liu Bai reveal himself? Or did he let something slip? This bow made Dragon Xia start to question his life. Indeed wise. A light chuckle sounded as Liu Bai slowly stood up. Unfortunately, I do not like clever people very much. Dragon Xia, let us go? After saying this, Liu Bai directly turned and left. Dragon Xia was even more perplexed about life. And Xianqi, still smiling, maintained a respectful posture. There were no farewells. Or did he say anything? After leaving Chunfeng courtyard, Liu Bai frowned slightly and looked up at the sky. Sure enough, he underestimated the world's talents. Talents in the world are as plentiful as fish crossing a river. With just a bit of historical memory from my previous life, what qualifications do I have to look down on others? Minister Liu, isn't Xianqi impressive? Why not recruit him? Dragon Xia curiously asked. Isn't Liu Bai just lacking people? If Xianqi is so capable, wouldn't it be good to take him on as a retainer? Not yet. He still lacks something. Liu Bai shook his head slightly and said. Upon hearing this, Dragon Xia was even more confused. Lack what? Fire. The fire in his heart. Liu Bai said lightly. This person probably knew my identity the moment I spoke those words of heartbreak, but he didn't directly express it. Instead, he recounted his own experiences. At the very least, it was tragic. His vision and depth of character are sufficient, but he lacks a burning fire for great Qin. Or perhaps, he revealed his identity merely to seek an opportunity to prove himself to Jinyiwei. After saying this, Dragon Xia scratched his head, still not quite understanding. Why are there so many complexities in using people? I would be happy to annoy Jinyiwei, but this Xianqi will surely be of great use in the future. Using him now would only be counterproductive. If I only use a talent meant to assist the state to annoy that old Confucian, I fear I will be scolded by his Majesty for wasting talent. Liu Bai brushed his hair at his temples, took a deep breath. Dragon Xia, go back and have the Jinyiwei thoroughly investigate Xianqi's background. Yes. Although Dragon Xia did not understand these intricacies, he knew to follow Liu Bai's orders. As for Xianqi's 6 arts of a gentleman, I have no interest for now. But can you pass my first test? Wise indeed. Returning with a bowl of rice and a ladle of water, in a humble alley, though people cannot bear their worries, they do not change their joy. Don't disappoint me. Liu Bai murmured to himself, unconsciously curling the corners of his mouth. Whether he can withstand this blow, and whether he can grasp the high expectations Liu Bai has for him, is what Liu Bai truly wishes to see in Xianqi's wisdom. This is what the children of the poor are like, striving for a lifetime. Yet it pales in comparison to a leader's simple words. Let's give this project to Shaoli. However, when opportunities arise, the children of poor families often grasp them more tightly than anyone else. In the Spring Breeze courtyard, Xianqi finished the remaining wine in one gulp, pulled open the screen, and walked out. Under the watchful eyes of many kind-hearted people in the Spring Breeze courtyard, Xianqi approached the old treasure of the Spring Breeze courtyard. Sisterly, Xianqi won't be coming anymore. Chapter 37. The consultation fee the next day. The morning sunlight was warm. Outside the Qilin Hall, officials were gathered in small groups, discussing how Lord Chen's move with Xiao Tao last night, the monkey stealing peaches, was indeed impressive, and how Lord Yu's wild horse splitting the mane was also quite remarkable. However, everyone's eyes inevitably turned in one direction. Jinyiwei. This esteemed scholar of the present age had drunk the golden juice yesterday. It was unclear which heartless person shouted in the streets that Dr. Chanyu had drunk the golden juice, and that he had drunk 2 buckets of it. The common people naturally did not know what golden juice was. They only felt that since it had the word gold in it, it must be a precious medicinal material. However, these old fox officials were well aware. At this moment, they were secretly observing, fully aware of the situation. Chanyu, you must not act impulsively. Now that the Zhao faction has been overthrown in the court, it is only a matter of time before young Master Fusu ascends to the position of Crown Prince. At that time, we can realize our Confucian vision of a great harmony and implement the system of feudal reforms. That scoundrel Liu Bai. We don't need to pay him any mind. Seeing his old friend's face turn ashen, Shu Sun Tong was startled and quickly spoke up to dissuade him. Even Fusu, standing nearby, looked worriedly at Jinyiwei. His teacher, upon learning that he had drunk the golden juice, had rushed back home, presumably taking countless baths, and even had a lingering soapberry scent in his mouth. Fusu naturally understood how humiliating this was for Chunyu. Teacher, Lu Xiong is also desperate to cure his illness. You must not take it to heart, Fusu said with concern. However, within those words, there was a hint of defending Liu Bai, which only made Chunyu seethe with anger. Of course, no matter how furious he was, he did not dare to lash out at Fusu. After suppressing his anger, Chunyu managed to squeeze out one word from his throat. Good. Upon hearing this word, Shu Suntong clearly breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely worried that his old friend might act impulsively. If there were a direct confrontation with Liu Bai in the court, regardless of victory or defeat, it would be a situation that others would relish. Oh, Dr. Chunyu looks quite well. His complexion is rosy. It seems that the Prime Minister's remedy is indeed somewhat effective. Just as Shu Suntong and Fusu were relieved, an annoying voice rang out. With the sound of this voice, the officials immediately stopped pretending and looked over, as if waiting for a good show. The reason was simple. The speaker was Liu Bai. After feeding someone golden juice, he shamelessly claimed that his remedy was effective. Only Liu Bai could do such a thing. Chunyu glanced back and saw that this face, which was clearly good-looking but extremely detestable, made him feel his blood surge with anger again. Too much. Too much. Liu Bai, are you really here to ask for a consultation fee? Dr. Chunyu, since you have recovered, shouldn't we settle the consultation fee? However, the next moment, Liu Bai's words gave all the officials a new understanding of the word cheap. He was really here to ask for a consultation fee? This time, even the usually gentle and polite Prince Fusu was dumbfounded. I have never seen such a shameless person. Chunyu felt a sweetness in his throat, but the urge to curse was difficult to suppress, and he forced it down, shouting angrily. Upon hearing this, Shu Suntong's heart raced, thinking this was bad. Lu Xiong, what Chunyu means is that he has never seen such a handsome and carefree person as you. Shu Suntong wiped the sweat from his forehead and hurriedly spoke. Haha, no worries, no worries. I have always been generous and open-minded. This is well known in and out of the court. Well, the consultation fee was just a casual mention. Do you think I would really want Chunyu's trifling amount? Liu Bai waved his hand nonchalantly, displaying an attitude of regarding wealth as dirt. However, the words he spoke were extremely heart-wrenching. First, he mentioned the consultation fee, and then claimed it was no big deal. Wasn't this purely to provoke? Furthermore, he implicitly pointed out that the Confucians relied on their students' tuition fees, which immediately drew disdain from the court officials. Local officials might not care, but who among those who could attend court at the Qilin Hall would look down on those poor students' trifles? Just with these few words, the officials instantly cast scornful glances at Chunyu, especially those from the aristocracy led by Feng Jie, who felt that these Confucian officials truly tarnished the identity of being an official. Exploiting the common people could be done through land. Directly accepting bribes, how shameful is that? As Liu Bai spoke, the person involved, Chunyu, directly rolled his eyes. Seeing this, Shu Suntong quickly pressed Chunyu's philtrum with his thumb. In the end, Chunyu did not faint. Shu Suntong managed to help him regain composure. Sigh. Liu Bai sighed to himself, feeling a sense of regret. The officials entered the hall. Just then, a sharp declaration sounded. Enter the hall. Li Si glanced over casually, and then spoke lightly, stepping into the Qilin Hall first. The officials all entered in a solemn manner. Your Majesty, I have important matters to report. Inside the Qilin Hall. After Li Si finished reporting the specific matters regarding the post-war reparations and tax reductions in Hushi, Fusu slowly stood up and spoke. Instantly, all the civil and military officials in the hall focused their gazes on this Long Prince. Currently, among the court, this Long Prince was the most likely to ascend to the position of Crown Prince. In the officialdom, one must act according to the situation. Thus, once Fusu spoke, the officials paid exceptional attention, ready to echo him at the right moment, which would be seen as support. Even Liu Bai furrowed his brows slightly. Although he had taught Fusu Luanyu from his previous performance, it seemed somewhat challenging to directly change Fusu's character, which was cultivated over many years under Confucian influence. Speak. On the high platform, Emperor Shi Huang coldly uttered a word. Your Majesty, I have a memorial here, written by the nobleman from the former 6 states residing in Xianyang. Wishing to present it to you. Fusu presented a memorial and then spoke aloud. As soon as he spoke, the hall fell into silence. Everyone looked at Fusu with extremely strange expressions. Only one person felt secretly pleased. Liu Bai slightly curled his lips. In the end, you are still afraid. Chapter 38. Return. Returning. One-word difference. Life and death distinction. Chapter 38. Return. Returning. One-word difference. Life and death distinction. When Fusu began to speak, all the ministers were speechless. You, Fusu, are the eldest son of the Qin Dynasty, and among the royal family, you are the most likely to ascend to the position of heir apparent. You are the one with the greatest hope of inheriting the Qin Dynasty. Even if you proposed some trivial policies, we wouldn't mind supporting you and praising you to the skies. But now you are writing a petition for the remnants of the 6 states? Do you really not know what kind of people they are? Fusu, do you think this matter should be agreed to? On the high platform, Emperor Shi Huang's gaze flashed, his eyes sharp. However, only Li Si and Wang Jian, the 2 old ministers, could see a hint of disappointment in the emperor's eyes. The hard bones of the Qin Dynasty, the world was built with swords and spears, forged from the endless blood of the heroic Qin people. And these remnants of the six states are precisely the hidden danger that disturbs the current stable world. If it weren't for the short time the Qin dynasty had ruled the Central Plains, these people would definitely be killed. Now Fusu is actually writing a petition to plead for these people to return to their homeland and promote virtuous governance. Promote what? If these people return to their homeland and do not immediately raise the anti-Qin banner, that would be considered them being sensible. The ministers felt a tightening in their hearts, and their palms were faintly sweating. Although the emperor's question was simple, everyone with eyes knew that the emperor was already angry. This issue between the most powerful father and son in the world, no one dared to intervene. Your Majesty, I believe it should be agreed to. Fusu slowly spoke, his gaze resolute. Once this was said, countless officials who were still thinking of quickly aligning with Fusu could not help but lower their heads. Father, as it is said, the people are the foundation of the state. Educating the people can only be done through virtuous governance, benevolent rule. Benevolence is when the ruler governs and the people benefit. Now that Father has unified the world and ended centuries of turmoil, it is a great achievement. However, the subjects of the old six states, due to past wars, have insufficient loyalty to our Qin dynasty. Allowing these old six states nobles to return to their homeland, on one hand, can show the world Father's magnanimity. On the other hand, it can also inform the world that our Qin does not regard the people of the old six states with disdain. This is the way to unity, Father. Fusu spoke earnestly, expounding on the principles of benevolence he had studied for many years. His words made Chunyu and Shu Suntong nod repeatedly, reasonable and well-founded. He truly had the demeanor of a future ruler of the Qin dynasty. Supporting Fusu to ascend to the position of heir apparent would surely be the bright path of Confucianism. Young Master Fusu, your words are misguided. At this moment, Li Si, who had been frowning, had to stand up. The chaos in Hushi is imminent. Our Qin has only recently unified the Central Plains and still lacks control over the localities. To release these old six-state nobles now could lead to another rebellion. Li Si spoke in a low voice, his brows filled with worry. Fusu's words had some reason, but not much. The simplest and most critical point is whether these people have thoughts of rebelling against Qin. And the answer is very clear. Letting them return is equivalent to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Although he was unwilling to confront Fusu directly in such a major issue, Li Si had no choice. And once he spoke these words, Wang Jian, who had been keeping his eyes half closed, slightly raised his eyelids to glance at Li Si. After years of political maneuvering, these two old foxes had developed a tacit understanding. How could Wang Jian not know Li Si's helplessness at this moment? Offending the future heir of the Qin dynasty was certainly not something a seasoned official would do. But for the benefit of the Qin dynasty, Li Si still did it. In his heart, Wang Jian also felt a bit of admiration. Emperor Shi Huang on the high platform furrowed his brows slightly, looking at Fusu, his finger gently tapping on the bamboo slips on the table. Fusu, do you know that in the chaos of Hushi, most of the rebels are followers of the old Wei nobles? I summoned these people to Xianyang to stabilize the world. Now if we allow them to return, how can we ensure there will be no rebellions in various regions? You are my eldest son. If they do not understand, you should understand. What does it mean for the world to be unified? What does it mean for the family and country to prosper eternally? Acting with small benevolence and inviting great calamity. Is this your benevolence? Once these words were spoken, Fusu immediately felt a surge of pressure. This pressure came from the trembling of his heart. He believed he was not wrong, but his father's words made him feel anxious. It was not that he could not see the implications, but Fusu indeed had his own steadfast plan. Allowing the old six-state nobles to return was a prerequisite for implementing the feudal reform. If this was not done, there would never be a chance. Fusu's body swayed slightly, biting his lip, folding his hands, and bowing deeply to Emperor Shi Huang, preparing to earnestly plead one last time. At this moment, a voice rang out. Your Majesty, I agree with young Master Fusu's viewpoint. This statement stunned all the officials in the court, because the speaker was none other than Liu Bai. Wait a minute, aren't you a disciple of Li Si? And by the way, the chaos in Hushi was eradicated by you, Liu Bai? Are you trying to ride the wave and then nurture the enemy? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if another rebellion occurs, the Qin dynasty would never let you, Liu Bai, suppress it again. Are you out of your mind? Did Liu Bai eat the wrong medicine today? Could it be that these days Liu Bai has taken over the administration of Yiweng Palace and has been accepted by young Master Fusu? Idiot. I can't understand. I really can't understand. Is it possible that Liu Bai wants to release these noble families and then send someone to cut them down? That does have some possibility. Whispers echoed in the Qilin Hall. Previously, they did not dare to discuss the conversation between Fusu and Emperor Shi Huang. However, with Liu Bai speaking, it was part of the normal process of court affairs, so there were not so many rules to follow. The grand historian Feng Jie, who had originally been indifferent to the matter, became interested when Liu Bai spoke. He really wanted to see Liu Bai get scolded by Emperor Shi Huang. Your Majesty, what young Master Fusu said is not without reason. Since these old six states nobles have petitioned us to allow them to return, this matter will surely be spread throughout the world under the push of certain interested parties. Liu Bai slowly spoke, emphasizing the words interested parties. Chunyu and Shu Suntong both changed their expressions. Just as Liu Bai had anticipated, this matter had already begun to spread in Xianyang. Since it has spread, if we, the ministers, continue to obstruct the emperor, we would instead risk damaging the emperor's reputation for benevolence. Therefore, agreeing to let them return to their homeland to promote our emperor's benevolence and express gratitude for the Qin Dynasty's generous policies is the best choice. Once these words were spoken, the officials in the court immediately cast unfriendly glances. Was this a threat? Did these old six-state nobles actually use public sentiment as a means to threaten? A chill flashed in Emperor Shi Huang's eyes, and the atmosphere in the entire Qilin Hall became extremely oppressive. Liu Bai, since you agree with Fusu's proposal, what methods do you have to eliminate the hidden dangers of them causing chaos among the people after they return to their homeland? Emperor Shi Huang spoke, his tone filled with sharpness. Your Majesty, I only agreed to let them return, but I did not say they could return to their homeland. Liu Bai's eyes widened in surprise. Chapter 39. Your Majesty, even if you cut off my Yangyi, there's no money. Going back is a matter of a word. But the difference is like heaven and earth. Once Liu Bai said this, the smarter people immediately understood what he meant. Want to go back? Now that the world has just been unified, there are many robbers on the road. You can't expect the army of the Great Qin to escort you back, can you? But is this method of covering one's ears while stealing a bell really effective? This is even more undesirable than directly refusing these remnants of the six states to return to their homeland. For a moment, the ministers in the court fell silent. They couldn't believe that someone as clever as Liu Bai would think that covering one's ears could deceive the world. Minister, I implore your Majesty to allow these remnants of the six states to set off back to their homeland. Furthermore, to show our great Qin's kindness, please allow us to provide them with some financial support to take back with them. Along the way, let there be drums and gongs to proclaim your Majesty's benevolence. Liu Bai spoke loudly. The demands he put forward even seemed to have a meaning of taking an inch after giving a foot. Not only did he want to allow them to return to their homeland, but he also wanted to reward them with wealth. It's one thing to reward them with wealth, but to have drums and gongs so that everyone along the way knows. This Xiong? Could he be a spy sent by the remnants of the six states? Even Fusu was a bit dazed and didn't react. This Liu Bai seemed to want to cut off the old nobles of the six states, but then in the next breath, he wanted to treat them generously. What does this mean? Jinyiwei was directly dumbfounded. His aging brain simply couldn't keep up with such rapid changes. Inside the Qilin Hall, there was an instant silence, and all the officials were deep in thought about what kind of scheme this Xiong had. Of course, no matter what the scheme was, this Xiong was definitely not someone who was soft-hearted. He was the kind of person who could trick and kill remnants and treasonous soldiers. And he had directly executed Zhao Gao in the Yiweng Palace. Could he really allow these remnants to live so freely? Inside the Qilin Hall, an old general slowly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with some meaning as he looked at Liu Bai. At this moment, this old general of the Great Qin Empire, a god of war, seemed to see through Liu Bai's plan. And it wasn't only Wang Jian who saw through Liu Bai's plan. Agreed. Liu Bai, you are the left chancellor of the Great Qin. This matter will be handled by you. If there are any missteps, it will be your fault, Liu Bai. On the high platform, His Majesty the First Emperor slightly raised his sword-like eyebrows and then spoke lightly. Although his tone no longer contained the previous anger towards Fusu, there was still a vague warning in the air. Liu Bai's heart first filled with joy, but then he made a bitter face. Yes, Your Majesty has seen through it, and he saw through it too clearly. This so-called misstep is just that if I cannot handle this matter well, it will be counted as my fault, right? Your Majesty is warning me. The plan can proceed, but it must be done well. Otherwise, it will become a joke. Phew. As Liu Bai accepted His Majesty's decree, Fusu let out a long sigh of relief, and in his gaze towards Liu Bai, there was a bit more gratitude. His teacher truly cared for his students. Fusu understood very well how excessive his request to allow the old nobles of the six states to return home was. Not a single minister dared to echo him in the entire court. But his teacher stood up without hesitation. Although their time together was short, he hadn't expected Lu Shi to have such a strong bond of teacher-student affection. At this moment, Fusu was touched. A man forever holds gratitude in his heart for those who stand by him unwaveringly. And Liu Bai was that person beside Fusu. Thank you, Lu Shi. As Liu Bai sat back down, he heard a warm voice beside him. Liu Bai was slightly taken aback, his eyes filled with confusion. What are you thanking me for? It's not you, young Master Fusu, who is being overly sentimental again. Reporting to Your Majesty, the first generation of Iron Cavalry's three-piece set has been completed. We selected 10 from the Imperial Guards, 20 from the Tiger Bend camp, and 20 from the Xianyang City Guards. After these 50 cavalrymen mounted horses equipped with the Iron Cavalry three-piece set, they initially felt uncomfortable, but after just 3 hours, they could control them. The old minister has arranged for these 50 cavalry to charge against 100 cavalry in a drill, and they did not fall behind. The Iron Cavalry three-piece set has increased the combat power of our great Qin's cavalry by no less than several times. After settling the matter of the remnants of the six states, Wang Jian slowly stood up and reported on the Iron Cavalry three-piece set. Such good news also lifted the previously oppressive atmosphere in the Qilin Hall. This is the skill of a seasoned bureaucrat, when the atmosphere in the court is too gloomy. One must remove that gloom to keep the pace of the court moving forward, no less than several times. Equivalent to Liu Bai boasting that he added tens of thousands of cavalry to our great Qin? Fool, how could it be tens of thousands? Don't forget that the horseshoes can extend the service life of the war horses. 100,000. The iron cavalry three-piece set that Liu Bai presented is worth 100,000 cavalry. My heavens, is it really that magical? I knew the iron cavalry three-piece set was good, but I thought Liu Bai was exaggerating. I didn't expect that I was the narrow-minded one. Minister Yu. With your stature, you are not narrow-minded at all. With Wang Jian's report, the officials began to discuss animatedly. Although Liu Bai was the left chancellor, he often boasted too much, and his credibility was questionable. But General Wang was different. This was a result of practical combat, and they naturally believed it. And these discussing officials were mostly civil officials, while the military officials were silent. 100,000 cavalry? You must be kidding. This is 50 cavalry charging against 100 cavalry. Cavalry is a collective combat force. The more numbers there are, the more obvious the improvement. This iron cavalry three-piece set, if it can really be promoted throughout the army, will have an effect no less than the combat power of 300,000 cavalry. This kind of combat power measurement is something civil officials simply cannot imagine. 300,000 cavalry. It's not an exaggeration to say that as long as a clear target route is given, without high walls obstructing them, with the great Qin's cavalry charging in, they could make the opposing commanders feel a chill run down their spines. This is pure cavalry combat power crushing. Many battle-hardened military officials were now pondering in their minds. This iron cavalry three-piece set might directly revolutionize the way wars are fought. In the future on the battlefield, except for special terrain, it's likely that cavalry will truly reign supreme. Your Majesty, we should produce and send them to Dai County. Wang Jian's eyes darkened, his voice steady, but filled with intense battle intent. Dai County is the first line of defense against the Xiongnu. Once these words were spoken, all the ministers in the court were filled with enthusiasm. Instead, it was Li Si who had a hint of worry in his eyes. No money. 5,000 cavalry in Dai County. Even if the iron cavalry three-piece set is worn and placed, it requires 100,000 sets. This thing may look simple, but it's not cheap to produce. 50 sets cost a full 500 taels. 100,000 sets require 1 million taels. Your Majesty, even if you cut off my Yang, there is still no 1 million. The treasury has no money. However, at this moment, the Grand Minister of Agriculture, Yang, straightened his neck, his face looking worse than someone whose grandson had died. Chapter 40. I was just bragging. Why did your Majesty take it seriously? The words no money were spoken with a steel-like resolve, and the officials in the entire court were indeed not surprised by this. The reason is simple. The person who said this was the Grand Minister of Agriculture, Yang. This old miser from the Qin Dynasty can be said to be the most stingy person in all of Qin. Yet he is also one of the few who commands the respect of everyone in the court. It's not because of his high official position, but rather due to his actions and character. He manages the national treasury with utmost integrity. In the past, during the campaign against the 6 states, the Qin cavalry swept through the lands. While it may seem that every battle was won and every state conquered, in reality, the conquest of the 6 states was not merely due to the might of the Qin army, but also thanks to a group of behind-the-scenes contributors. The logistics. This Grand Minister of Agriculture utilized every single coin in the treasury wisely. Older ministers who served during the time when Wang Jin led the army against the Chu state witnessed the Grand Minister of Agriculture with blisters on his lips and gray hair, clearly showing that his heart was entirely for the public good. Of course, this dedication to the public sometimes bordered on disrespect towards His Majesty the First Emperor. His frequent exclamations of no money had almost become a catchphrase for Yang Yi. It was only because His Majesty was broad-minded and understood the difficulties he faced that he chose not to hold it against him. Your Majesty, the tax reduction in Hushi is 30%, and with the labor service eliminated next year, the projected tax revenue for the treasury is already low. 1 million large coins. If this old man could sell his old bones, I would really want to sell some to equip the frontline soldiers with such divine weapons. But there really isn't any. Yang Ye's tearful and pitiful appearance left all the ministers speechless. Though the Qin Dynasty was developing rapidly, the prolonged wars had severely harmed the common people. His Majesty was aware of the hardships the people faced and implemented lenient policies. However, this meant that the treasury was impoverished, which became an unchangeable situation. Yang Ye's words extinguished the ambitions of the military ministers who wished to attack the Xiongnu royal court like a bucket of cold water. Liu Bai, listening to Yang Ye's lament, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. You can't deny it. This old man in his 70s and 80s crying poor in the court is definitely a vivid stroke in the annals of history. To witness this firsthand is a wealth of life experience. As for Feng Jie and the other noble families, they all shrank their necks and pretended not to hear. When it comes to resources, these families are the most affluent, well-known in the court. If they were to expose themselves now, it wouldn't be good to attract Yang Ye's attention. His Majesty the First Emperor furrowed his brows and looked at Yang Yi, not forcing the matter. Yang Ye's words were absolutely not false, but wealth for the state often comes at the expense of the people, and this was something His Majesty was unwilling to do. Suddenly, His Majesty relaxed his brow, slightly raised an eyebrow, and immediately noticed Liu Bai, who was smirking. "Yang Yi, do not cry." His Majesty's expression returned to calm, as if to comfort him, and spoke. "Have you not heard the line of poetry by our great Qin's left chancellor? Heaven has given me talent for a purpose. Even if I spend a fortune, I shall regain it. Our great Qin's family is right before us, so what is there to worry about money?" Upon hearing these words from His Majesty, Yang Yi, who was still shedding tears, was momentarily taken aback. The ministers all covered their mouths, fearing they would burst out laughing. Who is family? He was the famous minister who assisted King Gojin of Yu in achieving hegemony, then retired to seclusion, accumulating and dispersing wealth. He is regarded as the sage of commerce and the god of wealth by the common people. And Liu Bai's line, "Heaven has given me talent for a purpose. Even if I spend a fortune, I shall regain it," clearly sounded like drunken bragging. At this moment, His Majesty's comforting words seemed to push Liu Bai into the spotlight. The officials from noble families like Feng Jie, upon hearing His Majesty say this, first breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Liu Bai with a sense of schadenfreude. "You wanted to write poetry, and now you've landed in trouble, huh?" Liu Bai's mouth twitched violently, wishing he could give himself 2 slaps. Why did Masterly have to write such an ambitious poem? Using it for a timeless emperor is a real headache. But it was unavoidable. When Liu Bai first entered the officialdom, he didn't have to write poetry to build his reputation. Wanting such rapid promotion was simply a dream. Could it be that Lord Liu has a way to make money? Yang Yi's old eyes lit up upon hearing this. Anyone who could speak such grand words must have some ability. His old eyes sparkled like those young girls in Xianyang city who were coveting Liu Bai's unparalleled beauty. "Your Majesty, I am so poor that I have gone to Lord Li's house to beg for scraps. This is known to all in the court." Liu Bai forced a smile and spoke. Although he had already begun to arrange for Ing Che to manufacture salt, such matters could never be discussed in court. The profits from salt and iron are immense. And behind these huge profits from salt are the noble families like Feng Jie. If word got out, it would easily cause unnecessary trouble. "Oh, so you mean, Liu Bai, your poetry is deceiving me?" On the high platform, His Majesty the First Emperor asked lightly. This question cornered Liu Bai. "Your Majesty, you are a timeless emperor. How can you toy with me like this? I was just boasting, and now you take it seriously?" "Liu Bai, if you have a way to become rich, it is a blessing for our great Qin. I hope Lord Liu will assist." Yang Yi looked at Liu Bai and quickly spoke up. Although he knew Liu Bai was poor, Yang Yi still held some hope. Since this newcomer to the court had brought so many surprises, not to mention his literary talent, even the iron cavalry set was enough to amaze people. Liu Bai was in an extremely difficult position. His Majesty the First Emperor was using deception to pressure him, while Yang Yi was pitifully begging him. This was a mix of soft and hard tactics. Suddenly, Liu Bai thought of something, his eyes brightened, and he spoke. "Your Majesty, I indeed have a method to fill the treasury, but what?" Upon hearing this, even His Majesty the First Emperor on the high platform slightly raised his eyebrows and asked. Such a surprise that came out of nowhere even caught the timeless emperor off guard. "Your Majesty, I may need to cut down a few people. That shouldn't be a problem, right?" Liu Bai said with a cheeky face, a bit shy. Upon this statement, the ministers felt a chill. Has Liu Bai become addicted to cutting people? Why does making money also involve cutting down people? Chapter 41, The Identity of Chun Bo Awesome. Stepping out of the Qilin Hall, Liu Bai stretched lazily, not to mention that he had taken on the task of settling the remnants of the 6 states. Just the fact that His Majesty the First Emperor allowed him to make money was enough to make Liu Bai happy, earning money by royal decree, with some authority to cut people. Even Liu Bai had not expected that His Majesty would actually agree. However, before leaving the court, His Majesty's meaningful remark about treating family members well left Liu Bai a bit puzzled. "Liu Bai." Just then, a voice rang out, and Liu Bai turned to see the slow-moving Wang Jian stepping out, looking as if he were already old enough to be in a coffin, making anyone who saw him lament the general's twilight years. Of course, Liu Bai fully understood that this old general was putting on an act. What a joke. Someone who is about to enter a coffin can still drink me under the table? "Good day, General." Liu Bai smiled slightly and greeted him naturally. The winding corridors and twisting paths remind us that no one's journey can always be smooth. Wang Jian glanced deeply at Liu Bai and inexplicably said something. After speaking, he did not wait for Liu Bai to ask, but walked away as if they had not conversed at all. This manner made Liu Bai's mouth twitch violently. "Old General, is this your reminder? If it's a reminder, you should be clearer." Inside the Zhangtai Palace, His Majesty the First Emperor had a hint of a smile in his eyes. And on the table lay a confidential report. "Your Majesty, should we go directly to the Prime Minister's residence to capture this person?" Zhang Han respectfully asked. "It's fine. Although he has committed crimes related to that sort from years past, compared to a Prime Minister, letting this person have a way out is not a big deal." His Majesty the First Emperor said Ly. Liu Bai's talent is too great, and having someone to care about by his side is a good thing. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han respectfully accepted the order. He had naturally seen this confidential report, and according to their Black Dragon Guard's investigation, Liu Bai did indeed have familial feelings towards this Chun Bo. Pressing down on Liu Bai's murderous aura was the most appropriate action. "Your Majesty, there is one more thing. The current training methods of the Jinyiwei are completely different from those in the military. I observe that they may be a body forging technique, not a secret method. Moreover, the Prime Minister's residence has recruited 10 blacksmiths to create special equipment for these Jinyiwei, with the first batch of finished products expected tonight. According to the blacksmiths, the weapons on the blueprints have very strange names. There are triangular military knives with blood grooves, locks, pulleys, flying claws, and engineer shovels. Although I lead the Black Dragon Guard, I also do not understand the mysteries within. Zhang Han reported the news presented by the Black Dragon Guard in a deep voice. Body forging technique. His Majesty the First Emperor raised his sword-like eyebrows slightly. Don't be fooled by the simplicity of body forging techniques. Only those who understand the military know its terrifying nature. Wu Qi's body forging technique led to the terrifying dominance of the Wei Wu army on the battlefield for an era. The state of Chu trained great halberd warriors, even our Qin state. It was thanks to the reforms of Duke Xiao and the contributions of Xianyang that we had the famed Qin Rui soldiers, who traversed the 6 states. And now Liu Bai unexpectedly has a body forging technique and has equipped them with specialized weapons? Could it be that Liu Bai truly has some special arrangements for the Jinyiwei? Your Majesty, should we investigate and intervene? Zhang Han asked in a deep voice. In Xianyang, a strong fighting force is extremely dangerous. Even those noble families who keep guests at home do not dare to openly wear weapons. Now, these Jinyiwei have become an exception. Even Zhang Han felt a hint of worry at this moment. What? I have destroyed the 6 states, and I would still fear these 300 men? His Majesty the First Emperor spoke ly. Although his tone was calm, it contained an unmatched dominance. Don't mention 300 men. Even 3,000, 30,000, or 300,000 would crumble like sand before this great emperor of history. I dare not. Your Majesty, forgive me. Zhang Han's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, and he hurriedly spoke. However, His Majesty the First Emperor did not pay any attention to such words, merely lightly brushing his fingers over the confidential report on the table, his eyes containing a smile. The confidential report was very simple, with only one sentence. Prime Minister's residence Qin, a man from Yin, the master of Jingku. Master, not dead. Master not dead. Inside the Prime Minister's residence, Liu Bai was just about to take a sip of tea when a voice suddenly rang out, startling Liu Bai and causing the tea to spill onto his robe. Upon seeing the visitor, Liu Bai's face darkened. Sixth young master, my master is not dead. Are you perhaps very disappointed? This 6th young master was clearly doing this on purpose. Aha, Liu sure misunderstood. What I meant was that the first batch of salt produced by the mineral salt extraction method, when fed to the death row prisoners, they did not die, nor did they show any discomfort. Liu Bai's creation is indeed a marvelous method. Overjoyed and excited, Ing Che spoke without thinking. Ing Che was slightly taken aback, then realized he had just misspoken and quickly added, that was well said, but don't say it again next time. Liu Bai shot Ing Che a glance. In that case, shouldn't you go and make a fortune? Why come here? Liu Bai really had no good temper towards this 6th young master. To be honest, despite being in a position lower than the royal young master, his power far surpassed it. Moreover, with the master-apprentice relationship, if Liu Bai were to take out a ruler and give Ing Che a few smacks, no one would criticize him. I heard my teacher boast in front of father that he would profit for the country, so I came to tell my teacher the good news. Ing Che said a bit shyly. After all, it's a bit hard for a man to care for another man. Upon hearing this, Liu Bai was initially taken aback, then looked at Ing Che. After confirming that this cheap student was indeed expressing genuine feelings, he felt a bit touched. This is a good student. Look at that Fusu, a white-eyed wolf that cannot be nurtured, and still goes against the teacher. Young master, you must be mistaken. When did I say I would turn the profits from salt production over to the national treasury? Didn't you see that we are both too poor to afford tea? Liu Bai picked up a cup of tea and drank it all. Upon hearing this, Ing Che was slightly stunned, his expression doubtful. Teacher, isn't this salt production for making money for the national treasury? Liu Bai shook his head and spoke with righteous indignation. One cannot be poor oneself. Personal prosperity leads to national prosperity. Do you understand? The money for the national treasury will naturally be delivered to the door. After this statement, even the most shameless Ing Che from the entire Qin royal family couldn't help but twitch his mouth. One cannot be poor oneself? Personal prosperity leads to national prosperity? Is that even human talk? What kind of tiger and wolf words are these? The more I listen, the more it sounds like a giant greedy person. However, before Ing Che could say anything in response, Qin, leaning on a broom and moving slowly, walked to the hall door. Young master, a farmer and a craftsman have come outside asking to see you. Upon hearing this, Liu Bai instantly stood up, his smile widening. Money is coming. Beside him, Ing Che's jaw almost dropped. What money? A farmer and a craftsman come to deliver money? Chapter 42. Gentlemen, are you willing to bow to this Prime Minister? Chapter 42. Gentlemen, are you willing to bow to this Prime Minister? You two are quick to arrive. In the hall, Liu Bai casually glanced at the two before him and chuckled. The farmer hero, Nong Shang, pays his respects to Prime Minister Liu. Mo family giant, Mo Shan, greetings. The farmer and the craftsman exchanged glances and then bowed to Liu Bai. The information contained in their glance was overwhelming. On one hand, they were shocked that Liu Bai was indeed as young as the rumors said. However, such a handsome young man had deeds that displayed an iron-fisted style, leaving them momentarily stunned. On the other hand, it seemed as if Liu Bai had already guessed they would come rushing to Xianyang without delay. A flicker of displeasure flashed in Liu Bai's eyes as he said, "This gentleman next to me is my student and also the 6th young master of our great Qin." Upon hearing this, Nongshang and Mo Shan's eyes became even more serious. The 6th young master of Great Qin is Liu Bai's student? They had underestimated the status of this Liu Bai in the court. For the Nong and Mo families, who had been semi-threatened by Liu Bai to enter Xianyang, the more power Liu Bai had, the more disadvantageous it was for them. This matter concerns everyone's life and death, and even the leaders of both families are treading on thin ice at this moment. "We come to pay our respects, young master." Nongshang and Mo Shan slowly bow. Unlike before, this time Mo Shan's bow is meticulous. "Teacher, the Nong and Mo families have always been unwilling to enter the officialdom of our great Qin. What is your intention in bringing them here?" Ingche looked at the two bowing and did not say anything to dismiss the formalities, instead adopting an attitude of seeking advice, asking Liu Bai. This demeanor made Nongshang and Mo Shan's hearts sink even further. Liu Bai's gaze carried a hint of mockery as he glanced at Nongshang and Mo Shan. This glance was not an appraisal from top to bottom, but rather like examining a piece of merchandise. This appearance made the already hot-tempered heir of the Mo family even more frustrated. "Liu Xiong, did you bring us here just to have us bow to you?" Mo Shan suppressed his displeasure and spoke in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Nongshang, the hero of the Nong family, also had a flicker of sharpness in his eyes. Although the Nong and Mo families are not as powerful as the Confucian and legalist families in the court, they have numerous disciples. If Liu Bai truly wants to annihilate their families, it would be a matter of mutual destruction. Why should the heir cover up his insecurity with anger? Liu Bai chuckled lightly and shook his head. After all, they are people of the rivers and lakes. Their temperament cannot be compared to the seasoned officials of Great Qin. Just a few exchanged words, and they couldn't hold back. The so-called anger is merely an expression of inner insecurity, forcibly using a tough attitude to comfort oneself. "I asked you two to come here for 3 matters. To entertain, to behead, to take you in as dogs. You can choose to do any one of the 3. Liu Bai said indifferently, his demeanor as casual as if he were commenting on the pleasant weather. Ingche's mouth twitched suddenly. Teacher is too fierce. After all, this is the Nong and Mo families, not to mention the countless disciples of the Mo family. They have caused quite a bit of trouble for Great Qin during the period of chaos among the nations. Just the Nong family is said to have 100,000 disciples. No matter how you look at it, these two families are powerful. And though they are from the rivers and lakes, they should not be underestimated. Entertaining can be understood. Beheading is a threat. But taking them in as dogs is clearly an overt threat. Creak. A faint sound rang out, and Mo Shan's expression twisted. This gritted teeth look certainly had the feeling of an outburst. "Step aside, there is a lot of dust here." An old voice rang out, and it was Chun Bo holding a broom, completely oblivious to the situation as he swept the floor. Immediately after, Mo Shan felt his sleeve being tugged. Turning back to look at Nongshang, the latter glanced in a certain direction. Following his gaze, there stood a burly man, arms crossed, with an extremely indifferent expression. Just this casual stance brought a sense of unspoken pressure. This man almost had the word expert engraved on his forehead, and Mo Shan, upon being tugged, suddenly realized he was in the Prime Minister's residence. If a fight really broke out, not to mention himself, just the crime of attempting to assassinate the Prime Minister would allow Liu Bai to wipe out the Nong and Mo families with justification. Mo Shan suppressed his breath, his mind racing. The so-called entertaining, beheading, and taking in as dogs were merely Liu Bai's nonsense, considering that this person has led troops twice, both known for their ruthless killings. Perhaps what he truly intends is to directly annihilate the Nong and Mo families. "Young master, did you see that? 9 truths and 1 falsehood are easy to deceive. 9 falsehoods and 1 truth are also easy to deceive. These two have been on guard against me since they entered, and when I speak a word of truth, they begin to ponder carefully. You too, are you wondering if my intention is to destroy your Nong and Mo families?" Unlike the gravity of Nongshang and Mo Shan, Liu Bai still had the mood to joke with Ingche. In times of life and death, everyone is repeatedly cautious. This is human nature. Teacher's teachings have been learned, Ingche sighed. His teacher indeed has some tricks. The so-called 9 truths and 1 falsehood. His teacher understands that it is merely using power to pressure others. There is no technique at all. It is just that the strength of Great Qin makes the Nong and Mo families feel fear. "Liu Bai, do not be overly arrogant. Although my Nong and Mo families are from the rivers and lakes, we also have our backbone. Now that Great Qin has unified the world, we are also Qin people. If you make excessive demands and slaughter Qin citizens, you will certainly face the emperor's wrath." Seeing that the two still had the mind to joke and teach, Mo Shan shouted. Despite his loud voice, this heir of the Mo family was actually quite clear-headed. Liu Bai's simple statement has placed the Nong and Mo families in a perilous situation. However, in reality, Liu Bai has not revealed his intentions, meaning he has not let them know what he truly wants the Nong and Mo families to do. This sudden outburst, on the contrary, became an opportunity to break the deadlock. It seems like he wants to destroy their entire families, but in fact, both sides are engaged in a psychological game. Such a grave crime. I have no demands, just require your known and Mo families to obey the commands of Great Qin. Such a request, when it reaches the emperor's ears, is also reasonable. Nongshang, Mo Shan. Liu Bai scoffed lightly, and then slowly stood up, hands clasped behind his back. Positioned in the main seat, Liu Bai's gaze looked down upon them. Are you two willing to bow to me? Chapter 43. Oh no. Speaking ill was overheard by His Majesty. Chapter 43. Oh no. Speaking ill behind their backs was overheard by His Majesty. Are you two willing to bow to me? Standing with hands clasped behind his back, his tone was plain, as if he were stating something self-evident. However, these words, spoken by Liu Bai, felt like a tidal wave crashing down heavily on Nongshang and Mo Shan. Apart from Liu Bai's identity, the disdain that this great Qin left chancellor inadvertently revealed during the conversation was the key. Crushing the known and Mo families is as easy as crushing ants. This is the might that Liu Bai presented. At this moment, even Mo Shan felt a storm rising in his heart. Entertaining, beheading, taking them in as dogs. Liu Bai clearly had no intention of entertaining. It was either beheading or being taken in as dogs. Meanwhile, Ing Che wore a contemplative expression. From the very beginning until now, his teacher had not revealed any plans, merely asking directly whether the two were willing to submit. As for what would happen if the known and Mo families refused, Ing Che had no doubt that his teacher would directly take lethal action, not necessarily killing the hero and the heir of the Mo family, but directly toppling the known and Mo families. After all, although these two families were not mentioned during court discussions, many court officials believed that they had obstructed Great Qin during its conquests and should be held accountable. There was no need to kill all the disciples. Instead, the names of the known and Mo families would be completely erased from history. I'm asking you a question. Why are you just standing there? A dissatisfied voice rang out, and it was Long Chia, his brows tightly knitted, his arms that were crossed now hanging down, looking as if he would hammer anyone who dared to say no. The Nong family is a straightforward sect, teaching the common people to farm. Today, the Qin state has reduced taxes for the common people, and the farmers are willing to serve Qin and support the people. However, it was Nongshang who reacted first and spoke in a deep voice. Those who understand the times are wise. The farmers are not like the Mo family. They rely on the land. Even if they want to escape, losing their land would mean starving to death. It can be said that Nongshang had no choice at this moment. As for inciting the farmers' children to rebel, what a joke. Even if the farmers had 100,000 children, or even 1,000,000, it would just be a matter of having 10,000 cavalry charge a few more times. As the leader of the farmers, his personal reputation is insignificant. Preserving the lives of the farmers' disciples is his top priority. Liu Bai slightly nodded, looking at Nongshang with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. He is a smart man. Moreover, the farmers have indeed contributed more than they have heired for the Qin state. If it weren't for some internal support from the farmers over the years, how many more people would have starved to death when the world was first settled? It's incalculable. Mo Shan gritted his teeth and glanced at Nongshang, remaining silent. He was conflicted and hesitant. Ultimately, he was afraid. The Mo family helped defend the cities of the 6 states, causing countless soldiers to die in battle for the Qin state. Was Liu Bai's statement meant to eradicate the Mo family, or was he truly willing to overlook past grievances? I have heard that the Mo family's great aspiration seems to be universal love, right? Just then, Liu Bai stepped forward, casually took out a waste token, and placed it in Nongshang's hand, then seemingly unintentionally spoke. Upon hearing this, Mo Shan was slightly taken aback, puzzled. Ridiculous. In nature, there are laws. The weak are preyed upon by the strong. Within a country, there are classes. The wealthy wear fine clothes and have beautiful companions, while the poor have no place to stand. This is the way of heaven. If you want to practice universal love, why does the Mo family's master give orders that put the Mo family disciples in danger? The universal love that Mo Tzu proposed has completely become a joke in your hands. Liu Bai snorted coldly and turned to stare at Mo Shan. I do not want to kill your Mo family, nor am I itching to harm anyone. Rather, I am here to save your Mo family. Upon hearing this, Mo Shan's face flushed, but he could not speak. It was not that he lacked counterarguments, but Liu Bai's statement that he did not want to kill the Mo family gave this matter a bit of leeway. If he were to retort, would this Qin-left chancellor, who already had blood on his hands, become angry? The path of the Mo family is wrong. Liu Bai sighed slightly, a hint of compassion flashing in his eyes. The term Mo family exists in historical records, inconspicuous. But people in later generations know just how great the Mo family truly was. They were among the world's earliest physicists. A group of people who genuinely explored mysteries and were willing to bend down in practice. If applied properly, an entire nation would benefit from the brilliance of these people. Do you think guarding the city is equivalent to caring for the people? How many people suffered and died during 300 years of chaos? If it weren't for the brilliant strategies of our Emperor Qin Shi Huang unifying the world, the common people would still be in the midst of war. If you want to practice universal love, you must support the people like the farmers do. Matters at the national level are not something you can influence. Understood? Liu Bai's gaze pierced deeply into Mo Shan's heart like a sharp sword. Defending the city is an indelible stain on the Mo family. The Mo family disciples live in fear every day because of this. When the world was unified, they worried that Emperor Shi Huang's decree would trample the Mo family. Now that it is stable, they are afraid that Emperor Shi Huang will settle scores after the autumn. Does Chancellor Liu have a way? Or is Chancellor Liu willing to guarantee the Mo family's safety and not hold past grievances against them? Mo Shan raised his head and asked. At that moment, he seemed to see hope. My method is the guarantee of your Mo family's survival. Liu Bai glanced at Ing Che and continued. The Mo family's path lies in the hearts of the people. Slap. Liu Bai threw a waste token, which fell to the ground, and said to Mo Shan in a deep voice. Bow your head and take a good look at your own path. The people's heart. The people's heart. Mo Shan looked at the waste token, murmuring to himself. Coming from the people, going to the people. Both the farmer and Mo families must rely on the masses to flourish. Liu Bai's words struck Mo Shan's heart like a thunderclap. The people. The people. Yes. Only by providing real benefits to the people will Emperor Shi Huang realize that the Mo family is harmless, and naturally, he will not take action. Such an obvious truth. And my poor Mo family has been living in fear for so many years. Only the people can be the support that allows the Mo family to survive. Supporting the people is supporting the Mo family itself. The Mo family is willing to obey Chancellor Liu, as long as it benefits the people. The Mo family is willing to serve as dogs and horses. The Mo family's master, Mo Shan. Bow your head. Ing Che's pupils suddenly trembled. Is this the true intention of the teacher? Does the teacher want to benefit the people while making money? How to do it? Since ancient times, wealth comes from the people, and the country is rich while the people are poor. Teacher, what brilliant plan do you have? Ing Che suddenly turned his gaze to his teacher, only to find him winking at himself. Haha, Mo family master, farmer hero, too polite, too polite. Come, I just happen to have important matters to discuss. To put it plainly, both your farmer and Mo families are guilty. Our emperor is rather petty. Hurry and achieve merit to avoid the fate of being killed. Liu Bai laughed heartily, stepping forward to assist Nong Shang and Mo Shan. It seemed like a quick action, but in reality, he enjoyed a few seconds of this moment of bowing. Oh, the emperor is petty. It turns out our Qin's Chancellor Liu thinks this way in his heart. Just then, a voice came. Chapter 44. Don't drag me into your boasting in front of the emperor. Oh, the emperor is petty. It turns out our Qin's Chancellor Liu thinks this way in his heart. When this voice sounded, Liu Bai did not turn around. But he was so startled that his body trembled, almost losing his soul. In Qin, anyone who dares to call themselves the emperor without thinking is none other than that one. Your Majesty, good evening. Liu Bai's lips trembled continuously, forcing himself to turn around with all his willpower. However, this turn had already exhausted all his mental energy, making his greeting appear extremely awkward. What a joke. It was one thing to speak ill of the eternal emperor behind his back, but to have this Emperor Shi Huang hear it? Is there anything more terrifying in the world? If given the choice, Liu Bai would rather take a small dagger and challenge 100,000 wolf soldiers from the Xiongnu to the death. Our Qin's Liu Bai seems a bit confused about the time. It's noon, and he actually said evening. Should I call Zhang Han to help you straighten your bones and wake you up? Emperor Shi Huang's lips curled slightly, showing no courtesy as he walked directly to the main seat. Upon hearing this, Liu Bai's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Zhang Han, the last famous general of Qin, now the commander of the Black Dragon Guard. Let this guy straighten my bones. Your Majesty, are you sure you're not going to break my bones? Your son pays respects to the emperor. At the critical moment, it was still his own student who was reliable. Ing Che directly bowed to Emperor Shi Huang with an extremely respectful attitude. If one looked closely, they would find that this sixth son, known for his unruliness, was now bowing with utmost seriousness. Even the movement of his fingertips was extremely standard. Commoner Mo Shan pays respect to your Majesty. Commoner Nong Shang pays respect to your Majesty. With Ing Che leading the way, the leaders of the Nong and Mo families quickly regained their composure from their shock and hurriedly paid their respects. Unlike the usual understanding, these two individuals performed a kneeling ceremony because their legs were weak. At this moment, the leaders of the Nong and Mo families were sweating profusely, their calves trembling continuously. The ruler of the world was right in front of them, and they had a real death sentence hanging over their heads. Who wouldn't be afraid? Moreover, Liu Bai had just called Emperor Shi Huang petty in front of them, in the presence of this ancient emperor's might, let alone weak legs. They were almost turning into a puddle of mud. The kneeling ceremony actually allowed them to avoid losing face in front of the emperor. Do not bow. Emperor Shi Huang seemingly glanced casually at Ing Che and then spoke lightly. He was naturally clear about why his six-character family name appeared in the prime minister's residence. However, Emperor Shi Huang did not expect Ing Che would actually come to Liu Bai's aid. I do not know why father has come to the prime minister's residence. I, your son, am unfilial for not coming out to greet you. Please reprimand me, Ing Che said with a slight turn of his eyes, seemingly asking for punishment. But in reality, he was diverting the topic. Otherwise, if his father were to put a little pressure on the words petty, Liu Bai would not escape the accusation of slandering the emperor. I came here to see what kind of clever scheme Liu Bai has for making money. Since there was no announcement, You naturally have no fault, Emperor Shi Huang said indifferently, his gaze falling on the teacup on the table. In the Great Qin, there was no such thing as tea. Even the ancient emperor found the faint aroma of tea quite comfortable, hence he looked at it a couple more times. In that case, I must thank Father. Ing Che smiled slightly, appearing studious. This line of conversation was very skillful. On one hand, it resonated with his earlier expression of unfiliality, showing that he genuinely admired his father. On the other hand, it was also a reminder to Emperor Shi Huang that Liu Bai indeed had a clever way to make money, which would be disclosed shortly. The best part was that Ing Che used this conversation to shift the focus to making money, lightly obscuring the earlier mention of being petty. However, no one knows a child better than their parent, especially when that parent is an ancient emperor. Humph. Such deep feelings between teacher and student. Emperor Shi Huang snorted coldly. And just that glance made Ing Che's smile freeze instantly. At that moment, Ing Che's little thoughts were completely seen through by Emperor Shi Huang. Speak. What clever scheme do you have for making money? If you stutter, Zhang Han will have a good time asking you about being petty later. Emperor Shi Huang spoke lightly, his eyes slightly closing. The aroma of tea wafted, allowing the ancient emperor's mind to find a rare moment of tranquility. In such a good mood, he was particularly magnanimous. Upon hearing this, Liu Bai felt a bitterness in his mouth. Isn't it too much, Your Majesty? You said you wouldn't interfere, you said I could kill people. And now you come here and make me honestly explain? Is there such a leader? Moreover, this emperor seemed to have guessed his thoughts, not allowing any stuttering. Clearly anticipating that his first reaction would be to make up some nonsense. Reporting to Your Majesty, the clever scheme for making money lies with these two. Liu Bai sighed and pulled out Nongshang and Mo Shan. As soon as he spoke, Nongshang and Mo Shan were terrified, their bodies starting to tremble slightly. Even the usually irritable Mo Shan was now as obedient as a little rabbit in front of Emperor Shi Huang. Your Majesty, I have strategies for filling the national treasury and methods for enriching Qin. Which one would Your Majesty like to hear? Liu Bai cautiously glanced at Emperor Shi Huang and then softly asked. Upon hearing this, Ing Che's eyelid twitched violently. Liu Shi, you are too bold. Just now, you said father was petty behind his back, and now you're pulling this stunt? Teasing in front of your own father is too absurd. Zhang Han, to Liu Bai's question. Emperor Shi Huang didn't even lift his eyelids, only speaking lightly. Crack. Zhang Han, unfazed, pressed his fist down, producing a terrifying sound. This sound truly made one's teeth ache. Emperor Shi Huang's meaning was very clear. Teasing? Just say it, or else I don't have time to listen. Your Majesty, the strategy for filling the national treasury is actually very simple. As long as Mo Shan takes action, we can make a profit of 100,000 bitcoins within 3 months. Liu Bai's corner of the mouth twitched, and he quickly pulled Mo Shan over. It seemed like he was recommending Mo Shan, but in reality, this pull just placed Mo Shan half a step in front of him. The best defense, after all, is a meat shield. Huh. Mo Shan was dumbfounded. 100,000 bitcoins? All the disciples of the Mo family combined would not be worth that much even if sold as meat tickets. What a joke. A normal family's monthly expenses are only a big coin, and the entire Great Qin's annual tax revenue doesn't even reach that amount. And you're saying we can earn that in half a month? Liu Xiong, can you not drag me into your bragging? At this moment, Mo Shan was on the verge of tears, firmly believing that he had offended Liu Bai earlier by not giving him face, and this was just retaliation. Upon hearing this, Emperor Shi Huang finally glanced at Mo Shan, but did not speak. His expression was quite clear. Let Liu Bai hurry up and continue. Cough cough. Ing Che cleared his throat a couple of times, taking a huge risk to remind his teacher not to be so cryptic anymore. Your Majesty, please see. This item is worth 100,000. Liu Bai naturally wasn't just a fool who teased for no reason. The best approach in front of Emperor Shi Huang was to avoid any small tricks. As for why he was being so roundabout, he had his reasons. After saying this, Liu Bai reached into his robe and pulled out a sandalwood box, presenting it to Zhang Han. Zhang Han took the box and opened it. Although he didn't know what it was, after checking and finding it was not dangerous, he placed it on the table. Emperor Shi Huang slightly furrowed his brow. Inside the box was a slightly yellowed unknown object, with a somewhat rough texture, indeed something he had never seen before. Reporting to Your Majesty, this object is called paper. Liu Bai smiled slightly and said, it can be used for writing. Just that simple sentence left everyone momentarily stunned. Why would something that can be used for writing be worth 100,000? Mo Shan was almost crying. Just now, Liu Bai was boasting, but it was on Mo Shan's account. Your Majesty, our Great Qin usually writes on bamboo slips. Even though General Meng invented the brush, it's still extremely cumbersome. And as a medium for writing, a bamboo slip has very limited content. As for silk, Your Majesty, our court's memorials are not extravagant enough to use silk. But paper is different. Your Majesty, please see. Although it may not be as thin as a cicada's wing, it is incredibly lightweight. Liu Bai explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, Emperor Shi Huang's eyes moved slightly, and he reached out to pick up the paper from the wooden box. Sure enough, just as Liu Bai said, it was extremely lightweight. Bring the brush. The Emperor Qin spoke softly, and Zhang Han immediately picked up a brush from the side and presented it to the Emperor. With a stroke, a strong and powerful character for Qin emerged on the paper, radiating brilliance. Just this stroke made the emperor's sword-like eyebrows twitch slightly. He could feel that the tactile sensation at the moment of writing and the smoothness while writing, even the slightly rough surface, were incomparable to the bamboo slips that were easy to write on but limited in writing space. Indeed, it was impressive. With this writing, the strokes were smooth and powerful. The emperor slightly nodded, unprecedentedly recognizing Liu Bai directly. Such a good thing, if used in state affairs, would greatly increase his efficiency in handling government affairs every day. However, how does this relate to making money? The emperor put down the brush and fixed his sharp gaze on Liu Bai. This imposing presence made Ing Che's heart race, let alone Mo Shan and Nong Xiong, who were standing there, almost trembling. The cost of this paper is less than 1% of bamboo slips. If this thing is sold on the market, those who originally bought bamboo slips would buy paper instead, and those who couldn't afford to study would buy paper. Even those who previously found books expensive would come to buy paper. With the Mo family's specialized workshops, if the cost is reduced further, Your Majesty might find that soon everyone in Qin could hold paper books, and the profits would surely exceed 1 million. Liu Bai's eyes were filled with joy. This paper-making technique, having supported so many people and spent so much money, was only a side benefit. The real goal lay elsewhere. Moreover, this was merely a way to fill the national treasury. The method to enrich Qin had yet to be mentioned. Chapter 45. Allow me to experience the pleasure of beating young Master Che. Teacher, I have a question. No matter how impressive your paper-making technique is, it cannot possibly produce so much paper in just 3 months, right? Even if one sheet sells for a lot, that is still 1 million sheets. Even if the Mo family disciples worked themselves to death, they couldn't produce that much, right? Besides, ordinary people are still struggling for food and clothing. Only when they are well fed can they strive for more. Even if paper is cheap, they can't go hungry to study. At that moment, Ing Che's expression showed some doubt, and he slowly asked. In fact, he was giving Liu Bai some face. That is to say, no matter how good your paper is, it can't be promoted throughout the entire Qin in a short time. To earn money from ordinary people, they can't even fill their stomachs. Upon hearing this, Mo Shan nodded repeatedly, calculating by the million. This Liu Xiong really thinks highly of himself. First, the question of how to increase production. Liu Bai smiled slightly, as if he had no concerns about Ing Che's questions. Such confidence made the emperor's eyes flicker with interest. Now, let me introduce a concept. Your Majesty, please look. This is the flowchart of the paper-making process, roughly divided into 7 steps. Preparing materials, wetting, crushing, pulping, forming, drying, and finally trimming. If one person were to do the entire process, it would certainly be extremely slow. However, if each of these 7 steps is assigned to a different person, the efficiency can be greatly increased, saving much time wasted in the process. Thus, the manufacturing efficiency can increase by more than 10 times. This thing, I call it an assembly line process. Liu Bai explained with a smile. And on the first step of the flowchart concerning materials, it clearly states the raw materials needed to make paper. Although it wasn't introduced, it subtly moved the emperor's expression. The assembly line process is indeed impressive. But what is even more remarkable is the cost. This paper requires only grass, wood, and things like bamboo. The cost is so low it's astonishing. Assembly line. Mo Shan almost exclaimed. As the heir of the Mo family and a master craftsman, he realized how terrifying this concept was with just a little thought. This completely transcends the realm of manufacturing. Anyone's hands have inertia. Continuously doing one process naturally leads to greater proficiency, and efficiency is greatly increased. Liu Bai's claim of a 10-fold improvement is no exaggeration. Regarding Mo Shan's exclamation, Liu Bai was not surprised at all. He simply continued addressing Ing Che's second question. As for how the common people are still struggling to eat, how could they buy paper? Liu Bai chuckled softly. I never thought about making money off the poor. The initial customers for this paper are the wealthy. The Mo family's products will revolutionize the era. Infused with the fragrance of grass and wood, and the miraculous paper that cures all ailments will certainly be cherished by the wealthy. Upon hearing this, Ing Che was stunned. His teacher seemed to imply that this paper would only be sold to the rich. Then why say that everyone could study? Isn't that contradictory? A flash of sharpness crossed the emperor's eyes as he gently pinched the slightly yellowed paper, without bleach, as if he could see right through Liu Bai. No wonder you asked me for the right to kill. The emperor spoke calmly. This statement had no direct connection to what Liu Bai had just said, but it made Liu Bai break into a cold sweat. Did the emperor see through him? I won't question the process. I will only look at whether the treasury is full 3 months later. As for your actions, Liu Bai, they must follow Qin law. A half-step transgression will not be forgiven. The emperor stood up, appearing disinterested in continuing to listen. Upon hearing this, Liu Bai's heart sank. He was now 100% certain that the emperor had seen through his thoughts. Selling paper for profit, yes, but making money was never Liu Bai's true goal. The real significance of the paper-making technique lies in laying the foundation. Smart people have already guessed whose foundation is being dug. The reason the first batch of customers after the paper's emergence is this group of people is precisely to cut down their power. Unexpectedly, the emperor instantly saw through the essence of it. Liu Bai took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and then suddenly grasped the meaning behind the emperor's words. Following Qin law, one can do as one wishes. The emperor supports me doing this. This thought emerged, and Liu Bai almost burst into joyous exclamations. Thank you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty is magnanimous. May you enjoy eternal blessings and live as long as the heavens. Liu Bai suppressed his overwhelming joy, hurriedly bowed, and spoke solemnly. Return to the palace. Regarding Liu Bai's gratitude, the emperor couldn't even be bothered to say no need for courtesy. This scoundrel, cursing me for being petty one moment and flattering me the next. I trust not a word of it. As this was said, Liu Bai could hardly conceal the joy in his eyes. Leaders are so smart. Being a subordinate is really exhausting. Your servant bids farewell to Your Majesty. Your son bids farewell to Father Emperor. Liu Bai and Ing Che hurriedly spoke up. Meanwhile, Nongshang and Mo Shan were left speechless. One was so frightened by the emperor's imposing presence that his lips trembled, while the other was immersed in the deductions about the assembly line. The drink in your cup. Send 10 stones to the Xianyang Palace. Recently, the child has been frightened into hysteria by you, and this will help calm him. As he was about to leave, the emperor casually said something that nearly made Liu Bai jump. Take another look at your cup. Liu Bai really jumped up. You're telling me the measurement unit for tea leaves is called shur? A shur. That's 120 pounds. The first emperor of all time, I see, is a petty bandit, or a bandit in a black robe of Xianyang, robbing openly with the endorsement of Qin law. The key point is that you set the Qin law yourself. Fine. My son will return to the palace and will bring back Lu Shur's gift. Liu Bai hasn't even mentioned that the tea leaves are measured in Liang. And this foolish student of mine spoke up. It's not like you, Gongzi Che, usually look quite clever. How could you agree to this? I could spend a whole year collecting 10 shur of dogtail grass. Zhang Han, the weather in Xianyang today is really nice. Stepping out of the room, His Majesty the First Emperor slightly tilted his head back, a rare smile flickering in his eyes. Such a statement left Zhang Han puzzled, and he could only use all his talents to flatter. If His Majesty says the weather is nice, then it must be very nice. Upon saying this, the smile in His Majesty's eyes grew even more. He didn't turn around, but he knew Liu Bai's expression at this moment. That teacher, you only mentioned the strategy for enriching the national treasury, but haven't mentioned the strategy for making Qin wealthy yet. Father must have wanted tea leaves. Definitely to be conveyed when the student returns to the palace. Ing Che said seriously, wealthy Qin indeed. 10 shur of tea leaves, 1,200 pounds. My teacher will be directly impoverished. Liu Bai was furious. Where's the ruler? Where's the ruler? Today, I must enjoy it well. What a pleasure it is to beat the sixth son of the Qin. Chapter 46, Niu Wei Lu Wei. Hiss. This Lu Shur is really ruthless. In the luxurious carriage, Ing Che gritted his teeth and rubbed his butt. That burning pain truly made him feel like he was dying. To be honest, until Liu Bai took out the ruler, Ing Che did not believe that this teacher of his would actually hit him, thinking it was just a scare. After all, who would hit a prince of the great Qin over such a trivial matter? But Liu Bai made a move. If it weren't for Ing Che being fast, he would have received more than just 2 hits on his butt. Niu Wei, do you think Lu Shur has truly accepted me as a student? Otherwise, why would the force of this ruler be so merciless? Ing Che seemed to be asking his coachman. Upon hearing this, the coachman, whose real name was Liu Wei, was slightly taken aback, a strange look rising on his face. His young master was beaten and still spoke for Liu Bai? Forget it, you definitely don't understand the intricacies. Ing Che asked and answered himself, not giving the coachman Liu Wei a chance to respond at all. Liu Wei was completely speechless. Why are you asking me when you don't understand, young master? However, this method of making Qin wealthy still needs to be thought of ways to be extracted from Lu Shur. Ing Che rubbed his chin, murmuring softly in a voice only he could hear. In his mind, he kept recalling the process of his interactions with Liu Bai. Although this Lu Shur was a bit playful, it cannot be denied that this teacher possessed countless treasures, truly a treasure trove. Moreover, Liu Bai had treated him favorably. Among all the brothers, he Ing Che could be considered unique. If thought this way, it seems I have become Lu Shur's closed-door disciple. Ing Che chuckled lightly, feeling increasingly confident in his speculation. Since I am a closed-door disciple, obtaining that method for making Qin wealthy is just a matter of time. The father didn't ask because it's not urgent now. Things need to be done step by step. But if I offer it up, won't my status in father's heart rise? Thinking of this, Ing Che suddenly felt his but wasn't hurting that much, and spending 30,000 taels of silver no longer felt painful. At this moment, within the Prime Minister's residence, the leaders of the Nong and Mo families were completely dumbfounded. They witnessed Liu Bai say that His Majesty the First Emperor was petty-minded but was not punished. They also saw Liu Bai use the ruler to hit the butt of the sixth son of the Qin, who then fled in panic. This is the Prime Minister? This position in the court is way too high. Although the two had heard of Liu Bai's achievements and knew that he reached the position of Prime Minister at a young age, they never expected him to be this extraordinary. At this moment, as Liu Bai glanced back, the attitude of Nongshang and Mo Shan directly transformed into one of inner respect. What a joke. If His Majesty the First Emperor doesn't care about those who speak ill behind his back, then offending him would mean certain death, right? I wonder if Prime Minister Liu has any further instructions? Nongshang cautiously asked. This question could only be asked by him. If Mo Shan asked, Liu Bai might remember that he didn't bow his head so quickly. Then how would he settle the score? Nongshang, You selected 100 young men from the Nong family, requiring them to be skilled in farming, young, strong, and capable of enduring long journeys. Liu Bai turned his gaze to Nong Shang, slightly furrowing his brows, and spoke in a deep voice. Long journey? Upon hearing this, Nong Shang was slightly taken aback, not understanding. Where does Prime Minister want my Nong family disciples to go? Liu Bai rubbed his thumb and index finger together, narrowing his eyes slightly, appearing as if he had thought of an extraordinary treasure, to a dangerous place, to fetch divine grain. Divine grain? This time, Nong Shang was even more perplexed. Is this Prime Minister Liu trying to act like those sorcerers in the countryside, wanting to play tricks in the Great Qin? However, food is indeed related to the people. If pretending to be divine harms the people, I fear that even if His Majesty the First Emperor holds Liu Bai in high regard, he would still punish him, right? To snatch divine grain that yields 1,000 pounds per mu from a group of savages. Liu Bai's words nearly dislocated Nong Shang's jaw. 1,000 pounds per mu. In the entire Great Qin, the best fields, planting the best grains, even if their Nong family's disciples took care of them, the yield would only be about 300 pounds per mu. Saying a yield of 1,000 pounds per mu is like a street thug shouting to His Majesty the First Emperor, I can take your place. It's simply insane. What? The sixth son Ing Che entered the Prime Minister's residence? And he was in the same carriage? In the Feng residence. Feng Jie's expression darkened immensely upon hearing the report from their secret informant. Finally, this Liu Bai has shown ambition. Although Liu Bai is the teacher of several princes, and it is reasonable for him to enter the residence with the princes, Feng Qiji, as the Grand Inspector, is extremely sensitive to such matters. Although our people can't infiltrate the Prime Minister's residence, seeing such a scene on the street is indeed concerning. However, young master, for some reason, a group claiming to be from the Xianyang government has taken our people for questioning, and during this time, the Prime Minister's residence has become unclear. A man respectfully reported. The questioning incident is a bit strange. He certainly wouldn't hide anything. No worries. Liu Bai has stirred up so many events during this time. The newly appointed Xianyang magistrate has a precedent to follow, so it's only natural for him to pay more attention to this place. Feng Jie irritably waved his hand, completely unconcerned about this matter. Besides keeping an eye on the Prime Minister's residence, he also needs to watch out for Gongzi Che. Yes, the man withdrew, leaving only Feng Jie alone, his expression extremely dark. This Liu Bai, who is originally the teacher of several princes, is now so close to Gongzi Che. Who knows? He might even meddle in the position of crown prince in the future. If this Liu Bai truly gains merits for the dragon, that is not a situation Feng Jie wishes to see. Jie, what has to hurry? At that moment, an elderly voice rang out. Then, an old man with white hair and beard, supported by a young girl of tender age, walked out from the back hall. He was the former Right Chancellor of the Great Qin, Feng Qiji, along with his newly taken concubine after retiring to his home. Father. Feng Jie bowed, then opened his mouth slightly before quickly closing it again. Xiao Tao, you may go now. Feng Qiji said lightly, and the concubine bowed before retreating. Watching the enchanting figure leave, Feng Jie spoke with a serious expression. Father, the situation at court is not good. Liu Bai does not remember your favor in promoting him and is opposing our noble families in many ways. Moreover, he has become the teacher of several young masters and is now very close to Master Che. I believe this person intends to support Master Che as the crown prince. After these words, Feng Qiji's murky old eyes moved slightly. Then he laughed heartily. The favor of promotion is not something we can claim. It only counts if the one receiving the favor feels grateful. It was merely a casual move in a game, so why should it be remembered? As for promoting Liu Bai, Feng Qiji understood very well that it was just following the trend. At my age, could I really suppress such a young talent? As for Liu Bai's dealings with the young masters, even I must praise him. Chapter 47. Do you remember your ancestor Wei Liang? The story of sorrowful 18. Praise. Feng Jie was slightly taken aback, completely unsure why his father would say such a thing. Currently, the one most likely to become our Great Qin's crown prince is Master Fusu. All the officials think so, hence the flattery. I remember you sent a few rare books to Master Fusu's palace, right? Feng Qiji said with a smile as he slowly sat down. Feng Jie nodded slightly. Master Fusu becoming the crown prince is almost just a matter of time. I can't understand why, given that Liu Bai does not get close to Master Fusu, but instead to Master Che. That is Liu Bai's cleverness. Feng Qiji interrupted his son's speech. Speaking lightly, Master Fusu's enlightenment teacher is the Confucian Jinyiwei. He, as a chancellor, even if he becomes a teacher, the teacher-student relationship is just so. It's a distant yet close relationship. Moreover, Master Fusu is inherently benevolent. Even if he becomes the crown prince, he will not blame Liu Bai for supporting his other brothers. Instead, because of this teacher-student relationship, he will treat him with greater courtesy. As for Master Che, that is Liu Bai's cunning. This young master has always been unruly, and no one thinks he would vie for the crown prince position. If Liu Bai's move succeeds and Master Che ascends, he will have made a contribution. If it fails, it will just be a casual pastime. Who would take it seriously? After the emperor passes away, Liu Bai will still be a secure imperial teacher. It's all in for all. After saying this, Feng Jie's eyes flashed. His father's explanation was indeed insightful. betting on the least likely young master. If it succeeds, the returns would naturally be the highest. But even if it fails, considering Master Fusu's character, Liu Bai would still have the title of Imperial Teacher. No matter what, it's a win. However, suddenly, Feng Qiji changed his tone, his relaxed skin forming a disdainful smile. This Liu Bai is still young, having experienced too little. He underestimates someone. Upon hearing this, Feng Jie quickly asked, "Who?" "The Emperor." Feng Qiji's murky eyes stared blankly, as if recalling the past. In the past, during the rebellion of Chengjiao, although our great Qin's royal family was quelled by the Emperor, all of us old ministers know that the Emperor detests this deeply. Liu Bai wants to play both sides. His strategy may be clever, but can he truly deceive our Emperor, who has unified the world under the great Qin? Betting on both sides seems like a win-win. But when Master Fusu and Master Che truly compete for the crown prince position, when Liu Bai must stand up, he will lose everything. What was said struck a chord. Even Feng Jie trembled with his eyes. What his father was saying was essentially one principle. In the struggle of the royal family, whoever touches it will die. Unless you can deceive the first emperor, but that difficulty is akin to outright rebellion. Alright, let us, Feng Jie, watch Liu Bai's fire burn oil. And also watch him fall into the frying pan. As if exhausted and lacking strength, Feng Qiji leaned on his cane and shakily stood up, leaving behind this remark. He prepared to go back to rest. Feng Jie admired his father profoundly. The former Right Chancellor of the Great Qin, who held the Chancellor position for 30 years, suppressed Li Si for a full 28 years. When it comes to court affairs, his father is perhaps the foremost figure of the time. Liu Bai. A look of disdain slowly rising in Feng Jie's eyes. Dare to insult the Feng family? Let's see how you die. You really want to sell this? Liu Wei's voice trembled slightly. I told you to sell, not to hesitate. What are you afraid of? Ying Che chuckled and said something very ambiguous. Master, but... Liu Wei was nearly in tears. Away. Have you forgotten your old uncle, Ancestor Wei Liang? In the spring and autumn period, he was a ruthless character who traded grain between the states of Wu and Yu. This shows that you have a talent for business. Sell well. Our great Qin's first salt merchant will definitely be you. Ying Che squatted down, coaxing with sweet words, dripping with a hint of deceit. Completely lacking the demeanor of a great Qin young master, anyone who saw would exclaim, what a scammer. Although Liu Bai had given him the method of extracting rock salt, he did not instruct him on how to sell it. Whether there was any intention of testing him in this was unknown. However, who is Ying Che? He is also a man of iron and bone, naturally thinking of his own methods. Upon hearing this, Liu Wei's eyes gradually became resolute. At this moment, it was as if he felt the spirit of his ancestor, Wei Liang, burning fiercely within him. His family had always instilled in him the story of sorrowful 18. Like a great bell ringing. In the past, Ancestor Wei Liang transported grain 18 times in a coffin, traveling back and forth between Wu and Yu, forging their family's legacy to survive until now. Today, Liu Wei will not falter. Understood, Master. I, Liu Wei, will never let you down. Liu Wei boldly stepped forward. At this moment, he vaguely felt he had attained enlightenment. This is glory. Ying Che narrowed his eyes, looking at Liu Wei. A sly smile creeping on his lips. Get on. Liu Wei mounted the cart and shook the reins. On the cart hung a banner. Great Qin Old Six Salt Shop. Today's salt price is 1 big coin for 10 pounds. Then the cart sped off, causing chaos on Xianyang Street. Whose reckless kid is this? How are you driving? Ah, you scared me. You scoundrel, are your eyes blind? On Xianyang Street, the angry shouts were incessant. Some even spat at Liu Wei. In this era, there were not many literate people. Liu Wei was dressed in tattered clothes, and the banner had no distinguishing marks, so naturally, the common people were not afraid and shouted angrily. However, this wave of cursing did not last long. Look, salt. It's salt. Kid, your salt bag is broken. He's gone. A chorus of surprised voices erupted, and some kind-hearted citizens wanted to stop Liu Wei, but the wheels rolled on, and Liu Wei disappeared from sight. The carriage vanished, but the salt remained on the ground. What fine salt this is. Could it be the salt presented to the emperor? My heavens. Am I seeing things? Isn't salt usually in clumps? So white. Like snow. Roll on. Damn sissy. Last time you ate peaches, you were acting like this too. So sweet, just like you. Shall we clean it up? Pick it up, pick it up. That brat galloped wildly down Xianyang Street. Deservedly unlucky. This is also compensation for us. Voices rose as the citizens were startled by the quality of the salt. However, due to the exceptional quality, they hesitated to move forward. Although they were watching and discussing, not a single person reached out to collect the salt. According to Qin law, those who pick up lost items shall have their feet amputated. Just then, a young man dressed in fine clothing and exuding charm kicked a scruffy-looking carter out. Everyone, I am the owner of the 6th salt shop of the Great Qin. Please listen to me. This is my shop's assistant, who galloped through the street, disturbing everyone and spilling fine salt. I trouble you all to help clean it up. Today, my shop is celebrating its grand opening, and out of respect for the citizens, we are having a special price. 1 big coin for half a pound of salt. Chapter 48. Heading to Baiwei. Remember, Iron Bull, even if 100 members of the Jinyiwei die in Baiwei, you must protect the farmer's disciples and bring back the goods. In the Prime Minister's residence, Liu Bai was unusually serious, and in front of him stood Iron Bull. For such a bizarre order, Iron Bull had no doubts whatsoever. Military orders are as solid as a mountain. How could the most elite warriors of the great Qin hesitate over orders? Yes, Iron Bull's expression was grave as he nodded. Iron Bull, I know that giving you a mission that is tantamount to sending you to your death is somewhat unreasonable. Moreover, your brothers have only just joined the Jinyiwei. However, open the map. Liu Bai sighed and patted Iron Bull's shoulder. Is this Baiwei? Iron Bull was slightly taken aback, opened the map, and felt a sense of familiarity. He had previously been involved in pacifying Baiwei with Wang Bin, so he recognized it clearly. This is also why Liu Bai chose the Wang family when he needed someone. From the very beginning, he had been planning, whether it was establishing the Jinyiwei or inviting individuals from the Nong and Mo families to Xianyang. All of this was part of his strategy. The entire chess game can be said to be Liu Bai's first move for the Great Qin in a true sense. And this first move has continuous follow-ups. If we want to enrich Qin, both the Nong and Mo families are essential. Losing one leg won't do. Indeed, in Baiwei, there is a crop called compa rice. When planted, it can yield 1,000 pounds per mu. If it is crossed by the farmer's disciples to create a new variety, it could reach 2,000 pounds. Now do you understand the importance of this trip? Liu Bai nodded slightly and spoke in a deep voice. Food. What the Great Qin lacks most now is not the money in the treasury, but food. In the feudal era, gold and silver wealth is just a fart. Only food is the foundation of a prosperous nation. The saying people prioritize food is no joke. 1,000 pounds per mu? Even Iron Bull, who is usually steady, gasped at this revelation, his voice even a bit hoarse. Liu Bai's gaze was slightly astonished because he noticed that the iron-hearted man before him now had moist eyes and tense muscles all over. Baiwei. Iron Bull gritted his teeth and uttered those two words. At this moment, this man, known for his tenacity in the Tiger Ben camp, had a murderous intent erupting in his eyes, astounding everyone. This murderous intent made those unaware think that this kid wanted to single-handedly slaughter the Baiwei people. Go. Today. Get familiar with the new equipment. Tomorrow, you will lead 100 farmers' disciples and the Jinyiwei to Baiwei to search for compa rice. On this journey, you will have special privileges. Even if you encounter obstruction from the powerful on the way back to Xianyang, you can kill them with a single sword. Remember, as long as you bring back compa rice, even if the sky falls, I will go to the Yiweng Palace to support you. Seeing Iron Bull like this, Liu Bai also nodded and earnestly instructed. He, Liu Bai, is not a soft-hearted person. This journey is perilous, and he must be fully prepared. The special soldier suits he had summoned blacksmiths to create were now completed, and all 100 sets were equipped on these Jinyiwei. With this equipment, Liu Bai is confident that even if they were pursued and intercepted by those Vietnamese savages, under Iron Bull's leadership, they could escape back to Xianyang. Liu Xiong is assured that even if Iron Bull dies, he will protect the farmer's disciples and bring back the compa rice to Xianyang. Brothers, knowing the yield of this divine grain, will also risk their lives without hesitation. Iron Bull wiped away a tear. A tough man crying makes his resolve even stronger. I take my leave. Iron Bull saluted and turned to leave. Watching Iron Bull's figure, Liu Bai's eyes revealed a hint of guilt. Iron Bull's parents, younger sister, and even the people in his village all died from famine. During the Great Famine, people resorted to cannibalism, and the blood and tears of history drop onto people. How heart-wrenching. Alas, the wind is strong, and there is a lot of sand. Liu Bai shook his head, rubbed his eyes, and turned back to the study. There is much sand. And many fools. Iron Bull, who bravely heads to the smoke and miasma of Baiwei, is a fool. Hearing about the divine grain, Nongshang even threw his only son into the Baiwei team, also a fool. As for Liu Bai, under the watchful eyes of the Black Dragon Guard in Xianyang, creating special soldier suits and smuggling them out of the Great Qin, every act is treason punishable by death. All for the hope that this move will succeed and give these fools a better chance of survival. Liu Bai is also a fool, isn't he? Chapter Tai Palace. I report to your majesty. Young Master Che opened a salt shop in the bustling market, first ordering his carter to gallop down the street, causing the salt bags to spill and attracting the citizens to watch. Then he apologized, and after the citizens tasted the spilled salt, they rushed to buy. The price of salt is 1 big coin for half a pound. Zhang Han's expression was extremely strange as he presented a small bag with both hands and reported. President. The brush in Emperor Shi Huang's hand paused slightly as he was reviewing memorials. He raised his eyes and spoke. Meanwhile, Duanrua's pupils trembled violently. He hurriedly approached Zhang Han and took the small salt bag, presenting it before Emperor Shi Huang. 1 big coin for half a pound. Is young Master Che not losing money on this deal? Normally, half a pound of salt costs at least 10 big coins. Salt is not something that sells poorly. Ordinary salt merchants are constantly raising prices, yet young Master Che is lowering it so ridiculously? Moreover, young Master Che is a member of the Great Qin royal family. How can His Majesty not be angry about trading in salt? Emperor Shi Huang opened the salt bag and looked at the fine salt inside, slightly taken aback. Pure white as snow, fine grains, and free from impurities like sand. It can be said that even the salt used in the Yiweng Palace is not as good as this. Your Majesty, this salt is of excellent quality. I can't help but feel a bit greedy. I hope for your Majesty's grace. Seeing Emperor Shi Huang's expression, Dunruo quickly spoke. As a close attendant by the emperor's side, he indeed had some discernment. Yun. Emperor Shi Huang's eyes flickered slightly as he spoke lightly. Dunruo thought to himself that since the price was so low, it must be a salt that looks good but is not useful. No matter how good the taste is, it would probably be on par with vinegar of the same price level. However, if that were the case, this young Master Che was indeed remarkable. Yet, when Dunruo's tongue tasted the salt, this close attendant, known for his composure in the palace, suddenly had his pupils constrict and his body tremble slightly. This salt. Chapter 49. One sentence that made the eternal emperor gasp. Your Majesty, this servant deserves to die for speaking out in panic. In just a moment, Dunruo realized his inappropriate behavior. It's fine. Emperor Shi Huang replied lightly, naturally not holding it against him. However, a rare glimmer of interest appeared in the eyes of this eternal emperor. Reporting to your Majesty, this salt is delicious and different from the salt used in the palace. It has no bitter taste, is soft on the palate, melts instantly, and leaves a lingering aftertaste. Dunruo exclaimed in surprise, unable to hold back. He knew very well that Emperor Shi Huang wanted to understand how this salt was. Once he said this, the interest in Emperor Shi Huang's eyes intensified. Reporting to your Majesty, the Black Dragon Guard traced the source and found that this salt was produced in a salt workshop built by an old servant of young Master Che outside of Xianyang City. Moreover, after producing the salt, young Master Che did not sell it directly, but instead fed it to some death row prisoners from the Zhao faction to see if it was harmful to humans. And only after confirming it was safe did today's south scene on Xianyang Street occur. As for this salt, it is rock salt. Zhang Han also reported quickly. As a member of the Black Dragon Guard, if he couldn't even figure out this matter, he might as well end his own life. Rock salt. Emperor Shi Huang's lips curled slightly as he let out a cold snort. Humph. Che is cautious, knowing that rock salt is toxic. So he tested it on death row prisoners. And this rock salt, Che did not truly associate it with the royal name, selling it to the common people at a low price. At this point, Emperor Shi Huang's tone revealed a hint of appreciation. His own reputation within the royal family was not particularly good. Now, to actually do things with caution and care for the common people was already commendable. Furthermore, this method of selling salt was quite interesting. By startling the common people with the coachman's horse, he then used that as a pretext to genuinely provide benefits. Through this, he could open up the market for this new type of salt. Once the taste of this salt, which even Dunruo, a close attendant in the palace, could exclaim about, spread among the common people, wouldn't the entire salt market of Qin belong to this rock salt? Your Majesty, may I summon young Master Che to the Zhangtai Palace for questioning? Zhang Han cautiously asked, observing Emperor Shi Huang's expression. You and young Master Che are father and son, so it would be convenient. No need. Earning money is easy, but my test for Che will come after this profit. Emperor Shi Huang shook his head slightly, speaking faintly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han felt puzzled. Test. Regarding the matter of rock salt, I just reported it, and your Majesty took no action. What kind of test could there be for young Master Che? However, he dared not comment on royal matters, and could only bow. Yes. Dunruo. Send this rock salt to the Tai office, and order Xianyang to take a good look. At the same time, instruct the doctors to inspect the physicians in Xianyang to see if there have been any issues with their practice recently. Once this order was given, Dunruo immediately understood. Although it seemed that Emperor Shi Huang had no action regarding young Master Che, he was actually preparing for unexpected situations. The matter of merchants is trivial. Even selling rock salt is acceptable, but it must not harm the common people. The doctors inspecting the medical clinics seemed to be aimed at improving the skills of the physicians in Xianyang, but in reality, it was to prevent any adverse effects from this new salt on people, allowing for timely resolution. Yes, Dunruo respectfully responded. Emperor Shi Huang lightly tapped the table with his finger, his eyes deep in thought. Perhaps I should take a closer look at my other sons to see if they truly have talent. Reporting to your Majesty. Minister Liu has sent a package and a secret report. At that moment, a guard in black armor entered Zhangtai Palace, reporting respectfully. President. Dunruo took the package and secret report from the guard and placed them on Emperor Shi Huang's desk. As he slowly opened it, Dunruo suddenly felt his scalp tingle. Inside the package were 5 weapons of different shapes, their edges glimmering with blue light. Emperor Shi Huang opened the secret report and saw that the first sentence read, "This minister has created a special combat set, presented to your Majesty. Triangular military knives, locks, pulleys, flying claws, and engineer shovels. All are weapons for single soldier combat. Your Majesty." Dunruo hesitated greatly, while Emperor Shi Huang's eyes sparkled as he picked up the glimmering triangular military knife and thrust it down. The blade pierced through the table, the valuable sandalwood table, worth 100 coins, crumbled like tofu. This thrust startled Zhang Han, who was accustomed to daggers, because he clearly saw that this dagger not only had 2 sharp edges, but also had a blood groove in the middle, if it were to pierce into a body. Zhang Han even felt a chill in his body. What a sharp blade. Even Emperor Shi Huang nodded slightly, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He was an extraordinary emperor who unified the world through martial prowess. How could he not see that this was a divine weapon? Looking at the report, Liu Bai wrote very humbly, "With this set, Equipping 100 men in a battlefield with ample time can grind to death an army of 10,000. Under a 1-to-100 combat power ratio, the phrase grind to death made Emperor Shi Huang speechless with laughter. This Liu Bai can joke in a secret report. It must be him. This minister will equip 100 genie guards with this and send them to the Baiwei region to seek national treasures for our Qin. This matter is significant, but this treasure is merely a rumor, so I dare not deceive your majesty, hence did not report it to the court. Upon reaching this point, Emperor Shi Huang nodded slightly. This Liu Bai, although somewhat radical in his actions, is nonetheless a capable disciple of Li Si and is quite adept at knowing when to advance and retreat in court. 100 men equipped with such divine weapons would pose a risk wherever they went. Now that Liu Bai was sending them to the Baiwei region and presenting this special combat set, it was a straightforward display before Emperor Shi Huang. Otherwise, when the genie guards left the city, it would be the day the Black Dragon Guard entered the Prime Minister's residence. Moreover, to seek treasures by sending an armed-to-the-teeth force infiltrating Baiwei was something that couldn't possibly be discussed in court. This is a special combat set. A combination of arms for single-soldier combat. Zhang Han, you will arm the Black Dragon Guard with it. If it does not achieve what Liu Bai claimed, 1 man against 100, I will personally hold this Grand Chancellor of the Qin accountable. Today, Emperor Shi Huang's mood was surprisingly good. Aside from the pleasant surprise from his 6th son, Liu Bai's awareness of when to advance and retreat and his presentation of divine weapons were all good things. As for infiltrating Baiwei, to put it bluntly, Baiwei will inevitably belong to the Qin. Circling around one's own doorstep is not inappropriate. Yes, Zhang Han licked his lips, his eyes full of excitement. When the 3-edged military knife stabbed, he was already thinking about how to assemble these things onto the Black Dragon Guard. His Majesty the First Emperor slightly nodded and then looked at the memorial. At the very end, there was only one sentence. In the land of the Baiwei, there is Chaoqing rice, which matures 3 times a year, with a yield of 1,000 caddies per acre each harvest. I asked the farmers. Aside from the warm and humid Xinjiang County, Changsha County, and Lujiang County where it can be planted, with slight cultivation to increase drought resistance, it can be promoted nationwide in 3 years. This sentence made the Eternal Emperor breathe quickly. Chapter 50. Is this Liu Bai crying loudly in the Qilin Hall? Chapter 50. Is this Liu Bai crying loudly in the Qilin Hall? Deliver this decree to the Prime Minister's residence without delay. Zhang Han dispatched 100 Black Dragon Guards to the Wuling Mountains to meet the Brocade Guards, and if they were pursuing enemies, they would risk their lives to save them. If necessary, they could mobilize the border troops. His Majesty the First Emperor slapped the secret memorial down and then picked up a pen to write a decree on a piece of brocade and handed it to Zhang Han. Zhang Han suddenly raised his eyes in shock. The ruler of the world, who unified the 6 kingdoms and solidified the Central Plains, now seemed to have a fire in his eyes. Even when he proclaimed himself emperor and established the nation, His Majesty had never shown such demeanor. What did this Prime Minister Liu write in the secret memorial? Yes, Zhang Han took the secret decree, his expression extremely serious. The direction in which His Majesty the First Emperor's sword pointed was the unwavering will of the Black Dragon Guards. You all withdraw. His Majesty waved his hand, and Zhang Han and Dun Ruo left. In the vast Changtai Palace, only His Majesty the First Emperor remained. His gaze lingered on Liu Bai's secret memorial, not moving for a long time. No wonder this kid wanted the power to kill in the court. If he could truly bring back divine food, the countless people of the world would be spared from hunger. What harm would it be to stain the Qin sword with some foreign blood? This eternal emperor murmured to himself, his right hand unconsciously clenched tightly. As for the Baiwei having such divine food, there might be other treasures beneficial to Qin. Sooner or later, this place would be incorporated into the territory of Great Qin. It was not the right time to send troops to attack. Firstly, Baiwei was a land of smoke and miasma. Although the Great Qin troops were brave, they could not afford too many casualties. Secondly, the national treasury was empty, and this problem had not yet been solved. Resting the people was the current national policy of Great Qin. And thirdly, His Majesty the First Emperor's gaze turned back to the map of the Xiongnu grasslands. That night, 100 farmers' sons waited outside Xianyang city. Tai Niu led 100 brocade guards to escort these farmers' sons southward. Meanwhile, the remaining 200 brocade guards only left the city half an hour after this group departed. Clad in armor and armed, they exuded a murderous aura. If it were not for Liu Bai's handwritten note and His Majesty's previous secret order regarding the brocade guards, the soldiers guarding the city would not have dared to let them out. In the Prime Minister's residence, Liu Bai looked at His Majesty's decree, and his mouth twitched sharply. The decree was very simple, with only 3 words: bring it back. But every stroke of these 3 words was sharp and full of meaning. Liu Bai felt an overwhelming pressure. There were methods to fill the national treasury. Through industry and commerce, both could work. However, the way to enrich Qin could only start with agriculture. If the stomachs were not filled, any talk would be meaningless. This small team of only 200 people would, to some extent, influence the entire fate of Great Qin. That night, he could not sleep. The reason was simple. He could not gather 10 stones of tea leaves, which made him anxious. The next day, in the Qilin Hall, Liu Bai, with dark circles under his eyes, yawned one after another. causing Li Si beside him to frown repeatedly. This kid had thrown all the governmental affairs of this period onto his side, and today he looked like he was overly fatigued, making the old man itch to intervene. On the contrary, Wang Jian, who had always shown little interest in the court, glanced thoughtfully at Liu Bai. The reason was simple. He was waiting for Liu Bai to lay golden eggs. After all, the soldiers of the northern Dai County had not yet equipped their iron cavalry set. For Liu Bai to make both the general and the prime minister so concerned, he was indeed the first person to do so. Prime Minister Liu, regarding yesterday's court discussion on filling the national treasury, how is the progress? Yang Yi walked up to Liu Bai with a smile and asked, though his eyes were filled with mirth, whether there was a hint of impatience within remained unknown. After all, military preparations in northern Dai County were tight, and aside from the construction of the Great Wall, there was another matter that could not be made public in court. That was the establishment of storage depots. Setting up depots in northern Dai County to store food, military supplies, and for changing centuries, the intentions were clear to any discerning eye. Our emperor has never believed that the Xiongnu grasslands should be outside the territory of Great Qin. In the eyes of the old Qin people, what they see must ultimately be brought to their mouths to feel comfortable. What are the six kingdoms? His Majesty wants to lead the iron cavalry of Great Qin to conquer vast territories. The progress is great. If old Yang can bring out that family heirloom Mingyue Dang from your family, I would be even more grateful. Liu Bai replied unkindly. And this self-referential kid instead of prime minister was understood by Yang Yi as a joke. If Prime Minister Liu can truly fill the national treasury, so our people can eat their fill and dress warmly, then that reputation would be the best family heirloom. What would I be reluctant to part with? Yang Yi chuckled, appearing more carefree. This smile was not entirely a joke. While other officials sought to make money, Yang Yi had literally emptied his family's wealth. During past military campaigns, when the treasury was insufficient, this old man would rather let his family starve than let the soldiers on the front lines go hungry. It was this statement that made Liu Bai put away his joking demeanor and seriously say, Old Yang, if you trust me, after the court, you can hand that Mingyue Dang over to me and consider it as your share in the business. All the officials' eyes lit up. The kid could not show favoritism and needed to come up with some appropriate conditions. Otherwise, there would be many who would impeach him. Your family eats porridge so thin that you can see your reflection in it. Seriously, are you really going to let your grandson, who is said to have some talent, grow up to be a 3-inch tall person? Yang Ye's smile slightly faltered. Then he slowly retracted his smile and nodded. He had served in the government for so many years, fulfilling his duty to the country, but he felt he had let down his old wife and children. The family was in a difficult situation, and the people in the court did not know, nor did he want to say it, not even wanting the historians to know. Now Liu Bai's words had touched him. My grandson is useless. If you can truly fill the national treasury, prioritize the state first, then we can discuss him. If you really earn a lot, and let my grandson go to your prime minister's residence for a meal, I believe he won't be treated coldly. After some thought, Yang Yi still refused Liu Bai's proposal. It wasn't that he was not moved by money, or that he didn't trust Liu Bai, but he simply believed that the national treasury should come first. After saying this, Yang Yi did not give Liu Bai another opportunity to persuade him and return to his seat. He was afraid, truly afraid that if he thought of his grandson crying of hunger, he would agree to Liu Bai's proposal. The country was not filled, and the people were not well fed. He, Yang Yi, did not want that. Old Qin, how many national heroes there are. Looking at Yang Yi's figure, Liu Bai sighed. His Majesty has arrived. At that moment, a sharp announcement sounded. The first emperor slowly walked out from behind the screen, his eyes sharp as the finest Qin sword, making all the ministers lower their heads in submission. We pay our respects to your Majesty. Long live your Majesty. The cries of loyalty echoed, and Liu Bai hurriedly bowed, even managing to stifle a few yawns. Liu Bai, do you have important matters to discuss today? Once the first emperor took his seat, a commanding voice rang out. All the ministers fixed their gazes on him, and Liu Bai happened to open his mouth to yawn. This appearance truly seemed like an anxious display of urgency to present a petition. Many ministers subtly noticed the fatigue in the corners of Liu Bai's eyes, secretly amused. It was obvious he had taken on the task of filling the national treasury and was now panicking at the realization he couldn't complete it. The corner of Liu Bai's mouth twitched as he caught a hint of mockery in the first emperor's gaze. Good heavens, had he been caught yawning by his superior? By the eternal emperor, no less? The feeling was akin to the chairman leading a meeting while the general manager dozed off nearby. How awkward. Your Majesty, I indeed have important matters to report. Liu Bai stood up with great determination, lifted his robe, then suddenly bowed deeply to the first emperor and began to wail loudly. This outburst left the ministers dumbfounded, crying out loud in the court, Come on, Liu Bai, you are the left chancellor of our great Qin. Only Li Si, who happened to be seated to Liu Bai's right, noticed the faint green liquid on his fingers as he wiped it across his eyes from the angle he was looking up. This explained the slightly reddened appearance from his crying. Li Si's mouth twitched. What trick was this brat playing again? Chancellor Liu, the task of filling the national treasury is indeed a heavy responsibility. Your tears over this matter truly move me. Yang Yi, observing Liu Bai's demeanor, couldn't help but offer a few words of comfort. The recognized good-natured person in the court was usually easy to talk to, as long as it didn't involve financial issues. Of course, Liu Bai's earlier invitation for him to invest was also a reason for Yang Ye's consolation. Upon hearing this, all the ministers suddenly understood. Indeed, filling the national treasury may sound easy to say, but how difficult it is to accomplish. Moreover, it was the emperor's direct command for Liu Bai to undertake this task. A young man bearing such pressure, breaking down in tears, was entirely reasonable. Within the Qilin Hall, some felt impressed by Liu Bai's young age and sense of responsibility, while others laughed silently at the spectacle. There were even Feng Jie and Chun Yu, who wished Liu Bai would cry even louder. Even the first emperor on the platform frowned slightly, but ultimately said nothing. Old Yang misunderstood. I am not crying over the national treasury's finances, but over my own private matters in the chancellor's residence. Liu Bai explained with a mournful expression. Because last night, 326 remnants of the 6 states were executed by my Jinyiwei, and now I need to prepare 326 straw mats and hire a Xiongnu player. What a huge expense. I estimate I won't even be able to afford a meal in the next few days. Liu Bai shook his head, lamenting. As soon as these words left his mouth, the entire Qilin Hall fell silent. Chapter 51. Can golden juice strengthen the body? Remnants of the 6 states? Chun Yu's lips trembled uncontrollably, his eyes filled with disbelief. At that moment, he even doubted whether he had heard it wrong. Of course, Dr. Chun Yu was well-read and must know the burial rites. However, Liu Bai seemed completely unaware of the shock his words had caused among the ministers, instead looking toward Chun Yu as if he had finally found a suitable candidate. Liu Bai clarified. What exactly happened last night? The first emperor spoke in a deep voice. His authoritative tone seemed to suppress all the ministers' myriad thoughts. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the young chancellor, quietly waiting for him to provide an answer. Liu Bai's mouth twitched downward, preparing to enact the performance principles he had learned from a certain expert. To put it plainly, however, before Liu Bai could speak, the first emperor coldly uttered 2 words that left Liu Bai feeling heartbroken, his eyes filled with grievance. Not so, Your Majesty, you, the eternal emperor, value your insights so highly. Why must you always focus on seeing through me? Liu Bai cleared his throat, feigning an effort to suppress his sorrow. Your Majesty, this matter must start with the investigation of the remnants of the Zhao faction. I acted on Your Majesty's orders to establish the Jinyiwei and investigate the remnants of the Zhao faction. Meanwhile, rumors were rampant in Xianyang City. It seemed there were individuals in our court who had leaked information regarding the previous rebellion in Heshi. Adhering to the principle of not wrongfully accusing a good person while ensuring no bad ones escape, I ordered the Jinyiwei to meticulously search the Zhao Gao residence. Indeed, we discovered that Zhao Gao was closely connected to the mastermind behind the Heshi rebellion, the former Wei nobleman, Prince Bao. Your Majesty knows me. Such harmful news to our great Qin must be traced back to its source. We then found that this matter also had some connection to the noble families of the 6 states wishing to return home. To avoid wronging them, the Jinyiwei went out of the city last night to negotiate with them and ask some questions. Liu Bai paused slightly here. At this moment, all eyes unconsciously turned toward Feng Jie. This grand historian, now with a flushed face, bristled with anger. Jinyiwei, negotiate, ask some questions. Isn't that just getting beaten up in the street that day? Also, Liu Bai, couldn't you have just summarized this matter in a few words? Why the need to pause? What does that mean? At this moment, Feng Jie felt like he wanted to strangle Liu Bai. As the leader of the noble families, being beaten was already a huge embarrassment, and in public no less. It was one thing to be beaten, but the perpetrator was joking around as if nothing had happened? Who would have thought that these remnants of the 6 states would not cooperate at all, even going so far as to fight against the Jinyiwei? How tragic it was for the Jinyiwei. 200 men battling against over 300. This was so dangerous they had to defend themselves. In self-defense, over 300 remnants of the 6 states were killed. Initially, Liu Bai felt guilty over this matter. But when the Jinyiwei brought back the letters confirming their connection to the former Wei nobleman, all he felt was heartache. Heartache over the cost of straw mats. Liu Bai sighed, looking mournful. His words conveyed a profound sorrow. Anyone who didn't know would think these 300 were old acquaintances of Liu Bai. As for the mention of a certain someone, the ministers even overlooked that. The entire Qilin Hall was filled with gasps, regardless of whether they were civil or military officials. Their eyes were wide open, and their mouths twitched slightly. 200 annihilating over 300, and you tell me this is self-defense? This is a record. Moreover, the combat power of the Jinyiwei was shockingly high to this extent, a 1-to-7 combat ratio, and they wiped them all out? Many ministers even caught on to the subtlety in Liu Bai's words regarding being heartbroken over the cost of straw mats rather than overcompensations for the Jinyiwei. Did that mean the Jinyiwei suffered no casualties? Such a zero-casualty battle was utterly astonishing. You are framing. This is entrapment. This is a massacre of the innocent. Your Majesty, the old minister implores you to convene the officials for a thorough investigation of this case. The noble families of the 6 states only wish to return to their hometowns and preach Your Majesty's benevolence to the old folk. Yet they have been brutally ambushed by this villain Liu Bai. This is an act of tyranny and slaughter before the eyes of the world. If our Qin does not respond to this, it will surely chill the hearts of the people. Your Majesty. Just then, a heartbreaking voice rang out. An elderly figure with white hair stood up from his seat, and suddenly slid to his knees, crying out in sorrow. Liu Bai's eyes widened in astonishment. And he couldn't help but praise inwardly. Wow, does Jinyiwei have the effect of strengthening the body? At this age, Chunyu, you can still perform such a difficult move? Indeed, the one crying out was none other than the leader of Confucianism, the current scholar, and the Enlightenment teacher of the Crown Prince Fusu, Chunyu. At this moment, he was already in tears. Unlike Liu Bai's feigned sorrow, Chunyu was genuinely heartbroken. If all the noble families of the 6 states are dead, the system of enfeoffment will become a castle in the air, a mirage. Even after Emperor Shi Huang passes away, when Prince Fusu inherits the throne of Qin, the selection of enfeoffment candidates will be a monumental challenge. Thinking of this, Chunyu looked at Liu Bai with increasing anger, and his few remaining old teeth almost crumbled. Author's note: a humble author, seeking support online. Stable 2 updates a day. Old readers know, for 8 months, I haven't missed a chapter, credit guaranteed. Updates in the morning after waking up. A certification from a great god or 20 urging charms will add a chapter. Everyone can accumulate them. Powering the love also counts here. QQ group number 446-176-382. Love you all, moi. Chapter 52. You old rascal, stabbing the king and killing the emperor. Slap. Chunyu's voice of accusation was interrupted by a crisp sound, and the entire Qilin Hall fell silent in an instant. The current scholar, in disbelief, covered his left cheek with his gnarled hand. A burning sensation on that half of his face clearly told him this was not a dream. Smelly. Unbearably smelly. Farting in court, you really have some nerve. I give you face and call you Dr. Chunyu for your whole life. But without respect, you're just an old fool. Is there no decorum among gentlemen in the 6 arts? Liu Bai shrugged his right hand and spoke impatiently. You know, educated people have a different feel when they strike. Liu Bai's slap and words left everyone in the Qilin Hall dumbfounded. Hitting officials in court? Although this wasn't Liu Bai's first time, but Prime Minister Liu. This is just too effortless for you. This slap in the opposite direction must have been practiced for a long time. Moreover, to say someone is impolite, while you, as Prime Minister Liu, directly slap someone in court, is that polite? Your Majesty, you must uphold justice for the old minister. Liu Bai has repeatedly struck the old minister in court. If your Majesty does not punish him severely, the old minister will die by crashing into this Qilin Hall. Chunyu suddenly knelt towards Emperor Shi Huang, crying in a most unseemly manner. 3 times is incorrect, but twice as accurate. And this cry awakened everyone. Li Si furrowed his brows, glanced at Liu Bai, sighed, and stood up to plead for Liu Bai. Your Majesty, Liu Bai is still young. And given the busy affairs lately, it is understandable that he couldn't hold back. According to court etiquette, reprimanding, punishing, or demoting would suffice. As he spoke, Li Si kept signaling Liu Bai to quickly apologize to Emperor Shi Huang. Hitting someone in court is truly a matter of great consequence. To put it bluntly, this is violence before Emperor Shi Huang, and losing a head is minor. It could even implicate relatives. But to say that back in the day, that old Coot Wang Jian tore my clothes, and that was just a reprimand. Liu Bai, do you plead guilty? Emperor Shi Huang's brow was tightly furrowed as he spoke in a deep voice. His authoritative tone clearly revealed a hint of displeasure, as if he was about to impose a severe punishment. Your Majesty, I admit I was somewhat rude. Mainly, Chunyu farted before the court. An act akin to stabbing the king and killing the emperor. I was simply loyal to the emperor and the state, thinking of protecting your Majesty. Liu Bai cried out in grievance. This statement almost made everyone laugh in the tense and serious atmosphere. You, Liu Bai? Hitting officials in court is loyalty to the emperor and the state, while Chunyu's few words are considered farting and stabbing the king. This reasoning is truly twisted. Liu Bai, you dare to insult me. Chunyu's face flushed with anger, nearly spitting blood. Bah, you are unworthy. Liu Bai glanced at Chunyu, filled with utter disdain. Then he turned his gaze to Emperor Shi Huang, instantly adopting the respectful demeanor of a dutiful minister. Your Majesty, Chunyu is tearfully accusing me of indiscriminately killing innocents, causing the people of the world to feel cold. However, my Jinyiwei was threatened by over 1,000 people. These are all rebels with anti-Qin sentiments. If we do not defend ourselves, should we just wait to be killed? This is point 1. After killing the rebels, the Jinyiwei discovered evidence of their anti-Qin activities, which is as solid as a mountain and enough to prove this is a merit, not a fault. This is point 2. Old man coughs. Chunyu is pleading for these remnants of the 6 states in court. I suspect he has colluded with these remnants for a long time. Perhaps his previous petition for enfeoffment reform was also part of the plan for these remnants to seek a resurgence. This is point 3. At this moment, Chunyu farted in court. I was anxious and interrupted his speech with a slap, which was also to protect your Majesty with my body. This is the duty of a military general. Your Majesty, please see this clearly. Liu Bai spoke eloquently, appearing completely unconcerned. As for the so-called solid evidence, it's a joke. Jinyiwei brings answers to problems. How could they not find some clues? The remnants of the Chu state worship the tablet of King Huai of Chu, combined with the historical story of King Huai of Chu dying in the Qin state. This is solid evidence. If interested, you can check. King Huai of Chu was the first foolishly naive person during the Warring States period, deceived to death by the Qin state. The Yin state previously attempted assassination, And now they dare to travel with kitchen knives? They must be thinking of stabbing the king and killing the emperor. Solid evidence. The Wei state goes without saying. The old Wei Prince Bao is enough to implicate all of them. Liu Bai's words made the officials nod repeatedly. The military generals were grinning broadly. These guys, who fought their way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, could they have any affection for a group of remnants from the 6 states? When Emperor Shi Huang brought them to Xianyang, these military generals felt it was a waste of food. This is sophistry. Even if there is solid evidence, there must be a trial before guilt can be determined, and then punishment can be meted out. Chanyu trembled all over, finally finding a point of contention, and shouted out loud. As soon as he spoke, everyone looked at him as if he were a fool. Even his old friend Shu Sun Tong couldn't help but cover his face with his sleeve. Well said, Dr. Chanyu. According to your reasoning, if our Qin state's generals quell a rebellion, they should capture all the rebels alive, without harming a single enemy soldier. Otherwise it would be a crime of indiscriminate killing? What kind of logic is that? If there is resistance, it is considered rebellion against your majesty, which is a death penalty. Moreover, the Jinyiwei, with only 200 men, surrounded by 1,000, are fighting to the death for Qin. The warriors who fight to the death, in your eyes, are instead violating the laws of Qin. Li Si let out a cold snort, glancing at Chunyu with disdain in his eyes. It is true that the laws of the great Qin must be followed, but they are definitely not rigid. Get up, old Chunyu. Do you not understand the imperial privilege granted by His Majesty on that day? Shu Sun Tong helped Chunyu to his feet, bowing his head as he spoke softly, yet his expression remained unchanged. Upon hearing this, Chunyu's eyes went blank. He finally realized where he had gone wrong. The ironclad evidence is not important at all. When these remnants of the 6 states have the possibility of rebelling against Qin, they must die? Rather than saying that Liu Bai is a butcher, it is more accurate to say that these remnants of the 6 states were meant to die from the very beginning. With all remnants of the 6 states already dead, there is no need to speak further on it. His Majesty Shi Huang lightly spoke, his gaze turning to Liu Bai, and the corner of his mouth even slightly curled up. As for Liu Bai's rewards and punishments, Chapter 53, Uncle Li, save me. Uncle Li, save me. More than 1,000 people, and they still want to put on a grand show to return to their ancestral land. Why is His Majesty so merciful to them, yet so cruel to me? Is this a funeral for them? Isn't this a funeral for my own purse? Inside the carriage, Liu Bai let out a mournful cry. After the court meeting, he was forcibly pulled into the carriage by Li Si. Enough. Ordinary people may not know, but I, an old man, do. The salt shop of young Master Che was also started by you, right? Yesterday in Xianyang. The owner of this old Lu salt shop was praised to the heavens, using the funeral arrangements for just over 1,000 people to offset your crime of beating Chunyu in the court. You should be grateful for His Majesty's great kindness. Moreover, this time your Jinyiwei received rewards, truly achieving the act of executing first and reporting later with the imperial privilege. Yet you still want to act coy in front of me. Li Si glanced at Liu Bai, completely ignoring the boy's loud cries. The matter of the salt shop caused quite a stir in Xianyang, with many believing it was merely a ploy to attract attention, selling salt at a mere tenth of the usual price, which would be surprising if it were not a loss. However, Li Si understood Liu Bai's character. Since the owner behind the salt shop was young Master Che, it was only natural that Liu Bai, as the head scribe of the Yiweng Palace, had a share. A single leaf can indicate autumn. Such skill, how could Li Si, this old fox of the court, be lacking? Hee, Uncle Li, that is young Master Che's property. Where would the boy get the money? Liu Bai chuckled, trying to brush it off. Enough. I am not particularly interested in business. You have killed the remnants of the 6 states, which was implicitly permitted by His Majesty, hence there is no issue. Chunyu is also foolish, losing face for no reason. However, the Jinyui's actions have been too arrogant. You have the responsibility to restrain yourself, and need to pay attention. Li Si waved his hand, and spoke in a deep voice. Throughout history, there has always been a consensus in the court: the bigger the tree, the more wind it attracts. If one acts too excessively, disaster will inevitably come. This Liu Bai has already been quite reckless in the court. Had it not been for His Majesty's generosity, and the fact that Liu Bai has coincidentally done everything in the right place, he would have long been thrown into the ravine. And now, the Jinyui's arrogance could also be a hidden danger. Uncle Li's teachings, I will remember. Upon hearing Li Si's words, Liu Bai also sobered his expression and respectfully bowed. He understood that Li Si was indeed concerned about him. Although everything he did was for the strong Qin, his methods were indeed different from ordinary people, appearing rather perilous. In the past, when I first entered the Great Qin, the court was treacherous and the various states were in conflict. I felt like I was walking on thin ice, first entering the service of Chancellor L, and then. Li Si nodded, his eyes showing a hint of weariness, slowly speaking. Liu Bai's mouth twitched, opening his mouth, but ultimately not interrupting. Feeling a chill run down his spine, the old man reminiscing about the past was like some dynasty's women's bound feet, truly stinky and long. The key point was that in this reminiscence, he always portrayed himself as clever and cautious, subtly altering many events, and Liu Bai had to pretend to agree. Saying Uncle Li is right. Uncle Li is doing well. Uncle Li was truly impressive back in the day, which was incredibly painful, as the flowers bloomed along the roadside. The carriage moved slowly. At the entrance of Li Si's prime minister's residence, after Liu Bai got off the carriage, he directly walked towards the door. This appearance was no different from returning home. The key was that the doormen and guards had a look of familiarity. It was a joke. With two prime ministers in one family, although there was no blood relation, had Li Si ever seen Liu Bai as an outsider? Liu Bai. This is the recommendation they have presented during this period. Take a look. In the study, Li Si took out a stack of bamboo slips and placed them in front of Liu Bai, saying, except for those with obvious personal moral issues. I have already dismissed them. Next, it is actually about the division of official positions. Liu Bai nodded slightly, also understanding Li Si's meaning. Li Si inviting him to the residence today truly meant to inquire about the issue of official positions and benefits exchange. Uncle Li, my view is. Liu Bai's gaze slightly focused, then he extended his right hand, sweeping all the bamboo slips aside, leaving a large blank space on the table. All dismissed. Upon hearing this, Li Si was slightly taken aback. All? If we, the legalists, take all the official positions, we will surely become the target of the entire court. At his position, he understood the court better than anyone else. There is profit, you can take it, and develop yourself, but you cannot take it all for yourself. Otherwise, once you finish eating, no one else will have hope of eating again, and naturally, everyone will unite against you. The division of interests in the court, letting some go, may seem undesirable, but it is actually a kind of balance on another level. This balance needs to be considered not only by His Majesty, but also by the Prime Minister. No, Uncle Li. What I mean is that our legalist recommendations should also be dismissed. Liu Bai smiled slightly, pointing to those recommendations, indicating his earlier sweep. The legalists are no exception. Upon hearing this, even Li Si looked at Liu Bai with suspicion. You naughty boy, what exactly are you planning? The term naughty boy being spoken actually transformed the dialogue from two prime ministers to Li Si, as an elder of the same school, showing concern for Liu Bai. Li Si was filled with questions. If everything is dismissed, then who will take the official positions? Will His Majesty have to decide himself? Uncle Li. There is a saying that is extremely disrespectful, but I have to say it. Liu Bai sighed. What is it? Our great Qin's court is too stagnant. Slap. As soon as Liu Bai finished speaking, he felt a hit on his head. It was Li Si gently giving him a tap with the bamboo slips. You brat. Are you subtly mocking that we are getting old? Li Si pretended to be angry, but was actually a bit amused. This naughty boy really does have a way of speaking without restraint, saying stagnant right in front of me? What? Do you want me to retire quickly? Uncle Li. You misunderstood. Liu Bai was truly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Realizing he had hit a nerve with Li Si. What I mean is that the structure of our court is too rigid. Although the official positions are recommended, in reality, they are all recommended within their own small circles. Ordinary talents have no chance to rise. Take me for example. If it weren't for your help, Uncle Li. With my age, reaching the position of Prime Minister would probably only be possible for a genius like Gan Luo, who can talk his way through 36 cities. After this statement, Li Si's expression turned serious. Indeed, the officialdom is like a stagnant pond. Only flowing water can keep it vibrant. Recommending someone is ultimately somewhat limited. If one truly remains in such a circle, how can talent enter the court and govern the world? In the short term, perhaps it doesn't matter. But that is only because His Majesty the First Emperor is still alive. Once time stretches on, Li Si reflects, it becomes quite terrifying. He then notices that Liu Bai has a smile at the corner of his mouth, clearly having his own ideas. Liu Bai, I'm old. And you're still joking about seeing me sad? As a chancellor, you should have your ideas but keep them to yourself. Li Si said angrily, feeling somewhat helpless. Why does this kid have so many bad interests? It's simple. Why don't we have an exam? One seed, one hole. If they want an official position, let them take the exam. Chapter 54. Damn Liu Bai, you're corrupting my son. Exam. Upon hearing Liu Bai's words, even Li Si was momentarily stunned. His expression extremely odd. He had never heard of official positions being obtained through exams. Even Li Si, who was mentally prepared, was somewhat taken aback. Meanwhile, Liu Bai was all smiles. In fact, this so-called exam is the prototype of the national examination in later generations, selecting the most suitable talents according to the needs of official positions. This efficient method has a characteristic that is more fitting for the Qin. There aren't enough educated people. In this era, those who can read and write are less than 1 in 1,000 or even 10,000. In a village, being able to write one's own name is considered extraordinary talent. The imperial examination might suit the feudal era, but it absolutely must be based on widespread cultural knowledge. Transitioning with this simplified version of the national exam is just perfect. Li Shu, you don't need to be surprised. I have a question. Now that our great Qin has pacified the world, the urgent task is to harmonize with the people and stabilize domestic affairs. In your view, does His Majesty want truly knowledgeable talents, or will he distribute these official positions to the aristocracy and other factions in the court, such as Confucians? Liu Bai gently rubbed the jade pendant at his waist and asked. Upon hearing this, Li Si's drooping eyelids twitched slightly. Is this even a question? As long as His Majesty is here, no matter how turbulent the court is, it won't turn upside down. The merits of unifying the world are too astounding. The checks and balances of the court in past histories don't seem so dangerous now. In this situation, Naturally, talent must be prioritized. Liu Bai chuckled. Since that's the case, by using exams, we can confirm their talents. Moreover, since these people are frustrated, they naturally won TB from noble families. Killing two birds with one stone, isn't that wonderful? Li Si looked deeply at Liu Bai, whose smile froze. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. The aristocracy is deeply rooted. They are certainly not like the rootless floating weeds of the remnants of the 6 states. Sweeping them away requires a brilliant opportunity. Plus, since His Majesty has always been lenient towards old ministers and doesn't he wish to act like Gojin, you kid want to uproot the aristocracy. Your idea is good. But for now, keep it firmly suppressed. Li Si's words were very straightforward, clearly seeing Liu Bai's thoughts. All these matters point toward the aristocracy. Using exams for official positions is attempting to tear open a hole in the recommendation system, thereby weakening the aristocracy. Although he didn't know Liu Bai's specific plan, Li Si still felt it necessary to issue a warning. Li Shu is truly an old fox. Liu Bai sincerely praised. Get lost. I kindly reminded you. And you're cursing me? Li Si replied with a smile, somewhat displeased. This title of old fox was something everyone whispered in their hearts in the court. But only Liu Bai dared to say it to his face. Oh no, I accidentally let my thoughts slip. Li Shu, I'm going to check on Li Yu. By the way, this exam is extremely important. Once the talents are selected, you'll understand. The wind was tight and pulled. Liu Bai swiftly turned and ran. As for whether he accidentally let his thoughts slip, only Liu Bai knew. Teacher, your nephew is truly a headache. The student might really be unable to control him. Li Si shook his head helplessly, with a bitter smile on his face. Whether it was killing captives, killing Zhao Gao, or killing the remnants of Zhao, Liu Bai's brilliance was too excessive. Even though Li Si took care of him in many ways, he felt somewhat powerless, as they all had the risk of going out of control. Now to take action against the recommendation system that the aristocracy relies on for survival. Li Si felt it was even more troublesome. Frowning slightly, Li Si took out a bamboo slip and then wrote a letter. Li Heir, what orders does the Lord have? A loyal servant walked into the study. Take this bamboo slip to the Xianyang. Let him formulate the funeral procedures for the 6 states' old aristocracy, and then send it to Liu Bai's residence. Make it simple. A funeral for more than 1,000 people is no small matter. Li Si's instructions made Li Heir's eyes nearly pop out. A funeral for more than 1,000 people? Goodness. In a lifetime. Who has ever seen such a scene? And the Lord mentioned the funerals of the old aristocracy of the 6 states? Have these damn parasites died? What are you staring for? Li Si frowned slightly. Li Heir quickly came to his senses, took the bamboo slip, and respectfully saluted. Yes. He then turned and left for the Xianyang residence. Xianyang, head of the 9 ministers, responsible for ancestral temples, ceremonies, and education. Kid, borrowing money is impossible. Helping you get a word in to save some money is also fulfilling some responsibilities as an elder. Li Si chuckled lightly, turning his back, carefully considering the feasibility of selecting officials through exams. As for the funeral expenses, it was too ominous. He didn't want to spend money on that. Brother Bai? In the courtyard, a child opened his arms, swaying unsteadily with every step. You Heir, come here. Let Brother Bai see if you've grown stronger again. Liu Bai's eyes were almost squinting with laughter. This Li Yu is Li Si's youngest son, the future princess, and still such an adorable little lump. In fact, Liu Bai privately praised Li Si for being old but not losing his youthful spirit, having been kicked 3 times by this current right chancellor. Brother Bai eat. Li Yu wobbled the thing in his hand toward Liu Bai's mouth. It was unexpectedly a dogtail grass, pulled from who knows where. Adults can't snatch food from children. You eat. Liu Bai's mouth twitched, incredibly humble. He didn't pick up Li Yu, but instead squatted down and rubbed his head. I'm afraid. Last time I held you, I got urinated on. And then Uncle Chun laughed at me for wetting myself again. Little Li Yu, be good, grow up quickly. You'll be the pride of the Li family as the future princess. Liu Bai smiled with squinted eyes, particularly doting on Li Yu. Good. I'll listen to Brother Bai, and I'll definitely become that princess. Li Yu nodded repeatedly, his chubby baby cheeks wobbling adorably. Liu Bai felt something was off, but also felt it was quite right. Damn Liu Bai, don't corrupt my Yu Heir. A heart-wrenching voice rang out. Almost instinctively, Liu Bai took off running. It's over. I've corrupted the child, and the old man heard it. Li Shu, I'm back, don't see me off. Liu Bai didn't look back, maximizing his age advantage. At this moment, he felt that he could break the record in a 100-meter dash. Liu Bai. Behind him, the head of the Qin officials, the dignified right chancellor, was furious. Get the car ready. What the heck? Long K. I haven't even gotten in the car yet. You brat. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The shouts, the sounds of horses, along with Liu Bai's urging and Li Si's angry curses, were incessant, making the entrance of the chancellor's residence extraordinarily lively. You won't have meat to eat tonight, and no vegetables either. After finally escaping back to his own residence, Liu Bai smiled broadly, patted Long K's shoulder, appearing very warm. The latter wanted to cry, but had no tears. Liu Gong, weren't you the one shouting to get in the car? Who knew you hadn't even gotten in yet? Teacher, the teacher is back. Just as Liu Bai stepped through the door, he suddenly felt the darkness in front of him, as if a black bear was pouncing at him. Teacher, I want to learn Luan Yu. Extra update. Gifts requested. Chapter 55. Life and death are indifferent. If you don't accept it, just fight. Let go. Cough, 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 cough. Let go. I can't breathe. Liu Bai bared his teeth, and in that momentary daze, he seemed to see his great-grandmother from his past life. Damn it. Where did this black bear spirit come from? With this bear hug, it felt like all the bones in his body were wailing. Oh, teacher. Ying Gao was reckless. It was indeed wrong to pay respects according to the martial arts rules. Finally, Liu Bai felt a breath of fresh air. Seventh brother, what are you doing? Although the teacher is a martial general, you can't do this. At this moment, a slightly anxious voice rang out. Goodness. I know who it is now. The famous reckless son of the royal family, the 7th young master Ying Gao, and the 6th of the great Qin royal family. Ying Che, you brat did this on purpose. Liu Bai shot a glare at Ying Che, showing no awareness of the difference between ruler and subject. After all, Liu Bai was the teacher, and this was still his chancellor's residence. Once inside, you could only have the identity of a student, no matter what. You had to pay respects to Liu Bai. What's wrong with scolding you a bit? How could that be? Teacher, I really admire you. Ying Che smiled, appearing very warm. But the scheming nature of this 6th young master made Liu Bai angry. Not only did he not stop Ying Gao, but he also used the nonsense of the teacher being a martial general to block me. Isn't this deliberate? Alright, let us go to the study. Liu Bai patted his chest to calm himself down. He also kicked Long Quebec. The latter was utterly aggrieved. Your student is hugging you, and if I stop him, wouldn't that ruin the fun? Teacher, the Luan you taught is excellent. I even specially crafted a benevolent sword and a virtuous axe. Ready to learn Confucius's high martial spirit, to uplift our heroic spirit. Thank you, come for the picture. As soon as Ying Gao entered the study, he eagerly pulled out an axe from his waist. Liu Bai's mouth twitched madly. It really was a virtuous axe. The axe face had the character for virtue on it. But teacher, I have a bit of difficulty understanding the spirit of Luan Yu. Please guide me. Ying Gao earnestly spoke, looking very eager to learn. He could swear that he had never been this thirsty for knowledge in his life. Ying Che, who was watching the fun, quickly chimed in. Yes, teacher. My 6th brother here is diligent and eager to learn. Confucius read the Book of Changes and broke the leather strings of the bamboo slips multiple times. 7th brother is almost going to break the Luan Yu with 7 breaks. Liu Bai glanced at Ying Che leisurely, his eyes turning, and then said sternly, Ying Gao, you are eager to learn, and your teacher is very pleased. However, you can't grasp such a simple principle, and your teacher is very displeased. The essence of Luan Yu is actually just one sentence. Life and death are indifferent. If you don't accept it, just fight. Or simply put, one word, reckless. What spirit needs to be understood? Luan Yu teaches you to act. Upon hearing this, Ying Gao was overjoyed. Reckless. This Lin Yu is indeed a divine book bestowed by heaven. It fits me perfectly. Ying Che wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling that something was off. Once you understand recklessness, you have learned Confucianism and Taoism. Liu Bai continued. Do you know what dominance, royal way, and Confucian way are? Dominance means, if the enemy is disobedient, chop them. Royal way means, if the enemy is obedient, still chop them. As for Confucianism, well, whether the enemy is obedient or not, I will first inform you, and then chop them. When this teaching was stated, Ying Gao was completely exhilarated. Besides the royal and dominance paths, there is actually a Confucian way. And moreover, wow, informing before chopping. Doesn't that also make me Ying Gao a polite and good reckless man? At this moment, Ying Gao even felt that he could be a Confucian general. The teacher's words were truly that Ying Gao scratched his head, searching for good words to flatter and express gratitude. Ying Che kindly whispered, enlightening. Ying Gao slapped his forehead right. Night pot enlightenment. Upon hearing this, Liu Bai, who had been smiling and marveling at how teachable they were, suddenly froze. Night pot enlightenment. Damn. If it weren't for the fact that you're the son of His Majesty, I would turn this phrase into action and see if you believe it. Very well. You have learned, so I will now test you. Liu Bai took a deep breath, pretended to close his eyes slightly, but saw Ying Che who was secretly laughing. Go. Give your 6th brother a beating. When you can beat your brother, it means your recklessness has reached a new level. And no enemy in the world can obstruct you anymore. Liu Bai casually deceived. The originally sneering Ying Che had his eyes widen. Wait a minute. How did this involve me? Teacher, isn't this inappropriate? Ying Gao was quite troubled. Ying Che breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of my 7th brother. Still knows to care for his brother. However, the next sentence from Liu Bai made Ying Che's mouth twitch instantly. It's inappropriate. Just don't break bones. And don't hit the face. Liu Bai sipped his tea. Refreshing. No. 7th brother, listen to your brother. You can't listen to the teacher's lies. Ying Che retreated repeatedly, feeling something was wrong, and in his heart, he regretted it. I should have known the teacher was petty. Why did I have to provoke him? 6th brother, 7th brother here is being courteous. The teacher's orders are hard to disobey. Ying Gao bowed. His 300+ pounds of weight truly resembled a black bear's spirit bowing to Buddha. Liu Bai even felt he was watching a live broadcast of Journey to the West. Immediately following that, a cry of misery rang out. Half an hour later. Teacher, I have already grasped the essence of Luan Yu, and I will go practice it. I will definitely carry it out to the end. To relieve my father's worries and guard our great Qin. Ying Gao left with a beaming face. Ying Che rubbed his waist and hands, looking extremely resentful. This seventh brother really hit hard. Speak. You came to my residence. Definitely not just to accompany Ying Gao in learning. Is the salt mine selling well? Are you here to report profits? Liu Bai asked with a smile. Beating up Ying Che was just a side matter. This brat was too deserving of a beating. As a royal son, always scheming like this. If I don't teach him properly, his thoughts will go astray. Teacher, I made money. Yesterday alone. The net profit from the salt shop was 30,000 big coins. In just one day, I turned back the capital. If it weren't for these big coins sitting in front of me, I would suspect I was dreaming. Chapter 56. Liu Wei got lost at the gate of the Feng residence. 30,000 big coins. Ying Che even felt as if he were dreaming. You see, Liu Bai's method of extracting mineral salt is not complicated at all. Following the process design above, building a salt workshop is a piece of cake. And what about the raw materials? Mineral salt is generally recognized as toxic, and nothing can be grown on mineral salt mountains. It's equivalent to free raw materials. Describing this business as highly profitable is an understatement. Ying Che even thought that selling in Xianyang City alone could bring in 30,000 big coins a day. And if this mineral salt were spread across all corners of the Great Qin, wouldn't that truly mean earning gold every day? As for opening the mineral salt market, sorry, but a type of salt that is solidified, contains sand and stones, and has a bitter taste is still 10 times more expensive than their own mineral salt. How can that be compared? The common people would know which one to choose without much thought. Do you think the job is done? Do you think wealth is rolling in? However, Ying Che's smile had not lasted long when Liu Bai began to speak leisurely. Like a bucket of cold water. It drenched Ying Che from head to toe. Young master, this is just the beginning. Upon hearing Liu Bai's words, Ying Che was momentarily stunned, not quite understanding the meaning behind them. Liu Bai, however, did not intend to be mysterious. He merely lifted his teacup slightly, took a sip, and continued. First, the 30,000 big coins you earned yesterday were merely due to the advertising effect of mineral salt. The common people of Xianyang City have never seen such high-quality and affordable salt, hence the crazy purchases. This has created a frenzy, a rush to buy salt. But half a pound of salt is enough for an ordinary family of 3 for 3 months. Can they come every day to buy salt? This means that profits are bound to decline. At the end of the month, the net profit of the salt shop in Xianyang City is actually only around 300,000 or even less. For specifics, you still need to refer to the market share and check the total household registration in Xianyang. Ying Che found it very difficult to understand Liu Bai's words. He couldn't grasp the meanings of terms like advertising and market share at all. However, one thing he heard very clearly, a net profit of only 300,000? The annual tax revenue of the Great Qin is only about 2 million. A single Xianyang city can earn 300,000. That means he could earn more than the national treasury? This is truly wealth that can rival a nation. Ying Che became excited. Do you think 300,000 is a lot? Liu Bai sneered, glancing at Ying Che. If you think you can pocket all this 300,000, then you can only earn for a few days. Upon hearing this, Ying Che was a bit confused. Master, what do you mean? Although he knew he had to share the profits with the workers below, it shouldn't be so much. Liu Bai did not speak, just extended a finger pointing upwards. This action made Ying Che furrow his brows, and then he instantly understood. Their superior is none other than his own father, the emperor. Upon realizing this, Ying Che's heart suddenly jolted. Does master mean that if the student profits like this, the emperor will be dissatisfied? Ying Che cautiously asked. If making money would cause the emperor to be displeased, that would be a loss for a small gain. After a moment of thought, Ying Che proposed his idea. Shouldn't we pay more taxes to the national treasury? Unexpectedly, Liu Bai shook his head and replied. Paying taxes to the state is like allowing wealthy merchants to influence the government. Furthermore, with your identity as a royal son, their hearts can be punished. Even if you are upright, it doesn't work. This is a huge leverage. It's equivalent to using your own money to support the officials of the Great Qin. What? You, young Master Che, have already ascended to the position of heir apparent? Even as the heir apparent of the Great Qin, one must weigh the emperor's thoughts carefully. Upon hearing this, Ying Che broke into a cold sweat. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the money he earned was no longer appealing, but rather reeked of copper. Is it possible to make money and still bring trouble? I hope the teacher can save me. Ying Che was sweating profusely, with a pleading look in his eyes. He suddenly felt as if he had been deceived by his teacher. Liu Bai simply spat out a tea stem and shook his head. The old cadre special tea cups from later generations are so much better. They have filters. Lower the price. Benefit the people. Let the common people of the Great Qin truly afford salt. That will be your achievement. Moreover, you, young Master Che, must keep your identity a secret. Even if all the officials in the world know that this old Liu salt shop is yours, you cannot admit it. As long as the common people don't know. That's enough. Do good deeds without leaving a name. Do you understand? Liu Bai said calmly. After hearing these words, Ying Che was slightly taken aback and then nodded solemnly. He understood. Selling salt is okay, making money is okay. But what truly matters is ensuring that the common people can afford salt. Only when the common people benefit will he not face the risks his teacher mentioned earlier. As for keeping his identity secret, it is to avoid public sentiment. Emperor Shi Huang admired Han Fizi's teachings. One of Han Fizi's viewpoints is called 8 evils. 1. Same bed. 2. Nearby. 3. Father and brothers. 4. Raising calamities. 5. Public sentiment. 6. Trends. 7. Power and strength. 8. The 4 directions. Public sentiment refers to those who are highly respected among the common people. Once he follows Liu Bai's advice, profits will be made, the common people will benefit, and his identity will be kept secret. Naturally, in his father's heart, he will be seen as someone devoted to the people without seeking reward. Coupled with his identity as a royal son, perhaps he could even move closer to the image of a filial son. This plan of the teacher is truly brilliant. Once I return, I will lower the price by another 30%. Ing Che was overjoyed and quickly thanked him. Unexpectedly, before Ing Che could bow, he felt a pair of hands stopping him. Young master, this is still just the first point. The second point is the most critical. Liu Bai smiled and shook his head, saying, the demand for salt among the common people is limited. If you sell, then other salt shops won't sell. Moreover, if you sell at such a low price, it's equivalent to making it affordable for those regarded as lowly in the eyes of some. Cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. Do you think, in a situation where the salt issue cannot be resolved, they will not directly deal with the person causing the problem? Liu Bai spoke lightly, with a flash of killing intent in his eyes. How is this possible? I am a royal son. Ing Che found it hard to believe that there are actually people in the Great Qin who dare to do such things. Liu Bai patted Ing Che's shoulder, speaking meaningfully, but the salt industry has always been controlled by the powerful families. The powerful families. Ing Che took a deep breath, feeling the situation was tricky. These people might not act against him directly, but using some means against the salt shop. He was afraid would be inevitable. Teacher, should I go find Feng Jie to negotiate? No. Do you remember what I just taught you, young Master Gao? Treat life and death lightly. If you are not satisfied, just fight. Liu Bai shook his head, chuckling. Young Master Gao, I have already set this up for you. You just need to say a few words at the right time, encouraging this famous reckless young master of the Great Qin to hang around the salt shop a bit more. If anyone dares to come, just cut them down, right? You. Ing Che, stepping in might win public favor. But the reckless Ing Gao cutting people down is still for the benefit of the common people. Isn't that reasonable? After all, who would argue with a fool? Cough cough. A reckless man? Upon hearing this, Ing Che's eyes lit up. It turned out that the teacher's earlier instruction to the 7th brother, even letting him beat me, had all been prearranged. This was all for my own good. The teacher really loves me, putting in so much effort to plan everything. How could I, Ing Che, have been dissatisfied just now? Truly excessive. At this moment, Ing Che admired Liu Bai to the core. However, there was one thing Liu Bai did not say out loud. The most crucial point was that Ing Gao had no chance to compete for the position of heir, and he liked to roam around with the palace guards. A reckless man wielding a legitimate armed force to guard a salt shop would be a human meat grinder. No matter how many aristocratic families came, they would have to lie down obediently. The invention of papermaking, money, and the arrangement of death warriors had finally been laid out. But teacher, what if those aristocratic families don't come to cause trouble? Ing Che asked, feeling a bit anxious. Unknowingly, he was influenced by Liu Bai's straightforward way of thinking. If they didn't come to disturb his profits, Ing Che still wanted to eliminate this hidden danger. How foolish. Your salt shop's manager Liu Wei got lost one day near the Feng residence. Chapter 57. Patient? Niuwei, can we make our father happy? It all depends on you. After leaving the Prime Minister's residence, Ing Che happily patted Liu Wei's shoulder, while the latter looked completely confused. How did it turn back to his majesty? Young master, I'm just a cart driver. I don't understand anything. Just give your orders. Liu Wei scratched his head and said honestly, in the past few days, some people had called him the manager of the salt shop, and seeing these poor people able to eat salt made him very happy. The old ancestor Wei Liang left behind teachings. Merchants can only gain profit by benefiting the people. The two complement each other, rather than merely exploiting. Although his family later fell into poverty, Liu Wei always felt that this teaching was not wrong. Those who exploit the common people are bad people who should be thrown to the wild to feed the dogs. Haha, no need for you to understand. Ing Che laughed heartily as he stepped onto the carriage. The schemes used by his teacher were truly excellent. With his 7th brother stationed, even without force. Just this identity alone would be like a copper wall and iron bastion. When the time comes to earn money from the aristocratic families and then go kill their people, that would be truly satisfying. Long Xia, teaching bad children, shouldn't you be struck by lightning? After Ing Che left, Liu Bai rubbed his chin and murmured, Liu Gong's teachings. I think they make sense. No matter what is done, as long as the people's lives are flourishing, that is good. If the means are a bit harsh, what does it matter? Long Xia grinned and stated the simplest truth. He didn't understand officialdom or court matters, but he knew one thing. If the people are well, that is truly good. Whoever makes the people suffer should be dragged to the market and executed. Also, if I keep the people in my heart, they will naturally lift me up high. Liu Bai chuckled and patted Long Xia on the shoulder. Unexpectedly, this kid actually has some wisdom. The Confucian principle of placing the people first, which the great scholar Chunyu failed to learn, has instead been grasped by Long Xia. By the way, this time the Jinyiwei has achieved merit. Arrange a round of rest for each of them. It wouldn't he do for them to receive rewards and not return home? Such stealthy operations of the Jinyiwei cannot be done by me. Let them take turns going home to show off. Suddenly, Liu Bai thought of the Jinyiwei matter, smiled slightly, and gave the order. Killing over 1,300 people, this time it will all count as military merit. On average, each of these Jinyiwei executed 6 people, which can be considered as 2 rounds of military merit. As for money, Liu Bai had never been stingy with his subordinates. After 2 rebellions, all the rewards were thrown to the soldiers. Anyway, as a prime minister, no one would say he was buying the army's loyalty. Thank you, Liu Gong. However, those with families still need it. As for the lonely ones, they will probably just be thrown to the bellies of those girls in Chunfeng courtyard. Long Chia's words made Liu Bai both laugh and cry. Indeed, in this era, men have no entertainment. I should see if there's a chance to create some football or something in the future. After all, with the prototype of Kuju, it can spread quickly. Those with families can go home and show off. For those without families, just drill them hard under me, save up money, and marry early. Our great Qin originally has few people, and yet we don't know how to start families and have children every day. Liu Bai laughed and scolded, then opened the roster of the Jinyiwei, carefully counting how many were unmarried, thinking about whether to arrange a group blind date for the Jinyiwei. Having a group of bachelors under him is not a good look. Since ancient times, no official has ever considered the marriage issues of their soldiers. Liu Gong's righteousness. Unexpectedly, Long Chia's eyes turned red, and his voice even trembled a bit. What he said was not wrong. Soldiers may be more important in the eyes of generals, but in the hearts of officials, they are truly not worth as much as warhorses. There has never been another like Liu Bai, who can consider the marriage of soldiers. You won't find a second in history books. Get lost. I am a military general. Liu Bai slapped Long Chia's thigh with a laugh and scolded. Stop being so sentimental. What else with the tears? You still have to be a famous general in the future. Upon hearing this, Long Chia smiled foolishly. Liu Bai continued to browse the roster and suddenly saw a few names and households of the Jinyiwei, his pupils slightly constricting. Wang Gang and Long Wu are from Peixian. Then, Liu Bai slapped his forehead. I was really crying poor while sitting on a money vault. I didn't think of these people in such a good opportunity. Call Wang Gang and Long Wu over. I have a letter for them to deliver. At the Tongfu Inn. Young master, bad news. A man hurriedly entered a well-decorated guest room, his eyes filled with anxiety. Xiao Wu, what is the matter? Xianyang slowly turned around and asked in a deep voice. In the past 2 days, after entering Xianyang, he did not rush to the prime minister's residence to see Liu Bai, but first sent someone to investigate. After this investigation, even he was quite surprised. The matter of killing the captives was fine. Liu Bai, being so young and reaching the position of prime minister and having won battles, would surely not be overly harsh. However, the subsequent killing of Zhao Gao, the establishment of the Jinyiwei, and a series of actions left Zhang Liang somewhat unable to see through Liu Bai. How could he act so recklessly and yet not have any issues? His Majesty still favors him, as before. The nobles of the 6 states are all dead. Xiao Wu exhaled and then spoke. He had rushed over with this shocking news, which had to be reported to the young master immediately. What? The tyrant Qin Wang has already granted permission for the nobles to return home? Hearing this news, a look of shock appeared on Zhang Liang's handsome face as he suddenly stood up. I don't know. I only know that the current Fengchang of the Qin state is buying coffins, and I heard it was originally supposed to use straw mats. Moreover, 1,326 people have all died, and their bodies are now casually thrown in the prison. The subordinate also heard this from the Shotsai store. Shotsai store, an ancient shop selling funeral supplies. Xiao Wu didn't know the reason, but this news was absolutely true. Because the purchase is not limited to one Shotsai store. They're dead. Zhang Liang's cheeks slightly trembled as he managed to squeeze out 2 words from between his teeth. The importance of the noble families of the 6 states is quite obvious in the grand scheme of countering Qin. Whether it is to restore Han or to overthrow the tyrannical Qin, the other 5 states serve as natural barriers. Perhaps under Zhang Liang's strategy, Han could be the one to laugh last. Now that they are all dead, who is it? Zhang Liang suppressed his voice and let out a low growl from his throat. This suppressed growl was filled with immense anger. I don't know. Xiao Wu shook his head, looking dejected. He was just trying to gather information. How could he find out anything before an official announcement was made in the court? Creak. The sound of gritting teeth came from Zhang Liang, his expression darkening, with countless thoughts racing through his mind. I can't wait any longer. Today, I must enter the Prime Minister's residence. Still missing 7 more updates to add. Chapter 58. His Majesty the First Emperor at the official mountain and see your Majesty. Young Master Che has sent someone with 10,000 taels of silver to express his filial piety. In the Zhangtai Palace. Duanhua smiled as he reported to His Majesty the First Emperor. Behind him, 2 black-armored guards were carrying a box into the hall. His Majesty slightly raised his gaze, and a rare hint of affection appeared in his eyes. Che is indeed thoughtful. How could the matter of Ing Che opening a salt shop possibly escape the First Emperor's notice? Moreover, if His Majesty wished, it would not be impossible for the original account books of the salt shop to be directly submitted to the desk. However, His Majesty still felt gratified. The reason is simple. This is the first money that Ing Che has earned. Though he is the eternal emperor, Ing Zheng is also a father. He has many strict demands in daily life, but between father and son, the bond is deep. When a son earns his first money and takes a portion to give to his father, how can one not feel happy? Your Majesty, young Master Che has invested his palace's long-standing share into opening the salt shop. Now it is quite profitable, and he is truly concerned about your Majesty. Showing his filial heart, Duanrua, seeing that his Majesty was pleased, naturally praised him in response. Such good words are certainly never wrong. I naturally know of Che's filial heart. However, I am also surprised that the profits from this salt shop are so enormous. This Liu Bai truly has some talent for turning stone into gold. His Majesty the First Emperor nodded slightly, pondering the box in front of him. To present 10,000 taels of silver, even if it is all profit, is quite terrifying. Has there ever been a business that made a profit of 30% in a single day? Furthermore, the salt industry is not a quick money business. It is a long-term trade. Liu Xiong is wise, as the world knows. But I did not expect Liu Xiong not only to be a poetic genius, but also to have profound knowledge of commerce. Duanrua, half in admiration and half in agreement with the First Emperor, said, even after serving in Zhangtai Palace for many years, I have never seen any official able to casually take out so much money. And this is just the profit from a single day. It is impossible not to be surprised. In ancient times, the spring and autumn annals mentioned the official mountain and sea, which refers to the government monopolizing the production of mountains and seas, primarily salt and iron. After the death of Duke Huan of Qi, Wukui ascended the throne and abolished this rule. Now, looking at it, a state-run salt industry is not without merit. His Majesty the First Emperor slightly furrowed his brow. As an eternal emperor, one does not need to elaborate on such basic knowledge. A state-run salt industry not only allows the government to control such strategic resources, but also benefits the people and fills the national treasury, achieving 3 gains in one go. The abolition in Qi is greatly related to the death of Duke Huan of Qi, followed by the struggle for the throne among the 5 sons. To ascend to the throne, Wukui gave up the profits from salt and iron to the likes of Kaifeng, Shoujiao, and Iya, which led to the abolition of the official mountain and sea. However, given the current situation in the Qin state, attempting a state-run salt industry is indeed worth trying. Duanrua, go tell Che that I will not interfere with the opening of the salt shop. However, after 1 month, the account books must be presented for evaluation. If the people do not benefit and the profits are not substantial, let this ungrateful son prepare his packages and go to Dai County to toil in hardship, enduring ice and snow. His Majesty the First Emperor spoke lightly. Duanrua's pupils suddenly shrank. Is this term ungrateful son one of affection or admonition? Moreover, the term evaluation is very thought-provoking. Yes, Duanrua hurriedly bowed, naturally not daring to be negligent in the slightest. After he left Zhangtai Palace, His Majesty the First Emperor stood up and walked to the bookshelf, taking out Guanzhong's work Guanzi, the Sea King, for careful reading. Even Liu Bai himself did not realize that unintentionally, he had even promoted the Qin state's monopoly on salt and iron. And the later generation's evaluation of this matter was overwhelmingly respectful, believing that Liu Bai was too cunning, well aware that mentioning it in the court would lead to a beating, thus letting young Master Che take the lead. So shameless. The layout is too far-reaching. Of course, this is all in the future. At this moment, Liu Bai's face was bitter, as he slapped the back of a middle-aged man's head repeatedly. Stir. Flip. How can you be so stupid? You can't even stir it by hand. How could you make a machine? Liu Bai was so angry, he was jumping up and down. Damn it. The dignified leader of the Mo family can't even stir tea properly. And he even burned it? Wasn't he supposed to be skillful? All lies. Mo Shan was also feeling wronged. It's like a fish out of water for him. Liu Xiong, how about I give it a try? Instead, the farmer hero, Nong Shang, was eager to try. Yes, you come. If you can grow rice, you can grow trees. If you can grow trees, you can grow tea. If you can grow tea, you can stir tea. If you can't stir it out, I'll throw you in and stir you. Upon hearing Nong Shang's words, Liu Bai suddenly felt a glimmer of hope for the 10 she of tea leaves. Upon saying this, Nong Shang was not the least bit afraid. Instead, he was full of confidence. Just like this, the seasoned farmer immediately felt the temperature of the tea leaves, and after a series of operations, he was like a fish in water. Wow, Nong Shang, you're actually a master? Liu Bai's eyes widened, because the color change of the tea leaves and the bursts of fragrance were absolutely perfect. Compared to his own half-understanding, relying on his own fumbling, Nong Shang was simply a tea-stirring master. Liu Xiong, you flatter me. My farmer's treasure, Yuhua, is also stir-fried and sun-dried, so the methods are not far apart. Nong Shang smiled shyly, but his eyes were full of pride, making Mo Shan beside him feel furious, calling him a sycophantic little man in his heart. Yuhua? From this point onward, I kindly ask everyone not to comment on the following text, as it is a bit sensitive. Thank you all. Hearing this, Liu Bai's eyes lit up. Farmer's treasure, what is that? Reporting to Liu Xiong. This is something my farmer ancestors discovered from the Wuling Mountains. After being stir-fried and sun-dried, when ignited with fire and using reed rods to absorb the smoke, it allows one to forget all worldly troubles. It is the supreme treasure of my farming family. Nong Shang said proudly, his hands not stopping. However, He did not notice that Liu Bai, who was originally smiling, suddenly had a fierce expression. You say, what? Nongshang suddenly felt a tightness around his neck. And then he realized that the Liu Xiong, known for his handsome appearance and elegance, now looked extremely ferocious, with even bloodshot eyes, clearly filled with murderous intent. Such a change startled Nongshang. Take out the Yiwei. Liu Bai almost spat out this sentence from between his teeth. Yiwei, forget your troubles. His first reaction was that this was the demon that caused pain across the entire land of Shenzhou. The opium. This thing started 100 years of humiliation. This thing made countless people cry blood tears. This thing harmed the most outstanding descendants of this world. A once great man of the family sold his wife into the opium den, abandoned his children like old rags, just to go to the smokehouse and inhale the smoke. Soldiers who carried weapons to protect their homes and country no longer had any fighting spirit in their eyes. Young girls, in disheveled clothing, only thought about quickly ending their suffering to take a puff. Parents starved to death at home, wives and children sold into hell. Blood and tears flowed, and this great nation was almost broken in spirit. At this moment, his killing intent was comparable to Bai Qi. Absolutely cannot allow such a thing to exist within the Qin. This hidden danger must be eradicated with thunder. Whoever stands in the way dies. In the face of this almost tangible killing intent, Nongshang's whole body trembled continuously. He truly felt the fear of death from Liu Bai's eyes. This overwhelming hatred made Nongshang even feel that Liu Bai was about to tear him apart. You mother. Liu Bai gritted his teeth and spoke word by word. Today, I will destroy the Nong family. As for why I didn't write about the opium and instead wrote about the roasting process, that was considered when a new thing is just discovered. Who knows how to purify it? The only method is to burn it in the most primitive way. To burn it better, it is roasted and dried. I don't understand these things. I can only guess with common sense. If there are any mistakes, please forgive me. Chapter 59. What kind of cats and dogs come to seek an audience with the Prime Minister? Liu Xiong, please don't be impulsive. Mo Shan, who was beside him, was dumbfounded and hurriedly tried to dissuade him. However, it was only a verbal dissuasion, and he didn't dare to actually intervene. Although Liu Bai's martial skills were mediocre, he was a person who had truly killed on the battlefield, someone who wouldn't blink an eye at sacrificing soldiers. Having been in a high position for a long time, he must have his power. Now, Mo Shan and Nongshang truly felt Liu Bai's power. Liu Bai slowly exhaled, his strength in his hand slightly relaxed as he let go of Nongshang's collar. His previous fury was only due to the experiences of future generations, but he also understood that it wasn't entirely the Nong family's fault. What knowledge could they have when this thing was discovered in this era? Reporting to Liu Xiong, Wu was discovered by my Nong family's ancestors in the Wuling Mountains, and Nongshang did not bring it to Xianyang. If Liu Xiong wants it, I can send someone back to get it, Nongshang said, finally managing to calm his mind and speaking tremulously. He didn't understand why Liu Bai had such a terrifying reaction upon hearing about Yiwei. However, this unabashed killing intent made him realize that this matter was of great significance. Bring it all. No private stock allowed. As for the planting and seeds of Yiwei, the Prime Minister will let the Jinyiwei accompany you, Liu Bai said coldly. This demon must be strangled in the cradle. The Qin people are tough and cannot bend even a little. Yes, Nongshang said, trembling as he accepted the order. Mo Shan, you watch Nongshang roast tea here. Make some tools for simple and quick roasting. During this time, I need 10 stones. With this matter interrupting, Liu Bai naturally had no intention to care about the tea leaves. Compared to this thing, the tea leaves offered to His Majesty didn't matter much. Anyway, His Majesty had never drunk tea. Isn't there is saying that a mountain pig can't chew fine bran? It's a bit coarse, which is somewhat offensive. But that's about the meaning. Yes, Mo Shan bowed, looking at Liu Bai's figure with a helpless expression. Old farmer. What exactly is this Yiwei that makes Liu Xiong so furious? Although we saw Liu Xiong before, he didn't have a good expression. But you and I could see that this person has excellent control over his anger. Yet this Yiwei made him want to kill you. Mo Shan's heart trembled, asking. I don't know. Yiwei is the supreme treasure of my Nong family, only brought out when important people are in danger to relieve their pain. It has saved many lives. My Nong family cherishes it, and we haven't even let any physician know. I didn't expect that trying to win Liu Xiong's favor would lead to this, Nongshang said with a mournful face, completely unaware that he had almost caused a huge disaster inadvertently. You, in the future, if you can't flatter, then don't. Mo Shan sighed, secretly reminding himself. This Liu Xiong seems to require real accomplishments to gain his respect. Flattery is completely useless. Liu Gong is truly wise and powerful. That earlier grip on the collar. TSK. Truly brave beyond measure. Long K laughed, handing Liu Bai a cup of tea. He didn't need to watch for the right moment to flatter Liu Bai. Hearing Long K's words, Liu Bai's anger gradually subsided. The fact that the Nong family regarded this item as their treasure indicates that Yiwei is extremely rare. Since no great disaster had occurred yet, it was still acceptable for him to take action. Alright, even flattering is so straightforward. If I weren't indifferent, people in the officialdom could get furious. Liu Bai waved his hand, but the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. He didn't like others praising his literary talent. but praising his martial prowess truly made him feel refreshed. Let the Jinyiwei follow the connections of the remnants of the Six States to hunt them down. Although His Majesty is unwilling to issue a clear order to implicate them, there are definitely anti-Qin elements among these people. During this time, we can also start developing the Jinyiwei's network, with 10 people forming one flag, the leader being a small flag. Expand the entire organizational structure of the Jinyiwei. And I will find someone to take charge later. Liu Bai said indifferently. Although the nominal leader of the Jinyiwei was Tan Yeo, it was actually Long Ke who was in charge of training. He was now also very troubled. Long Ke could kill people, but his leadership was indeed lacking. Being a general and being the head of intelligence are not the same. Yes, Lu Gong, according to your method, these young rascals are now howling. I also don't understand how running in circles and jumping around can make them so strong. But the future generations will be fortunate. Long K's words made Liu Bai's mouth twitch. You call running 20 kilometers with 50 pounds of armor running in circles? You call climbing walls jumping around? You call dashing on a balance beam running back and forth? These are all methods of training from later generations, thrown into the Jinyiwei. These rough men are struggling to cope. Young master, there's a very handsome man outside who says he wants to see you. Just then, Chun Bol walked over with a smile, reporting to Liu Bai. He also lifted the item in his hand. Young master, this is a meeting gift he sent over. A pretty good piece of jade. The old man, seeing his family making money, was always delighted. A handsome man. Liu Bai's expression was strange. Long Xie beside him quickly stifled a smile, afraid of revealing his amusement. Many lower county officials had sent women to the prime minister's residence, but Liu Gong had rejected them countless times. Now the tactic has changed. They started sending men. Very good, Long Xie, your breathing is quite loud. It's disturbing to my ears. Tonight, you're not allowed to eat. Liu Bai glanced at Long Xie, realizing he knew exactly what irritating thoughts this kid had in his mind. With one sentence, Long Xie no longer had to think about laughing, because he wanted to cry. For a man of his strength, the pain of not being able to eat was on par with the inability to kill. Anyone can come to see me. Liu Bai was about to refuse when he noticed the jade by in Chun Bo's hand, his gaze slightly sharpening. Have him wait in the front hall. Liu Bai's brow furrowed as he spoke in a deep voice. All right, young master. Chun Bo chuckled as he placed the jade by in Liu Bai's hand, then turned and left. The jade by prominently featured a wild boar design, with 6 crosses, a stove, a mouth, and 4 moving figures carved in relief. Old Han. Liu Bai tightened his grip on the jade by. The design on the jade by was hard to find and had been searched for a long time. Everyone can take a look. This is the first time using the illustration feature. Chapter 60. Killing. You need to finish the job. Lu Xiong, why the delay? As he walked into the hall, Liu Bai saw a handsome young man with an elegant demeanor standing with his hands behind his back, accompanied by a plain-looking middle-aged man who seemed dull. The handsome young man turned and smiled lightly, exuding a charm that felt like a refreshing spring breeze. And the first thing this young man said made Liu Bai slightly taken aback. Being a guest in the prime minister's residence without any panic, instead appearing calm and even saying something that hinted at familiarity. Aside from the issue of status, this kind of courage was indeed admirable. After all, who in the Great Qin didn't he know that the left Chancellor Liu Bai was ruthless, killing without a second thought? It wasn't he anything serious, just preparing some executioners. Liu Bai smiled slightly, walking past the young man and sitting down in the main seat. Upon hearing this, the previously smiling young man also paused slightly, then naturally laughed. People say that Lu Xiong is young to hold the position of prime minister, and apart from his great talent and literary prowess, his character is unruly. Seeing him today, it is indeed so. Liu Bai's gaze sharpened slightly, looking at the young man with more appreciation. Although the first sentence upon meeting was somewhat lacking in etiquette, this remark indeed showed that this person had some substance. Since ancient times, great talents have been like wild horses. Today, could Liu Bai also be tamed? This jade bai is an object from Old Han, judging by its quality. You must come from a noble family. May I ask your name? Liu Bai took out the jade bai and asked the young man. I am Zhang Liang, grandson of the 3rd Prime Minister Zhang Kaidi, son of 2 Prime Ministers, a descendant of the fallen Zhang family of the 5 Prime Ministers. Here to pay my respects to Lu Xiong. The young man restrained his smile and bowed deeply to Liu Bai, speaking in a serious tone. Upon hearing this, Liu Bai's brow slightly raised. Zhang Liang of the Zhang family. The strategist Zhang Liang, one of the 3 heroes of the early Han. I wonder what business a descendant of an unknown prime minister has in my residence. Could it be to teach me the way of being a prime minister? Liu Bai smiled slightly, rubbed his neck with his right hand, and asked. Upon seeing this action, Long Xie's eyes flashed, and he placed his right hand behind his back, making a gesture of force towards a dark corner of the hall. I wouldn't dare to teach. Although I am a descendant of the Zhang family, since the Emperor Qin unified the 9 provinces, we nobles are like rootless duckweed. Moreover, now the Great Qin is raising the butcher's knife against the noble families of the 6 states in Xianyang. Zhang Liang's life is in danger. It is only natural to pledge allegiance to Lu Xiong. The young man deliberately toned down his arrogance, trying to speak as humbly as possible. Upon hearing this, even Liu Bai had to admit that this strategist was impressive. The death of the noble families of the 6 states might be noticed by the discerning, which is nothing surprising. However, For Zhang Liang to feel his life was in danger, yet still rush into the prime minister's residence. This boldness was truly exceptional. No wonder he would later attempt to assassinate the emperor. Ah, brother Zifeng, your timing is perfect. I have no one to use at my side. Having you here truly is. Liu Bai's face showed delight, but his gaze turned towards Long Xie. The latter nodded slightly. Truly, he has thrown himself into the net. The originally cheerful tone instantly turned cold. Upon hearing this, although the young man didn't understand what throwing oneself into the net meant, he could clearly feel the chill in Liu Bai's voice. What does Lu Xiang mean by this? The young man immediately became alert, realizing something was wrong. What do I mean? Long Xie, let us have some fun. Liu Bai smiled slightly, glancing at Long Xie. Just as the words fell, Long Xie's figure flashed, not giving Zhang Liang any chance to resist. Directly grabbing the handsome young man's throat. Lu Gong, how should we handle this? Long Xie slightly controlled his strength, and the young man's handsome face instantly turned red from lack of blood. You. The young man reached out, trying to grab Long Xie, but it was futile. With his neck in someone else's grip, he couldn't breathe. How could he muster any strength? Just crush him. Yes, just a fake. Liu Bai snorted coldly, his palms slightly flipping, causing the jade bai to fall and shatter into pieces. Crack. Long Xie didn't ask. Directly exerted force with his right hand. The young man instantly lost his breath. A once noble scion, living in wealth, pretending to be genuine, has indeed made me underestimate him a bit. Liu Bai chuckled, his eyes fixed on the dull-looking man, filled with mockery. As soon as these words left his mouth, outside the hall stood the Jinyiwei, dressed in flying fish robes, with standard long knives of the great Qin in hand, exuding a murderous aura. With Long Xie inside and the Jinyiwei outside, it was truly a dead end. Lu Xiang, your words are erroneous. When the nation is destroyed and the family is broken, what talk of wealth is there? Zhang Liang is just a stray dog, coming to seek refuge. You, Lu Xiang, actually ordered a kill, which truly surprises me. Aside from Lu Xiang's intentions, Zhang Liang wanted to ask, my attendant has been with me for many years. His demeanor and conversation are not comparable to ordinary noble youths. How could Lu Xiang see through his disguise? The dull-looking man smiled slightly, his previously dazed expression now appearing calm and unhurried. Even in such a situation, he showed no signs of losing his composure. Idiot. Liu Bai opened his mouth, spouting flowery and elegant words. These two words made Zhang Liang, who had been maintaining his demeanor, slightly taken aback. Do I have any need to explain myself to you? Long Xie, execute him. Liu Bai felt a bit speechless. Why do these people with a bit of status always like to chatter? They treat each other as enemies. And it's clear that killing him is the end of the matter. Long Xie chuckled, shouting to the Jinyiwei outside, throw the knife over. Since Lu Xiang said to chop, then we can't just hold his neck. The Jinyiwei obeyed, quickly tossing the long knife in their hands, which Long Xie caught steadily. Watching them act as if they were playing a game, Zhang Liang's eyes widened in disbelief. What Liu Bai did today was simply beyond common sense. At this moment, he finally panicked. Life and death, the ideals of home and country, the restoration of Korea, each matter tugged at his heartstrings. The fear he hadn't felt for many years surged up at this moment. Even when Korea was destroyed by the Qin state in the past, he was still able to gather a group of people, waiting for the right time to act for the restoration of Korea. However, today, Liu Bai actually wanted to kill him. Liu Bai, why do you want to kill me? I came to surrender to you. Even if it was just to test the waters, it was merely being cautious. Zhang Liang shouted loudly, and by the end, he even sounded somewhat mad. This feeling of an ideal about to shatter was like everything in front of him gradually turning dark. Swish. However, Zhang Liang's vision indeed was gradually darkening. Bits and pieces of things began to blur. A chill ran through his neck, followed by a rapid loss of strength. His hands instinctively covered his neck, but he could only feel like a mountain spring that couldn't be held back, wildly gushing out. Thud. This brilliant talent suddenly fell to the ground, his right hand reaching out as if to ask something, but his mouth could only make muffled sounds. No matter how handsome or charismatic a person is, when killed, they are no longer appealing. Zhang Liang's eyes were filled with despair, and then gradually lost their luster. Hiss. When Zhang Liang's eyes became completely devoid of spirit, Liu Bai raised the knife and stabbed again at the corpse's heart, then turned to the Jinyiwei people. Remember, after killing someone, you must deliver a finishing blow. After saying that, Liu Bai gently uttered 3 words to Zhang Liang's corpse. Balangsha, want to hear the reason? Sure, I'll tell you after you're dead. Thanks to my big brother Shenma Chao and the 2 great gods for the certification, I will directly add 2 more chapters. Chapter 61, Rounding Up. I Liu Bai am also a martial saint. Chapter 61, Rounding Up. I Liu Bai am also a martial saint. The tea is still hot. Liu Bai casually tossed the long knife aside, picked up the tea, and took a sip. Guan Yu of the 3 kingdoms warmed his wine to slay Hua Xiong, and I heated my tea to cut Zhang Liang. This can definitely be considered a martial general style, right? Rounding up, I Liu Bai am also a martial saint. Written into the historical books, perhaps future generals will have to worship me. Long Xie, clean up what you dirty yourself. However, at this time, Shenbo looked at the bloodied corpse and bloodstains on the ground, frowning tightly. Really, today us young people are so rash. Isn't it just killing someone? Does it need to be this messy? Back in the day, when I killed Guy Nya with a single sword in Yen, there wasn't that much blood. Hearing Chunbo's words, Long Xie, who was still excited, suddenly had a long face. This was all ordered by Lord Liu, so why do I have to clean up? Alright, this Zhang Liang is not simple. He is a descendant of the former Korean Prime Minister, a genuine nobleman. If I'm not mistaken, this guy has a lot of accomplices. Long Xie, send the Jinyiwei to the city gate to inquire about the list of recent entrants into the city. Those found should be hanged at the city gate. As for Zhang Liang's corpse, Liu Bai glanced at Zhang Liang and sighed. This sage of strategy recorded in history. Although he died somewhat hastily, his intelligence is absolutely undeniable. From another perspective, if I didn't know the historical records, I would definitely keep such a wise person by my side and reuse him. Who knows, he might have really succeeded in assassinating Emperor Qin. Not to mention anything else. Just for the safety of Emperor Qin, Zhang Liang must die. The great Qin doesn't lack one or two clever people. Any potential threat must be eliminated. Anyone harboring thoughts of assassinating Emperor Qin is guilty of a capital offense. Do we feed dogs? Upon hearing this, Long Xie's eyes immediately lit up. I have to say, feeding dogs is indeed addictive. What man can refuse the joy of feeding dogs, especially when it's someone he personally killed? Feed my ass. Pack him up and send him back with those remnants of the 6 states. Let them reunite with their ancestors and have a family reunion. Doesn't killing require a reason? The reason of being remnants of the 6 states is good enough. Just pin it on him. Liu Bai said impatiently. Always thinking about feeding dogs, Long Xie is probably the reincarnation of Erling Shun. Yes, Long Xie responded. But he didn't think so in his heart. Lord Liu kills people, and the reasons are often made up on the spot. Right, after capturing Zhang Liang's remnants. Send them to the Jinyiwei for interrogation to see if there are any manuscripts of Han Fei, then hang them. Suddenly, Liu Bai seemed to think of something and added to Long Xie. Zhang Liang is a descendant of former Korean nobility. He might have Han Fei's manuscripts or something. Our Emperor Qin greatly admires Han Fei. If we can get such flattering materials, it might help lighten the blame in the future, right? Yes, with Long Xie's response. The last spark of the former Korean nobility was declared extinguished. Searching for Zhang Liang's remnants in Xianyang city is like catching turtles in a jar. Clear the way. Clear the way. Why are so many people surrounding the Tongfuan? Did old Bai and them get into trouble? Hey, what trouble? I heard that the remnants of the former Korea entered Xianyang and even attempted to assassinate our Minister Liu. They were directly captured, and now they are following the clues. Old Bai and them are also unlucky. The Inn received this group of bad luck stars. Although they won't be implicated, it will definitely affect business. At the entrance of the Tongfu Inn, voices rose and fell, and the common people discussed it, especially upon seeing these people dressed in flying fish uniforms. They recognized that they were the Jinyiwei who dared to beat the imperial censor on the street a few days ago. If they can beat the imperial censor, how can the Jinyiwei be wrong in capturing the remnants of the 6 states? Inside the inn, a woman whose makeup was as bright as a monkey's but looked extremely frightened, while the innkeeper was smiling broadly, even trying to slip some money to the leading Jinyiwei. Enough. We are doing this according to official business. This matter involves the assassination of Minister Liu. What do you mean by offering money? To their surprise, the leading Jinyiwei refused outright. Upon hearing this, the innkeeper Old Bai's smile froze. His face filled with bitterness, and he could only stand aside obediently. Fearsome dragon, fierce wolf. With a series of sounds, the entire Tongfu Inn was searched thoroughly. Before long, a group of people was escorted out, all of whom had checked in at the inn within 3 days before and after Zhang Liang. Boss, they are all here. A Jinyiwei came over and spoke softly. The leading Jinyiwei nodded slightly and then waved his hand. These people were directly taken to the Jinyiwei prison. The innkeeper Old Bai's face was extremely bitter. Although there was no risk of being implicated and he was not harboring fugitives, business had indeed taken a real nosedive. Slap. Just then, a voice rang out. This time taking people will definitely affect your inn's business. This is compensation for you. Minister Liu said, this matter is not your fault. The people are innocent. Moreover, these people did not even have a pursuit warrant. A little later, there will be a notice from the Xianyang government sent over, stating that this matter has nothing to do with you. The leading Jinyiwei casually tossed a bag of money in front of the innkeeper. After leaving these words, he supported his knife and left. With such an action, everyone was dumbfounded. Compensation? Clarification? Is this an official? Ordinary officials handling cases often take a bit of private money. Bai Yutong thanks Minister Liu. Minister Liu is truly a benefactor. The innkeeper of Tongfu Inn looked on with tears in his eyes and knelt in the direction of the door. A casual action from the Jinyiwei saved his whole family. The 7-foot man cried more pitifully than his Tong's surname wife beside him. Am I dreaming? Are the Jinyiwei this good? They catch people and even give money? In the future, if there are fugitives, can we really receive a reward for reporting them? Military officer. Military officer. My neighbor's thatched cottage hasn't been lived in for years. But last night there was smoke and fire. The common people were also slightly taken aback, then erupted in cheers. The leading Jinyiwei smiled and cupped his fists, leaving a few Jinyiwei to follow the common people's information to investigate, promising that if they really found the fugitive, there would be a reward. The power of the common people is immense. Mobilizing the common people to become the eyes of the Jinyiwei is also part of the plan. With the iron face of the powerful and no offense to the people. Is this you, Minister Liu? Among the crowd, a man carrying a Xianyang murmured to himself. Then caught up with the Jinyiwei escorting the wanted criminal, cupping his hands in salute. I am Xianqi. May I enter the Jinyiwei to serve our great Qin? Bow your head to work. Hold your head high to be a person. Chapter 62. What? Do you have a more brilliant method to sow discord among my sons? Come, come, crawl into my pants. Let me see clearly which sword is sharper, yours or the one under my waist. On the streets of Huayin, a butcher laughed heartily. And the surrounding common people did not say a word to stop this farce. The tattered swordsman had blood dripping from his hand. It was not from injury, but from his fingernails embedded in his palm. The piercing pain was not less than the pain of humiliation. Han Xin. No. Among the crowd, a woman cried out. Her beautiful eyes filled with tears. The man who once told her he would soon conquer the world, making the world know that Han Xin is a famous general, now has to crawl under someone else's legs. What a humiliation this is. Unexpectedly, the man slowly bowed his head, first looking at the long sword in his hand with guilt, placing it on the nearby cutting board, and then crawling forward. What use is that sword? It's not as good as my butcher knife. If it weren't for the strict Qin laws, I would have chopped you up with my butcher knife today. The butcher laughed wildly, and the surrounding common people did not dare to say anything, only looking at the fallen swordsman with pity. Han Xin gritted his teeth, his cheeks faintly showing bulging veins, but he suppressed his killing intent and crawled past. This action drew more ridicule from the butcher, but Han Xin got up, picked up the long sword that was originally placed on the cutting board. Han Xin can be humiliated, but the sword cannot. Han Xin. The woman rushed into the crowd, tearing off a corner of her clothing to bandage Han Xion's wound. Ji Tao, such a useless coward. Why do you care about him? You might as well marry me as a concubine early, and you'll have enough to eat every day? The butcher laughed heartily, looking at Ji Tao with eyes full of lust. Clang. The long sword was drawn from its sheath, pointing directly at the butcher's throat. The sudden burst of killing intent was palpable, chilling. Even the butcher, who had been full of disdain, froze for a moment. At that moment, he truly felt that this man named Han Xin had the intention to kill. However, Han Xin slowly lowered the sword, said nothing, and walked out of the crowd. Ji Tao followed him, tears streaming down her face. At the moment Han Xin put down the sword, the butcher also broke out in a cold sweat on his back. Not daring to speak again, by the stream, Han Xin reached out to wash his wound. Looking at his reflection in the water, his emotions stirred. Han Xin. Do not believe what that butcher said. You will definitely be famous throughout the world, and you will definitely become a great general. Did you not say that in the future you would achieve greater accomplishments than General Wang, and even General Bai Qi? Ji Tao frowned, speaking with concern. How could she not know the pain in Han Xion's heart? Han Xin slightly raised his head, letting the water wash over his wound. The pain from the water flowing over the wound reminded him again and again that this is real. He, Han Xin, crawled under a butcher's legs. He, Han Xin, is a worthless person with no standing. But I am not Wang Jian. I do not have the appreciation of Emperor Shi Huang, nor do I have a prominent family background. I cannot support the country and its military, nor the well-being of the people. His hand in the stream clenched tightly. Han Xin used all his strength to close his eyes, not allowing his tears to flow out. Ji Tao, I am very disappointed in myself. Han Xin spoke. His eyes were slightly hot, and then he suddenly crashed his head into the water's surface. The stream mixed, making the tears unclear. These words expressed his bitterness, revealing his deep discontent. He had never doubted himself, firmly believing in his abilities. But in this world, great talents do not necessarily have great opportunities. The stream flowed, and Han Xion's ears buzzed. Only this coldness kept his tears from flowing. Amid the sound of the babbling stream, a pleasant voice echoed. What does it matter? You are not General Wang, nor the butcher who slaughtered the Zhao army, nor do you have a prominent family background. And you certainly do not have the appreciation of the Emperor Shi Huang. Ji Tao's dimples were incredibly cute, but you have your own opportunities. For example, being born in this era of peace. In this prosperous era, there are many things to achieve and to be accomplished. You are you, and that is enough. Each word struck Han Xion's heart like a morning bell and evening drum. Wow. Han Xion's head suddenly lifted. On his face, there was no longer the coldness of the stream, but the warmth of the sun. I am me. Ha ha ha. I am me. Han Xion suddenly turned back, looking at Ji Tao, and then, as if he had gone mad, he picked up the girl and jumped into the stream. I am me. What famous general? What war god? What butcher? What does it have to do with me, Han Xion? I am me. Ha ha ha. Ji Tao. I am me. I am Han Xion. Han Xion's face was full of joy. The words I am Han Xion echoed in the mountains, mixed with many of Ji Tao's cries, but never interrupting Han Xion's joy. The splashes of the stream and the echoes in the mountains seemed to affirm this soldier's spirit. Later, as the sounds gradually faded, Han Xion held Ji Tao, standing in the stream, his eyes bright. Ji Tao, I wish to go to Xianyang to seek a military reputation. When I return victorious from battle, you and I will be together for eternity. While the couple was flirting, Liu Bai's mouth was almost twitching. His Majesty said it. His Majesty spoke well. Your Majesty, I indeed should be scolded. Liu Bai nodded repeatedly, looking very apologetic. Yet inside, he was constantly cursing. Who the hell blabbed and told His Majesty about my urging Ying Gao to beat Ying Che? Of course, who would even need to think about it? It must be Zhang Han. The Black Dragon Guard has many eyes and ears, and Ying Che was beaten at the Prime Minister's residence, while Ying Gao walked out comfortably. How could such a thing be kept secret? Did I ask you to teach my son like this? Today brothers fight, tomorrow they turn against each other? Ah, yes. No. Liu Bai almost instinctively agreed, but quickly spoke up. Your Majesty, I am wronged. Everything I do is for the good of the great Qin. What a joke. If I admit to this, wouldn't that be taking Zhao Gao's blame upon myself? Your Majesty, young Master Gao is fond of martial matters, and I am merely encouraging him to practice the bold and decisive spirit of our great Qin. As the saying goes, teaching according to one's talents. If I let young Master Gao read poetry and books, that would be misguiding the youth. As for the matter with young Master Che, Your Majesty, brothers fighting and playing around is what bonds them. If I were to stir up brotherly discord using such lowly means, I would be laughed at in history books by future generations. Liu Bai explained with a face full of grievance. Upon hearing this, Emperor Shi Huang raised an eyebrow. What? Do you have a more sophisticated method to sow discord among my sons? Are there any female readers? They say I have fewer than 10 female friends in the book club. Chapter 63. Where is the county guard of Peixian? Your Majesty, I have a question. Do you think I can sow discord between the young masters? In response to Emperor Shi Huang's probing question, Liu Bai was not the least bit flustered, but rather calmly asked back. It was clear that such a question was merely a slight test. If he showed any signs of guilt, that would be a disaster. Nowadays, the royal family of Great Qin has young masters who are friendly and respectful to each other, and they also have a father-son relationship with Your Majesty. I am just an outside minister, teaching Your Majesty's sons about brotherhood. How could I talk about sowing discord? As for the matter concerning young Master Gao and young Master Che, I am precisely doing it for the sake of their harmony. I believe Your Majesty should reward me for my effective teaching. Liu Bai was quite cunning, framing his instigation of Ying Gao to beat Ying Che as promoting brotherly harmony. After all, even in ordinary families, brothers sometimes fight, and this straightforward argument also proved that he had a clear conscience. Moreover, asking for a reward in such a shameless manner was also part of his rhetoric. Hey, not only am I innocent, but I am also asking for a reward. This surely shows that I have good intentions, right? You know, if an ordinary minister did such a thing, he would almost have to come to the palace to plead guilty with a bamboo stick on his back, or be heartbroken at home, terrified. Yet you, Liu Bai, boldly come to seek an audience with me, and even ask for credit. After this speech, even Emperor Shi Huang felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Among so many ministers, Liu Bai was indeed one of a kind. In the past, Wang Jian had been like this, but as he aged, the old fellow began to learn to be more subtle, and few could truly speak so freely in front of him anymore. Speak. What is the purpose of your visit to the palace? With this sentence, Emperor Shi Huang effectively brushed aside the issue of Ying Che and Ying Gao. Liu Bai's eyes showed some hesitation, as if he was contemplating something extremely difficult to decide. What? You haven't made up your mind before coming to the palace? Seeing Liu Bai's appearance, Emperor Shi Huang became interested. You must know, this kid Liu Bai rarely enters the palace, and even the Black Dragon Guard privately saw him frowning in front of the Zhangtai Palace. Your Majesty, I hope to request an edict. Liu Bai said, I have discovered something called the Wuyo flower. Although its name is pleasant, its effect is just as its name suggests. It can make people forget their worries. But in fact, this thing is a poison that can undermine a person's will and even break the backbone of a nation. I have already dispatched the Jinyiwei to collect all of it. However, since this thing has appeared, it may appear again in the future. So I respectfully request Your Majesty to issue a secret edict for posterity. Anyone who discovers this item and does not turn it in for destruction shall be punished with the 9 familial exterminations. Liu Bai gritted his teeth and spoke solemnly. The Wuyo flower, although it has some medicinal value, is indeed a poison in this world, the source of calamity that breaks the backbone of a nation. His request for an edict is to eradicate a harmful substance, and also to remove the source of disaster for future generations. Good medicine can be sought elsewhere, but once the source of disaster erupts, the consequences are unimaginable. Break the backbone of the nation? Emperor Shi Huang's eyes pierced Liu Bai like a sword. This immense pressure instead ignited Liu Bai's fierce spirit. Yes, Your Majesty may think I am alarmist. However, I am willing to guarantee it with my position as Chancellor. I earnestly request Your Majesty to grant this. Liu Bai gritted his teeth and looked directly at Emperor Shi Huang. With such a gaze, Emperor Shi Huang slightly furrowed his sword-like brows. He had never seen Liu Bai act like this before. This gaze was definitely not deceitful. It contained anger, fear, and a killing intent. This killing intent was not directed at people, but at the Wuyo flower. Moreover, guaranteeing it with his position as Chancellor showed that Liu Bai truly hated this thing to the core. Granted, Emperor Shi Huang uttered a word, heavy as 1,000 pounds. And Liu Bai, with the fall of this word, felt as if all his strength had been drained away. How could he not know that what he was doing was inappropriate? Secretly destroying it might be better, but it cannot guarantee future generations. Only by using the power of ancestral laws can future descendants be awakened. Thank you, Your Majesty. Liu Bai bowed and exhaled a breath of turbid air. The next day, in the court, Right Chancellor Li Si proposed an examination for selecting officials. Such an innovative method of selecting officials received no opposition at all. The aristocratic families led by Feng Jie and the Confucian officials led by Qin Yu both supported this plan in the court, creating an impression of three factions joining forces. Feng Jie had lost his recommendation qualifications after being reprimanded by Liu Bai yesterday, but now, with the selection of officials through literature, it seemed like Li Si was providing a new path for the aristocracy in exchange for benefits, so Feng Jie was naturally very supportive. After all, in this era, literacy was still in the hands of the powerful and wealthy. As for the Confucians, they were even more ecstatic, thinking this method was better than the previous recommendations. On such a sensitive issue of official positions, this temporary reform proceeded particularly smoothly. After the court session, Yang Yi asked Li Si about this matter. And this shrewdest old fox in the court only revealed a smile, then looked with pity at Feng Qiji and Qin Yu. Later historical records are incomplete, and many later generations could not comprehend how it went so smoothly. Some hot-tempered individuals even concluded, Feng Jie is a fool. Whether he is foolish or not is merely a matter of weighing pros and cons. At this moment, on the contrary, Feng Jie became a wise figure in the eyes of the aristocracy. Within the Feng residence, it was bustling. Dr. Feng, regarding this reform. Although there are many disciples of legalism, even if Li Si intends to show favoritism, he must control the number of official positions. Perhaps 3 out of 1 is the bottom line to avoid suspicion. As for the Confucians, how can they compare with us aristocratic youths? It seems that we aristocrats have taken the biggest piece of the pie. A certain aristocratic official spoke with a smile, full of admiration for Feng Jie. Hee, you haven't seen that Liu Bai kid? He didn't even dare to speak. It seems he has also been reprimanded by Li Si. Makes sense. A joyful sound rang out as Feng Jie filled his wine cup, feeling quite content. At this moment, he was thoroughly enjoying the pleasure that victory brought. Meanwhile, in Pei County, 2 swift horses rushed directly towards the county government office. Where's the county magistrate? Long Wu took a deep breath, looking at the once revered county government gate, and shouted loudly, flying fish robes, splendid attire. Truly a return in glory. Chapter 64. On a dark and windy night. A time for murder and arson. In Pei County, in front of a thatched cottage, a young man with tattered and faded clothes knelt on the ground. He took out an old, rusty coin, holding it high above his head, looking through the hole of the coin at the small piece of sky. He reminisced about a conversation from years ago. Mother, don't worry, I will definitely become a high official in the future. And then I will let you sleep on mountains of gold and silver. Our county magistrate will even give us dates to eat. Alas, mother, I really mean it. Quickly put away the coin. This is for your school fees to give to the teacher. Returning to reality, he looked around the thatched cottage and self-deprecatingly laughed. Rising to prominence, but now just a minor official. The young man held a bowl of water, drawing a bucket from the well that his mother had worked hard to dig when he was young, only to find it murky. Turning back, it seemed as if he saw an elderly woman working inside the thatched cottage. It seemed she paused her work, holding a bamboo pole, smiling gently at him. Her face showing fatigue but unable to hide her surprise. Son, you're back. Mother has dates for you to eat. A son desires to support his parents, but they are no longer around. For a mother, not enjoying blessings is fine. She just hopes her son can be safe. Perhaps even what he said in his childhood about rising to prominence was just a smile to her, and what she truly wished for was just peace year after year. The young man's eyes brimmed with tears as he placed the water bowl by the well, whispering softly, Mother, my silly mother. The unfilial son, Xiao He, now was merely a minor official in Pei County, feeling guilty towards his mother. Inside the county government office, Long Wu and Wang Gang, who were being hosted by the county magistrate Xianyang for becoming members of the Jinyiwei, were amidst the compliments and clinking of cups from the guests. 2 people wanted to find Xiao He. Today is the anniversary of his mother's death, so he isn't at the county office. Should we send someone to invite him? County Magistrate Xianyang paused slightly and spoke. Long Wu opened his mouth to say yes, but found his hand pressed down by someone. It was Wang Gang, slightly older than him, who spoke in a deep voice. It's fine. We just returned from our rest as members of the Jinyiwei and learned that there is a Xiao He in Pei County who is quite talented. Recently, due to the treason plot of Zhao Gao at the central carriage office in Xianyang, many official positions have opened up. So, we thought Xiao He could give it a try. After Wang Gang finished speaking, he glanced at Long Wu. The latter immediately understood and hurriedly picked up a cup of wine to cover up. Their supervisor Liu had said to bring it up casually, not to specifically invite Xiao He. They did not understand the deeper meaning behind it, just followed the instructions. Xiao He has no power or influence. Who in Xianyang would recommend him? County Magistrate Xianyang asked with a frown. At that time, he had exhausted all efforts to secure this magistrate position, selling off family property just to knock on the door of a noble official. Now to let Xiao He go to Xianyang to seek an official position. Isn't that a joke? The county magistrate doesn't know. This time, the court said they want to select grassroots talents, using examinations for official selection, completely relying on ability. If Xiaohe passes, we in Pei County will have someone in the court to look out for us. Wang Gang laughed heartily, winking at Xianyang. After hearing this, County Magistrate Xianyang nodded repeatedly. Since it's an examination for official selection, let Xiaohe give it a try. If he doesn't succeed, it will just be his own travel expenses, but if he does succeed, it would be a favor to him. Isn't that a stroke of good fortune? Good. When Xiaohe returns, I will tell him. Xianyang raised his wine cup, beaming with joy. Although the official rank of the Jinyiwei is not as high as his, they are all genuinely serving in front of Lu Xiong, so he must curry favor with them. As the sky darkened, Long Wu and Wang Gang, returning in glory, were drunkenly muddled, even vomiting at the table. Of course, no one considered them rude. Instead, they praised their genuine nature and good drinking capacity. The so-called table manners are also determined by one's status. After declining Magistrate Xianyang's special invitation, Long Wu and Wang Gang supported each other, swaying as they walked towards their homes. Xianyang stood at the door of the office, smiling as he saw them off, and only returned to the office after their shadows disappeared. He casually instructed that Xiaohe should go to Xianyang for the examination tomorrow, and if he has any good friends, they could go together, then fell asleep without much thought. Did he really think Xiaohe could succeed just because he casually took the exam? That night, Long Wu and Wang Gang, supporting each other, exchanged glances. The originally hazy eyes suddenly cleared, and their bodies stopped swaying. Brother Wang, about what Lu Xiong instructed, who will go do it? Long Wu asked. We need to take care of that old third from the Lu family. Although he is just a pavilion chief, he is still a minor official of our great Qin and cannot escape the crime of murder. Long Wu grasped Wang Gang's hand and said, Brother Wang, Lu Xiong said he would take care of our families. We just need to suffer for 3 years on the frontier and keep a low profile. It's better for one family to cry than for two. Let me go. Both Long Wu and Wang Gang felt grateful to Lu Xiong. It was because of Lu Xiong that they could become members of the Jinyiwei, earning high salaries and ensuring their families lived stable lives. Just this was enough for Long Wu to risk his life for Lu. Brother Wang, you still have a wife and children and an elderly mother. I have not yet married. Long Wu's eyes were resolute as he spoke. Instead, Wang Gang fell silent. How could he not know his brother? They were comrades who could fight back to back on the battlefield. Little Long, saying this makes me very happy. Wang Gang's honest face broke into a smile as he patted Long Wu's shoulder. Upon hearing this, Long Wu was immediately delighted and was about to say something. However, unexpectedly, a pain shot through his neck, and his vision turned dark. The striking technique within the Jinyiwei could render a person unconscious by hitting a special part of the neck, and this was something that Long Jie, the pervert, personally taught. He had knocked out 300 members of the Jinyiwei and claimed that personal experience helped one learn faster. Long Wu could only utter a single word before he fell into a daze. Little Long, your 4 older brothers died on the battlefield. You still have an elderly mother to care for. Carrying such a crime, she probably can't bear it. I have fulfilled my filial duty to my mother as she lies peacefully in the earth. There is still a younger brother at home. Lu Xiong will take care of my family, so I will go. Long Wu. Wang Gang gently placed Long Wu beside a pile of thatch, covering him with some nearby thatch, patting Long Wu's chest, his eyes slightly moist. Today's farewell may be hard to meet again. Take care, brother. After saying this, Wang Gang stood up, looking at the bright moon above, tears in his eyes, smiling broadly. The Prime Minister has written many poems in Xianyang, but I haven't remembered any. I only heard the leader Long scare the prisoners in the Zhao prison with that catchy line, on a dark and windy night. A time for murder and arson. Today's full moon is perfect for killing, not for arson. That night, the Pei County government office was awakened by shouting. Wang Gang from Xianyang, a member of the Jinyiwei, broke down the door while drunk and killed Lu Laosan from the Lu family with a single strike. Fearing punishment, he fled and his whereabouts are unknown. Old Lu Huan, fainted in front of the government office, crying out for the county office to investigate the true culprit and avenge his son Lu Ji. Thanks to the great recognition from the lonely book friend. Thanks to the great recognition from the scumbag book friend. 2 more chapters added. Speaking of which, the lonely book friend is called Loneliness is Given by You. The scumbag book friend is called I Am Not a Scumbag. Very good, I will call you that, rewarding 2 fans. Chapter 65. Xiaohe enters Xianyang. Xiao brother. Why haven't you set off for Xianyang yet? The people of the Long family were almost dying of anxiety, this time coming to Peixian. It was clear that Minister Lu's intention was to kill the Sisui pavilion chief Lu Ji as a side task. But the most important thing was to send Xiaohe to Xianyang. Long brother, I, Xiaohe, have no power or influence, and I don't know any high-ranking families. Even if I consider myself somewhat knowledgeable, how can I compete for an official position in such a court? Xiaohe said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. When he was young and studying, he thought that having talent would allow him to realize his dream of supporting the country. However, now that he is over 20, if he still does not understand the depth of the officialdom, that would be too naive, not to mention anything else. Even the position of the chief clerk in Peixian requires good relations with local powerful gentry. Didn't you see that old Lu was already cursing at the government office because of the death of the rogue Lu Laosan? Hearing this, Long Wu wanted to slap himself. Xiaohe's words were not without reason, not to mention the officialdom. Even in the military, where real military achievements are valued. Wanting to obtain a 4th-level military nobility requires a background. And for a 5th-level military nobility, that is a true title, which is simply impossible without a good family background. Why do you care so much about me, Xiao? Is it really just because of our hometown connection? Xiao He looked at Long Wu's anxious expression and couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Unlike Wang Gang, Long Wu wasn't so steady. The expression on his face couldn't be hidden from Xiao He. Long Wu gritted his teeth, staring intently at Xiao He, thinking that Brother Wang was now on the run. If this mission fails, it would be better for him to receive scolding from Minister Liu than to risk Brother Wang's safety. Xiao brother, let me speak honestly. We are both from Peixian, and you know I, Long Wu, have always been brave and fierce in the village, not good with words. Now I have mixed into a Jinyiwei position in front of Minister Liu. Although it is a return in glory, the fact is that I came back to Peixian with Brother Wang for official business. Upon hearing this, Xiao He was slightly taken aback and then slowly nodded. He had guessed this matter. Was it to kill the Sisui Pavilion Chief Lu Ji? This person, although a local ruffian. Why would the official business in Xianyang send you two to eliminate him? Moreover, it was a door-breaking assassination, fleeing outside. Xiao He was very clever and immediately connected this to last night's events. Whether or not Lu Ji was the person Minister Liu ordered to kill, he could only be assassinated, and Brother Wang had already arranged everything, ensuring he would not suffer any grievances. Minister Liu sent us to Peixian, and the main task was you, Brother Xiao, Long Wu said, looking directly at Xiao He. Me? Upon hearing this, Xiao He was stunned. No matter how clever he was, he never expected that the prime minister of a country far away in Xianyang would know about a small county clerk like him. Long brother, don't joke. Xiao He forced a smile and waved his hand. Brother Xiao, this is true. Minister Liu said that among the 300 Jinyiwei, you are the only one who is important. Long Wu quickly added when he saw Xiao He did not believe him. In truth, he had no talent. Being able to write his name was already impressive. How could he memorize Minister Liu's difficult and obscure words? The court was in turmoil, saving the collapsing great house. Xiao He frowned slightly. Long Wu's words matched his expectations. The 6 kingdoms were unified, and the court would definitely not be peaceful. As for why Minister Liu had such confidence in him, Brother Xiao, just trust me. I will kneel for you. Long Wu, feeling anxious, suddenly knelt down to Xiao He and said, also, Minister Liu said that if you still have doubts, use one sentence to move you. I will recite it for you. Mr. Xiao, with great talent, are you willing to leave your name in history? Are you willing to take the top prize in the Yiweng Palace? To have your name sung in the Qin Hall? Are you willing to be the pillar of the civil officials in our Qin Dynasty? Long Wu recited Minister Liu's words without any inflection, as if counting. However, these words caused Xiao He's pupils to tremble. Leaving a name in history was something every scholar dreamed of. Winning the top prize in the Xianyang Palace implied deep trust from the emperor. Having his name sung in the Qilin Hall, the Qilin Hall of the Great Qin only sang the names of those who achieved great merits. As for being the pillar of the civil officials, did Minister Liu also recognize his talent as a civil minister? At this moment, his previously deep and quiet thoughts began to heat up. What man could refuse leaving his name in the annals of history? Brother Xiao, don't force me. If you really don't go, I. Long Wu saw the heavy expression on Xiao He's face and, in a fit of anxiety, drew his knife. He intended to say, I will directly take my own life in front of you. But in his rush, his tongue got tied, and he couldn't get the words out. All right, Long brother, put the knife down. Since Minister Liu appreciates me, I, Xiao He, have no merit or ability, regardless of success or failure. I must go to Xianyang to express my gratitude. Xiao He was also startled and quickly spoke up. Just wait, I will pack my things and set off immediately. Xiao He stepped back calmly to pack his belongings. Seeing Xiao He agree, Long Wu finally breathed a sigh of relief and put the knife down, as if remembering something. He said to Xiao He, by the way, Brother Xiao, Minister Liu said he hopes you can bring along those you appreciate when you go to Xianyang. Since it was already leaked, he decided to say it all. Upon hearing this, Xiao He's figure slightly paused, then turned around and bowed deeply in the direction of Xianyang. Only now did he truly believe Long Wu's words. And he believed that Liu Bai indeed valued him. Love the house and the crow. This phrase could not be wrong. Achoo! Who is scolding me? Is it you, my 6th brother? Inside the carriage, Liu Bai suddenly felt a tickle in his nose. According to reason, someone was either praising or scolding him. And Liu Bai, being very self-aware, knew the probability of being scolded was definitely higher than that of being praised. My 6th brother, although he is impulsive, understands the importance of respecting teachers, Fu Su said with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, helplessly defending Ying Che. Haha, I just said that. Young Master Fu Su, don't take it to heart. Liu Bai chuckled, realizing that it was indeed inappropriate to call someone else's younger brother a good-for-nothing in front of his elder brother. Young Master, may I ask what brings you here mysteriously to my residence? Fu Su smiled gently and bowed to Liu Bai, saying, with the imperial examination for official positions approaching, I earnestly request you, sir, to come to our Xianyang to observe the talented individuals and help select candidates for the court. Upon hearing Fu Su's words, Liu Bai's expression turned strange. The Xianyang organization, he only truly understood its significance after entering the Qin court. It seemed to be a platform for selecting talented individuals for the court, allowing common people to participate in political matters. In reality, the fundamental purpose of Xianyang was to alleviate the conflicts between the noble families of the Six Kingdoms and the Qin. During Liu Bai's cleanup of the remnants of the Six Kingdoms, most members of Xianyang had avoided calamity. The reason was simple: they had not signed their names, so they naturally would not be approved to return to their homeland. But now Fu Su actually wanted him to go to Xianyang to select talents? Wasn't this sending a wolf into a sheep's pen? Young master speaks well. I had the same intention. We truly see eye to eye. I've been thinking about Xianyang for quite some time. Liu Bai wore a warm smile, generously showing his goodwill. This simple act warmed Fu Su's heart. He realized that his teacher was indeed kind-hearted. He originally thought that his teacher had prejudices against the nobles of the Six Kingdoms, but now it seemed that he, Fu Su, was the narrow-minded one. Teacher, on behalf of the members of Xianyang, I thank you in advance. Fu Su bowed again to Liu Bai. This gesture even made Liu Bai feel a bit embarrassed. To be honest, Liu Bai felt no psychological burden in deceiving others. But he felt somewhat guilty about deceiving such an innocent and sweet person like Fu Su. Teacher, within our Xianyang, we have gathered the most talented individuals, ranking first in all of Qin. Although we are in the wild, our reputation among the common people is excellent. Such a reputation is actually due to our 4 branches in Xianyang. Come, teacher, let me introduce them to you. In the hall of Xianyang, Fu Su began to praise the organization. Liu Bai and Fu Su both sat in the main seats, with Fu Su on the right and Liu Bai on the left. Although there was a teacher-student relationship, Xianyang was indeed Fu Su's own territory, so Liu Bai humbly gave him some face. Upon hearing Fu Su's words, Liu Bai's mouth twitched, almost bursting into laughter. There were countless members of Xianyang, yet none had truly entered the power center of the court. And even the officials sent to the localities were just a few insignificant members of Xianyang. Fu Su actually claimed that it was a gathering of talented individuals? When did the talents of the Qin become so worthless? Teacher, this is the leader of our Xianyang's martial branch, Xiao, born with immense strength and unmatched courage. This is the leader of our moral branch, who is also a cousin of Confucius's descendant, Jia, who teaches virtue to the people. Truly a blessing for the common people of Qin. This is the leader of our ceremonial branch, Xiaohong, who often gathers the people for rituals. Finally, this is the leader of our wisdom branch, Zhao Chao, whose strategies presented to the court mostly come from the talents of this branch. Fu Su introduced the 4 branch leaders to Liu Bai, his eyes filled with pride. Liu Bai nodded in acknowledgement with a smile, appearing quite gentle. This demeanor puzzled the 4 branch leaders. Could it be that the rumors in the world were wrong? This person looked cultured and refined. How could he be the executioner who killed 7,000 and wiped out all the noble families of the 6 kingdoms in Xianyang? Only Xiao, the leader of the martial branch, narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Liu Bai with increased favor. He believed in strength, and Liu Bai's method of stopping chaos through killing was something he appreciated. Young master, may I ask why you summoned Xiong here today? Zhao Chao rubbed the jade bead in his hand, looking up at Fu Su and asking. As the leader of the wisdom branch, Zhao Chao had been wary since Liu Bai entered. Fu Su was about to speak, intending to introduce his purpose for inviting Liu Bai to select talents from Xianyang to fill the official positions of the Qin court. Young master, let me handle this. However, Fu Su's words were interrupted with a smile from Liu Bai. Since that is the case, it troubles you, teacher. Seeing Liu Bai stand up, Fu Su was filled with joy and hurriedly spoke. In his view, since his teacher took the initiative to speak and appeared kind, it meant he acknowledged the talents of the 4 leaders of Xianyang. If these talents could enter the court, it would not only increase their influence, but also alleviate the direct conflict between his father and the noble families of the 6 kingdoms. It might even help promote the feudal reform in the future. Actually, the reason young master Fu summoned me here today is to select talents. Liu Bai smiled slightly and said slowly. Upon hearing this, the faces of the 4 branch leaders simultaneously brightened with joy. They were well aware that there were vacancies in the court and that there was an urgent need for talented individuals. But the next moment, Liu Bai's words made the faces of all 4 leaders freeze in place. I believe that what our Qin needs now are practical talents, not self-righteous, useless individuals. Therefore, I believe that within Xianyang, there must be a selection process, and I will promote the elites, absolutely not accepting. Liu Bai tilted his head and looked at Zhao Chao, who was sitting closest to him, and uttered 2 words, useless. At these words, everyone was taken aback. Zhao Chao stood up in anger. Why does Liu Xiong look at me? Does Liu Xiong think I am useless? How could Zhao Chao, being so clever, not hear the sarcasm in Liu Bai's words? This question was an unbearable insult to him. The other 3 branch leaders remained expressionless, even wanting to watch a good show. The internal dynamics of Xianyang were not as solid as iron. No. Leader Zhao Chao, please don't misunderstand. I am not targeting you. Liu Bai quickly spoke, his expression slightly anxious. This statement made Zhao Chao's expression improve considerably, and he even looked at the other 3 branch leaders triumphantly, clearly indicating with his gaze, Liu Bai respects my wisdom. Come, young master Fu, please stand up. Liu Bai looked at Fu Su with courtesy. Fu Su was puzzled but smiled and stood up. In his view, his teacher was also acknowledging the 4 branch leaders. However, Liu Bai's next sentence made everyone furious. I meant to say that all of you present are useless. Chapter 67. Young master, please allow me to challenge Liu Bai to a duel. Bang. As Liu Bai's words fell, the 4 branch leaders of Xianyang instantly slammed their hands on the table and stood up. Long K, standing nearby, casually took a half step forward, positioning himself beside Liu Bai. Too much. Liu Bai, although you are the Prime Minister of Qin, this place is Xianyang. You are a guest. I have lived for so many years and have never seen such an arrogant person. Kong Jia shouted angrily, making a compelling argument. The guest follows the host's lead. This saying is applicable everywhere. Fu Su beside him frowned, wanting to say a few words as well. However, Liu Bai showed no anger at such mockery. Instead, he smiled slightly and said, hey, today you've seen it. But there's one thing Liu Bai, did say incorrectly. I shouldn't have called you waste. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 4 gate masters softened a bit. If you think about it, it's normal for someone like Liu Bai, who has risen to the position of Prime Minister of the Great Qin at such a young age, to be somewhat ambitious and arrogant. As long as he can save enough face, they wouldn't mind too much. When I said you were waste, I was simply insulting waste. You lot are a pile of dung when gathered, and when scattered, it's everywhere. If it weren't for Fu Su being my student, I wouldn't even want to step here for fear of dirtying my shoes. After saying this, Liu Bai instantly felt more at ease. Looking at these old fellows, he always felt a pent-up frustration that needed to be vented. Cursing made his mouth feel clean. If he swallowed those curses, his heart would feel dirty. In this regard, Liu Bai had a strong sense of cleanliness. The effect of this speech was quite obvious. Liu Bai repeatedly insulted them, and the 4 gate masters were now filled with rage, their old faces all flushed like the evening glow. Young master, Liu Bai is too arrogant. Kong Jia, in order to maintain the overall situation, asked for permission to challenge Liu Bai to a duel. The Kong family, which always spoke of benevolence and governance, suddenly shouted and prepared to punch Liu Bai directly. This young kid, although he had been on the battlefield, what skills could he have? When Kong Jia was young, he also practiced strength. Kneel. Bang. However, before the punch could land, Kong Jia felt his head grow heavy. Bang. A dull sound echoed, and then Kong Jia felt the world around him turn upside down, his forehead and knees throbbing with pain. Ah! Kong Jia cried out in pain, struggling to lift his head, only to see the stern-faced Long Qie standing in front of him. Lu Xiang wants you to kneel, then kneel properly. If you want to stand up again, you might as well never stand again. At this, everyone was shocked. Even the self-proclaimed powerful Dugu Qiu widened his eyes. He had the sharpest eyesight and clearly saw that Long Qie didn't use any martial skills at all. He simply applied brute force. Such a person had too much killing intent in the army. Hey, this Kong fellow doesn't know how to speak clearly. I can only allow you to duel with Long Qie. Liu Bai smiled, completely unbothered. What a joke, all remnants of the 6 states. It wouldn't matter if they were all chopped down. Does Liu Bai not know how much the Emperor Qin dislikes this Xianyang? A dignified Great Qin actually has an organization that openly allows defeated countrymen to enter and point fingers at the governance of Great Qin. Even if Emperor Qin is a timeless emperor, he wouldn't feel good about that. Liu Bai, you are going against the tide. With such brutality, are you not afraid that the people of the 6 lands will rise in rebellion? Kong Jia, feeling Long Qie's almost tangible killing intent, couldn't stand up due to the previous blow and could only roar. Upon hearing this, even Fu Su was moved. Sir, no. The disciples of Xianyang are all talented individuals willing to serve Great Qin. What you just said was already excessive. Now this. If this truly leads to a rebellion in the 6 lands, it would be a great disaster for you, sir. Please apologize. Fu Su said anxiously. At this moment, he truly regretted inviting Liu Bai to Xianyang. The changes had happened too quickly for Fu Su to react. He didn't even understand why Liu Bai was doing this. Rebellion? You think you lot, who harbor rebellious intentions, are anything? Behind Great Qin are countless citizens. If you dare to rebel, then the ground beneath Xianyang City will become your grave. Liu Bai snorted coldly, waving his sleeve dismissively. So-called rebellion, what a joke. Great Qin treats its citizens well. The only ones who harbor anti-Qin sentiments are you remnants of the 6 states. Old fellow, you'd better not move. Otherwise, Long Qie could very well start a massacre right here in this little Xianyang. The crime of assassinating the current prime minister is one you truly cannot bear. Long Qie's eyes narrowed as he spoke coldly. Dugu Qiu, who was originally considering making a move, paused slightly. At this moment, the atmosphere in Xianyang had become tense to the breaking point. The sudden turn of events left Fu Su somewhat at a loss. Liu Bai sighed inwardly. It seemed that what he was doing, this Great Qin young master still didn't understand the meaning. Young master, the matter of Xianyang, I am saving you. That shout of fear from Kong Jia just now has already exposed their inner thoughts. Our Great Qin emperor, with absolute authority across the seas. How could he tolerate a grain of sand in his eyes like Xianyang? The so-called selection of talents has nothing to do with Xianyang. But if I don't intervene, perhaps even you, Fu Su, will be implicated by these people. Liu Bai spoke solemnly, hitting the nail on the head. Fu Su couldn't guess the emperor's thoughts. But what was shouted just now was indeed a rebellious statement. If the disciples of Xianyang truly did something, With Liu Bai's attitude towards the remnants of the six states, and his father's tacit approval, the consequences would be unimaginable. Liu Bai, you are sowing discord. Slap. Did I give you permission to speak? Liu Bai slapped Kong Jia across the face, casually dusting off his palm as if he felt he had sullied his hands. Such cruelty made the other three gate masters dare not speak. At least for now, the one suffering was only Kong Jia. If they made a move, could two old men and Dugu Qiu be a match for Long Xia? Moreover, Dugu Qiu's ears perked up, sensing the sound of bowstrings being drawn tight outside Xianyang. Young master, please step outside. This Xianyang has been taken over by me. Liu Bai smiled and patted Fu Su on the shoulder. Chapter 68. Public Welfare Education. Fu Su looked back 3 times as he stepped outside. Although his body moved out, he kept glancing back into the hall. He was worried. But Fu Su was no fool. He understood the reasoning behind it. The remnants of the 6 states were dead, and they had found solid evidence of collusion with the old Prince of Wei, and his father had quietly granted the authority to kill and take. This already indicated a clear stance. Now that Liu Bai was causing a ruckus in Xianyang, it seemed like he was not giving Fu Su face, but in reality, he was helping him. Only through Liu Bai's rectification could Xianyang dispel doubts for the court. This could be seen as a form of desperate survival. As for the lives of the 4 gate masters, Liu Bai would likely spare them for the sake of saving face. Whoosh. A flash of light from a blade. Kong Jia's pupils suddenly constricted. Alright, I didn't teach you to death. Your uncle Sun Quang once studied Confucianism, so I'll respect your Kong family's ancestors a bit. Liu Bai casually swung a long knife and cut off a strand of Kong Jia's hair. Although Liu Bai was ruthless, he wasn't one to kill randomly. Who in Xianyang City didn't know Liu Bai? He was kind-hearted, talented, gentle, and elegant, like a jade. Most importantly, when dealing with dogs, one must look at their owner. If the owner is an enemy, then it doesn't matter, just kill them. But the owner is his own student. Liu Bai sighed slightly, cursed his own tenderness. What did Liu Xiong intend to do? Did he come to the Xianyang today, just to establish his authority in front of them? If he had any sense, it would be Xianyang's wise gate's master, Jiao Chao. This statement essentially meant that he was too lazy to beat around the bush with Liu Bai, avoiding being threatened by force again. After all, the Jinyiwei at the door had unintentionally revealed the cold gleam of their crossbows. I do prefer talking to smart people. Liu Bai smiled slightly and sat down slowly. At his gesture, Long Xia released Kong Jia's head but maintained a nonchalant attitude. To put it simply, Liu Bai truly didn't take the people of Xianyang seriously. No matter how exquisite the martial arts of the Dugu Qiu were, they couldn't compare to brute strength. Originally, Liu Bai didn't want to get involved with Xianyang. He thought he could let the Jinyiwei find a reason to take them all to the Zhao prison for some confessions and then just execute them. Liu Bai's first sentence upon sitting down was extremely casual. However, to the 4 masters' ears, it was like a bolt from the blue. The 4 exchanged glances. This Liu Xiong was indeed as ruthless as the rumors said. Nearly 1,000 people in Xianyang, and he casually said he would kill them? However, since young Master Fusu was Liu Bai's student, and he had a request of Liu Bai naturally couldn't ignore it. If entering the court was the goal, Liu Bai could now tell them to give up on that idea. The court of the Great Qin didn't need them. The way out for Xianyang had to be found elsewhere. Liu Bai spoke lightly, a hint of calculation in his eyes. This Xianyang was truly a hot potato. After all, they were in Xianyang City, with His Majesty's eyes never relaxing for a moment. And the only way out was to wholeheartedly serve the Great Qin. I have a way out for you. Take a look. Liu Bai took out a piece of silk from his bosom, then picked up a brush and wrote a line, handing it to Jiao Chao. It seemed that Jiao Chao was the only one with a bit of brains, though just a bit. As Jiao Chao received the silk, the 4 looked intently and then exclaimed in surprise, "Public welfare education?" These 4 words left everyone puzzled. Public welfare meant not charging any fees. The members of Xianyang would begin teaching the common people to read in various places in Xianyang, or narrating stories devised by the Prime Minister's office. Moreover, the government would post announcements that had to be read aloud to the people without charging any fees. Liu Bai spoke lightly. In fact, he originally wanted to implement compulsory education, but upon reflection, in a situation with insufficient productivity, implementing education was practically a crime against the common people. Since that was the case, it was better to first promote a literary atmosphere. Whether it was literacy or storytelling, it could, to some extent, break the shackles of knowledge, allowing ordinary people to become familiar with it. Prime Minister Liu Bai, according to your words, running a school, or even studying abroad, isn't very difficult. But with over 1,000 people in Xianyang, where will the funds come from? Kong Jia asked, stroking his beard. He did not accept that kneel earlier. But he was also afraid. It was ridiculous. Weren't you members of Xianyang just freeloaders before? What economic benefits have you added to our Great Qin? Aren't you all relying on young Master Fusu to support you? Kong Jia's question nearly made Liu Bai laugh in anger. Fusu was clearly the eldest son of the Great Qin royal family, yet he was the poorest, and wasn't it because of these deadweights? 1,000 people. Not a single one doing real work, just pointing fingers at the court. It was simply useless. You, Kong Jia's tone caught in his throat, wanting to retort, but found no words. As for funds, I will allocate them myself. Just do as instructed, Liu Bai said lightly. However, If I find anyone secretly spreading anti-Qin sentiments, don't blame the Qin sword for being merciless. Liu Bai stated calmly. Public welfare education, in its initial stage, did not involve Liu Bai preparing to build a school. Instead, he planned to create an atmosphere of knowledge. In this case, it would only cost a bit of meal money. Whether it was purchasing paper or getting it from Ingche's salt shop, these were trivial expenses. In short, Liu Bai meant to have the people of Xianyang go out to promote pro-Qin sentiments, read government announcements, and have the Jinyiwei monitor them in secret, conducting a cleansing of Xianyang, running a school. Zhao Chao's brows furrowed slightly, then he slowly nodded. All right, let us go. Liu Bai stood up, completely uninterested in explaining anything to them. The four watched Liu Bai's departing figure, remaining silent. After Liu Bai had completely left Xianyang, Kong Jia anxiously asked, Zhao Chao, why did you agree to Liu Bai? It's simple. This is our only way to survive. Zhao Chao glanced disdainfully at Kong Jia. This so-called master of the Degate became obedient after being beaten, yet he didn't think to ask Liu Bai, and now he was getting bolder? The current difficulties of Xianyang weren't due to the inability to survive, but our identities. His Majesty views us as enemies. Only by submitting can we live. Public welfare education, seemingly absurd, actually has two benefits. First, promoting stories teaches the people loyalty to Qin, and the court will naturally recognize us. Second, although we teach literacy, the common people are simple and will regard us as teachers, certainly harboring respect. As long as we don't do anything rebellious, we can live peacefully without problems. Liu Bai used such a simple method to find a way out for Xianyang. He is truly a great talent. Zhao Chao spoke slowly, then actually bowed deeply towards the door. At that moment, he finally understood why this young man could rise to the position of Prime Minister of the Great Qin in such a short time. His thoughts were meticulous, his ideas extraordinary, and his methods ruthless. Such a person should not be left out of power. It would be a violation of natural justice. Speaking of Xianyang, based on Liu Bai's character, there would definitely be a cleansing afterward. Right now, not directly killing them was due to Fusu. After all, they were teacher and student. Or perhaps they were just waiting a bit. Secondly, public welfare education is not about establishing schools, but letting people go out to teach literacy and promote pro-Qin sentiments. The Jinyiwei would monitor them secretly. The remnants of the Six States gathering is one aspect, but Liu Bai had already conducted a sweep. And the next step was to gradually filter them out. After all, he couldn't just kill all the old Qin people. Xianyang also had commoners from the Six States, so it belonged to the selection process. One thing is guaranteed, Liu Bai is ruthless. Chapter 69. For the world, burdening one person prime minister. Your ruckus at Xianyang today doesn't seem to have benefited you, does it? After leaving Xianyang and preparing to get into his carriage, Liu Bai heard a voice beside him and was slightly taken aback. He turned around and chuckled. It was Xianqi, dressed in a flying fish suit, smiling warmly. No wonder you are so skilled, even managing to infiltrate the Jinji. Liu Bai expressed admiration. Xianqi actively joining the Jinji indicated he was willing to lower himself to work. The previous trial has been passed by this great talent under Chunyu. Get in the carriage, Liu Bai said lightly, returning to the carriage. Xianqi followed suit. The carriage swayed. Lu Xiong, I have one thing I don't understand. Xianqi said. He knew Lu Xiong's thoughts, that he wanted him to have the ambition of a strong Qin, hence joining the Jinyiwei. However, what Lu Xiong did today, although beneficial to Qin, was of no personal benefit to himself, and even inadvertently formed an irreconcilable situation with Confucians. Xianqi truly did not understand Lu Xiong's actions. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths? Xianqi slowly spoke. As a disciple of Chunyu, he naturally understood how much the Confucians valued the Juxian Hall. To put it bluntly, the Juxian Hall is a springboard for realizing the great righteousness of the Confucians in the future. Reform and enfeoffment cannot be done without the Juxian Hall. But today, Liu Bai made such a commotion, using almost forceful means to seize the Juxian Hall. Holding such a hot potato in Liu Bai's hands is truly not a good thing. Not understanding? Liu Bai chuckled lightly, his eyes slightly squinting. The road to a strong Qin is already full of obstacles. What does it matter if there is one more Confucian? It's just a bit of wind and frost. With that, Liu Bai stroked the jade pendant in his hand. Since he began his official career, he had worn this jade pendant and even gave it a nice name, Guoshi Wushuang. A true national scholar fears no wind and frost. The road to a strong Qin is fraught with difficulties, but one person can still walk it, not fearing cold mockery and hot sarcasm. How can I let the mundane world confuse my heart? Liu Bai lightly recited. A sense of unexplainable exhilaration surged within him. Clearly, danger was everywhere. Clearly, there were many difficulties in the court. Clearly, Liu Bai was isolated and helpless. However, at that moment, Xianqi saw the determination in Liu Bai's eyes. The world says Liu Bai is ruthless and heartless, but at this moment, Xianqi believed it to be great love. What Liu Bai loved was not power, nor profit, but the people of this land. Our great Qin, residing in the western corner, has never had the intention to shrink back and protect itself. Qin's diplomacy does not rely on words, but on the long sword in hand. Today, Xianqi sees that Lu Xiong has taken on the will of Qin. Xianqi sighed deeply, then straightened his clothing, kneeling in the narrow carriage. Lu Gong, You are indeed someone who can accomplish great things. Xianxi is willing to abandon this broken body and follow you to accomplish great matters. After saying this, he bowed deeply, his forehead touching the wooden board of the carriage. Liu Bai's expression became serious, and he did not help Xianxi up, then said solemnly, Xianxi, do you know what the consequences of this bow are? The Jinyiwei is a sharp blade, and there will be a day it returns to its sheath. And when it returns to its sheath, the one holding the sword must pay with their life for the sins, with no chance of survival. Passing away with a tarnished name, unable even to secure a legacy. Xianxi remained kneeling, not lifting his head. How could Xianxi not know? Since ancient times, kings have wielded two swords. One sword of the kingly way, to educate the people, and the ministers submit. One sword unseen by the world, to act in secret. If it returns to its sheath, Xianxi is willing to die? Liu Bai looked deeply at Xianxi, then laughed heartily. Good. From today, you are the commander of the Jinyiwei. You will oversee the Jinyiwei, and you will likely touch every bit of the dirt in Great Qin. With that, Liu Bai gently patted Xianxi's shoulder, shaking his head slightly. For the world, sacrificing one person, Liu Bai felt guilty in his heart. Great Qin has only recently unified the world, and acting with conventional methods would surely yield slow results. The Jinyiwei's dirty work in the dark will have known consequences after the world is completely stabilized. Report to your Majesty. Grand Minister of Agriculture Yang Yi requests an audience. Inside the Zhangtai Palace, His Majesty the First Emperor was reviewing military reports regarding the northern Dai Commandery. With the autumn harvest approaching, these foreign tribes from the grasslands were stirring, intending to invade Great Qin. Although the Great Wall is tall, the border defenses still need reinforcement. Announce. His Majesty the First Emperor did not lift his gaze, merely writing on the report. Build pavilions and stockpile grain. And the army shall be organized to eliminate the Hu threat. Minister Yang Yi, pay your respects to your Majesty. Yang Yi slowly walked into the Zhangtai Palace and respectfully bowed to His Majesty. What brings you to see me? His Majesty lifted his gaze to look at Yang Yi. Although this Grand Minister of Agriculture held a high position in the court, he rarely visited the Zhangtai Palace personally. Now that he sought an audience, it must be for some important matter. Reporting to your Majesty issued a secret edict yesterday, asking the old minister to study the benefits of salt and iron. I reviewed the books and also inquired at the residence of the sixth prince. If this matter were in the past, it would definitely be a small gain that would stir the court, a lowly strategy. But now, with the sixth prince's method of extracting salt from the mines, our Great Qin's income from the salt industry alone is estimated to reach tens of millions, even higher. Yang Ye's eyes lit up with excitement as he hurriedly reported. When he calculated that it could reach tens of millions in profit, he was also taken aback, recalculating many times before confirming it was indeed correct. He rushed to the Zhangtai Palace to report this matter. Tens of millions in profit can be used for the people, and can also help the army defeat the Hu threat. His Majesty's eyes narrowed, and he spoke in a deep voice. Unexpectedly, Liu Bai's seemingly casual plan for his sixth son would yield such great profit. If handled properly, it would undoubtedly be a blessing for all of Great Qin. Your Majesty, should this matter of state-run salt be presented in tomorrow's court? Yang Yi asked, suppressing his excitement. Tens of millions in profit. With this money, Great Qin's treasury will surely be filled, and there will never be a situation of financial distress. Unexpectedly, His Majesty the First Emperor shook his head slightly. The benefits of the official mountains and seas to fill the treasury are not suitable for present-day Great Qin. Chapter 70, Liu Bai die? The moment these words left His Majesty's mouth, Yang Yi was stunned. His Majesty had asked him to calculate the benefits of the salt industry, and now he said it was not suitable for present-day Great Qin. What could this mean? Could it be that His Majesty was just asking out of whim? If that were the case, Yang Yi would truly want to spit blood. The money that was almost in his grasp flew away, which was more painful for Yang Yi than being killed. Great Qin is not just Chair who is dealing in salt. His Majesty the First Emperor spoke. As soon as these words were spoken, Yang Yi instantly understood and inwardly scolded himself for being foolish. The state-run salt industry. If the decision made by Xianyang were to be implemented, how many people related to the salt industry would lose their livelihoods? How would these people find new means of survival in a short time? If this were truly carried out, it would indeed be forcing these people to revolt. Let Chair's salt shop expand. His Majesty's gaze slightly flickered. Your Majesty, Yang Yi opened his mouth, not quite knowing how to respond. What? Do you think that a son of mine, who possesses such great wealth, is inappropriate for the state? As if seeing through Yang Ye's thoughts, His Majesty the First Emperor's mouth even curled slightly, asking with great interest. I must say, Ing Che is indeed the son of His Majesty. And now that he can make money, His Majesty's mood is strangely good. Your Majesty, it is my foolishness. I do not understand Your Majesty's intention. On the first day Chair sold salt, he sent 10,000 large coins to the Zhangtai Palace. Yang Yi, do you understand what this means? His Majesty looked at a large coin on the table, his gaze slightly softening. That 10,000 large coins, he kept one on the table, and the rest were deposited into the treasury. Your Majesty's meaning is that the sixth prince does not intend to possess great wealth and is willing to contribute the profits to the treasury? Yang Yi was momentarily taken aback, then immediately overjoyed. The monarch believed that his son would have discretion. As soon as these words were spoken, Yang Yi instantly understood what His Majesty meant. So what if his son made money? Could the father not take it? The treasury needs it. Doesn't that mean His Majesty needs it? If His Majesty needs it, how could the young master refuse? This could be temporarily stored in young Master Che's palace. His Majesty is wise. Yang Yi was delighted and quickly began to praise. All right, you may leave now. After returning, organize the military equipment needs of the Northern Dai County, along with the specific financial figures and military reports, and send them to young Master Che's palace for him to review. His Majesty waved his hand. Such a common statement left Yang Yi frozen in place. The military equipment needs of Northern Dai County, with urgent military reports sent to young Master Che's palace? Besides the implication of needing money, did His Majesty also intend to give young Master Che an opportunity? Was it intentional or unintentional? Even Yang Yi couldn't figure it out. Yes, Yang Yi snapped out of his daze and quickly bowed before leaving. As for these speculations, he naturally could not show the slightest hint. He just needed to execute His Majesty's orders. Watching Yang Yi's departing figure, His Majesty picked up the large coin on the desk and gently rubbed it with his fingers. Besides his rebellious son, there were two other reasons why His Majesty wouldn't nationalize the salt industry at this time. Firstly, as Che himself said, his sixth salt shop currently has a price advantage and will gradually swallow up the entire salt market. After a slow transformation, Che's salt shop will dominate the market, and then nationalization will come naturally. The second reason is Liu Bai. This scoundrel is very slippery. If he knew that his idea hadn't made much money and was being exploited, he would definitely hide it in the future. His Majesty would not do such a foolish thing as killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Even the eternal emperor sometimes has to scheme. Damn it, Long Xia, do you have a blanket? I feel a bit cold, as if I'm being targeted by bad people. In the Prime Minister's residence, Liu Bai, who had just settled down Xianqi, inexplicably felt a chill. This feeling was quite strange, but it was definitely not a cold. Lu Gong, there are many bad people in this world watching you. Long Xia brought over a blanket and mumbled softly. Though I, the Prime Minister, cannot always accompany you with my gaze, my slap can always come as promised to hit your face. Liu Bai took the blanket and said maliciously, this guy, where did he learn to be so talkative? I, Liu Bai, have a good reputation. Who doesn't praise me as a good son? Those people are watching me. Are they not afraid of being struck by lightning? Lu Gong, actually, I still have something to say, Long Xia said with some grievance. If bad people are watching Lu Gong, Long Xia will cut them down to protect Lu Gong. After this was said, Liu Bai was slightly taken aback and then burst into laughter. You brat, straightforwardly flattering me. I really like it. Having said that, Liu Bai took off the blanket and opened his arms against the howling autumn wind. With Long Xia protecting me, what do I have to fear? Watching Liu Bai's figure, Long Xia softly said, Lu Gong, when I was a child, I herded cattle. At that time, I didn't understand why a thin rope could tie a cow and make it work in the fields for a lifetime. Later, when I joined the army, I too was trapped in it, unable to escape. That was when I realized that Long Xia was also a cow. The cow's nose is too soft and afraid of pain. My name is too short, afraid of poverty. A cow spends its life seeking grass, while at that time, I only sought food and clothing. Until I met Lu Gong, I became who I am today. To repay Lu Gong's great ambition, it is an honor for Long Xia to serve like a dog or horse. To die for Lu Gong is something I would gladly accept. After this speech, Liu Bai was completely stunned. He looked at Long Xia several times to confirm that this guy had not been possessed. How could such reasonable words come from this brat? The storyteller said so, and Long Xia thought it was good, so he remembered it. As if feeling a chill from Liu Bai's gaze, Long Xia voluntarily confessed his crimes. You brat. Liu Bai kicked him directly. Damn it, I thought this kid had been possessed. But it turns out he was learning and pretending to be deep with me. Get lost. I, Liu Bai, am a good general in the world. Throughout my life, who among the strong in the world does not fear me? Where my spear points, all are subdued, ruling the world. No one can stop me. Do I need your protection? Liu Bai scolded angrily and boasted freely. On the side, Long Xia was completely stunned. 30,000 against 7,000. Iron cavalry against an unarmored rabble. Lu Gong, your boasting is too damn bold. Just then, a sound of breaking air came. Liu Bai die? Immediately after, a cold light flashed. Thanks to the scoundrel brother. Oh no. It should be thanks to the two great gods who said, I am not a scoundrel brother. Thanks to Princess Ing Machang for her great god certification. Thanks to the fishing brother for his great god certification. Today 6 updates, and I am burned out. Chapter 71. On the peak of Qin, above the world, where there is Liu Bai, there is heaven. Liu Bai die. A voice rang out, directly interrupting Liu Bai's grandiose speech. He had originally wanted to shout a boastful phrase. On the peak of Qin, above the world, where there is Liu Bai, there is heaven. But at this moment, the left chancellor of the great Qin, filled with ambition, instantly turned into a shout. Long Xia, save me. Clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed as if out of instinct. Long Xia kicked a nearby stone bench to block this murderous strike. Lu Gong, are you okay? As soon as the voice sounded, Long Xia had already protected Liu Bai behind him. In this regard, he did not hesitate in the slightest. Raising his gaze again, Long Xia's eyes were filled with killing intent. Assassinating the chancellor in the prime minister's residence? Seeking death. Rumor has it that there is a fierce warrior protecting Liu Bai. And it seems to be true. A delicate voice rang out, revealing an attractive woman in a red dress. The seductive figure, combined with the tightly fitted clothing, seemed less like an assassin and more like a man's treasure. However, this treasure exuded a dangerous poison. Who are you? With Long Xia blocking this attack, Liu Bai's heart stabilized, and he looked at the woman in red, asking in a deep voice, "What have you done to Xianyang?" The woman shouted angrily. Her eyes filled with rage. However, this anger, combined with her figure, added an indescribable charm. If those indulging in the brothel saw this, they would not find it inappropriate. Instead, they would be even more interested. Zhang Liang's remaining party? With this question, Liu Bai instantly understood. It seemed this woman was a big fish. Long Xia beat her half to death, then asked questions before killing. Liu Bai said calmly. He was well aware of the defenses in his own prime minister's residence. It was completely like a belt, loose on the outside and tight on the inside. Don't be fooled by the small number of people at the Liu Bai's residence. In reality, besides the Jinyiwei, there are also a series of mechanisms studied by the Mo family. Unless it is a lightning-fast strike that kills instantly, there is absolutely no chance of success. And wanting to catch Long K off guard is not an easy task, is it? After Liu Bai finished speaking, he gently waved his left hand. Instantly, a series of ear-piercing twangs echoed through the entire prime minister's residence. In the empty courtyard, dozens of Jinyiwei sprang out from various corners, surrounding Liu Bai in the middle. The woman in red was momentarily taken aback. Then she burst out laughing. I didn't expect the ruthless left Prime Minister Liu Bai to be someone who fears for his own life. Such a small Prime Minister's residence has so many soldiers guarding it. But soldiers are ultimately just soldiers. The person I, Qi Lian, want to kill is not something these ordinary folks can stop. Her tone was extremely arrogant, but paired with her enchanting appearance, it added even more charm. Such a woman, if sent to Chunfeng Courtyard, would probably drain a man dry in one night. Arrogant, Long K roared, drew his sword from its sheath, and then charged forward directly. This momentum of moving forward created the illusion that a unit of elite cavalry was charging in. With Long K leading the way, all the Jinyiwei followed, rushing towards Qi Lian. With nearly 50 Jinyiwei, it was not just about dealing with one assassin. Even a structured army of 300 would be assured of victory. Qi Lian smiled alluringly, showing no fear at all. For a venomous snake, numbers don't mean anything. She slightly raised her fair little hand, and a faint pink mist began to rise from her sleeve. No, Captain Long K, quickly let the brothers retreat. This is snake venom that creates a poisonous fog. Touching it means instant death. The newly arrived Xianqi was horrified upon seeing this scene and shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, even Long K did not dare to be careless, quickly spreading his arms to block the Jinyiwei in front and then slowly retreating. The momentum of the charge immediately came to a halt. Seeing this, Qi Lian sneered. What's wrong? Didn't you want to capture the little girl alive? I'm so scared. If you don't come, I will go over. Saying this, Qi Lian leaped down from the wall, gracefully walking towards Liu Bai, surrounded by swirling pink mist, clearly indicating extreme danger. Long K was greatly alarmed, biting his teeth and gripping the handle of his sword tightly. We can't retreat any further. You witch. I'll chop you to death. Long K shouted, directly leaping forward, ready to charge into the poisonous fog and fight to the death. Will being poisoned lead to death? It doesn't matter. I must protect Lord Liu's safety. A reckless fool, commendable courage. Qi Lian finally put away her charming demeanor and spoke coldly, yet showed no intention of stopping her steps. Her Qi Lian snake venom does not even need to be inhaled. Just touching the skin is enough to cause instant death. The so-called charge is merely a joke. Die! Long K shouted loudly, preparing to rush into the poisonous fog. Liu Bai was extremely anxious and shouted, no. But how could a single shout stop Long K? Just then, an unexpected event occurred. An old, slightly dissatisfied voice rang out. Who is it? Making such a mess at home in the middle of the day. Then, an old man appeared, waving a broom to fan the air. The terrifying poisonous fog was unexpectedly blown away. In this sudden turn of events, not only Liu Bai, but even Long K did not expect it. Even Qi Lian herself was wide-eyed in shock. Her Qi Lian snake venom is not just fog. Once released, it should remain intact. Otherwise, if the wind blows, won't her own people suffer? Now it was blown away by an old man with a broom. You. Qi Lian suddenly thought of something and exclaimed. But then bang, she felt a violent impact on her chest. The force of Long K, charging with all his might towards death, would it be small? Huh, did I faint? Huh, I'm fine. Long K, who knocked Qi Lian out, turned around and scolded with a laugh. All the Jinyiwei, including Liu Bai, were speechless. Damn it. Your charge is more terrifying than a stampede of elephants. Chun Bo, you came just in time. Liu Bai sighed in relief upon seeing the angry Chun Bo with a broom and quickly complimented him. Young master, try to avoid bringing back dubious women. Also, with so many people watching, isn't that embarrassing? Chun Bo said unkindly, turning to leave. Upon hearing this, Liu Bai's mouth twitched slightly. Is this the woman I brought home? Liu Gong, are we letting this woman serve in bed? Asked Long K, scratching his head. Upon hearing this, all the Jinyiwei quickly lowered their heads. Out of respect for their superior, this is the most basic quality of being a subordinate. Get lost. Xianqi, Take her to the Jinyiwei prison and interrogate her properly. What's her name, and what is her relationship with Zhang Liang? Why did she come to assassinate me? This is your first mission. If you can't get anything out of her, pack your things and leave. Liu Bai said irritably. This Qi Lian is beautiful. But who would let a poisonous snake sleep with them? Chapter 72. Xiao He arrives. No. Cooking and torturing are too childish. Arrange for this young lady to experience the iron horse in the water dungeon. Right? Tie her up, give her a cut, and sprinkle honey on it. Find a fishing net, and cut the flesh according to the mesh. After returning to the hall, Liu Bai was still secretly astonished. First, he sent someone to check Long Ke, discovering that this guy was as healthy as an ox, showing no signs of poisoning, before arranging the torture for Qi Lian. For beauties, one should have compassion. However, for an assassin, I'm sorry, Liu Bai does not. Lu Gong, you are truly merciful. Long Ke grinned, insincerely flattering him. The tortures Liu Bai mentioned had not even been used yet. Applying them to such a delicate and fair body would at least be fair to the Jinyiwei. Xianqi's mouth twitched, and he didn't want to say anything. This is called mercy? I have spent too little time with Lu Gong. I really can't get used to it. By the way, tell her that the tortures are just small matters. If she really doesn't say anything, then we'll put up a missing person notice. Liu Bai suddenly thought of something and added, Lu Gong, what is a missing person notice? Xianqi asked curiously. Could this be more terrifying than those tortures? Hee, strip her clothes off, hang her at the city gate, and loudly ask if anyone recognizes this young lady. Isn't that a missing person notice? Liu Bai chuckled. Long Ke rubbed his hands together, looking excited as he said, Lu Gong, if we're really going to do this, can I go to the city gate first to claim a spot? Looking at these two, Xianqi felt as if he had stumbled into a den of wolves. It's not that he doesn't cherish fragrant and delicate things. Being merciful to an enemy is being cruel to oneself. But Lu Gong, are you planning to shame this Qi Lian to death by stripping her and hanging her at the city gate? Xianqi quickly spoke up, preparing to leave. He really didn't want to stay in the Prime Minister's residence any longer. Xianqi, my younger brother, is still too shy. He needs to learn more from Lord Liu. Long Xia looked at Xianqi's figure and couldn't help but sigh. Upon saying this, Long Xia suddenly felt something was off and turned to see Liu by staring at him. No, Lord Liu, that's not what I meant. I meant Xianqi doesn't have your shamelessness. No. You have a thicker skin than Xianqi. Long Xia broke into a cold sweat, trying to explain but only making things worse. All right, I've seen your loyalty and bravery this time. After all, no one is perfect. It's understandable that you speak a little clumsily. Let's go, have a drink, and see how the Xianyang is doing. Liu Bai waved his hand and sighed. To be honest, when Long Xia was ready to charge into the smoke and mist, Liu Bai was genuinely worried. The loyalty and bravery displayed in life and death situations cannot be concealed, can they? Time flew by, and 3 days passed. During these 3 days, the court was stable, with everyone focused on the upcoming examination for selecting officials in 10 days. However, Xianyang had run into serious trouble. Originally, the Jinyiwei surveillance was just for investigation, as they couldn't openly enter Xianyang under Fuse's protection. Now that Liu Bai took over Xianyang, he directly initiated an internal investigation of the Jinyiwei. Those in Xianyang, who had hidden intentions against Qin, were thoroughly exposed. And the charges were straightforward, colluding with the remnants of the Six Kingdoms and the Old Wei Prince Bao to rebel. Initially, there were over 1,000 members in Xianyang, but 700 were executed. The remaining members lived in constant fear, dutifully obeying Liu Bai's orders and promoting pro-Qin ideology. Some even specifically gathered in crowded areas near the government office to prove their innocence. Among the 4 gate masters, aside from Kong Jia of the Gate, who returned to his hometown in a fit of anger, the other 3 behaved themselves. Fusu wanted to discuss matters with Liu Bai multiple times, but with the solid evidence from the Jinyiwei, he was scared cold. He had not expected that there would be so many remnants within his Xianyang. As for the bloodshed, Liu Bai was completely unconcerned, enjoying his time in the Prime Minister's residence. Lu Xiong, this is a new batch of paper. The quality is excellent. Mo Shan presented it for approval. Although there was a process, achieving large-scale production, establishing a factory system, and allowing time-consuming processes like drying. Producing the first batch in 3 days was already quite impressive. We can let Xianyang start spreading rumors now. Liu Bai extended his hand, lightly rubbing the paper and nodding in satisfaction. Although it couldn't compare to the precious Xian paper worth a fortune in later generations. Producing such quality in the Qin was no small feat for Mo Shan. Long Xia, Xianqi isn't still torturing Qi Lian for a confession, is he? Liu Bai glanced over and asked with a hint of amusement. The Jinyiwei's interrogation generally followed procedures. After 3 days, they were likely nearing the point of severe punishment. If it really came to it, bringing in the Wiwa from the farmers would definitely get even the most stubborn woman to confess. Lord Liu, Xianqi has indeed been quite busy lately. With the internal investigation at Xianyang and so many executions, despite the solid evidence, the Jinyiwei is understaffed. This kid is expanding the Jinyiwei's ranks, preparing for something grand. Long Xia scratched his head and spoke. Over the past few days, he hadn't used Xianqi's name to fool the girls at Chunfenjuan. The girls didn't believe that a rough man like him was familiar with Xianqi. So Long Xia forced Xianqi to accompany him to Chunfenjuan. As a result, the two became quite familiar with each other. The Jinyiwei was indeed understaffed. It seems having Xianxi as the commander is a good idea. If it were you, kid, you probably wouldn't get anything done in 3 years. Liu Bai nodded and said, later, you go to Xianyang and tell those guys to start spreading rumors. Just say that this paper is the treasure of Xianyang, placed by the pillow for peaceful sleep. Before writing, take a gentle sniff, and it will inspire great literary talent. If one wants to leave behind immortal works, paper is a treasure hard to come by. The main reason Liu Bai took over Xianyang was this: spreading rumors. Ordinary people might be cautious when spreading rumors. But since Xianyang is under Fusu's rule, with Fusu's benevolence behind it, this paper will quickly become popular throughout the Qin. Once they earn enough money from this, they can then promote paper widely, and Xianyang will be done for. Liu Bai didn't mind cutting off the donkey after it has done its work. Since he promised Fusu to reform Xianyang, he must do it properly. And the best way to reform is to break it down and rebuild. Outside, a large group of people arrived, led by a poor scholar who said they came from Peixian, sent by the young master to Xianyang for a visit. Just then, the steward rushed in. Upon hearing this, Liu Bai jumped up from his seat. What? Xiao He. Chapter 73. The legendary Prime Minister, Xiao He. Upon hearing that someone from Peixian had arrived, Liu Bai's first reaction was that Xiao He was here. Who is this person? The title of legendary Prime Minister fits Xiao He perfectly. In historical records, during the Chu-Han contention, Liu Bang's camp had 3 great heroes at the beginning of the Han Dynasty: Han Xin, a general undefeated in battle, revered as the god of war, and Zhang Liang, who strategized from within and won victories from afar, known as the Sage of Strategy. However, amidst these 2 illustrious figures, the foremost among the meritorious ministers during the founding of the dynasty was none other than Xiao He. Moreover, even the proud Han Xin respected him and had no complaints. Liu Bai had often wondered how such a person, with only the famous tale of chasing Han Xin under the moon, could become the top meritorious minister. It was later that he realized Xiao He truly deserved the title. In fact, one could say that Liu Bang's victory over Xiongnu was largely due to Xiao He. Xiao He was the one who truly inherited the wealth of the great Qin Empire. The system built by Emperor Qin Shi Huang for this vast empire was entirely absorbed by Xiao He when the Han army entered Xianyang. This system included detailed records of the populations, grain, land, and even customs of all levels of counties and prefectures within the empire, maintained by Chancellor Liu Bai. The explanation is nearly complete. From here, you can appreciate it in detail. For example, this is like playing a game like King of Glory or League of Legends. On Xiongnu's side, the vision is completely dark, while Liu Bang's side has full map hacks. Even knowing the respawn times of monsters and the exact amount of gold, Liu Bai knew well that if it were purely about talent, he was truly not as good as Xiao He. Even someone as thick-skinned as Liu would admit he was inferior. What harm was there in Liu Bai being humble? Lord Liu, shall we go welcome him? Long Xia asked upon seeing Liu Bai's excited demeanor. If they were to welcome him, they would certainly need to prepare a banquet. It was this very question from Long Xia that caused Liu Bai, who had already taken a step forward, to stop. His previously heated heart suddenly cooled. Then Liu Bai shook his head. Long Xia, go tell Xiao He that I am not here, and let him focus on his studies. Our Qin will never neglect the pearl of wisdom. Liu Bai took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and said. The pain of having a once-in-a-lifetime talent right in front of him, but not being able to take him under his wing, was truly more painful than cutting flesh. Long Xia was momentarily taken aback, not understanding the situation. What happened to Lu Gong at home? Why does his expression look even more painful than when Chunyu was drinking the golden juice? Just then, Long Xia was about to step forward when he heard Liu Bai speak, and his footsteps paused slightly. Wait a moment. Liu Bai walked over to Long Xia and spoke softly. Long Wu, you're not trying to trick us, are you? The group waited at the door, looking left and right, but no one came out. Even the usually polite doorman had vanished. This feeling of being turned away was truly unpleasant. Everyone, don't be impatient. Liu Xiong is the left chancellor of the current dynasty, busy with official duties. We country bumpkins can wait a bit longer without any issue. Zhao Can. Both ability and character are indispensable. You must remember this. Compared to the panic visible on the faces of these people, Xiao He appeared calm and composed. And he even offered a bit of advice to Chao Can, who had just spoken. Upon hearing this, Chao Can stopped talking. Although this brother Xiao was merely a minor official in Peixian, he had managed the county affairs well, making him credible. Chao Can had learned a lot from following Xiao He. Long Wu cast a grateful glance at Xiao He, then looked toward the door, feeling anxious and unable to resist scratching the back of his ear. This wasn't right. Liu Xiong's previous attitude clearly showed he valued Xiao He. Why hadn't anyone come out to say something? Even if they were just settled in an inn, that would be better. If Xiao He really turned around and left, would he have to draw his sword and take his own life? Just then, the gate of the Prime Minister's residence slowly opened. A tall, strong man stepped out, exuding an imposing aura. This caused everyone from Peixian to tremble, involuntarily glancing at another similarly robust man beside them. They had truly never seen anyone as massive as Fan Kuai. Mr. Xiao He, greetings. I am Long Xia, a household servant of the Prime Minister. Long Xia made an effort to bow, performing a rather awkward, scholarly salute. As for who Xiao He was, it was obvious, standing right at the front. dressed in a light blue robe that had faded but still gave off an elegant vibe. If such a person wasn't he talented, who would be? The leader, Long Wu, quickly bowed as well. After all, when he left Xianyang, this Long Xia was still seen as a devil in the eyes of the Jinyiwei. Leader Long, you have my respects. Xiao He smiled slightly, appearing unfazed by Long Qia's imposing presence. I have come to Xianyang to take the exam and wish to pay my respects to the Prime Minister. May I ask if I can be announced? Xiao He said gently. Upon hearing this, the people from Peixian all focused intently on Long Xia. To be honest, coming to Xianyang felt like a gamble. Long Xia took a deep breath and spoke in a low voice. My Lu Gong said, please rest assured, Mr. Xiao He, that our great Qin will not overlook any pearls. Long Xia scratched his head, realizing he seemed to have forgotten something, and added, oh right. Lu Gong said he is not here. Upon hearing this, Xiao Can, who was standing beside Xiao He, nearly popped his eyes out. Lu Gong said he is not here. Doesn't that mean he is here? Doesn't he want to meet us? After saying this, Xiao He was slightly taken aback. But then his expression showed a hint of joy as he bowed slightly toward the Prime Minister's residence, and said, Xiao He understands. Thank you, Lu Xiang. Upon hearing this, the people from Peixian were all puzzled. Wasn't this a closed-door situation? Why was Brother Xiao so happy? And after seeing Xiao He's reaction, Long Xia let out a long sigh of relief. He was truly afraid that this person, who could make his Lu Gong so happy, would turn around and leave. Long Wu, come here. After discussing Xiao He's matter, Long Xia spoke to Long Wu. You are too ugly. You are dismissed. From today onward, you are no longer a Jinyiwei. Upon hearing this, Long Wu, who had still been worried about Xiao He, was dumbfounded. I'm not the one being dismissed. I'm no longer a Jinyiwei. What are you dawdling for? Get lost. Wash your flying fish suit clean and report back to the Jinyiwei in 10 days. Long Xia kicked him away, and Long Wu fell to the ground. Then, Long Xia turned and walked into the Prime Minister's residence. Long Wu was completely stunned. What kind of situation was this? Meanwhile, Xiao He appeared even more joyful, casting a deep glance at the Prime Minister's residence, filled with gratitude. Thanks to Brother Xiao Shou for the great recognition. Here's an extra chapter. Brother Xiao Shou's nickname is Xiao Shou Rehua, and I can't help but think of the healer and full-time expert, Xiao Shou Bingliang. About Liu Bai's arrangement, everyone should see the intention, right? Chapter 74. Xiao He was driven away. Long Xia, you go become a civil official. Brother Xiao, everyone, I apologize for this situation. It is I, Long Wu, who has let you down. In a private room of Tongfu Inn, Long Wu raised his wine cup in shame. He thought he could help his fellow townsmen, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be such a closed-door situation. The people from Peixian also looked dispirited and deeply frustrated. In contrast, Xiao He showed no sign of disappointment on his face and immediately stood up to toast in return. What do you mean, Brother Long? If it weren't for you, how could we have such an opportunity? Upon hearing this, Long Wu was slightly taken aback, not understanding. Brother Xiao, Lu Xiang doesn't want to meet us. He must look down on us, Xiao Can said with slight disappointment. The anticipation they had when coming was now matched by their disappointment. Young man, your ambitions are always a bit high. Xiao Can, you are still young and don't understand the officialdom. In the future, you must not be blinded by appearances. Lu Xiang has bestowed a great favor on us. Do not speak carelessly. Xiao He's expression turned serious as he admonished Xiao Can. This kid, Xiao Can, had decent talent, but he was still inexperienced. After all, one cannot be born knowing the ways of the world. Brother Xiao, what do you mean by that? I'm a bit confused. Lu Xiang did not refuse us. Xiao Can looked puzzled, scratching his head. Even Long Wu had a confused expression. Xiao He smiled slightly, nodded toward the direction of Liu Bai's Prime Minister's residence, and then sighed. I, Xiao He, am far inferior to Lu Xiang. Today, our sudden visit to the Prime Minister's residence was indeed my fault. Lu Xiang not only did not blame us, but also sought to make amends. I truly feel ashamed. After this statement, it left everyone in a fog, and no one understood. Fan Kuai, the impatient fellow, quickly spoke up. Brother Xiao, just tell us plainly. What is going on? I completely don't understand. Everyone nodded in agreement. Xiao He set down his wine cup, looked sternly at everyone, and said in a deep voice, Everyone, do you still remember why we came to Xianyang? Xiao Can smiled and said, Of course. We came to seek official positions. Lu Xiang is selecting officials, and we are here to take the exam. Xiao He nodded slightly. Since it is an exam, we should pay our respects to Lu Xiang before the exam begins. Even if we perform well later, the court may still spread rumors and suspect us of cheating. Our official paths might stop here. This is one. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. The smile on Xiao Can's face froze. How had he not thought of this? In fact, it wasn't entirely his fault. The selection of officials through examinations was unprecedented, and no one had thought along these lines. But once the results come out, this behavior will be magnified infinitely in the court. Those old foxes in the court will seize the opportunity to attack, and it's common to catch wind of rumors. When we meet with Minister Liu, the court officials will regard us as members of Liu's faction, which will instead lead to Liu being criticized by the officials for forming cliques and seeking personal gain. This point might not matter to Liu. But will His Majesty the First Emperor be displeased at the use of examinations as a pretext for forming factions? That is the key. This is the second point. A trace of fear flashed across Xiao He's face as he spoke in a deep voice. Forming cliques for personal gain is far more terrifying than the previous point. Once this was said, everyone fell silent, and Long Wu could hardly steady his chopsticks. Goodness, just for a meeting, there are so many intricacies. The court truly is not a place for ordinary people. It's much better to be in the Jinyiwei, where we just do things according to the rules. And if worst comes to worst, we just execute people. However, thinking of this matter, a hint of sadness flashed across Long Wu's face. He was no longer part of the Jinyiwei, having been kicked out by Long Xia. In 10 days, he still had to clean his Feiyu uniform and return. Xiao He took a deep breath and did not mention the third point. This third point is actually Liu Bai's protection for him. If he joins Liu Bai's faction, although he would be promoted quickly, how could they have two prime ministers at once? Even Liu Bai and Li Si, as an exception, maintain a distance, not daring to openly form a faction together. In other words, if he meets with Liu Bai, Xiao He would be forever out of the running for a high position. Thinking of this, Xiao He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes shining with determination. Even before they had met, Liu Bai already had such expectations for him. How could he? Xiao He let down his benefactor, leaving a name in history, winning glory in the Xianyang Palace, singing praises in the Qilin Hall. What Liu Bai said was not a deception. It was genuine encouragement. So it was like this, Long Wu muttered, genuinely happy for the people of Peixian. His own Liu Bai had such deep plans that he truly could not see it, and thought he was harming everyone. Unexpectedly, the intention was so profound. Fortunately, Xiao He was smart enough to understand Liu Bai's meaning. Everyone's expressions brightened. Upon careful thought, it was indeed so. Otherwise, why would Long Xia come out to speak to them? And he even specifically mentioned that Liu Bai said he was not in. Isn't that a hint both openly and covertly? If he truly looked down on them, wouldn't he just send the doorman to chase them away? Suddenly, a shout erupted, startling everyone. Xiaoheng, what are you doing? Xiao He asked with a twitching mouth. I don't know. I just feel all the blood in my body is boiling. Xiaoheng scratched his head a bit awkwardly. Just now, Xiao He's words stirred his emotions, and he felt like he had a lump in his throat that could only be relieved by shouting. Once this was said, everyone couldn't help but smile knowingly. This fool, Brother Long, Xiao He is here. First, I must congratulate you. Drink this cup. Xiao He ignored Xiaoheng and turned to Long Wu, raising his cup and downing it in one go. Upon hearing this, Long Wu looked confused. Brother Xiao, I've been dismissed. Why still congratulate me? Saying this, Long Wu also drank a cup. He was naturally bold and had no reason not to drink. Brother Long, if Xiao He is not mistaken, in 10 days, when you return the Feiyu uniform, it will be your day of promotion. Xiao He said with a slight smile. Upon hearing this, Long Wu exclaimed, not understanding. Xiao He did not explain, only said confidently, Brother Long, you can rest assured about this. For these 10 days, let us focus on preparing for the exams, shall we? The land of Xianyang is vast, and we are not familiar with it. Please help us, Brother Long. Once this was said, Long Wu just nodded. Still skeptical about the promotion mentioned earlier, Long Xia said I'm ugly and dismissed me. Will he think I'm handsome in 10 days and promote me? That seems unlikely. Long Wu scratched his head, unable to comprehend. Xiao He wore a smile and did not explain further. Now he had positioned himself as a civil official, naturally not wanting to elaborate too much on the matters of the Jinyiwei, as it could raise suspicions. However, his inference would definitely not be wrong. Meanwhile, inside the Prime Minister's residence, Liu Bai was banging his thigh and cursing. Damn Long Xia, what do you mean by saying I'm not here? If you scare Xiao He away, you'll be a civil official, damn it. The bamboo slips aren't even as thick as your fingers. How can you hold a brush? Sigh. How come all my subordinates are such big louts? Is there not a single smart person among them? Once this was said, Xianqi beside him looked extremely peculiar, wanting to point at himself, but ultimately didn't he have the face to do so. Chapter 75. Come on. A sleeping dragon or a phoenix chick? My God, grant me a strategist. If there are no strategists, at least a smart person will do. A sleeping dragon or a phoenix chick? I'll take any. Liu Bai spread his arms and cried to the heavens. With someone like Long Xia around, he was afraid it would lower his IQ. If you want to talk about strategists, actually I know someone, Xianqi awkwardly started. He originally wanted to say he was quite smart himself, but thought better of it. It's better to avoid trouble. After all, Long Xia was staring at him directly. The two of them standing together, Liu Bai could at most say he wasn't smart, but if Xianqi were taken out, Liu Bai might directly call him a fool. An acquaintance to introduce? Liu Bai paused slightly. Oh, could it be that Xianqi is actually a social butterfly in the Qin Dynasty, knowing such a rare resource as a strategist? The person Xianqi wants to introduce to you actually has a significant connection with you. Xianqi hesitated slightly, his expression somewhat strange as he spoke. Having a connection is good. Isn't that a good opportunity to build relationships? Please elaborate. Hearing this, Liu Bai was also delighted. The profession of strategist is filled with top-notch intellects, and winning their hearts is very difficult. Having a connection means having a relationship. Isn't that a good way to get close? Xianqi, I remember that Lu Gong's uncle is the Confucian sage Xuanzi, right? Xianqi asked meaningfully. Upon hearing this, Liu Bai nodded slightly. Indeed, my uncle is indeed a Confucian, but in reality, all his disciples are legalists, which makes it quite awkward. I prefer to refer to my uncle as a representative of the legalists, of course, privately. Does Lu Gong know about the good and evil debate among the Confucians 20 years ago? Xianqi rubbed his temples and asked. This Lu Gong was speaking too out of line. If it were to spread that Xuanzi was a representative of the legalists, then this Xuanzi would be scolded to death. I've heard a little. I know many people died, but I haven't looked into it. Liu Bai paused slightly. He had only heard a name regarding this good and evil debate. The specifics were deeply hidden among the Confucians, and Li Si wouldn't say either. After this was said, Xianqi pondered for a moment, and then sighed. Xuanzi truly is a sage. Then, Xianqi spoke. In the past, Xuanzi proposed the theory of inherent evil, believing that human nature is fundamentally evil. Such a conclusion was unprecedented. Moreover, within the Confucians, there was a sage named Mencius who proposed that human nature is inherently good. Thus Xuanzi was condemned by the Confucians. Due to the theories of inherent good and inherent evil, 20 years ago, a great schism occurred among the Confucians, leading to a significant debate. This is the good and evil debate among the Confucians. Xuanzi's brilliance at that time even overshadowed the seventh-generation descendant of Confucius, Kong Qian. In the battle between good and evil, Confucian disciples were in constant turmoil, which eventually led to deaths and injuries. Xianqi recalled this story with pain in his eyes. At that time, he was still young and did not experience it firsthand. But from today's perspective of Confucianism, one can imagine how intense the conflicts were. Liu Bai frowned slightly, remaining silent and quietly waiting for Xianqi to continue. Later, the internal conflicts within Confucianism intensified, with signs of other schools fanning the flames. At the height of the conflict, Master Xuanzi gave up and self-immolated in the Merit Forest. Meanwhile, Xuanzi's lineage, Han Fei, preserved himself as a nobleman. Li Si entered Qin, seeking refuge under El Buwei. The theory of human evil was cut off within Confucianism. As Xianqi spoke further, his tone even trembled. This made Liu Bai suppress the urge to tell Xianqi the truth. What nonsense self-immolation! His uncle, who understood the wickedness of human nature, had escaped at that time. He had forced Li Si to tell him. After all, history books state that Xuanzi died in 238 BC, but just 2 years ago. He had seen his uncle happily gnawing on a chicken leg. What does that have to do with the talented person you want to introduce to me? Liu Bai held back from interrupting Xianqi's sorrow and asked. He couldn't just say to Xianqi, hey, the person you admire is my uncle, who was extremely cunning and slipped away back then. Liu Bai was unaware that, although Xuanzi's lineage had been defeated in the battle between good and evil, they still retained something. Both Han Fei and Li Si made their contributions and left behind their teachings. The real victims were another group of people. Xianqi glanced at Liu Bai and sighed. They believe that human nature has no distinction between good and evil. Only intention and action can define good and evil. Knowing good and evil is the true conscience of human nature. To pursue good and avoid evil is the path of education. Upon hearing this, Liu Bai was momentarily taken aback and then suddenly stood up. Wang Yangming's theory of mind. He never expected that the roots of that sage's theory of mind would appear in the Qin Dynasty, 1700 years ago. What a battle between good and evil. The group most aligned with the sage's path was actually the ones in between. At this moment, Liu Bai couldn't maintain his composure. These people were the true seeds of sages. What happened next? What about them? Liu Bai excitedly grabbed Xianqi's arm and loudly asked. These are the ones who can truly get things done. This lineage was nearly extinct back then. Xianqi's expression was sorrowful, and he didn't even mind the pain in his arm. Isn't this like the city wall burning and the fish being roasted? Long K scratched his head nearby, a saying popping into his mind. Liu Bai shot a displeased glance at Long K, too lazy to bother with this fool, and turned back to Xianqi. Xianqi, do you have news about the descendants of this lineage? The literary disputes nearly caused a lineage of potential saints to become nearly extinct. This is a huge loss for the Qin Dynasty and for the future Huaxia people. At that time, only one child survived from this lineage. Moreover, after Master Xuanzi self-immolated in the Merit Forest, they exiled this child here. Xianqi bitterly spoke. This person is still alive. Xianqi is wise, but not as wise as this person. If this person appears, all affairs in the world will be like a child playing in his heart. But this person is the Achilles heel of Confucianism's battle of good and evil. Once he appears, it would be akin to slapping Confucianism in the face, exposing their scars to the world. Lu Gong, are you willing to bear the enmity of life and death from Confucianism and accept this person? Upon hearing this, Xianqi looked at Liu Bai, his eyes filled with something more. Liu Bai slowly released his grip on Xianqi's arm. Xianqi felt a pang of pain as disappointment surged in his heart. In the end, even Liu Bai was unwilling to offend Confucianism. His friend's fate was troubled, and his extraordinary talent could only be buried. However, Liu Bai's next words made Xianqi suddenly look up. Don't talk nonsense. As for life and death enmity, Confucianism deserves to be destroyed. Chapter 76. The Clever Feng Jie. Speaking of the Xianyang, there is a peerless treasure. This treasure is an extraordinary product invented by the sages of Xianyang, based on ancient craftsmanship and combined with alchemical techniques. This item is called paper. Don't misunderstand. This paper is not something edible. but is related to literature. According to ancient books, when the literary energy is connected, it not only enhances talent, but also improves health and prolongs life. One day, Huang Xiling from Xianyang, yes, the wealthy Huang Xiling, happened to pass by Xianyang when the box containing this item opened, and just by smelling it from a distance, guess what happened? His waist no longer ached. His legs no longer hurt, and he could run for 100 or 80 miles without being outpaced, even by a horse. On the day that He checked into the Tongfu Inn, a strange wave swept through the streets and alleys of Xianyang for some unknown reason. Countless storytellers began to tell the common people about a divine object called paper. Although they had never seen it, upon hearing it was from Xianyang, almost all common people believed it. Fusu's reputation was too good. If you doubted it, you might even be looked down upon by those around you. The rumors grew louder. Even wealthy families in Xianyang began to take money to Xianyang to seek purchases. In no time, the entrance of Xianyang was crowded. When these wealthy men opened their money boxes, seeking not to possess, but just to smell it, Xianyang gritted its teeth, reddened its eyes, and said there was no such item. This expression only deepened the credibility of the rumors. Many wealthy men even began to ponder whether they should leverage connections to make a purchase. In the Feng residence, Feng Jie frowned, watching the well-fed old man leave. Young master, this is already the 5th person to come looking for you, hoping to purchase paper. Is this thing really that miraculous? The old steward asked with some confusion. To say he didn't believe the street rumors, he initially didn't. But there were so many people. Even wealthy individuals from his own house were looking for a way to buy it, let alone the commotion throughout Xianyang. Miraculous? Feng Jie sneered, shaking his head. I doubt it. If it really could prolong life, with Prince Fusu's filial piety, how could he not present it to the emperor? A fortune is nothing compared to his majesty's health. Such a simple truth, I don't believe Prince Fusu doesn't understand. Most likely, it's someone with ulterior motives spreading rumors. Or Confucianism trying to use this opportunity to elevate the status of Xianyang. After all, Liu Bai's Jinyiwei has killed so many remnants of the 6 states. And Xianyang has also implicated over 700 people. If they don't act soon, they might become empty shells, using reputation to protect themselves. That old guy, Yu, is still using the old methods of Confucianism. As these words were spoken, the old steward didn't dare to say more and quickly lowered his head. Well said, Jier. During this time, you have grown even more, and your insights have become clearer. I am quite pleased. Just then, Feng Qiji slowly walked out from the back hall. Wearing a smile, Feng Jie quickly stepped forward to support him. Father, now the court situation is favorable to us. We just need to hold examinations for official selection. And our youngest generation of aristocratic sons can officially enter the court as officials. At that time, with many aristocratic families supporting us, the position of our Feng family will become even more prominent. Since Feng Jie now led the aristocratic families, he naturally needed to prepare for their interests. Let the rumors and speculations be. Let Confucianism and Liu Bai fight it out. Remember, my family's foundation relies on the merits of the great Qin. Only then can we stand firm. Gradual progress and steady actions are the way to endure. People like Liu Bai, whose foundation is weak, need not occupy our minds. Feng Qiji smiled and nodded, his eyes filled with satisfaction. As for the matter of the paper, I have also heard about it. Whether true or false, it can stir up some atmosphere. What does father mean? Feng Jie asked in confusion, slightly taken aback. If it is true, then it is an unparalleled treasure. If it is not presented, it can stir the hearts. When the lie is exposed, will Liu Bai let go of this opportunity to crush the Xianyang? Feng Qiji said leisurely. Upon hearing this, Feng Jie's eyes lit up. Father means to make the momentum even greater? Feng Qiji smiled and nodded. Feng Jie rubbed his fingers, his eyes filled with joy and contemplation. The best and most direct way to create momentum is money. Use money to create the momentum. Someone. Young master, invite all the heads of the various families to the residence. Feng Jie smiled slightly. I want to offer a hefty price for the paper. Your Majesty. This was sent by Lu Xiong. Amidst the uproar in the outside world, where several stewards publicly offered a fortune for the paper, a wooden box was presented before His Majesty the First Emperor. His Majesty opened the wooden box, revealing pale yellow paper, faintly exuding the scent of grass and trees. Your Majesty, the outside world is now saying this paper has the effect of prolonging life, and some even claim it can bring back the dead. Zhang Han reported respectfully, his expression extremely peculiar. This wooden box was indeed handled by him, and even sniffed and checked, yet he felt no spirit uplifted. Liu Bai always manages to come up with new tricks for me. A slight smile appeared on the first emperor's lips as he laid the paper flat and then picked up a brush to write. It is indeed much more convenient than bamboo slips. If it can be mass-produced and then printed into books, perhaps it can truly free writing from the hands of the powerful. Your Majesty, should we put an end to this farce? Zhang Han cautiously asked. Currently, Xianyang is surrounded so tightly that even the night incense barrels are being stolen at midnight. Tap, tap, tap. The first emperor lightly tapped the paper with his fingers, the force penetrating the table, and shook his head slightly. Issue an edict. Today and tomorrow, Fu Su is not allowed to enter the palace. Since the outside wants to make a fuss, let us make it a big one. First, I would like to thank Sister Xinghe for a great god certification. directly adding a chapter. Secondly, regarding the setting that the Feng family does not know Xianyang has been taken over by Liu Bai. First, when Liu Bai took over Xianyang, there were only 4 gate masters, and Kong Jia was scared back, naturally not daring to say much, while the other 3 gate masters submitted. Second, the Jinyiwei taking action against Xianyang from the outside looks like a deadly strike, so naturally, they would not suspect that Xianyang has been controlled by Liu Bai. Third, Fu Su is not so idle as to go around saying that Xianyang is under Liu Bai's management. Fourth, the Feng family's goal is to strengthen the family. With exams approaching, their energy is focused on the advancement of their own family's disciples. Chapter 77. Alright, so this is how you want to play? Just wait. I'll go to the kitchen to get some money. The next day, in the Qilin Hall, Feng Jia couldn't help but glance at Liu Bai and Chun Yu, feeling a sense of secret delight. Yesterday, he had already joined forces with the families and spread the word on the streets that he wanted to purchase paper for 1,000 gold, causing a stir among the common people. Such scholarly matters, even if mentioned in the court, no one would speak against it. After all, literary talent is priceless. And Xianyang has now almost become the most eye-catching existence in the entire Xianyang, constantly surrounded by people, except for those seeking to purchase paper. The common people enjoy coming to take a look after their busy day, hoping to see this legendary treasure. What made Feng Jie even more ecstatic was that he received news yesterday that young Master Fu Su wanted to meet His Majesty, but His Majesty directly refused to see him. What does this indicate? Xianyang has no paper at all, and young Master Fu Su wants His Majesty to intervene to quell this storm. Everything is developing just as Feng Jie had anticipated. Chun Yu frowned, not understanding why Feng Jie kept looking at him like that, but his gaze towards Liu Bai grew increasingly unfriendly. Xianxi has entered the Jinyiwei and even became a commander. Though he looked down on this first disciple, he felt quite uncomfortable with this sense of betrayal. The emperor has arrived. Just then, a sharp declaration sounded. The first emperor, dressed in a dark black robe, stepped out from behind the screen with a sword. Ministers, pay homage to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Long live the great Qin. Ministers, pay homage to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Long live the great Qin. Ministers, pay homage to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Long live the great Qin. Amidst the shouts, the first emperor slowly sat down. Today, is there any important matter? Following the usual practice, the first emperor asked indifferently. His gaze inadvertently swept over the ministers, briefly pausing on Liu Bai. Report to your majesty, recently. Those who have come to Xianyang for the official selection have gradually arrived. The inns in Xianyang are fully booked, and prices are rising daily, with an increase of nearly 30% in public security cases. Recently, a saying has emerged. Xianyang rice is expensive, and living here is not easy, which shows the situation. Li Si slowly stood up and spoke solemnly. The official selection was still too hasty. With so many scholars rushing to Xianyang for the exam, many unforeseen problems have arisen. Besides the price increases for inns and the like for outsiders, food, firewood, and other necessities for ordinary people have also risen in price. As a result, what was originally a good thing for selecting officials has turned into something disliked by the common people. The court ministers showed indifference to such news, completely uninterested in participating. Isn't it just a price increase? What can it be? However, the first emperor did not think so. General Wang Bin, I will order 200 soldiers from the Hubei camp to enter Xianyang to assist in governance. During this time, those who commit crimes will be punished more severely. Yes. The first emperor spoke in a deep voice. As for the price increase, the increased portion will be largely borne by the national treasury. Yang Yi, after calculating, allocate funds at fair prices. Do not let the common people and scholars suffer losses due to the selection of officials. Yang Yi stood up respectfully to receive the order. Yes. In the past few days, young master has sent over 30,000 large coins. And while the national treasury may not be overflowing, at least it can handle these special situations. Many ministers opened their mouths, wanting to question whether this was too indulgent towards the common people, but no one really stood up to oppose it. It is just a fair price. If the national treasury allocates funds, these merchants should be sensible. Earning a little less is better than offending the authorities. This is something merchants are clear about. Moreover, with the fair pricing, once the official selection is over, those unsuccessful scholars returning to their hometown will surely promote the emperor's benevolence. This move is undoubtedly a good thing. Liu Bai raised an eyebrow, looking at Yang Ye's calm demeanor, feeling extremely frustrated. This is all money earned by his student. This old fellow really spends it without a care. At this moment, Liu Bai wished he could grab Yang Yi by the neck and loudly question, aren't you usually stingy? Why are you so generous today? However, before Liu Bai could extend his hand, Yang Yi spoke again. Your Majesty, since I am speaking fairly, the grievances of the people have certainly diminished somewhat. However, the recent trend of rising prices has alarmed the citizens of Xianyang, which has also affected the scholars preparing for exams. I believe it would be better to take over these inns and dedicate them to these scholars for their studies. Firstly, this would allow the scholars to focus on their preparations without disturbances. Secondly, it would showcase the grandeur of our great Qin and attract scholars from all over the world. Thirdly, it would promote commerce in Xianyang, which can also be seen as giving back to the people. After Yang Yi finished speaking, the court fell silent. All the officials stared at Yang Yi, and even some older ones rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Has Yang Yi really become so generous? This can't be the same Yang Yi who once fought fiercely for supplies worth 1,000 taels at the front lines, right? What day is it today? Is the sun not rising from the east, but falling from the sky? Emperor Shi Huang raised his eyebrows slightly, revealing a hint of a smile in front of the officials. This move is very good. Liu Bai was dumbfounded. His silly student has completely set his sights on the purse. With this package, Liu Bai could guarantee that tomorrow Ing Che would come to his residence for a meal. Is that how it is, spending the money of an old father without any hesitation? Your Majesty, now that the decision has been made, everything is settled. However, there is one difficulty. After receiving the emperor's approval, Yang Yi bowed deeply, looking troubled. What difficulty? No money. Yang Yi straightened his neck and spat out 2 words. Upon hearing these 2 words, everyone was even more dumbfounded. Isn't old Yang crazy? Is he playing with the emperor in Xianyang Hall? Even Yang Yi's old friend, Li Si, broke out in a cold sweat at this moment. However, the old minister remembered that Minister Liu had once said to fill the national treasury. Now, the old minister has not received even 1 tael from Minister Liu, and he doesn't know what this time. However, Yang Yi changed the subject and looked at Liu Bai, shyly saying, ahem, phew, slurp. As soon as these words were spoken, the Xianyang Hall was filled with coughing sounds. Good heavens, it turns out this old miser was waiting here? The entire court of civil and military officials could no longer hold back their laughter. But, constrained by the presence of the emperor, they could only suppress it desperately. Even coughing in the process, Liu Bai stared wide-eyed at Yang Yi, looking as if he had seen a ghost. This old man thought he was honest, but he turned out to be quite crafty. After finishing with the young master, he came after me? All right. So, this is how you want to play it? Yang. Just wait, I'll go to the kitchen and get you some money. Liu Bai's face turned red, gritting his teeth and forcing out those words. Damn it. Chapter 77 of Qixi. Chapter 78, Great Qin's Divine Weapon. Liu Bai's words, spoken through gritted teeth, made the officials unable to hold back their smiles, which rose wildly. Of course, according to the law of conservation of mass, when you are happy, there will certainly be pain. Many ministers' thighs were already bruised. Minister Liu really has money. It's reasonable for us to wait a moment. Old Minister Yang Yi, daring to ask your Majesty to wait for Minister Liu. Yang Yi smiled slightly, completely ignoring Liu Bai's anger in his words, and instead respectfully bowed to Emperor Shi Huang. Upon hearing this, Liu Bai's face turned green. Good heavens. Today you won't be satisfied until you squeeze out some oil from me, right? Liu Bai, what will you say? Emperor Shi Huang looked at Liu Bai, revealing a faint smile at the farce in the court. Your Majesty, I have no money, Liu Bai said dejectedly. Before the officials could revel in his misfortune, Liu Bai suddenly raised his eyes and said, but I have a method to enrich Qin. Please wait a moment. I will have my family bring something to the court. Upon hearing this, the entire Xianyang Hall fell silent. Hiss. I don't know who started it, but in the next second, there was a collective gasp in the court. A method to enrich Qin? This Minister Liu truly does not hold back in his speech. In the past, Xiongnu also made bold proposals in the court to strengthen Qin, but back then, his initiatives turned the entire Qin upside down. And now Liu Bai is saying this. This young man. Very well. If it can truly enrich Great Qin, I shall wait and see. What harm is there in that? Emperor Shi Huang raised his eyebrows slightly and spoke in a deep voice, directly agreeing. The method to enrich Qin. This kid had mentioned it before at the Prime Minister's residence. Unexpectedly, today he could no longer hold it back. Thank you, Your Majesty, Liu Bai said solemnly, then walked out of the Xianyang Hall to instruct his attendants on some matters. After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Liu Bai returned to the Xianyang Hall and sat down. In the Grand Xianyang Hall, during such an important court session, no one spoke up. The method to enrich Qin. These 4 words are too heavy. It may change the entire direction of the empire. If what Liu Bai says is true, and it can indeed enrich Qin, then Great Qin will change course. However, if what Liu Bai says is false, then this position of left prime minister. In the Xianyang Hall, the civil and military officials all had their own thoughts and varied expressions. You little brat, speaking so wildly. Li Si whispered angrily. What do you want to do? Just do it privately. Have you thought about the consequences of saying this in the court? At this moment, Li Si was genuinely worried for Liu Bai. The national treasury is empty, but with young Master Che selling salt, money is continuously flowing into the treasury, which is somewhat good. It's just that young Master Che will take a small hit, and in the future, Emperor Shi Huang will surely compensate him. But Liu Bai now comes up with a method to enrich Qin. It raises the expectations of the entire court, and if he disappoints the emperor, the consequences would be unimaginable. Rest assured, Li Shu, I have my own plans. Doing it privately is one thing, but this matter must be transformed at the level of the entire empire. In short, this is a fundamental issue, and I have no other choice. Liu Bai sighed bitterly and spoke. Today, Yang Yi's words were a joke. Anyone could tell that it was just a matter of admitting defeat. But firstly, Liu Bai is not someone who would admit defeat. Secondly, Great Qin is currently at a critical juncture. Only by transforming can the entire empire be connected. His method to enrich Qin has already shown some effectiveness, and it is indeed a good opportunity to present it today. Oh dear, Li Si sighed, looking at Liu Bai, wanting to say something but stopping short. After about half an hour, An inner servant hurriedly ran to Emperor Shi side and whispered. Then Emperor Shi nodded slightly and ran to Liu Bai's side, saying, Minister Liu, the people from your residence have arrived. Liu Bai suddenly opened his eyes wide. His gaze filled with determination. Your Majesty, please summon the person from my residence into the hall. Liu Bai stood up and spoke loudly. Upon hearing this, the entire court stirred. It has arrived. The main event of today has finally come. The left Prime Minister of Great Qin is using his own future to advise. Will it be golden advice or mere nonsense? Summon. On the high platform, Emperor Shi coldly uttered a word. Then, two individuals cautiously carried something into the Qilan Hall. Commoner Nong Shang pays respects to your Majesty. Commoner Mo Shan pays respects to your Majesty. The two bowed, and the officials in the court frowned. Nong and Mo Shang? Aren't they from the Nong and Mo families? Your Majesty, the method of enriching Qin is within this. Liu Bai smiled slightly, stood up, walked to the two, and then stepped aside, revealing an object covered by a cloth behind him, only its shape vaguely visible. Everyone, please look. Liu Bai suddenly pulled off the cloth, revealing the object. It was made of wood, oddly shaped, and it was unclear what it was. The appearance of the object made the court officials frown and then burst into laughter. Is Minister Liu still half asleep? This thing is supposed to enrich Qin? Humph. Could it be that Minister Liu intends to sell this for a good price? Hey, everyone, don't dismiss it just yet. I'm still willing to pay a hefty sum for this, just to give Minister Liu some face. Laughter erupted, except for those who truly couldn't hold back. Some officials spoke with veiled sarcasm. Liu Bai was so young, yet had reached the position of Chancellor, which was the pinnacle for any minister. It was impossible not to be envied. However, due to Liu Bai's usual overwhelming presence, most people didn't dare to speak up. Now that such a good opportunity arose, how could they let it slip? Minister Liu truly thinks our court discussions are too boring, so he's making a mockery of us? This piece of rotten wood pieced together, and you dare say it's enriching Qin? If that's the case, I also have an old locust tree at home. Would it be a problem to just pull it out and give it to you? Jinyiwei laughed loudly upon seeing the object. He had long disliked Liu Bai, and now laughing with the court officials was not out of line. Slap. Just as Jinyiwei was laughing proudly, he suddenly felt a pain on his face. This clear sound seemed to squeeze the laughter out of the officials all at once. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. If your teacher didn't teach you, I'll teach you today. Liu Bai shook his hand and spoke lightly. With so many people laughing, he couldn't be bothered to care. But why was Jinyiwei laughing so obnoxiously? You Liu Bai, I merely questioned your method of enriching Qin. You bring a piece of broken wood into the hall and claim it can enrich Qin. It's only natural for me to doubt it. How dare you hit me? Jinyiwei was dumbfounded. So many people were laughing. Why was he the one getting hit? Why me? Did you not see that old man Yang Yi laughing so hard his front teeth were shaking? Liu Bai. Emperor Shi furrowed his brow tightly and spoke in a deep voice. At this moment, even this ancient emperor felt some dissatisfaction. It wasn't about hitting Jinyiwei, but the method of enriching Qin was particularly crucial. How could it be a joke? Your Majesty, I couldn't hold back. Jinyiwei insulted our great Qin's divine artifact, and I was filled with grief and anger, so I slapped him. Liu Bai quickly spoke up. When it came to finding excuses in this court, he could claim to be second, and no one would dare to claim first. Great Qin's divine artifact? You call a pile of rotten wood a divine artifact? Jinyiwei doubted his ears. As soon as he said this, he instantly felt 3 angry gazes. Upon closer look, it was actually Liu Bai and the 2 from the Nong and Mo families. Your Majesty, this object is the result of our joint effort. It is absolutely not an exaggeration to call it Great Qin's divine artifact. Nong Shang and Mo Shan both knelt down in unison, tears streaming down their faces as they spoke loudly. At the moment this object was created, they felt there were no regrets in their lives. Now, being called a piece of rotten wood by that old fool Jinyiwei, how could they maintain their composure in the face of such humiliation and anger? Emperor Shi looked deeply at Liu Bai without speaking. Liu Bai immediately understood and spoke loudly. Your Majesty, this object is called a seed drill. Its function is simple, sowing. The efficiency is also quite average, only 10 times. Chapter 79, Beat Up the Corrupt Confucians. Seed drill? 10 times? Upon hearing this, the officials first paused slightly, then their expressions turned strange. Indeed, a 10-fold increase in efficiency sounded quite impressive. But in reality, sowing only needs to be done once during the grain growth process. What good is it to sow more if it doesn't grow? This kind of deceptive thing, taken out, serves no purpose other than to deceive. Jinyiwei showed a mocking expression and was about to speak when Liu Bai directly interrupted him. Old man, I advise you not to use your nearly atrophied brain to speculate on anything. I have eaten more rice than you have eaten salt. Liu Bai spoke coldly, then turned to look at Emperor Shi on the high platform. He did not intend to hide anything, nor did he have any thoughts of keeping it a secret. Your Majesty, the invention of the seed drill is just an introduction. Now, my residence is researching the curved plow, a good tool that can turn freely and till the land. The efficiency of plowing can absolutely reach 5 times. Liu Bai spoke lightly as he took out a silk drawing of the design. 5 times plowing efficiency. As soon as this was said, the officials fell silent. If the seed drill that increased sowing efficiency by 10 times was a deceptive thing, then the curved plow was a solid good tool. No. It should be said that this is a national treasure of Great Qin, a five-fold increase in plowing efficiency. If it can truly be promoted nationwide for grain production, it would absolutely double the yield. Feng Jie frowned, differing slightly from the reactions of others. Yang Yi was completely excited, stretching his neck to try to get a good look. Yang Yi, see if this aligns with what Liu Bai said. Emperor Shi Huang's gaze fell on Liu Bai, his palm in the sleeve slightly clenched. If it could truly enhance Great Qin's grain production, then Liu Bai's method of enriching Qin was not mere nonsense. Enriching Qin is not simply about filling the national treasury with money. It is about making the entire Great Qin wealthy. The fundamental sign of wealth is grain. Yes. Yang Yi quickly took the drawing from Liu Bai's hand. As the drawing was held by Yang Yi, heavy breathing filled the Qilin Hall. This was no longer just a matter of whether Liu Bai could achieve personal merit. It was about the interests of all of Great Qin. Although the world is stable now, in fact, Great Qin's population is still sparse. Centuries of chaotic wars have left the number of barren fields unimaginable. If it can truly enhance the plowing efficiency of every commoner, then as long as it coincides with the policy of reclaiming wasteland, one can hardly imagine. Some officials even couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Doubling grain production is something that one wouldn't even dare to dream about. This. Yang Yi looked at the design in his hand, his pupils suddenly constricting. With these two sounds, the officials even wanted to strangle this old man. Don't just marvel at yourself. Speak up, Your Majesty. I can't understand this design. Yang Yi was almost in tears. Liu Bai twitched the corner of his mouth. Old Yang. Can you really tell anything by staring at the parts? In fact, this craft diagram is very detailed, explaining everything from size, material, to polishing. But because it is too detailed, it's quite difficult for an old man to extract the key information all at once, especially since Yang Yi is currently excited. It's normal not to see clearly. Oh, Yang Yi nodded repeatedly and went straight to the end. This, Your Majesty. This item can definitely improve farming efficiency. And it's a significant improvement. According to the old minister's estimate, it indeed has more than 5 times the efficiency mentioned by Liu Xiong, even 10 times or more. Seeing the final product, just a diagram, Yang Yi was shocked. Why is there even 10 times? Li Si was also somewhat puzzled. It's simple. This curved plow can also be attached to oxen. Liu Bai smiled slightly and patiently explained. Once this was said, the ministers all suddenly realized. After this realization, all the ministers showed joy on their faces. Even Yang Yi said so, which indicates that the curved plow and the seed drill can definitely increase grain production. If the common people can fill their stomachs, that is a great blessing. Unbeknownst to them, the Qin state has eliminated many worries. Humph. The Shangshu Tai sure says, strange skills and clever tricks to please women. Although this item is beneficial for farmers, it cannot escape being a minor path. To enrich Qin with this is truly a joke. Just as the ministers were all happy, a cold snort sounded. Shu Sun Tong slowly stood up and began to quote classics. Moreover, this guy was more sinister than Jinyiwei. Don't be fooled by the fact that this statement comes from Confucian classics, Shangshu. But the 4 words strange skills and clever tricks are used to describe King Zhou, a king who lost his country. Bringing this up in the court, regardless of what his conclusion was, is extremely excessive. In Shu Sun Tong's mouth, Liu Bai had become a sycophant who used toys to please his majesty. The ministers cautiously glanced at the high platform, where his majesty's gaze was sharp, vaguely displeased. Amidst the joy, having such a spoilsport present, even if one's heart is as deep as the ocean, there would still be some anger rising. Strange skills and clever tricks, huh? At this moment, a light laughter sounded. Liu Bai smiled, walking over to Shu Sun Tong's side with a smile. His smiling face made Shu Sun Tong feel a bit uneasy, and he unconsciously took half a step back. But with that half step back, Shu Sun Tong felt he lost momentum, puffed out his chest, as if to encourage himself, and loudly opened his mouth. Our great Qin state, under his majesty, under the loyal ministers, and under the benevolent governance, teaches and transforms the people. This is the great way of the nation, and Liu Xiong's curved plow and seed drill are merely trivial matters. Bang! Before Shu Sun Tong could finish, Liu Bai kicked him directly. The great way of the nation, huh? Bang. Trivial matters, huh? Bang. Benevolent governance, huh? Bang. When the common people are hungry, you throw yourself among them and see if your benevolence works. Bang. Damn you. I've never liked you Confucians. Jinyiwei jumped out. And I find that foul mouth disgusting, too lazy to hit. Now you, cockroach, jumped out again. The more Liu Bai thought about it, the angrier he became. And his kicks became fiercer. Strange skills and clever tricks. To seek welfare for the people. This is called strange skills and clever tricks? To let the people eat their fill. This is called strange skills and clever tricks? Why don't you translate it? What is strange skills and clever tricks? Liu Bai's relentless kicks grew more furious. The ministers of the court exchanged glances. No one dared to stop him. What could they do? His Majesty was just furious. If His Majesty didn't speak, wouldn't that make them accomplices of Shu Sun Tong? Oh no. Strange skills and clever tricks? Just translate it. I want you to translate what strange skills and clever tricks are. What the hell? What the hell is strange skills and clever tricks? Shu Sun Tong couldn't explain it all. Being kicked speechless by Liu Bai, letting the common people eat their fill is called strange skills and clever tricks? The strange skills and clever tricks in your eyes are the very foundation of your existence, Shu Sun Tong. They are the crystallization of our nation's wisdom accumulated over endless historical years. They are the prosperity of the great Qin Empire, watered by the sweat of millions of subjects. Strange skills and clever tricks? The food you eat, the clothes you wear, the wine cups you use, isn't each one a strange skill and clever trick? Even you, Shu Sun Tong, weren't you also the product of your parents' strange skills and clever tricks? It is precisely because of people like Shu Sun Tong that so much wisdom from history has been lost. So many creative craftsmen cannot create new tools. Under the repeated oppression of Confucianism, the hope for the entire nation to soar has been extinguished in the dust of history. As for the events recorded in history books, I, Liu Bai, cannot do anything. But when you, Shu Sun Tong, fart in front of me, I will not let you go, you product of strange skills and clever tricks. Brothers, isn't it awesome that we can open such a path? Thanks to my sister Xinghe for the reward, and my loyal book friends, Gu Yu Fengyuan, and Xian Shi for the reward, and for helping me check the manuscript for errors. Adding another chapter, Happy Qixi Festival, love you all. Chapter 80, The way to enrich Qin lies in agriculture and industry. How disgraceful! How disgraceful! In the court, Liu Bai vented his inner anger wantonly. His right foot falling like raindrops. He showed no mercy to a corrupt Confucian like Shu Sun Tong, kicking with all his strength. His eyes were filled with bloodshot veins. Clearly furious to the extreme. Even Xiongnu didn't dare to step forward to pull him away, anxiously jumping around, only able to shout, Liu Bai, stop hitting. Li Si furrowed his brows, sternly calling out, stepping forward to grab Liu Bai. Although it felt satisfying to hit like this, if he really killed him, Liu Bai couldn't escape the charge of committing violence in front of the court. To ruin his chancellor career over a Shu Sun Tong, that would not be worth it. Who? It was thanks to Li Si's persuasion that Liu Bai gradually calmed down, letting out a long breath. Bang! Reluctantly delivering one last kick. Liu Bai slowly turned around and gave a slight bow to his Majesty on the high platform. This action relieved the ministers as well. Watching Jinyiwei help Shu Sun Tong up, the ministers secretly thought it was fortunate. Since Shu Sun Tong was not dead, as long as Liu Bai sincerely admitted his mistake, His Majesty would not be too angry. After all, this was not Liu Bai's first time. Everyone had gotten somewhat used to it. And he was hitting someone as hated as Shu Sun Tong, so no one would help defend him. Moreover, didn't they see that His Majesty's gaze was somewhat angry before? As a minister, reading the atmosphere is basic skill. Feng Jie slightly curled his lips, looking at Liu Bai with a hint of glee in his eyes. Not to mention anything else, seeing Liu Bai reprimanding His Majesty made him feel good inside. All the ministers focused their eyes on Liu Bai, each with different thoughts. Li Si's gaze was slightly heavy, and after seeing that Shu Sun Tong had indeed stood up, he also let out a breath, secretly tugging at Liu Bai's sleeve, signaling him to quickly apologize. Your Majesty. Liu Bai slightly raised his head and spoke in a deep voice. As soon as he said this, all the ministers were extremely excited. Has he finally come? Finally here? Liu Bai is going to plead guilty. The emperor is going to scold him? It would be best to drag him out and let the imperial guards give him a beating or throw him in jail for some self-reflection. If that doesn't work, a demotion like before would be fine too. I have to say, although Liu Bai is quite popular, his ability to provoke ridicule is too strong. In the entire court, everyone is looking forward to Liu Bai being taught a lesson. Even Wang Jian, at this moment, has opened his eyes and is looking at Liu Bai. On the high platform, Emperor Qin Shi Huang slightly raised his sword-like eyebrows, placing his right hand on the table, his gaze fixed on Liu Bai. It's unclear whether this ancient emperor is pondering how to punish Liu Bai or considering the rewards for the Qin plow and the Liuk. I, Minister Liu Bai, have acted out of public anger for the great Qin. Although I am shy, Your Majesty has said that merit must be rewarded. So I request a reward. Liu Bai spoke aloud. As soon as these words were uttered, the entire Qilin hall fell silent. Whether it was old foxes like Wang Jian and Li Si, or Feng Jie who had originally laughed while waiting to see Liu Bai's embarrassment, or the angry Confucian officials like Jinyiwei and Shu Sun Tong, they were all dumbfounded. At this moment, everyone doubted whether their ears were malfunctioning. Isn't Liu Bai the one who committed violence in the court? Can he still request a reward? Liu Bai, have some shame, will you? Even Wang Jian, who had always remained calm and watched the court with closed eyes, had his jaw twitch slightly at this moment. This old general of the great Qin Empire, known for his military achievements, firmly believed in one thing. Liu Bai must not become a military general. A military general cannot be this shameless. Oh, Emperor, you say Liu Bai has beaten officials, and now he still wants a reward? The Emperor's gaze turned to Liu Bai as he spoke, surprisingly with a hint of amusement. The ministers were all taken aback. It seemed the Emperor intended to spare Liu Bai. Certainly, the Qin plow and the Liuk are crucial national tools, and Liu Bai has made great contributions. But it shouldn't be like this. However, the next second, Liu Bai, could it be that after becoming the left chancellor of the great Qin, you have become arrogant because of favoritism? Do you really think I would indulge your reckless behavior? The Emperor's smile instantly vanished, replaced by a cold snort of questioning. Upon hearing this, all the ministers bowed their heads, not daring to raise their eyes. Meanwhile, Nongshang and Mo Shan were already drenched in sweat. They had seen the Emperor's Majesty during their time at the Chancellor's residence, and it had shocked them. But now, in the court, as the emperor's imposing presence pressed down. They felt like a small boat in a raging sea. Forget about staying steady. Simply not being swallowed by such an overwhelming force would be impressive. Your Majesty, I am a loyal minister. I am a military general, not good with words. Seeing someone using the rhetoric of the demise of Qin to deceive your Majesty and mislead the ministers, I couldn't help but take action. This is quite reasonable. However, Liu Bai felt extremely wronged by the emperor's questioning. After saying this, Wang Jian almost stood up to tear Liu Bai's mouth apart. What a military general. What a military general. Our great Qin's military general does not recognize you, Liu Bai. Even if you destroyed the Xiongnu and conquered the Baiwei, I still do not recognize you as a military general. If the historians say you are a military general, then in 1,000 years, the term military general will definitely be a derogatory term. Your Majesty, Liu Bai has beaten me and slandered my words as rhetoric for the demise of Qin. Your Majesty must uphold justice for me. Shu Sun Tong cried out in pain, tears streaming down his wrinkled old face. And with his dark eye sockets and a missing front tooth, he looked incredibly miserable. Your Majesty, I once spoke of the method to enrich Qin. In fact, the method to enrich Qin is very simple. The Qin plow and the Luk are products of this method. Regarding Shu Sun Tong's lament, Liu Bai paid no attention and instead bowed to Emperor Qin Shi Huang before speaking calmly. Liu Bai, don't try to show off. Li Si spoke in a deep voice, feeling the pressure on the high platform growing heavier, and hurriedly reminded him. Your Majesty, we have actually misunderstood a concept. Enriching Qin, does it mean enriching the national treasury? Not at all. The great Qin is a nation, and as the Book of Songs states, under the heavens, all is the king's land, on the shores of the land. All are the king's subjects. Your Majesty is the ruler of the world. Everything belongs to you, and wealth is merely a medium for resource transfer. While the treasury is just a temporary storage place, filling the treasury is meaningless. The real method to enrich Qin should be to enrich the entire great Qin. In short, one sentence, increase productivity. Liu Bai's eyes sparkled as he spoke loudly, then turned and walked in front of Nongshang and Mo Shan. The key to increasing productivity lies with them. Chapter 81. The Heavenly Question. The Emperor's inquiry makes heaven and earth fear. When Liu Bai said this, the court fell into silence. It wasn't that they didn't want to oppose him, but this statement was too ridiculous. The method to enrich Qin, in front of these two people, one is a farmer, the other is a craftsman? What a huge joke. Not opposing it was because Shu Sun Tong had been beaten first. No one dared to touch this bad luck. Getting beaten now would be a loss that outweighs the gain. It would be better to let Liu Bai continue to spout nonsense in front of Emperor Qin and reap the benefits. However, Liu Bai completely ignored the petty thoughts of these courtiers and declared loudly, if Qin wants to be prosperous and strong, in the past, Shang Jun's solution was to strengthen the military. Using military conquests to support the nation, the strength of the great Qin will naturally grow. However now, the entire divine land belongs to our great Qin. To the north are the Xiongnu, in a barren pasture. To the south are the Baiwei, surrounded by miasma. Relying on war to support the nation is no longer suitable for the great Qin. To be prosperous and strong, we must start to pay attention to another class, one that is underestimated by the world. Liu Bai took a deep breath, his gaze becoming more fervent, slowly uttering two words, workers and farmers. As soon as these two words were spoken, the court fell silent. All the officials were deep in thought, regardless of Liu Bai's words. At least what he said before was a fact. In the past, the great Qin relied on war to support war, which indeed brought great prosperity to the great Qin. And it was precisely because of this that the world was unified. But now, how can we rely on war to support war? Even Emperor Qin Shi Huang on the high platform wore a heavy expression. How could this ancient emperor not have considered what Liu Bai said? In recent years, military rewards have become increasingly scarce. Although there are policies for recuperation, the people are still suffering. How to take the other leg of the great Qin forward has become a crucial problem. Workers and farmers. Can this class work? Liu Bai continued. Craftsmen and farmers are indeed the foundation of the nation. Craftsmen create, farmers till the fields, and only then does the nation have its foundation. Only by promoting and supporting them can our great Qin become more stable. What I mean by the method to enrich Qin is precisely this. In the past, Shang Jun offered advice and reformed this beauty, allowing the great Qin to have the powerful national strength to fight against the 6 states. Now, although I, Liu Bai, have limited knowledge, I still wish to present the workers and farmers, this plain-looking figure, who in fact is willing to help your Majesty manage the country's internal affairs. With such a woman present, there will be enough food and clothing, and no internal troubles. Liu Bai bowed deeply to Emperor Qin Shi Huang and spoke solemnly. Although his expression was calm, his heart was already surging. Workers and farmers. These two classes bear the immense pressure of a nation and have endured far too much. Clearly the cornerstone, yet despised by the carnivores. Carnivores, the higher-ups, those in power. The way to wealth and strength that Liu Bai proposed is precisely through the working class and farmers. These two complement each other. Artisans create tools, and farmers cultivate more. Without the worry of food, artisans can naturally create with peace of mind. Only then can a good cycle at the national level be formed. which is Liu Bai's vision of a prosperous Qin. Inside the Qilin Hall, there was a heavy silence. Even the originally loud Uncle Sun Tong, who wanted to punish Liu Bai, could not utter a word at this moment. According to Liu Bai's theory, the working class and farmers are the foundation of a prosperous Qin. So Uncle Sun Tong's claim that the tools invented by artisans are mere tricks that lead to the downfall of Qin is indeed valid. Upon realizing this, Uncle Sun Tong broke out in a cold sweat. Such a disgraceful situation. His Majesty the First Emperor slowly stood up, his gaze sharp as a sword. He did not look at Liu Bai, nor at Uncle Sun Tong, nor did he glance at the ministers in the hall, but instead looked through the doors of the Qilin Hall towards the sky outside. If I obtain it, I will establish it as my heir, to promote the great enterprise of Qin and establish the foundation for 10,000 generations. A majestic voice resonated. At this moment, His Majesty the First Emperor seemed not to be announcing his agreement to Liu Bai's request, but rather proclaiming to heaven and earth. Crack. Boom. Dark clouds gathered over Xianyang city, with faint flashes of lightning and thunder. Clang. In the past, I wished to forge a sword of kingship with the 7 states as the edge, the mountains and seas as the blade, made with the 5 elements. Opened with yin and yang, held in spring and summer, and carried in autumn and winter, unmatched in the world, with all under heaven submitting to it. That is the sword of kingship. Now the Qin sword is forged. I will protect all the people with the Qin sword. His Majesty the First Emperor drew the Tianwen sword from his waist and pointed it towards the sky. Workers and farmers, he murmured, not as if speaking to the ministers, but rather as if questioning the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. The might of thunder passed in an instant, illuminating the sky. 9 bolts of intense white lightning descended like the fall of the heavens, striking the black water banner, swaying outside the Qilin Hall. Yet, amidst the flashes of lightning and claps of thunder, the banner did not fall. In the light of the thunder, His Majesty the First Emperor pointed his sword at the sky. What indifference, what pride, what a high-spirited battle intent. The eternal emperor, questioning the heavens. Would the heavens dare not answer? Your Majesty. Wang Jian trembled, looking at His Majesty the First Emperor, his eyes glistening with tears. In heaven and earth, there is only one person. Throughout history, there has only ever been this one person. The heavenly question, asked by the First Emperor, makes heaven and earth tremble. The great Qin is mighty. Chapter 82. Drawing the knife to cut the face, Liu Bai didn't even know how he walked out of the Zhongtai Palace. He only knew that he was in a daze, as if Li Si had patted him twice. Lu Gong, what's wrong with you? Long Chia casually tossed the 2, Nong Shang and Mo Shan, into another carriage, then supported Liu Bai, who was looking puzzled. Not weak-legged, Liu Bai forced a bitter smile. Today, he truly understood what it meant to be domineering. The novels he had read before, where the protagonist's imposing aura leaked out with a shake, were all nonsense. His Majesty the First Emperor pointing his sword at the heavens and questioning the sky was the real domineering presence. The descriptions of the eternal emperor in historical records are but a fraction of that. Liu Bai even had reason to suspect that our first emperor going to Mount Tai for the Fengshan ceremony was not to showcase the achievements of the great Qin, but rather to slap the heavens twice. Huh. Long Chia scratched his head, even more confused. All right, let's go back. Only your Lu Gong has such a strong will. Otherwise, how could you have walked out? Liu Bai shook his head, took a deep breath, and regained his composure. At least he had successfully sent a woman as robust as Wang Bin into His Majesty the First Emperor's harem. The subsequent decrees from His Majesty were actually just 2 points. First, the promulgation of a policy to promote the cultivation of wasteland, exempting taxes for 3 years from today for those who cultivate wasteland. Second, the production of agricultural tools such as the curved plow and seed cart, which would begin to be distributed to farmers in the suburbs of Xianyang, and after a few days of results, would be promoted nationwide. Third, the costs of producing the agricultural tools would be borne by the national treasury. The 4th point was the decree about Mo Shan fainting. Anyone who invents agricultural tools that are truly effective will be rewarded by the state. The curved plow and seed cart each received 2,000 large coins. Of course, this 4th point had a somewhat spending 1,000 gold for horsebones implication, which the ministers tacitly understood. After the court session concluded, Li Si was the first to step out of the Qilin Hall, seemingly to himself, saying, if anyone obstructs the implementation of the new policy, I will definitely report it to His Majesty. Such a seemingly nonsensical statement was actually extremely important. After all, the profits from cultivating wasteland and distributing agricultural tools would make officials envious. Farmers having money and not willing to farm for the wealthy families and local gentry would infringe on interests. Not worth detailing further. It can be said that for Liu Bai, Li Si's statement was like putting a knife to the neck of the 100 officials. The feelings behind this, Liu Bai could not express in words. All was left unspoken. On the street, Liu Bai closed his eyes and rested in the carriage, eventually falling into a deep sleep. No matter how powerful he was still a person. After proposing the strategy of enriching Qin through the working class and farmers, and witnessing the scene of the first emperor questioning the heavens with thunder and lightning, it was normal for him to feel tired. Long Xia seemed to notice the quietness in the carriage and slowed the pace of the horse, moving slowly down the street. The sounds of vendors calling out and the laughter of the common people made Liu Bai sleep particularly soundly. This is good. This is good, he murmured. As if in a dream, as if expressing a sentiment. An hour later, when Liu Bai got off the carriage and had not yet entered the door, he found two people holding knives. What do you want? Long Chia shouted angrily, stepping forward to firmly protect Liu Bai behind him, glaring at the two in front. It was Nongshang and Imoshan. Even Liu Bai had a look of deep confusion in his eyes. These two fellows. Do they really think that holding knives makes them look like their true selves? This assassination attempt is a bit too low level, isn't it? Bang, bang. However, two muffled sounds rang out. The farmer hero and the Imo family giant both knelt heavily, then suddenly raised their heads. Tears streamed down their faces. What Liu Xiong said in court today, as farmers and Imo family members, we both bow in admiration. Now that His Majesty has granted a reward, we also will not pursue the past matters between our two families. Liu Xiong has shown grace to our two families, with 12,000 young men. And we are deeply grateful. We have no way to repay, only to repay Liu Xiong with our lives. Imoshan spoke in a deep voice, his face looking extremely ugly with tears. Liu Bai's mouth twitched crazily upon hearing this. You look more hideous than an ugly monster. And you come to say you'll repay me with your life? What the hell are you talking about? In heroic tales, a beauty offers herself in gratitude. And you two big men come to me with this? Liu Bai was so angry his nose nearly twisted. However, clang, clang. Nongshang and Imoshan both drew their knives. This startled Long Chia, his muscles tensing up in an instant, ready to strike, and end the lives of the two. Whoosh, whoosh. The cold light flashed, blood flowed abundantly. Nongshang and Imoshan both simultaneously drew their knives to cut their faces. From today, our lives belong to Liu Xiong. What Liu Xiong says, we will not hesitate to leap into boiling water or tread on fire. It was actually a face-cutting ceremony. In the Great Qin, those guilty of serious crimes would be marked on their faces, unable to hold their heads high for life. However, there is another practice called the face-cutting ceremony, which symbolizes unwavering loyalty to the Lord. Not only is rebellion forbidden, but even slander from others must be met with a fight to the death. These are the most loyal retainers. This custom has been passed down since the Zhou Dynasty. Even Fusu, known for his benevolence, did not have anyone perform the face-cutting ceremony for him. But now Liu Bai has two. These two subordinates also have 120,000 followers. Please, Minister Liu, accept us. Nongshang and Imoshan bowed simultaneously, blood mixed with dirt, slightly dimming the scene. But this is the most genuine loyalty. Please rise. Please rise. Long K, quickly go fetch a doctor. Liu Bai was slightly taken aback, then hurriedly helped the two up and kicked Long K. The kick made Long K feel both wronged and annoyed. They are showing loyalty by cutting their faces, and I'm going to fetch Dr. Liu. This is ruining the mood. However, when Liu Bai said this, the two cried even harder. Minister Liu did not say to let us do things, but first mentioned medical treatment. This kind of concern. I don't even know what to say. Your loyalty, I have never doubted. Moreover, from the very beginning, you two have not been my retainers, but family. Elbow. Come with me inside. Liu Bai helped the two up and then gave Long K a look, signaling this brat to hurry and find a doctor. Damn it. A cold weapon made a big cut, and these two really aren't afraid of tetanus? Thank you, Minister Liu. Nongshang and Imoshan said in unison, suddenly wiping away blood and tears with their dusty sleeves. Dust, blood, and tears mixed together, as terrifying as it could be. However, they felt no shame. Instead, they stood even taller. They were proud. Thanks to Brother Scumbag for the 3 great endorsements. Thanks to Sister Jinyiwei for the great endorsement. Here's another chapter. Temporarily a little short. Mainly because I got so excited writing about Zhongnu that I shouted out, the Great Qin is mighty, and then I got tired of writing. I will continue to add more chapters tomorrow. QQ Group, 446-176-382 Chapter 83 with a single command. Tens of thousands of followers entered the factory to work. Alright. You two stop bowing. If you keep this up, I'll age prematurely. After entering the mansion, Liu Bai was once again speechless. These two, Nongshang and Imoshan, started bowing again. The blood from their facial cuts had stopped, but they ended up causing new wounds on their foreheads. What's this? Hoping to donate blood to me. Thank you, Minister Liu. Nongshang and Imoshan exchanged glances, both smiling. Although they had not known Liu Bai for long, they realized that despite his butcher reputation outside, he was actually very close to his own people. The less he adhered to formalities, the more it signified that he regarded you as family. Although His Majesty did not mention the matters of the Nong and Imo families in court, not mentioning it was the greatest grace. The shrewd people in the court understood this as well. As long as you do not harbor thoughts of opposing the Great Qin, there will be no problems. Liu Bai casually tossed 2 pieces of silk to the two and spoke lightly. In the past, the Nong and Imo families obstructed the Great Qin from unifying the world. Such matters cannot be brought to the surface. Now that His Majesty has tacitly approved, it is already a tremendous favor to the Nong and Imo families. Minister Liu, Imoshan is unclear about something. Are we really that important? Imoshan's eyes lit up with joy. Then he asked with concern. This time he really made a bold claim in front of His Majesty and the entire court. If they did not achieve something, not only would the Nong and Imo families be in trouble, but even Liu Bai himself would likely not be able to protect himself. Believe in yourselves. The strength of the workers and farmers is invincible. Liu Bai nodded heavily, his gaze resolute. The strong military strategies of Xiongnu have indeed fallen into constraints. Only through the development of workers and farmers can the foundation of our great Qin reach a new level. National fortune is like rowing upstream. If you do not advance, you will retreat, and you too are the paddles of the great Qin. Liu Bai patted their shoulders, his eyes deep. From a certain perspective, the great Qin is entirely the opposite of the great Song. One has a flourishing internal administration but weak military power, while the other has a formidable cavalry but slow internal progress. As for national affairs, both must be grasped, and both must be strong. Not knowing what we can do now? Nongshang hesitated slightly and asked. The disciples of the Nong family sent to Bai Wei would definitely not have news in the short term. Are we just going to farm? Very simple. First promote the curved plow and the seed drill. His Majesty has also issued favorable policies for reclaiming wasteland. Taking advantage of this opportunity, we should first increase grain production. As for the Mo family, Liu Bai rubbed his chin. A bold idea jumped out. Mo Shan, there is something I am particularly concerned about. So I will ask you about it. Please speak, Minister Liu. Mo Shan was slightly taken aback, then nodded. Is there serious sectarianism within your Mo family? If I wanted you to spread the Mo family's craftsmanship, would the Mo family be willing? Liu Bai asked. After arriving in the Great Qin, he was heading toward the court and was not very familiar with these sect-related matters. Sectarianism, as recorded in historical texts, has caused many martial arts, skills, and wisdom to be lost due to those four characters. Not to mention, the Book of Changes has lost 2/3. Only the Zhou Yi has been passed down, while Lianshan and Guizong have been lost to history. Lu Gong, as for sectarianism, my Mo family is not as severe as ordinary sections. Our Mo family as sages uphold the principle of universal love, and transmitting knowledge and teaching is also a teaching from our sages. Hearing this, Mo Shan instead smiled broadly. Of course, this smile was a bit awkward. Since that is the case, then it's good. Liu Bai breathed a sigh of relief and nodded slightly. Let us start the workshops. Let Mo family disciples enter the workshops and later recruit craftsmen to teach them skills. Basic farming tools like the curved plow and seed drill can be taught directly. Our goal is not to make money, but to expand the national base. Then you, Mo Shan, will select elite disciples from the Mo family. I will allocate funds for you to establish a research institute dedicated to studying new technologies. Speaking of this, Liu Bai smiled. Unexpectedly, with a single command, tens of thousands of Mo family disciples would be able to work in the factory. It felt a bit like in later generations when a command made 100,000 death warriors rush for performance. The workshop is no problem. My Mo family disciples are skilled craftsmen. But this research institute, Mo Shan was slightly taken aback, his expression a bit strange. He spoke half a sentence but did not finish. New technologies are difficult to research, but they are certainly not as hard to learn. If these technologies were to spread, especially if they fell into the hands of the Xiongnu, Bai Wei, or those with rebellious intentions against Qin, this could be very dangerous. As for the research institute, we will adhere to one principle: equip one generation, develop one generation, and pre-research one generation. Without any countermeasures, all emerging inventions at the research institute are kept absolutely confidential. If anyone leaks information, their 9 generations will be punished. Liu Bai said. However, there was an overwhelming killing intent in his words. Such a major principle concerning the Great Qin must not deviate in any way. Agreed. Hearing this, Mo Shan not only did not feel disheartened, but instead breathed a sigh of relief. As a craftsman himself, he naturally understood the importance of these things. Not to mention, during the Warring States period, the Mo family's city defense equipment could withstand countless soldiers. The basic construction of the workshop can be started right away. At that time, the research funding, Liu Bai began to instruct. The curved plow and the seed drill are better to be used sooner rather than later. Moreover, this thing is not afraid of leaking the process. After all, once the finished product is obtained, just a glance will suffice to learn it. As for the research funding, Liu Bai's eyes flickered, and the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. The streets are bustling, which should mean the pigs are fattened. It's time to slaughter them. Long Chia, go borrow 30,000 from the 6th young master, and take a box to the Jushin Hall to purchase paper. Remember, be a bit arrogant. Liu Bai instructed. Understood. Long Chia replied in a deep voice. Although he did not understand what Liu Gong meant, being arrogant was something they, the Jinyiwei, were very skilled at. Chapter 84. Han Xian's drifting in Xianyang get lost. My master has no time to see a beggar like you. Bang. Another door was firmly shut. A down-and-out swordsman was pushed away by the doorman. This was already the 5th time. Yet, when the swordsman raised his gaze again, his eyes remained resolute, as if he had never doubted himself. Young man, please present this board to General Li Xian. Han Xian harbored strategies in his heart, only wanting to enlist and serve the country. However, the cold-eyed swordsman still did not get angry at the disdainful doorman. Instead, he took out a wooden board from his bosom, on which were words carved with a sword. Such precious items as bamboo slips were not something Han Xian could afford. The words were what he had secretly learned from eavesdropping near a local gentry's house in his childhood. However, when the wooden board was taken out, the doorman's gaze slightly changed, and his expression softened a bit. After all, in this era, those who could read and write were not ordinary. But seeing Han Xian's tattered clothes, the doorman still accepted the wooden board, deciding to hand it over to the steward later. Whether the board reached the master's hands depended on fate. Thank you. Han Xian expressed his gratitude and then turned to leave. Along the way, the streets were filled with calls for sales. There was even a place where a large crowd gathered, and from their shouts, it seemed they were seeking 30,000 for purchases. However, these matters and people had no impact on Han Xian. He just kept trying to meet the various generals of the Great Qin. Half an hour later, Han Xian raised his gaze. Finally, in his resolute eyes, there was a slight ripple. The Wang Mansion, the residence of the Great Qin's god of war, General Wang Jian. His son Wang Bin is also the current Tongwu Marquis, a family of 2 marquises, the most accomplished in military merit in the Great Qin. Although Han Xian had always aimed at Wang Jian, the difference in their statuses at this moment was like clouds and mud. How could he not feel anxious? Young man, what is it? At that moment, an old man opened the door and immediately saw Han Xian, who was lost in thought. Nothing. For some reason, it was the first time in Han Xian's life that he stuttered slightly. The pressure from the Marquis of Wuqing and the Marquis of Tongwu was too great. I see. The old man smiled faintly, nodded, and then seemed to want to leave. Looking at this imposing mansion, Han Xian clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and suppressed a sound. Elder. Oh, is there something else? The old man smiled at the corner of his eyes, even with a hint of teasing. Elder. I would like to pay a visit to Marquis Wang. Could you please help me deliver a letter of greeting? Han Xian's resolute face became slightly awkward as he reached into his bosom to take out the wooden board. He felt it was not quite appropriate, and contemplated whether to tear off part of his robe to write a letter of greeting. As for the visit, he had originally intended to say he wanted to meet General Wang, but for some reason, when the words came to his lips, he changed it to Marquis Tongwu. Let me take a look. The old man seemed to be unaware of Han Xian's awkwardness and snatched the wooden board from Han Xian's hand. The words on it were very simple. Huayin Han Xian, studying military strategy, wishing to serve the country. Although the words were simple, there seemed to be a different spark in the old man's eyes. No need to pass it on. Old General Wang no longer inquires about military affairs. As for the Tiger Ben camp outside of Xianyang, which is managed by Marquis Tongwu, do you think they would allow outsiders to enlist? The old man spoke with a slight stammer. I see. Han Xian's face showed disappointment, and after thinking about it, it was indeed so. For a general, winning battles is not difficult. The hardest part is to win until the end. How could an accomplished general like Wang not understand this principle? It is like self-cutting one's wings. How could he create unnecessary trouble? Thank you, elder. Han Xian slightly bowed to the old man. For some reason, he felt an indescribable fondness for this old man in front of him. After saying that, Han Xian prepared to leave, his figure somewhat dejected. Young man, how many places have you presented such a board to? Suddenly, the old man called out to Han Xian, asking. Han Xian turned around and smiled bitterly. 5 places. And it sank without a trace. Indeed, given the current situation, our Great Qin's military generals are going crazy trying to achieve military merit. Who has the time to promote newcomers? You are not like that guy next to Liu Bai who looks like a black bear, easily noticeable at a glance. The old man stroked his beard and nodded repeatedly. Han Xian couldn't help but feel amused. This old man's comforting skills were too clumsy. There is not so much a military general, even a disgrace to our Great Qin military, but perhaps this guy is the one most likely to become your benefactor. Are you willing to give it a try? At that moment, the old man seemed to cherish talent and spoke up. Upon hearing this, Han Xian suddenly raised his gaze. Please, elder, guide me. This punch, 20 years of effort, can you withstand it? In the Xianyang Palace, the 7th young master in Gao knocked a guard flying with one punch, feeling quite pleased. 7th young master fights well. 7th young master is unmatched in martial arts. The best in the world. Nonsense. Is there no one above in the sky? Unmatched in the world, also unmatched in the sky. A series of insincere praises arose. Although the vocabulary was lacking, it was sincere. This 7th young master somehow obtained a command from the emperor and took 30 men from the guards, claiming it was to practice martial arts and uphold the justice of the Great Qin. Enough. Today is the first battle for our Great Qin justice team. Remember, anyone who dares to disturb the market's peace will be beaten directly. After beating them, throw them into prison. Gao waved his hand impatiently. These guys really don't put any effort into flattering. However, he was also serious about his 6th brother's request to patrol around the salt shop. Nowadays, the visibility of his 6th brother's salt shop is increasing, and it is said that the forces behind those salt traders are also stirring. Isn't this the perfect opportunity for our Great Qin justice team to strike? Implement Lu Shi's teachings, treat life and death lightly, and fight back against those who do not comply. Let them know the power of justice. Understood. The members of the justice squad looked at each other, then responded in unison. To be honest, that name sounds really bad. Let's go? Gao waved his sleeve, full of vigor and pride, leading the squad towards the 6th salt shop. Protecting my brother is the responsibility of a younger brother. Chapter 85. The Justice Squad of Qin, Justice Strikes. The salt traders exploit us, the aristocrats bully us, and now even the local ruffians are joining in, so let's fight. Strike eastward. Take down that bald guy named Jiang. Brothers, let's beat them up. When the justice squad of Qin arrived at Xianyang Street, they found it in chaos. The trouble was happening right at Ing Che's sixth salt shop. A group of local ruffians were disdainfully picking their noses while looking at the common people. Although the commoners shouted angrily, in reality, no one dared to take action. The reason was simple. Fighting in the streets would lead to criminal charges. My lord ate the salt from this shop yesterday and now has a stomachache. We are here to demand an explanation, which is within our rights. We will definitely not leave until we get an explanation. You want to buy salt? That's your business. We won't stop you. One of the ruffians, who was in charge, spoke very politely. However, although he claimed they wouldn't stop them, dozens of strong men stood at the entrance, not budging an inch. Who could enter to buy salt under such circumstances? The common people weren't foolish. They understood what was happening and were filled with righteous indignation. Young master, it seems like things are getting chaotic. One of the guards said. No. The members of the justice squad of Qin spoke up. Nonsense. Does it seem like things are getting chaotic? They are already chaotic. Ying Gao directly slapped the back of this team member's head and said impatiently, how many times have I told you to call me captain? The captain of the justice squad of Qin. Yes, young master. Then, young master, should we intervene? Or should we persuade them to leave quickly? The team member shrank his neck, looking quite honest. The teacher says not to speak of strange forces and chaos. Ying Gao rubbed his hands and chuckled. The members were confused by this statement, wondering what it had to do with anything. What he meant was, he didn't want to talk and would directly use brute force to knock them unconscious. Ying Gao grinned and charged forward. Such a manner was quite reckless. The justice squad of Qin was on the move. What? Do you want to stop us from maintaining our lord's rights? The ruffians, unaware of the impending disaster, arrogantly asked. Although the common people were angry, they had no way to counter it. Bang. However, as soon as the words fell, a very tall man charged in and punched one of the ruffians who was picking his nose, sending him flying. His fingers were still stuck in his nostrils, which looked quite terrifying. The sudden change caused the previously noisy Xianyang Street to fall silent. The teacher says, since we are here, we should be at peace. The reckless man who rushed and rubbed his fist, looking somewhat satisfied, and proudly quoted some classical text. What does that mean? The ruffian leader was taken aback and instinctively asked, since we are here, let us bury you directly. Ying Gao quickly placed his fists behind his back, assuming a pose of a lofty figure, and faintly spoke in the manner of Liu Bai. Upon hearing this, both the literate and illiterate fell silent. How the hell do you explain that? On the street, some intellectuals who had been praised by the common people were sweating profusely. Who was this great literary figure they had never heard of? Who are you, sir? The ruffian leader, initially ready to get angry, was suddenly startled when he saw 30 strong men emerge from behind the reckless man, and he asked in a deep voice, if they could establish a connection, they could resolve this privately. For this sixth salt shop, all the salt merchants in Xianyang, even those from the entire Qin, would be willing to spend money. Upon hearing the ruffian leader's question, Ying Gao's eyes lit up with joy, and he quickly spoke, fearing that this guy might say something that would ruin the current atmosphere. Since you sincerely asked, then I, this young master, cough cough, I will generously tell you, to prevent the public order of Qin from being disrupted, to protect the peace of Qin, to uphold love and true justice, a serious and powerful man. We are the justice squad of Qin, traversing through Qin. We will guard the peaceful and warm Qin. As these words were spoken, the entire Xianyang Street fell silent. At this moment, whether it was the ruffians or the onlooking common people, their silence was deafening. Awkward. Awkward to the point where everyone wished they could dig a new Xianyang Street with their toes. The justice squad of Qin. Who came up with that name? Isn't that embarrassing? The men behind Ying Gao all lowered their heads. Goodness, they used to be guards. Imposing and respected. How great that was. Now with this justice squad, when they go home for the new year, they'd probably be laughed at by their relatives. One team member was so embarrassed that he slightly pulled his collar to cover the lower half of his face. Seeing this, the surrounding team members instantly acted like they had discovered treasure, all following suit. Except for Ying Gao. The other 30 members of the justice squad of Qin covered half of their faces. The ruffian leader was momentarily speechless, unable to say anything. Of course, he didn't need to say anything, as Ying Gao had already finished his carefully prepared lines, regardless of what he wanted to say. Strike. Act. Ying Gao commanded. The justice squad of Qin, justice strikes. Driven by their deepest sense of shame, these team members were extremely ruthless. After all, it was young Master Gao leading the team. And they were just ruffians causing chaos in the streets. Breaking a few legs wouldn't be a big deal. You stay put. I am Chun. I'm from the Department of Grain. Cries echoed one after another, but the justice squad under Ying Gao showed no mercy, moving like the wind. Ying Gao watched this scene and nodded repeatedly. Indeed, the teacher's teachings were correct. What opening remarks and nonsense, if it weren't to show off. The best way is to act directly. What if we hit the wrong person? I am from the justice squad of Qin. How can justice be wrong? The originally arrogant ruffians were completely subdued and tied up by the guards Ying Gao brought in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. All the common people were dumbfounded. No matter how bad the name of this justice squad was, at least their skills were impressive. Moreover, they were extremely ruthless. The ruffian leader who had just spoken to Yiweng Gao was now directly slapped into a pig's head. As for his hands and feet, sorry. But those who disrespect the young master, the guards of the Qin Xianyang Palace will show no mercy and break all their limbs. If it weren't for the need to ask questions, this guy would definitely not survive until tomorrow. Everyone, we, the Justice Squad of Qin, are here to uphold justice and maintain public order. We will send these people to the magistrate for trial. Dear fellow villagers, you can now go in and purchase salt. Yiweng Gao smiled slightly and cupped his hands in salute to the surrounding common people. After all, he is a young master of the Qin Dynasty. Although he is a brute, he still knows etiquette. One moment he is a fierce and intimidating figure breaking your legs, and the next he is polite and courteous. Such a strong contrast only increases the people's fondness for him. The name of the Qin Justice Squad has left a mark in the hearts of the citizens of Xianyang. Good. Well done, Qin Squad. Justice Captain. Well done. You are the protector of our Qin people. Love you. Cheers resounded, and Yiweng Gao's smile became even brighter. 100 big coins for each person. I'll ask Sixth Brother for 10,000 later. Isn't that too much? The Qin Justice Squad needs funding for its actions. On another note, outside the Prime Minister's residence, a shabby and down-and-out swordsman arrived. He slightly raised his eyes, then lowered his gaze again. The shame of the Qin Marshal General. Am I really going to seek refuge with this Prime Minister Liu? Yiweng Gao wrote this part a bit humorously. I wonder if you can accept it. If not, I will change it tomorrow morning. Thanks to Sister Xinghe for the great certification and for the extra chapter. Love you all, moi. Chapter 86. Are you the Han Xin who crawls through people's legs? Han Xin clenched his right fist, raising his gaze toward the imposing Prime Minister's residence. In his mind, he kept recalling the old man's instructions. To knock on the door of this shame of the Qin Marshal General, he must use some unconventional methods. Thinking of this, a rare expression of strangeness appeared on Han Xion's usually hesitant face. After much contemplation, Han Xin took 2 steps forward, placed his hand on the door knocker, and knocked twice. Then he shouted loudly, I seek an audience. I, Han Xin of Huayin, wish to see our great Qin's General Quan Sheng, General Liu Bai. Please, young fellow, pass on my request. Inside the residence, Liu Bai was napping with his clothes open. If court officials saw him like this, they would surely scold him for being unkempt, but Shunbo would only smile and praise his young master for sleeping so sweetly. Of course, if this napping posture were to spread to the outside, Liu Bai's free-spirited reputation might become even more renowned. Young master, someone is seeking an audience outside. Just when Liu Bai was enjoying his nap, the doorkeeper rushed in to report. Seeing Liu Bai napping, the doorkeeper showed a regretful expression. Don't see him. Can't you see I'm napping? Liu Bai impatiently waved his hand. Even if the King of Heaven himself came, he can't interrupt my nap. I'm not overly angry, but being disturbed during my midday rest really infuriates me. But the person said he seeks an audience with our great Qin's General Quan Sheng, General Liu. The doorkeeper said, looking aggrieved. I heard him speak nicely, so I came to report. Young master, if you are unhappy, I can just chase him away with a stick. The doorkeeper spoke with a face full of grievance. To be honest, he was just curious. After all, who comes to the Prime Minister's residence not to seek an audience with Prime Minister Liu? This down-and-out swordsman said he sought to see General Liu, so he came to report. However, when Liu Bai, who had been impatient, heard the words General Liu, he immediately rolled over and sat up, his eyes wide awake. His beautiful eyes were almost blooming with joy. Who is so discerning? Quick! Such a discerning and knowledgeable gentleman must be a great talent for our Qin. Let him in. No, wait. How can I let him in? Tell the kitchen to prepare a feast. This general will personally welcome him. Liu Bai exclaimed in a flurry, quickly putting on his clothes and shoes, and ran towards the door. One would think a remarkable talent was coming to visit. Even the doorkeeper was stunned at this moment. Why is my young master so overjoyed? He had never seen this in his life. Of course, this was understandable. As a mere doorkeeper, how could he know Liu Bai's lofty ambitions? The emperor once issued a decree that ruined Liu Bai's dreams of becoming a martial hero. And now someone is calling him General Liu? A kindred spirit. That feeling is akin to Bo Ye meeting Zhong Ziki, Zhuge Liang meeting Liu Bei. And the last one doesn't count. Moreover, he even mentioned General Quan Sheng. Roughly speaking, General Liu Bai's achievements are even more impressive than Wang Jian's. With such a distinguished guest, how could Liu Bai afford to be negligent? Like a sprinter, Liu Bai dashed towards the main door. The dazed doorkeeper understood the situation. Since young Master Liu had said to set a banquet, he had to hurry and notify everyone. I finally understand why Shimin Qing was so ecstatic back then. This feeling is simply exhilarating. Liu Bai thought happily while maintaining his running speed. However, when he reached the entrance, Liu Bai paused slightly. At the door stood a person dressed in gray tight clothing, holding a very old long sword, with a resolute expression. However, the haggard look on his face clearly indicated that he was a man struggling to make ends meet. What a poor yet noble hero. Liu Bai's first reaction was this. Han Xin looked at the person running towards him, first taken aback, then filled with excitement. After so many setbacks, he finally met a powerful figure of the Qin. This one is the left Prime Minister of Qin. He even rushed over without finishing dressing. Who are you? Liu Bai asked as he came to a stop. Greetings, General Liu. Han Xin quickly bowed. He had no official title, and failing to bow to an official would be a disrespectful crime. Moreover, he was now at the Prime Minister's residence, so he could not afford to be careless. However, for his ordinary greeting, Liu Bai closed his eyes slightly, and the corners of his mouth rose wildly. What did you call me? General Liu. Han Xin was momentarily stunned, recalling the old man's instructions, and tentatively repeated. This time, Liu Bai's joy intensified. Quick, quick, come in. I have already prepared a feast. Let us sit down and discuss. I am a general leading troops to fight and conquer, with an unparalleled eye for talent, and I can see at a glance that you are a person of great ability. Quick, quick, let us go. Liu Bai said without hesitation, pulling Han Xin into the Prime Minister's residence. As for whether the visitor was a good person, that was a joke. Not to mention the strict security inside the Prime Minister's residence. Just Han Xin standing at the door was already under the watch of at least 30 crossbows glinting in the dark aimed at him. Moreover, someone who can recognize a talented general at a glance cannot be a bad person. Long Xia, who had rushed over to protect Liu Bai, scratched his head, not quite understanding why his master was so happy. However, this swordsman seemed to possess a certain quality, a quality that even Long Xia admired but could not quite articulate. The kitchen of the Prime Minister's residence is quite impressive, especially with Liu Bai's training. In just a short while, some relatively simple dishes were served. As for the waiting time, Han Xin's pupils trembled violently. This Liu Xiong seemed to be urging him to drink more and eat more snacks, as if afraid he might go hungry. After finally starting the meal, Han Xin raised his wine cup and looked towards Liu Bai, who was seated at the head of the table. He first slightly bowed and performed a heartfelt salute, then spoke emotionally. I, Han Xin of Huayin, am merely a fallen man. What virtue or ability do I have to have the esteemed General Liu welcome me so graciously? Han Xin downed his drink, unable to express his gratitude adequately. After this, Liu Bai smiled slightly and said, Han Xin, you have an eye for great generals. We heroes appreciate each other. Welcome. Han Xin. Halfway through his words, Liu Bai's smile suddenly froze, and his eyes widened in shock. Wait, you are Han Xin? The Han Xin of Huayin? The one who crawled between the legs? Hearing Liu Bai's words, Han Xin was dumbfounded, his face turning extremely strange, and upon closer inspection, he felt a sense of shame. To have the current left Prime Minister openly mention the humiliation of crawling between someone's legs was indeed a matter that could not be taken lightly. However, Liu Bai's shock was not just about that humiliation. It was because the man in front of him was the war god. The war god Han Xin, known for his incredible military prowess. In just 4 months, he had conquered the 3 Qin states, captured Wei, defeated Dai, annihilated Zhao, subdued Yin, and attacked Qi. This man had single-handedly killed the most powerful warlord Xiongnu of the Western Shu. He had not even had the chance to seek Han Xin in Huayin. And here this war god had come knocking on his door. Brave Han Xin, please do not take offense. I merely saw someone I admire, and I, the Prime Minister, couldn't help myself. The humiliation of crawling between legs, while trivial, could still be considered a provocation in the streets, and even without any fighting. Officials would need to record it and present it to Xianyang for the Prime Minister's review. As I read through this, I can't help but feel the bravery and resilience of this warrior. How could a small butcher presume to humiliate you? It is truly laughable. Liu Bai, seeing Han Xin's unnatural expression, quickly spoke up. Of course, this time he didn't have the face to call himself this general anymore. He knew his own achievements. Claiming to have defeated 30,000 cavalry with 7,000 was simply a joke in front of the war god. How could General Liu think so? Han Xin was slightly taken aback, his expression filled with excitement. The humiliation of crawling under someone else's legs was something he could not disregard. But this sense of indignation pushed him to strive even harder. Now that he had encountered a benefactor who understood his aspirations, Han Xin even felt a sense of camaraderie. Having wandered in Huayin for half my life without encountering a wise ruler, if you do not abandon me. Han Xin stood up from his seat, bowed deeply to Liu Bai, and spoke solemnly. Upon hearing this, Liu Bai's expression changed. Stop. Let us talk properly. That was close. I almost became like Dong Zhuo. Are these military generals' loyalty speeches really passed down through the ages? Liu Bai looked at Han Xin and asked. Let us first talk about why you called out to General Liu at the entrance of the Prime Minister's residence. Knowing this guy came from Huayin, he naturally couldn't be a fallen scion of the court, so there must have been someone guiding him to come to the Prime Minister's residence. Liu Bai had calmed down now. He needed to understand the situation before making plans. If he were an ordinary talent, then it would just be a matter of arranging things. But this was the war god. Wasting such talent would be something Liu Bai deeply detested. General Liu, I have been in Xianyang for several days, delivering invitations to various generals' residences, but they have all fallen on deaf ears. I hesitated before the residence of General Wang. And fortunately, an old man spoke up, clearly stating that calling for General Liu would lead to enlightenment. Thus, I acted accordingly. If there is any disrespect, please punish me. And do not blame others. Han Xin was very accountable and directly explained the situation, expressing his willingness to take full responsibility. After all, in Xianyang, trying to deceive a prime minister was no small feat. Upon hearing this, Liu Bai couldn't help but scold the old General Wang in his heart. That old fox was too cunning. He wanted to keep himself hidden while also not wanting to see talent go to waste, so he just threw Han Xin to him. However, Liu Bai suddenly thought of something, and his expression improved slightly. Did General Wang teach Han Xin to call him General Liu? Does that mean General Wang also acknowledges me, Liu Bai, as a military general of the Great Qin? As this thought crossed his mind, Liu Bai felt a little pleased. A military general of the Great Qin. Just thinking about this title made him happy. It was something he had always dreamed of. Han Xin, I can guess what you seek. What you desire is nothing more than a military position, and then with your lifelong learning, you aim to achieve military merits. With your talents, I can see that your potential is limitless. Our Great Qin is a nation built on military might, and we treat talented generals generously. As the left Prime Minister of Great Qin, I have the responsibility to promote you. Liu Bai smiled slightly and said. Upon hearing this, Han Xion's originally resolute face instantly lit up with joy. Indeed, just as that old man said, it was truly useful. This Liu Xiong really valued him. With the Prime Minister's promotion, Han Xion would finally have a stage to showcase his talents. Thank you, Liu. However, I refuse. Before Han Xion could finish his grateful words, Liu Bai's originally smiling face turned serious in an instant. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall fell silent. Han Xion's once passionate heart felt like it had plunged into an ice cave when the word refuse came out. The fall from happiness to despair often happens in an instant. At that moment, Han Xion's expression was filled with bitterness. Yes, I am just a poor swordsman from Huayin. What virtue or ability do I have to be personally promoted by the Prime Minister Liu? Moreover, a man's talents, like a woman's pregnancy, may not show at first. Without the opportunity to showcase my military talents, how could I make this powerful Prime Minister believe in me? If he were in Liu Bai's position, he probably wouldn't agree either. Do not be discouraged, listen to me. Liu Bai glanced at Han Xion, noticing his bitter expression, and immediately understood his thoughts, shouting loudly. This shout rang in Han Xion's ears like a bell. The anguish in his heart suddenly paused. And Han Xion looked up in confusion to find Liu Bai striding towards him, placing his right hand on Han Xion's shoulder. Han Xion, I have never doubted your talents. I can even assert that when General Wang completely retires from the military, you will undoubtedly be the pillar of our Great Qin's military. Liu Bai spoke solemnly. However, entering my Prime Minister's residence is a mistake. From the moment you stepped into this Prime Minister's residence, you only have two choices. The first is to have Long Xie break your legs and throw you out, then find a doctor to treat you, and head to the northern Dai County to enlist, earning solid military merits to secure the most solid general position. The second is to become my retainer, and I will arrange everything for you. However, in this life, you will never achieve the position of a great general. No matter when, there will always be an old general above you. Do you understand the implications of this? When Liu Bai said these words, he was also in great pain. Han Xion has talent, and his future achievements may not necessarily be beneath Wang Jian. But he, Liu Bai, is the chancellor. The first choice is to establish Han Xion's political stance in opposition to Liu Bai, so that no matter who ascends to the position of the crown prince in the future, Han Xion will be a piece on the chessboard to balance himself, and naturally, he will have the opportunity to touch the position of the top general of the Qin. The second choice is to be a guest of Liu Bai, which would limit his potential. The position of the top general of the Qin would be absolutely out of reach. This is a struggle on the court, unrelated to talent. After Liu Bai finished speaking, he fell silent, staring into Han Xion's eyes, quietly waiting for his answer. Should he seek a smooth but constrained position as a military leader? Or endure hardships and ultimately climb to the peak of leadership using the corpses of enemies? Everything is waiting for Han Xion to make his choice. Under Liu Bai's gaze, Han Xion slightly opened his mouth to speak. Chapter 88, The Unparalleled National Hero. Liu Xiong, I wonder if this matter is left to Han Xion to choose? Han Xion's expression was calm as he spoke slowly. At this moment, he no longer referred to Liu Bai as General Liu but as Chancellor Liu. This change in address was not just a change in title. On a deeper level, only Han Xion himself could fully understand it. That is natural. On this point, I respect your choice. Liu Bai nodded slightly and spoke in a deep voice. Then Han Xion pondered for a moment, then bowed deeply to Liu Bai, and then slowly knelt down. I, Xion, reside far away in Huayin, yet Chancellor Liu knows me, values me, and is willing to give me a choice. This kindness is a favor of recognition that Han Xion will never forget. However, since childhood, I have set great aspirations, wanting to achieve extraordinary merits with a 3-foot sword, unwilling to remain under the common people for too long. The dangers of the military and the ferocity of the battlefield are far less than the frustration in my heart. If Chancellor Liu does not mind, I wish to consider myself a guest in my heart, and this matter will not be known to outsiders. I will travel far to Dai County and earn my title on the battlefield. Han Xion's eyes filled with tears as he spoke solemnly. The meaning of his words was that he cherished Liu Bai's kindness of recognition, but was unwilling to use Liu Bai's resources, insisting on finding his own way out. This pride moved Liu Bai, not using Liu Bai's resources while keeping the kindness in mind. That is what a true man should be. Please rise. Liu Bai quickly helped Han Xion up, hesitating slightly as he reached for his waist. Han Xion, you have great ambitions, and I know it in my heart. This item was given to me by my elders when I came of age. After years in the court, I consider my career to be smooth. But there is one thing that I often use this jade to remind myself. A national hero, unparalleled. Liu Bai took the jade pendant from his waist and solemnly handed it to Han Xin. This was the heartfelt words from the bottom of his heart. Unparalleled national hero. This jade pendant, which he had worn for several years, served as a reminder during the most dangerous times, allowing him to resolutely step towards what he believed to be the strong Qin path. Becoming a true national hero and making the Qin prosperous is Liu Bai's ambition. Now, he wants to give it to Han Xin. Chancellor Liu. Han Xin looked at the jade pendant handed over by Liu Bai, first taken aback, and then the sour feeling in his eyes could no longer be contained. This strong man, who remained unflinching while borrowing food from a washerwoman during the hardest times, who reflected and awakened when humiliated, and who faced repeated refusals in Xianyang without losing heart, was now in tears. He did not take the jade pendant, but he felt Liu Bai's intentions. This was heartfelt recognition, the kindness of recognition. This is the true kindness of recognition. Han Xin, remember, today you are poor, but tomorrow you will definitely be a national hero. Liu Bai forcefully slapped the jade pendant into Han Xin's palm. He feared that if he hesitated, he would regret it. Crack. However, with Liu Bai's forceful slap, it went awry. Although Han Xin was highly skilled, he was currently too excited, and despite his intention to catch it, he could not react in time. This jade pendant, which was of average quality but held significant meaning, shattered into two pieces. When this unexpected event occurred, Han Xin was stunned at first, and then his heart was instantly filled with regret and guilt. Han Xin extended his hand too late, causing Chancellor Liu's cherished jade to break. I have nothing but. Han Xin gritted his teeth, his eyes turning red as he spoke. However, before he could finish, Liu Bai also reacted. He was not trying to persuade or organize Han Xin, but instead burst into hearty laughter. Ha! Good, good. This jade is spiritual. It knows us both. The whole jade represents an unparalleled national hero, and if it breaks into two halves, then you and I each have a half. A civil minister and a military general. We are both the bones of the great Qin. Well broken, well broken. Liu Bai laughed heartily, picked up the shattered jade pendant from the ground, kept half of it in his hand, and handed the other half to Han Xin. Han Xin, since the jade pendant is broken into two halves, we each hold one. I am already a civil minister, so I will wear it first. When you become the foremost military general, the two of us will unite the jade, and we will surely not lose to the former Zhao's generals and ministers. And in the future, it will certainly become a beautiful story in history. Liu Bai's eyes were full of smiles, showing no sign of heartache. As he handed over the half-jade pendant, it was filled with an unexplainable grandeur. Han Xin, who originally planned to take his own life in apology, felt an overwhelming gratitude in his heart. Thank you, Chancellor Liu. Han Xin took the jade pendant and wanted to pay his respects, but before he could move, he was stopped by Liu Bai. Still calling me Chancellor Liu? You are now my guest. Once you become the foremost military general, we will both be national heroes of the great Qin. Thank you, Lord Liu. Han Xin spoke excitedly, carefully keeping the half-jade pendant safe. Then he raised his eyes to look at Liu Bai, his gaze filled with gratitude. He wanted to remember Liu Bai's appearance. Today would be a day he would never forget for the rest of his life. Have you stored it well? Liu Bai asked with a smile. Han Xin nodded. Long Ke, who was nearby, was also filled with tears. This is our Lord Liu. He treats those around him with the most sincere heart. Being able to work alongside Lord Liu is a lifelong blessing for him. Long Ke, if you have stored it well. Liu Bai patted Han Xion's shoulder and spoke softly. Han Xion, go well. Then, Liu Bai suddenly turned around, sat down in his main seat, and shouted loudly. What kind of chaotic people can come to my general's residence to recommend themselves? Long Ke, drive them away with a stick, shout louder. And make sure the whole Xianyang hears it, so that this general can sleep well during the afternoon. With this shout, Han Xion was dumbfounded. Long Ke was also dumbfounded. The change came too quickly. Remember, don't actually hurt anyone, just make it look serious. After Liu Bai finished shouting, he did not forget to remind Long Quebec. Thank you, Lord Liu. Han Xion took a deep breath and made a deep bow to Liu Bai. Who knows when we will meet again after today? Lord Liu, please take care. All right. Han Xion, my brother, my fist is very big, just bear with it. Long Xie chuckled, although he didn't understand what Lu Gong meant. It seemed interesting, so he decided to just go along with it. After a cup of tea, the common people at the gate of the Prime Minister's residence saw a down-and-out swordsman being beaten out by a strong man like a black bear, still shouting something they couldn't understand. Afterwards, Lu Xiong didn't like being disturbed during his afternoon nap, and this spread throughout the whole of Xianyang. Little Easter egg, this story was later recorded in the records of the Grand Historian, biographies of the champion Marquis, and the historian even took the manuscript to Huayin to show to a certain unparalleled war god who was about to die from years of battle wounds. That great Qin war god, who swept through the Xiongnu and then pacified 19 countries in the western regions, touched the half-piece of jade pendant at his waist and laughed until tears flowed. As he closed his eyes for the last time, he left behind a sentence. Long Xie's fist is really big. Thanks to the great master Zai Wangshu for the recognition. Thanks to Brother Dixin for the reward. Adding another chapter. So tired. Just finished writing at exactly 11:33. Chapter 89. Don't worry about the matters of famous generals. Indeed, if you bloom, the gentle breeze will come. Matters concerning famous generals and heroes are always appreciated by one another. Because I am a famous general, I can attract future famous generals. This makes sense. After bidding farewell to Han Xin, Liu Bai was very pleased. Although he hadn't yet officially requested the title of Marshal Marquis from His Majesty the First Emperor, his retainer was a future war god. Wouldn't military merit come pouring in later? Compared to the position of Prime Minister, Liu Bai still very much wanted a title like Champion Marquis. Lu Gong, what do you mean? Long Xia scratched his head, completely not understanding what Liu Bai was saying. Don't worry about the matters of famous generals, Liu Bai said impatiently, completely disregarding the fact that Long Xia was also a famous general in the historical records. Send 5 members of the Jinyiwei to keep an eye on Han Xin, and once Han Xin leaves Xianyang, send some money over to him. Even though the Prime Minister doesn't eat and sleep with the soldiers, where there are people, there is a world of martial arts. Having some money is good for dealings. At least the weapons won't be too shabby. Also, wait for news from the northern Dai County. To be honest, it's really difficult to find connections with low-level soldiers. If I directly write a letter to Zhao Tuo, it would only harm Han Xin. Liu Bai had a helpless expression. Right now, Zhao Tuo is stationed in northern Dai County, and his official position is too high, so he doesn't really know anyone in the ranks of low-level soldiers. It was hard to find a Long Xia, and now this guy has followed him. Lu Gong needn't worry about this. I once saved a comrade's life when I was a soldier. Now this guy has already become a 100-man commander in northern Dai County, named Hifu. I'll write a bamboo slip to him, and he will definitely take care of it. Upon hearing that Lu Gong had such a worry, Long Xia immediately pounded his chest. However, after saying this, Liu Bai's expression became extremely strange, staring at Long Xia in silence. Let me draw a picture of Hifu. He's my good brother. He'll understand. Long Xia scratched his head. After saying this, Liu Bai nodded. This guy Long Xia, asking him to write a letter is much harder than killing someone. It's not about whether he can read or not. It's about being half literate and half guessing. If he writes a letter to that 100-man commander Hifu, the whole thing would probably be filled with black, you and I hope you can. Such a letter might be misconstrued as a vendetta and could directly kill Han Xin. Alright, let's go seek paper at a high price. The heat has been stirred up enough. It's time to take action. Notify the head of the Xianyang Wisdom Gate, Jiao Chao, to prepare well. Liu Bai stood up, adjusted his collar, and revealed a mysterious smile. At this moment, at the entrance of Xianyang, it was a scene of drums and gongs, shouting voices, fluttering banners, and a sea of people. Under Feng Qiuji's instructions, basically every family sent people out to purchase paper. Even Zhao Huan, the most famous son of the Zhao family, specifically came to preside over the matter, which shows how important this was. The Zhao family is not ordinary. Their ancestors had 2 officials of the 9 ministers, one of whom, after the death of King Xiaogong of Qin, actively impeached Xianyang, demanding severe punishment for him, was the clan elder Zhao Dao. Even among the aristocracy, the leadership of the Zhao family is extraordinary. These people were holding strips of cloth as banners, clearly stating the prices their families were offering to buy. In the severely resource-depleted Qin Dynasty, using cloth strips to solicit purchases was enough to astonish the common people. Of course, what made people gasp in awe was Liu Bai's servant, who directly opened a box revealing 30,000 large coins inside. Young master, actually, you don't need to come. We could just do it here. An old servant walked up to Zhao Huan and said softly, It's no problem. I'm here today for 2 reasons. 1. It's the direct word of the grand historian. And the second is that I'm indeed curious if such miraculous paper truly exists. Zhao Huan smiled slightly, shook his head, and a rare hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. Paper. Although this thing has been exaggerated to an incredible extent, Zhao Huan is not a fool. He naturally knows that the talk about prolonging life is nonsense. However, what Zhao Huan cares about is another point, literary talent. He himself has also been touched. Writing with branches versus writing on bamboo slips or silk has a significant difference in the beauty of the characters. Perhaps this paper can indeed empower literary talent? As a scion of a noble family, lacking women, wealth, and power, Zhao Huan needed higher pursuits, such as fame. He didn't expect to reach the level of Liu Bai's immortal-like reputation, but at least when he went to Chunfeng Garden, those girls showing a bit of admiration would be good. Lao Chun, go change the amount on the cloth strip. If Lu Xiong offers 30,000 large coins, we will offer 20,000, which is also a way to show some face. Zhao Huan smiled slightly and spoke. 20,000 large coins is almost half of what the Zhao family's legitimate eldest son has saved, but it's worth it. Agreed. The old servant hurriedly went to make the change. Who the hell is this? Stop pushing. Which guy? Touching men. I wish you longevity equal to the heavens and congratulate you on your daily happiness. Just then, the originally bustling crowd was suddenly pushed apart by someone forcefully, and the previous curses swiftly transformed for some reason. Following that, a yawning voice sounded. Why is Xianyang so unappreciative? Not selling for 30,000 large coins? Then I must thoroughly investigate Xianyang. As soon as these words were spoken, it instantly became quiet outside Xianyang, referring to oneself as this official. There are only two people in the Qin Dynasty, and such an arrogant tone could only belong to that one person, the left Prime Minister of Qin, commander of the Jinyiwei, master of Yiweng Palace, the future imperial teacher, Liu Bai. Zhao Huayan's pupils trembled suddenly, followed by an explosion of intense joy. Liu Bai has come too. This Liu Xiong is known to leave no treasure behind. His arrival at Xianyang means that this paper is real? Thinking of this, Zhao Huayan hurriedly stepped forward and respectfully bowed. Liu Xiong. Zhao Huayan pays his respects to Liu Xiong. Liu Bai casually glanced and asked indifferently, Zhao Huayan? My father was the former minister of grain, Zhao Quan. My elder brother is the governor of Shanchuan County, Zhao Huaizhen. Zhao Huayan quickly introduced himself. Oh, Zhao Huaizhen, I remember you. You are the Zhao family's illegitimate son, and your abilities are indeed commendable. Liu Bai nodded slightly, having some impression of Zhao Huaizhen. However, as soon as these words were spoken, the originally smiling Zhao Huayan's expression instantly froze. He was the legitimate eldest son of the family, and he had a half-brother Zhao Huaizhen from a secondary wife. Normally, this was common in wealthy families, where inheritance usually had little to do with Zhao Huaizhen. But this Zhao Huaizhen was exceptionally talented. Ever since Li Bing and his son built the Dujianjian, there had rarely been flooding in the Shanchuan County. After this illegitimate brother of his took over, he actually opened up new waterways based on the Dujianjian, increasing the grain production in Shanchuan County by a full 30 last year, earning accolades in the Qilan Hall. Zhao Huayan wanted to buy paper largely because of this brother. Even the young lady of the Yun family, whom he liked, seemed to be particularly fond of that lowly-born brother. I must buy paper. I want to be eloquent. I wanting heir to fall in love with me. Zhao Huayan clenched his fists, roaring inwardly. Of course, as the legitimate eldest son of a prominent family, he could hardly catch Liu Bai's eye. If it weren't for the fact that the county magistrate of Sanchuan had some ability, Liu Bai wouldn't even bother with him. Raising his gaze towards the Juxian Hall, Liu Bai's mouth curled into a slight smile as he stretched out his right hand and snapped his fingers. Juxian Hall. Are you selling paper? If not, your position in Juxian Hall might affect the transportation in Xianyang quite a bit. Let's forcibly demolish it today. Chapter 90. This man is too handsome. Forcibly demolish. As soon as Liu Bai spoke these words, all the citizens on the street couldn't help but twitch their mouths. No wonder Liu Xiong, who had once slaughtered surrendering soldiers and executed the remnants of the 6 noble families, spoke and acted with such dominance. Only you, Liu Xiong, are qualified to say something like forcibly demolishing the Juxian Hall of the eldest son of the Qin. Zhao Huayan, who had previously only remembered his elder brother and was somewhat dissatisfied with this legitimate son, now had his eyes shining. This was the image he had always dreamed of. This man is too handsome. At this moment, even Zhao Huayan had to admit that Liu Bai's ability to reach the position of prime minister at such a young age was indeed remarkable. Meanwhile, Liu Bai lazily yawned, seemingly indifferent to the citizens' reactions. If you don't sell it for 30,000 taels of silver, then a 30-person demolition team can surely be organized. Liu Bai said casually. Upon hearing this, everyone admired him immensely. Such shameless words were spoken so confidently. Only our Liu Xiong could do this. It was said that the slaughtering of surrendering soldiers was an accident, right? Wait. At this moment, an old man rushed out of the Juxian Hall, looking extremely anxious. Jiao Chao, the head of the Juxian Hall, pays his respects to Liu Xiong. The person was indeed Jiao Chao, who first glanced at Liu Bai, saw him nod slightly without changing his expression, and then hurriedly opened his mouth to bow. All right, I can't remember many names. Just tell me if you're selling the paper. Liu Bai interrupted. In business, one hand gives money, and the other hand gives goods. The money is here. If you don't sell, I have reason to suspect this is false news released by the remnants of the 6 kingdoms to disrupt Xianyang. Liu Bai spoke lightly, seemingly fixated on the conspiracy of the remnants of the 6 kingdoms. Upon hearing this, many citizens suddenly realized. So that's how it is. We misunderstood Liu Xiong. He is actually worried about our great Qin. The previous mention of a search was merely an excuse. Protecting Xianyang is Liu Xiong's true intention. Moreover, this matter also involves the Juxian Hall. Liu Xiong genuinely brought money. Since you have something and are hiding it, and considering there are many old members of the 6 kingdoms within the Juxian Hall, checking it out is normal, even if it ends in forced demolition. It wouldn't be unjust. Jiao Chao's expression was anxious as he pondered for a moment, seemingly deep in thought. However, at that moment, a voice of agreement rang out. Exactly. The speaker was none other than Zhao Huayan, the legitimate eldest son of the Zhao family, who had come to the Juxian Hall, was the leader sent by their family. His single endorsement immediately stirred up a wave. That's right. What are you hiding in the Juxian Hall? What intentions do you have? The deal might not go through, but Liu Xiong must check it out. I support Liu Xiong. His actions are what the public desires. Shouts arose, and with one person leading, it quickly became a wave of voices. And those citizens who were unaware of the truth were also swept along in agreement. After all, after so many days, who didn't want to see if it was true or not? Whether Juxian Hall was demolished or not had little to do with them, but they were very eager to see some excitement. Instantly, the Juxian Hall became the target of everyone's ire. Jiao Chao exaggeratedly wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, causing Liu Bai to frown repeatedly. This old man's actions were well designed, but still lacked a bit of fire. It seems it's fake. Liu Bai sighed, shaking his head slightly as he walked to his money box and slowly lowered the lid, preparing to close it. This small gesture instantly captured the hearts of countless people. Everyone widened their eyes, looking towards Zhao Chao, trying to discern the development of the situation. Even Zhao Huayan felt a chill in his heart at this moment. Could it be that it was truly a rumor? Wouldn't that mean his chance to make a name for himself was gone? Oh dear, since Liu Xiong is sincere. Zhao Chao. Zhao Chao slapped his thigh, his expression filled with reluctance. Those in the know understood that Liu Bai came to buy paper, while those who didn't thought Liu Bai had brought people to forcibly seize the old man's daughter. As this was said, Zhao Huayan's previously dejected heart was instantly filled with joy. Really? Liu Xiong, this paper is what our Zhu Xian Hall has painstakingly developed. When the paper was first created, it was said to be astonishing enough to move heaven and earth. Zhao Chao babbled on, constantly boasting, drawing disdain from the surrounding crowd. Astonishing enough to move heaven and earth? Your Zhu Xian Hall is right here. Why haven't we heard any wild ghosts crying? However, one person remembered. Zhao Huayan recalled the brilliant white lightning from a few days ago, and then the news about the paper emerged. The first emperor questioned the heavens. Could it be? Thinking of this, Zhao Huayan became so excited that he trembled non-stop. Sure enough, when divine objects emerge, there must be phenomena from heaven. Zhao Huayan wanted to listen closely, but he heard an impatient voice say, "Stop boasting. Hurry up and take it out." Liu Bai looked disdainful. The previously garrulous Zhao Chao was instantly silenced. Another long sigh escaped him as Zhao Chao rubbed his hands together, tidied his hair meticulously, and then shouted towards the Zhu Xian Hall, "Please bring out the divine paper." With this shout, everyone's hearts were stirred. Their gazes fixed at the entrance of the Zhu Xian Hall. They saw an elderly man dressed in a scholar's robe, with a solemn expression, holding a tray with a purple sandalwood box, stepping out slowly. Each step was taken with extreme slowness and heaviness. It took the old man a whole incense stick's time to walk just 15 steps out the door, but no one dared to urge him, fearing that they would offend the divine paper and lose its protection. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the old man slowly opened the wooden box. At that moment, Zhao Huayan, who was standing close by, felt his pupils tremble violently. A fresh scent of grass and wood filled his nostrils, as if touched by a lover's gentle caress, calming his previously restless heart. It's true. The rumors are true. The divine paper is real. Calm the mind. Extend life. Zhao Huayan screamed wildly in his heart. He tried hard to tiptoe, wanting to see more clearly. Inside the wooden box lay a piece of paper as thin as a cicada's wing, with a slight yellow hue. This is paper. A good thing, 30,000 coins, it's yours. Just as Zhao Huayan was about to drool, Liu Bai smiled slightly, reached out to take the paper, and then lifted it slightly, allowing everyone present to see clearly. The paper finally appeared before the world in the Great Qin. Zhao Chao's mouth was slightly open, and one could even see the dry skin on his lips, clearly anxious to the extreme. What? Not for sale? Liu Bai frowned slightly, a murderous aura swirling. Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Zhao Chao's eyes. Let's exaggerate a bit. The divine paper belongs to our Great Qin's most cultured Liu Xiong. It is fate. Zhao Chao cried out, his expression as exaggerated as it could be. Even Liu Bai nearly couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Taking a deep breath, Liu Bai turned around, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Without exception, everyone had fiery eyes. Whether it was the people sent by noble families or the onlooking commoners, they were all staring at the paper, unwilling to blink. Liu Bai's expression was solemn as he raised the paper above his head and spoke in a deep voice. Since the transaction is complete, both money and goods are settled. Then today, I shall dispel the rumors about this paper. Chapter 91. Right. Why aren't you writing? Dispelling rumors? What rumors? No. When the divine paper was taken out just now, we clearly smelled a scent like that of celestial herbs. Yes, even from this far away, I could smell it. It is rumored that divine herbs have the fragrance of celestial herbs, which can calm the mind when smelled and can extend life when placed under the pillow. I really feel my heart is much cleaner. Bah, that's because your heart is too dirty, always waiting outside Liu Yuan's wall to watch his daughter. Oh, are you watching his daughter or watching him? As Liu Bai spoke, the onlooking commoners began to whisper among themselves. Meanwhile, Zhao Chao, with a serious face, quickly lowered his head, afraid of being seen by others. Could there be no scent of grass and wood? Not to mention that the paper was made from these materials. Even the purple sandalwood, the interior materials of the box, were soaked in a special medicinal juice. It would be strange if there was no smell when the box was opened. Of course, Zhao Chao would definitely not reveal these little secrets. After all, Liu Bai's face could change faster than a certain animal. Everyone, although Liu Bai is the literary minister of the Great Qin, he usually enjoys playing with words. As you all know, Liu Bai cleared his throat and spoke loudly. The surrounding commoners all smiled knowingly. Even Zhao Huayan nodded repeatedly at this moment. This Liu Xiong has taken his hobby to the level of a transcendent being. Who can deny it? In the court, there are often verbal attacks. But no one dares to truly confront Liu Bai's literary prowess. There was even a time when a certain official in the court wanted to impeach Liu Bai. And this Liu Xiong, in a fit of rage, asked the emperor for writing materials, saying he wanted to scold the other party in a way that would be remembered through the ages. This frightened the official to the point of fainting on the spot. And after being rescued by the imperial physician, he refused to admit that he wanted to impeach Liu Bai. As for the famous works circulating in Xianyang city, don't ask. Just know that the storytellers in every street and alley squat at the prime minister's residence every day, trying to get close to the doorman. And as long as they get a sentence or two, the whole of Xianyang will know within 3 days. Liu Bai waved his sleeve and shouted, "Bring me a brush." The purple sandalwood box fell to the ground with a crash, shattering into many pieces, causing the surrounding commoners to feel immense pain. Then, Liu Bai spread the paper flat on the tray, his gaze cold as he looked at Jiao Chao and said, "In a moment, when I pick up the brush, if I cannot write anything, it will prove that your claim that this paper can inspire literary talent is nonsense. By then, you will know that my 30,000 coins are not so easy to collect." Upon hearing this, Jiao Chao fell to the ground with a thud, as if stunned. Zhao Huayan's eyes were fiery as he raised his hand and shouted from the side, "That's right. If even Lu Xiong lacks literary talent, then the claim that the paper can inspire literary talent is indeed nonsense. I dare ask the world, who can match Lu Xiong's literary talent? Moreover, Lu Xiong is just. This act comes from justice, and he will not feign lack of inspiration for personal reasons. Everyone, we trust Lu Xiong. After all, this is how human beings are. They strive towards the direction they believe in." Zhao Huayan originally wanted to use the divine paper to gain a bit of literary fame to surpass his half-brother. Now that Liu Bai is going to verify it, he is naturally extremely eager, and with him leading the way, the crowd was instantly stirred. The people sent by the noble families wanted to verify whether the paper was genuine, while the commoners were waiting for Liu Bai's verses. "Lu Gong, the writing materials are here." Long Chia respectfully offered the writing materials. As Liu Bai picked up the brush, the entire street instantly fell silent. Even the usually noisy birds became quiet. In this extreme silence, everyone seemed to feel that the scent of grass and wood, combined with the fragrance of ink, calmed their minds even more. Regardless of literary talent, at least the fact that it can relax the mind is true. Liu Bai slightly closed his eyes, the brush fell. The wind picked up slightly. The tall figure of Liu Bai, dressed in a plain robe, holding the brush and waving the ink, truly looked like an immortal in the world. Countless commoners felt that the term transcendent being used to describe Liu Bai and Xianyang was indeed appropriate, not knowing who the talented person was that first said it. Unbeknownst to them, that talented person was currently grinning foolishly. Although he couldn't understand what his Lu Gong was writing, his Lu Gong's demeanor was truly extraordinary. Liu Bai's brush danced like a dragon or snake, without a hint of stagnation. Zhao Huayan watched as Liu Bai wrote, initially filled with anticipation, then his pupils trembled violently as he read aloud. 1,000-character classic? Heaven and earth, profound yellow, universe vast and wild. Sun and moon wax and wane, stars and constellations align. Cold comes and heat goes, autumn harvest and winter storage. Leap years become ages, musical notes adjust to the sun. Clouds rise to bring rain, dew forms into frost. As Zhao Huayan read each line aloud, some literate people around him also showed astonished expressions. What is this? What a masterpiece. Each stanza of 4 characters is easy to recite, and the content teaches people to be kind, brave, upright, and respectful to elders based on the principles of the I Ching and the 5 elements. This is an enlightening classic, a classic that can truly articulate philosophy. Everyone was dumbfounded. This 1,000-character classic could definitely make a person a revered teacher for future generations, an enlightening teacher for countless children. This merit could be considered as the most sacred. Every time Zhao Huayan read a word, countless learned individuals repeated it 3 times in succession, memorizing it. The ordinary people around, unaware of the deeper meaning, after someone explained, also realized that this was a 1,000-character introductory text, and they couldn't help but start counting the words aloud. As Liu Bai's writing sped up, the gazes of the surrounding people towards the paper grew more fervent. Divine paper. Absolutely divine paper. Although they didn't know much about literary styles, the 1,000-character classic, being a renowned piece, is different from poetry. It is an accumulation of life experiences and reflections on the way of heaven. Moreover, this is a primer for teaching children. Before Liu Bai became the head of the Yiweng Palace, he had never truly taught anyone. It must be the outpouring of divine inspiration that led to such a masterpiece. Zhao Huayan's face turned red, and he trembled continuously. 488, 489, 490. Zhao Huayan read aloud, calm in nature, emotions at ease. The heart moves. Lu Xiong, why did you stop writing? It's almost 500 words, and Liu Bai actually put down his pen? Zhao Huayan was practically jumping up. At this moment, he not only felt the heat for the divine paper, but also instinctively hoped Liu Bai would continue writing. This 1,000-character classic was supposed to be 1,000 characters, right? He had only written up to the 490th character. He hadn't even finished the next 2 characters. Unexpectedly, Liu Bai looked up, gently placed the pen aside, and turned to face everyone. A feint appeared on his face. There's no more paper. Note, the content of the 1,000-character classic is quoted from the work by Zhou Xingxi from the Southern and Northern dynasties, and the quoted content does not exceed 50 characters. Author's note. Thanks to the great god for the reward certification, an additional chapter. Thanks to Princess Ing Ma-chan for the lighter, hehe. With a lighter in hand, inspiration flows. Chapter 92. Liu Bai, are you not afraid of being criticized by future generations? There's no more paper. When Liu Bai said this, everyone was taken aback. No more paper? Write on bamboo slips? Or if that is not possible, write on our clothes. What does it mean to write only 490 characters of the 1,000-character classic? Lu Xiong, write on my clothes. I'm a rough man. It doesn't matter if I'm not wearing clothes. Yes, write on my clothes. It was just a moment of shock. And countless people began to take off their clothes. If it were usual, the old scholars would definitely be slapping their thighs and scolding for being indecent. But today, those literate scholars were not slower than ordinary people in taking off their clothes. It was a joke. This was the 1,000-character classic, which could be passed down for generations and must be recorded in history. If their story of taking off their clothes to continue the text could be recorded, wouldn't they also be famous throughout the world? Even Zhao Huayan began to loosen his belt. Fortunately, the old servant beside him was quick to act and reminded him. So Zhao Huayan realized his identity was not ordinary. However, even though he stopped his actions, his eyes were still reluctant. As one piece of clothing after another was presented to Liu Bai, the current left chancellor couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. The people of the Qin are too straightforward. The smell of sweat was making his head ache. Gentlemen, what I mean is, there's no more paper. And I also don't know how the rest of the 1,000-character classic goes. 30,000 big coins are all my savings. I can no longer afford paper. Liu Bai took a deep breath, shook his head repeatedly, and spoke loudly. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly realized, and their eyes lit up with surprise. Lu Xiong said there was no more paper, so the continuation of the 1,000-character classic couldn't be written? This means the divine paper is real. Indeed. The essence of the divine paper is something even I find calming, and Lu Xiong's 1,000-character classic is indeed a timeless masterpiece. The outpouring of inspiration is real. Oh my! Exclamations rang out, and everyone's thoughts were finally drawn to the paper. Their gazes towards the Xianyang grew even more fervent. However, due to Liu Bai's presence, no one dared to say anything. Liu Bai slightly folded the paper and then placed it in his bosom, casting a deep glance at the Xianyang before leaving without saying a word. This appearance seemed like he had gone to debunk a myth, but found the item to be real, which was quite awkward. As for whether the 1,000-character classic was due to the divine paper rather than Liu Bai's exceptional literary talent, no one considered this question at all. It's a joke. The poetry of our Lu Xiong is indeed excellent, but this 1,000-character classic contains the secrets of the universe and embodies teachings of philosophy, all aimed at goodness, propriety, and humility. Do these fine qualities have anything to do with our Lu Xiong? The coffins of the noble families of the 6 kingdoms have just been transported out of Xianyang. Thus, Liu Bai's graceful departure appeared to everyone as if he were fleeing in embarrassment. However, this somewhat awkward departure made no one dare to underestimate him. They only felt that the divine paper was more impressive. After all, who has the right to doubt the literary talent of the immortal Liu Bai? Lu Gong. This 1,000-character classic still has 510 characters left. Why not go back and finish writing it? Long Chia spoke softly, offering a kind reminder. Liu Bai's mouth twitched violently. Get lost. Let him finish the 1,000-character classic. Liu Bai indeed memorized it in his past life. But there are many historical allusions within the 1,000-character classic. If he were to mention the 3 kingdoms in the Qin Dynasty, that wouldn't make him an immortal. It would simply make him a rebel against Qin. Writing a book halfway and not finishing it will get struck by lightning? What does that have to do with him, Liu Bai? He had only written 490 characters, and he hadn't even reached halfway yet. The heavens are so strict. They surely wouldn't strike the wrong person. After Liu Bai quickened his pace to leave, at the entrance of the Xianyang, Zhao Chao felt like a piece of cured meat, being eyed by countless hungry wolves, especially Zhao Huayan, who was practically drooling at this moment. Cut the nonsense. I am Zhao Huayan of Changshan. If you don't sell me paper today, I don't dare to tear down the Xianyang. But Zhao Chao, you better be careful walking at night. Zhao Huayan stopped pretending and directly threatened. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chao suddenly felt very regretful. After Lu Xiong left, why was he left to face it alone? Zhao Chao stammered. Less nonsense. Since Lu Xiong bought a piece of paper for 30,000 big coins, we naturally won't disrespect Lu Xiong. 30,000 big coins. A fair trade. Zhao Huayan spoke loudly, ensuring everyone could hear him. On one hand, this was respect for Liu Bai, not just in terms of position but also in literary talent. On the other hand, it represented that Zhao Huayan was not oppressing others with his power. The aristocracy has always done well in matters of face. Yes, my Li family will buy too. Hurry and bring out the paper. My Zhang family can't fall behind. 30,000 big coins will be offered immediately. Lu Xiong, please write a bit smaller for the remaining 510 characters. They will belong to my Zhang family. Bullshit. Zhang Matzi, with your family head S looks, how can there be 510 characters? It must be from my illustrious Qin family. Voices rang out, and Zhao Huayan looked at the Xianyang with increasingly eager eyes. Liu Bai wrote 490 characters, and if he wrote 510 characters, didn't that mean that his literary talent could surpass that of Lu Xiong? Even in future generations, People would say that it was Zhao Huayan who wrote most of the 1,000-character classic, while Liu Bai wrote only a small part. This reputation. How can that illegitimate offspring Zhao Huaizhen compare to himself? The governor of Sanchuan County, compared to being remembered for generations, is nothing worth mentioning. The more he thought about it, the more Zhao Huayan's heart swelled. Amidst the shouts, Jiao Chao was yelling something, but no one could hear clearly. He only remembered later that Xianyang took out the paper, and everyone bought it. In the chaotic scene, Jiao Chao also nailed a wooden sign at the entrance of Xianyang, which read, "All transactions are final, no returns or exchanges." In the lower right corner of the sign, there were 2 lines of small characters, engraved very lightly. Only visible when one got close enough. Paper has its types, purchase carefully. Final interpretation rights belong to Xianyang. Inside the Changtai Palace, His Majesty the First Emperor looked at the confidential report presented by the Black Dragon Guard and the 490-character original manuscript sent by a shameless plagiarist. Smiling at the corner of his mouth, writing 490 characters in a 1,000-character essay, Liu Bai, are you not afraid that future generations will curse you? The First Emperor flipped through the 1,000-character essay several times, and there was even a hint of amusement in his voice. Chapter 93, Making Money, Dividing Money. Shinbo, you've counted it 800 times. It's just over 1 million big coins, right? And you, Long K, this is money, not a woman's legs. What kind of expression is that? Shinshi, how come you too? Inside the Prime Minister's residence, Liu Bai looked at the scene in front of him, speechless. Shinbo was understandable. He was an old man who liked to count. But mainly, Long K's expression was truly too lewd. With half-closed eyes, he extended his stick-like fingers, gently brushing over the big coins with just the tips of his fingers. His expression was so indulgent and lewd. Liu Bai really felt like he couldn't help but kick him. Young master has the skills of Tao Zhu. I am very pleased. Shinbo stood up, looking at Liu Bai with a smile. 150,000 big coins. Earning 150,000 big coins a day. Not to mention Tao Zhugong family. Even if he sold his wife Shishir, he couldn't earn that much. Just like that. It equaled half a year's taxes for Daqin. To be honest, Liu Gong, the girls from Chunfeng Garden really aren't worth that much money. Long K said honestly. Xianxi beside him smiled wryly, looking at Liu Bai with a bit more incredulity. He was fully aware of this money-making plan and even thought that if a few families were deceived, it would be good. A reasonable estimate was only a few tens of thousands of big coins. But unexpectedly, Liu Xiong managed to produce a monumental work like the 1,000-character essay at a crucial moment, pushing the divine paper to an unattainable height. Strategy, control of people's hearts. And of course the oft-repeated literary talent were all vividly displayed by Liu Bai in this paper sale. Most importantly, Liu Bai did not cheat the poor. 2,000 a sheet at a sky-high price. The poor couldn't afford it. Alright, all of this is supporting the national treasury. Do you really think that this million in profit is solely the result of this prime minister's efforts? Liu Bai said irritably. This time the profit is undeniable. But all this money comes from the wealthy families and nobles. If I don't use His Majesty the First Emperor as a shield, these guys could tear their faces off with me in the court tomorrow. Although I'm not afraid of them, if it really escalates. It would be too much internal strife for Daqin. The empire is just established. The less turmoil, the better. Occasionally, it feels good to use the tiger's power to intimidate others. After Liu Bai said this, Long K immediately stood up and covered the boxes. After all, he was just looking for some fun. 1 million big coins, if truly taken to Chunfeng Garden to spend, even 10 Long Ks would turn into jerky. Shinbo slightly nodded. His young master was a vital talent for Daqin. Money was merely a number at his level. Liu Bai looked at everyone's reactions and smiled slightly. Of course, we can't work for nothing. Previously, I promised His Majesty the First Emperor 1 million big coins. So let's hand over 1 million. The treasury's money is all handled by the Grand Minister of Agriculture Yang Yi, and it will be properly used for the people. So I am assured. The remaining 500,000 will send 200,000 to Xianyang for the wages I promised them for promoting love for Qin on the street. We have to pay that too, right? 800,000 will be kept for the development funds of the Jinyiwei. Liu Bai began to arrange everything step by step. With every gesture, he surprisingly showed a bit of the air of a strategist. Xianxi's expression was extremely strange. His master Liu Bai always liked to position himself as a military general. But to be honest, the way he directed things was increasingly resembling a shrewd and calculating merchant. The remaining 400,000, 100,000 to keep around. We have to eat, right? The remaining 300,000. Liu Bai pondered for a moment. He hesitated, contemplating whether he could start the plan he had been thinking about for a long time. The three of them did not dare to interrupt him. Whenever Liu Bai showed this kind of expression, it meant he had something very important on his mind. Open a library. Liu Bai raised his eyes and spoke solemnly. A library? Is it like Chunfeng Garden or Piaoxiang Building? Liu Gong, is this a welfare for the brothers? Long K was slightly taken aback and asked. You brat. If you can't speak properly, just say less. At this, Liu Bai was so angry that his nose almost twisted, and he kicked him. Long K scratched his head. Seeing Liu Bai's angry face, quickly took a step back and fell to the ground. Ouch. Liu Gong's martial arts are unmatched. This performance, as exaggerated as it was utterly fake. Liu Gong was going to enlighten the people? Xianxi frowned and spoke up. He certainly wouldn't think as crookedly as Long Quebec. A library. It seemed to be related to books. Indeed, in simple terms, it is a place to collect books and allow ordinary people to come in and browse. Knowledge is different from material things. It is imprinted in the mind. The true value of a book is realized when you fully comprehend its meaning, but for others, the value of this book does not diminish at all. Wealthy families have borrowing and reading arrangements. We should be the family with the most books in all of Daqin. If they want to read, we lend. Liu Bai nodded slightly. The significance of a library, besides preserving cultural heritage, is most importantly to allow ordinary citizens to obtain knowledge at the lowest cost. Currently, the literacy rate in Daqin is not high, but with a library and some illustrated books, it would be a qualitative improvement. But Lu Gong, books are very expensive. Xian Qi's face turned extremely grim, ultimately deciding to speak this harsh truth. One reason why the apprenticeship fees are high is that the teacher's home has many books. Borrowing books from a teacher is often cheaper than buying them to study. This is almost an unspoken principle in teacher-student relationships. Now, to establish a library. How many books would need to be bought? Although there is paper, the price of books on bamboo slips is incomparable to completely blank bamboo slips. Hiring people to copy books might be faster, but whether borrowing the original manuscript or the wages for hired copyists, this is quite a headache. 300,000 bitcoins might truly not have much effect. Xian Qi slowly spoke. Unlike Long Ke, he had truly experienced the hardships of studying and naturally understood the difficulties involved. This matter already has a solution. You go find a suitable location and build the library. Liu Bai smiled mysteriously, confident in his plan. Among the 4 great inventions, 2 are complementary. At this moment, inside the Zhao family mansion, Zhao Huayan was bathing and burning incense, even using beauty tokens for his toilet needs. His father, servants, and even his father's old friends had come to witness the birth of the last 510 characters of the 1,000-character classic. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Zhao Huayan, dressed in plain clothes, sat down with a smile. However, as time passed, the smile on Zhao Huayan's face froze. The pen in his hand froze too. The paper on the desk remained blank. Finally, a tick sound was heard, and everyone focused their gaze on the paper. But there was not a single stroke of ink on it. What dripped down was Zhao Huayan's sweat. Chapter 94. Sixth brother has not slept yet. That night, the Zhao family was filled with angry shouts, giggles, and cries. Even the Yun family, also a prominent family, hastily changed their marriage alliance overnight, arranging for their daughter to marry the Zhao family's illegitimate son, the governor of Sanchuan County. At this moment, outside the palace of the 6th prince of the Great Qin, the knocking sound was no less than the commotion from the Zhao family. Is 6th brother in? Has 6th brother slept? 6th brother, are you asleep? In the Great Qin, only another prince would dare to knock on a prince's door like this. The guards serving in Ying Che's palace were sweating profusely, their eyes filled with a vigilant look that dared not relax for a moment. Which prince is here to knock? This looks more like someone here to break down the door. After a long while, the palace door finally opened. Dressed in casual clothes, Ying Che looked helpless. 7th brother. It's so late, why are you here? Sure enough, 6th brother has not slept yet. Before Ying Che could finish speaking, Ying Gao excitedly rushed in. The 2 brothers were closest in age and had grown up together. Coming to 6th brother's palace felt just like going back to his own home. This made Ying Che involuntarily twitch his mouth. What do you mean 6th brother has not slept yet? I have long since fallen asleep. You woke me up. 6th brother. Let me tell you, the first mission of the Great Qin Justice Team was a complete success. It won TB long before even Father hears my name as the captain of the Great Qin Justice Team. At that time, Father will definitely praise me. After entering the hall, Ying Gao spoke continuously, clearly too excited today to sleep at night, and directly came to disturb Ying Che. Ah, right. Ying Che was quite speechless. Yes, captain of the Great Qin Justice Team. By now, the officials in the court probably already know that my 7th brother caused a ruckus on Xianyang Street. Which genius came up with this name? If I find out, I will definitely chop off this disgraceful thing that tarnishes the royal family's reputation. 6th brother, don't say it. Lu Shi's name is really nice. Justice. Tomorrow, I will give the members of my Great Qin Justice Team a set of battle robes. On the capes at the back, I will embroider the word justice. Ying Gao took a sip of water and praised repeatedly. Ying Che's face froze, wishing he could give himself 2 slaps. Great. Forget I said anything. I should have thought of such a bad taste name. No one else would think of it besides Lu Shi. 7th brother, why are you here so late? Ying Che quickly opened his mouth, getting straight to the point. If Ying Gao keeps talking, it might be dawn before this guy stops boasting. Give me money. Upon hearing his 6th brother speak, Ying Gao directly extended his hand. 10,000 big coins, fair and square. 6th brother's salt shop is guarded by my Great Qin Justice Team. Is it too much to ask for a little protection fee? When the 10,000 big coins protection fee was mentioned, Ying Che jumped up. What? 10,000 big coins? Do you think I am some rich young master? Ying Gao asked in confusion. Isn't 6th brother the richest and most generous young master among us brothers? Upon hearing this, Ying Che's face froze. Then he grabbed Ying Gao's hand. What did you say? What am I? A rich young master. Say it again. A rich young master. Oh. Ying Che slightly raised his head, showing a look of enjoyment. Men, working hard to earn money is all for the sake of face, right? So refreshing. The next day, as the sun rose, illuminating the myriad beings of the world, in the Qilin Hall, Wang Jian had his hands in the sleeves of his robe, his expression extremely calm. He naturally knew about the events in Xianyang yesterday. However, what Liu Bai and the nobility were doing there had nothing to do with him. Wang Jian. What was urgent was to urge Yang Yi to hurry up and arrange the warhorse equipment for the iron cavalry in the northern Dai County. Old General. Be careful, there's dust ahead. Let me, your junior marshal general, support you a bit. At that moment, a voice rang out. Wang Jian's expression changed, and he hurriedly took a couple of steps, his eyes anxiously looking towards the Qilin Hall, seemingly hoping to start the court discussion soon. Old General. Why are you walking so fast? I, your junior marshal general, can hardly keep up. That annoying voice echoed again. Minister Liu is our great Qin's left chancellor. What talk of marshal generals? Wang Jian took a deep breath and spoke helplessly. Indeed, only Liu Bai and the entire great Qin could speak so shamelessly. At this moment, all the civil and military officials were looking at the two. Aside from the resentful gazes of the noble families, the other officials were secretly laughing. Hey, old general. Yesterday Han Xin already came to my general's residence, calling out the great Qin's victorious general, General Liu Bai. Isn't that what you taught? Liu Bai was momentarily stunned. Also dumbfounded. Impossible. In Xianyang, right at the Wang family's door, besides Wang Jian, who else could have such insight? Knowing that coming to rely on himself was the best choice. I did not. Don't talk nonsense. In response to Liu Bai's questioning, Wang Jian spoke with righteous indignation. If he admitted that Liu Bai was a martial general, Wang Jian felt that even if he died, he wouldn't be able to face those soldiers who bled for the great Qin. How embarrassing. A heart that cherishes talent is not to be taken lightly. Old general, actually, deep down, you really recognize this kid, right? Although I did not become a martial marquis, this undefeated record is not fake. Liu Bai still would not give up. The position of martial marquis can be discussed later. For now, he just wanted to take the title. Wang Jian opened his mouth. In the future, which martial general wouldn't recognize you as one of their own? When you really have military merit one day, I will definitely ask His Majesty to reward you. But for now, do not mention me in your mouth anymore. Our great Qin's martial generals cannot afford this disgrace. Wang Jian said angrily. He couldn't take it anymore. How did he let himself be so bewitched back then? When His Majesty asked Liu Bai to quell the rebellion, he didn't oppose it. These two rebellions were hard to pull off with this scoundrel's mouth. If he had known Liu Bai was coveting the position of martial general, even if Wang Jian wanted to retire from the court, he would have to don armor and kill those damn rebels cleanly. Old general, this is what you said. Han Xin is now heading to Dai County. Liu Bai smiled mysteriously. Those under his command achieved military merit. So isn't that also his military merit? What Han Xin or not, he doesn't recognize. Wang Jian raised his head and no longer spoke to Liu Bai. However, doubts arose in his heart. Does Liu Bai really have such confidence in Han Xin? At that time, he recognized him as a talented general. Could it be that he is truly remarkable? The officials entered the palace. At this moment, a sharp announcement sounded. The civil and military officials all composed themselves, preparing to enter the Qilin Hall for the morning assembly. However, at this moment in the Ninghua Palace, a young woman with an air of elegance scattered bait into the pond, and the koi leaped, creating a scene of fierce competition. Once again, I reiterate, no female lead. No female lead. I will not write romantic dramas. I never thought of writing romantic dramas. The protagonist is too busy to engage in any romantic love story. He just wants to strengthen Qin. The woman in Ninghua Palace is a very important character. Mark this point, it will be on the exam. Thanks to my brother's great certification, an extra chapter is added. It's over, extra chapters have become the norm. I'm crying. Chapter 95. Fusu, has stepped forward. Your Highness, the talent of Prime Minister Liu is truly astonishing. That half a thousand character essay from yesterday, though incomplete, certainly has the style of a timeless masterpiece. If this person can assist. Inside Ninghua Palace, an old eunuch spoke, his eyes filled with delight. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by the noble woman. Assist? Are you suggesting that I should ask my father, the emperor, for marriage? The woman slowly stood up, her demeanor exuding anger, but unable to hide her royal elegance. Zhao Gao is dead, and you all are desperately pleading for protection. Though I may consent, remember this. I am the eldest daughter of His Majesty. How could I allow a mere eunuch to manipulate me? Withdraw. The old eunuch's expression froze. Then he bowed and replied, yes. Watching the eunuch leave, the woman turned her gaze to the koi in the pond, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Isn't the palace just a pond? The crown princess of Great Qin, Chang, is just the most beautiful koi among them. At this moment, the retired old eunuch stood in the shadow outside the palace, his expression contemplative. Even Liu Bai himself did not expect that because he ruthlessly killed Zhao Gao, a force hidden in the gaps of history for thousands of years would slowly surface. It's all my fault for being too conspicuous. I just wanted to dispel rumors, but unexpectedly, inspiration struck yesterday, and I wrote half an essay. Oh no. It was a 500-character piece. Can the matters of scholars be called deception? Inspiration is something that comes and goes. Isn't that normal? Do you all write poetry in one go? Moreover, I never said it was because of the paper that I wrote this 1,000-character essay. Why should I be impeached? In the court, Liu Bai looked helpless. Your Majesty, the impeachment by the Grand Inspector is baseless. That half a 1,000-character essay cost me 30,000 taels. And I didn't say anything. Oh, I wrote half a 1,000-character essay, and they misunderstood it as the effect of the paper. Is that my fault? I never confirmed that the paper inspired my writing. Besides, the Xianyang was established by Master Fusu. Feng Jia, why are you impeaching me? What is wrong with me wasting money? Do you have to manage that too? As soon as Liu Bai finished speaking, Feng Jia, who was already furious, became even angrier. Yesterday, Zhao Huayan had his legs broken at home, and even when he fainted, he thought it was because he didn't work hard enough. And the noble families spent a total of 150,000 taels. How clever Feng Jia was, combining the information he received. He immediately guessed that Liu Bai must be involved in this matter, hence his impeachment in court. However, Feng Jia did not expect that Liu Bai was meticulous in his actions. The Grand Inspector was indeed a bit anxious. Hearing the report was not a big mistake. But Liu Bai was right. Just when Feng Jia was at a loss for how to counterattack, a voice chimed in, and Li Si slowly stood up, a smile on his face. Your Majesty, regarding the paper from Xianyang, the old minister has some inquiries. Liu Bai indeed spent 30,000 taels to purchase paper. This half a 1,000-character essay is also a monumental work. By the way, when I heard that this great work was only half an essay, I also wanted to take a stick to Liu Bai's residence and give this guy a good beating. Moreover, the sale of paper was something Xianyang was very reluctant about. They were almost forced to sell the paper, and some people forcibly purchased it. Of course, since Xianyang was established by Master Fusu, I want to elaborate further. Li Si spoke slowly, pausing slightly at some people. After this statement, everyone inwardly cursed, old fox. Almost simultaneously, everyone glanced at Liu Bai, thinking to themselves, little fox. Liu Bai's actions were meticulous, leaving no traces, presenting a righteous facade to dispel rumors. Moreover, he had indeed spent 30,000 taels, appearing to be a victim. The key point is that who can criticize the outpouring of inspiration? Who can challenge Liu Bai's literary talent? This was almost an unsolvable situation, and Li Si's seemingly impartial words forced the noble families to swallow their grievances. You insisted on buying, but Xianyang didn't want to sell. How do you want to resolve this? Your Majesty, this amount is indeed too vast. It has clearly reached 1,000,000 taels to appease the people. I believe Xianyang should be ordered to refund. Feng Jia gritted his teeth and spoke in a deep voice. Refunds are too shameless. He was also speaking under pressure. But 1,000,000 taels is a tempting amount. Even the noble families who are extravagant need money. And with this statement, Liu Bai looked at Feng Jia with newfound respect. This guy's face is almost as thick as mine. No. What do you mean almost as thick as mine? I, Liu Bai, am naturally shy and don't like to talk. How can I compare with others in terms of face? Ba. However, Feng Jia's words were essentially equivalent to flatulence. Liu Bai quietly glanced at the Grand Minister of Agriculture, Yang Yi, beside him. This thin old man had a face that was unusually tense. 1,000,000 taels had already been sent to the National Treasury yesterday. You want him to spit it out? Feng Jia, you might as well try to see if you could squeeze oil from a rock. Moreover, the Treasury's money is the Emperor's money. The referee, players, and notarization are all my people. What do you Feng Jia have to fight with me? Impossible. At this moment, a voice rang out. The ministers were all taken aback. Their expressions extremely strange, because the speaker was none other than the Crown Prince of Great Qin, Fusu. Chunyu and Shu Sun Tong beside him both suddenly looked delighted. 1,000,000 taels. Is the prince finally going to protect it? With this money, isn't the competition for the position of heir just around the corner? Your Majesty, before the sale of the paper, Xianyang had made it clear, there are male and female papers. The effects are different. Moreover, Xianyang also seriously marked that once sold, there are no returns or exchanges. There is physical evidence here. This was an agreement made long ago. If it is refunded, how will merchants conduct business in the future? Fusu spoke in a deep voice, taking out a wooden plaque from his bosom and showing it to everyone, his gaze extremely firm. Yesterday, Zhao Chao had already come to report to him. This money has all been sent to the National Treasury. Actually, 1,000,000 was sent, and 50,000 was embezzled by a certain and scrupulous person. This proves that the actions of Xianyang were for the benefit of Great Qin. Although Fusu was influenced by Confucian thought and was a bit slow-witted, he was the Crown Prince of Great Qin, and the national interests of Great Qin were above all. This was his steadfast belief. For the benefit of the Great Qin, Fusu stands up, so what is the harm? The story behind the condensation palace will slowly unravel a thread. Who are these people? Why do they choose the princess rather than the prince? Why does the princess agree to this? Why are these people important? There is logic to this. Chapter 96. Reputation compensation? Do you, Liu Bai, even have a reputation? Enough. When Fusu stood up to speak, a dignified voice echoed through the court. The emperor, high above on the platform, directly intervened to stop the debate. However, when Liu Bai raised his gaze, he vaguely saw a hint of appreciation in the emperor's eyes. It makes sense, no matter how twisted Fusu's approach may be. At least this sincere heart is commendable. The emperor is the ruler of the world, but he is also a father. If his son goes down the wrong path, he should be angry. But if the son's heart is in the right place, then he should be pleased. The matter of the Hall of the Worthies is a commercial issue. Since Fu Su has presented physical evidence, there is no more deceit or suspicion of fraud. The emperor spoke lightly. At this moment, this ancient emperor did not wait for the ministers to argue it out before making a decision, but instead took a protective stance, establishing the matter from a legal perspective. On one hand, this maintains the authority of Qin law, ensuring that merchants within the Great Qin have credibility. On the other hand, it's a joke. Most of this money has gone into the national treasury. You, Feng Jie, want to take money from the emperor's purse? You must be dreaming. Upon hearing this, the ministers all turned serious, not daring to speak further. Feng Jie's face fell completely. The Great Qin's eldest son has presented irrefutable evidence, and the emperor has made a decree, with a left minister acting as an accomplice. How can they win this court battle? Your Majesty, I believe this is inappropriate. At that moment, a voice rang out. Everyone was dumbfounded. What? Who is so bold? The emperor has spoken, and you're still dissatisfied? Do you really want Prince Fu Su to apologize and refund the Hall of the Worthies to settle this? However, when they recognized the speaker, everyone's mouth twitched. Liu Bai, what kind of nonsense is this left minister trying to pull again? Oh, Liu Bai, what further insights do you have? The emperor narrowed his eyes slightly and asked coolly. Your Majesty, the Hall of the Worthies was established by Prince Fu Su, and it is filled with talented individuals who have dedicated themselves to the Great Qin. This matter of paper production is of national importance. Yet Feng Jie speaks recklessly, slandering it. This has greatly harmed the reputation of the Hall of the Worthies. Liu Bai stated with righteousness. However, his words nearly made the ministers' faces contort with anger. Even Fu Su's expression was extremely peculiar at this moment. Dedicated to the cause, dying for it, talented individuals, and yet you let the Jinyiwei storm into the Hall of the Worthies to arrest people? In just 3 days, 700 were cut down. I believe that Feng Jie should compensate the Hall of the Worthies for the damage to its reputation. Of course, there should also be compensation for my own reputation. Liu Bai continued, his expression extremely solemn. Of course, this was his own perceived solemnity. In the eyes of the ministers, at this moment, Liu Bai appeared to be shamelessly greedy. Reputation compensation? The aristocracy lost 150,000, and you, Liu Bai, still want money. Such shameless behavior seemed to shock even the emperor. This ancient emperor momentarily forgot to reprimand Liu Bai. No. Fu Su covered his face and spoke repeatedly. He is not as shameless as his teacher, Liu Bai. Li Si turned his face away, refusing to look at Liu Bai any longer. No other reason. It was simply embarrassing. At this moment, he truly understood what it meant to insult the scholarly Wei. Liu Bai's shamelessness had even insulted him, Li Si. Since Prince Fu Su does not want it, then I shall take this reputation compensation. Liu Bai stood tall. In this manner, saying he was a victim would truly be unbelievable. No way. I can't do business with Liu Bai anymore. No, I can't even look at him. Looking at such shamelessness will keep me awake at night. Heaven, why has God turned blind? Such good literary talent wasted on such a shameless person. How am I, the historian, supposed to write this? Will later generations think I'm making things up? My God, is there really such a thing as reputation compensation? Does our Qin law have this? Impossible, absolutely impossible. If there were such a clause in the law, I would eat the entire volume of the Qin laws. Clearly, Liu Bai's words had a significant impact. Not only was Feng Jie affected, but the civil and military ministers were also overwhelmed. Amidst the whispers of the civil and military officials, Liu Bai stood alone, like an unyielding statue of justice. Feng Jie was at a loss. How much compensation is to be discussed? But Liu Bai's shamelessness was genuinely a psychological attack, its power too great. In the court, everyone couldn't withstand this terrifying mental pressure. Only one person silently stood up, rummaging in his bosom for a long time. Here you go. Feng Qiji, this old fox, is at least a colleague in the same court. I will help you with this money. Wang Jian slapped a large sum of money into Liu Bai's hand. Old general, don't waste words. Your reputation, Liu Bai, is worth this much. Wang Jian spoke lightly. Upon hearing this, some higher-ranking officials shrugged their shoulders. Young officials further away gaped in shock. It was evident that the old general did not want this farce to continue. Do any of you have important matters to report? High above, the emperor was even too lazy to deal with Liu Bai, who still wanted to speak, and directly asked. This question immediately dashed Liu Bai's hopes of extorting a few thousand large coins to improve his meals. However, the goal of disgusting Feng Jie was achieved. Damn it. A grand historian, every day using hearsay to pressure me. If I don't show some color, how can that be? Your Majesty, regarding the warhorse equipment for the northern Dai County, arrangements are already being made for production. It is expected that before winter, the first batch of warhorse equipment will be delivered to Dai County, allowing the soldiers to start using it in preparation for the winter invasion by the Xiongnu wolf soldiers. Yang Yi stood up, glancing at Feng Jie, and slowly spoke. Upon hearing this, the ministers were first slightly stunned, then suddenly enlightened. Feng Jie broke out in a cold sweat. Right. The Hall of the Worthies belongs to Prince Fu Su. Now that the national treasury is short on funds, this 1,000,000 large coins would go into the treasury. Plus, Liu Bai previously vowed to fill the treasury Feng Jie suddenly understood. Their aristocracy had been schemed against by Liu Bai from the very beginning. What money and what not? That is all the emperor's money. It would be strange to get any out. Realizing this, Feng Jie's gaze toward Liu Bai grew increasingly resentful. Excellent. The Xiongnu raid mostly occurs in autumn and winter. Our great Qin men must protect the people. In addition to producing the 3-piece set of war horses, allocate 200,000 to set up posts in Dai County. If the Xiongnu dare to invade, let them be buried forever beneath the land of the great Qin. His Majesty Emperor Shi Huang spoke in a deep voice, showing some anger. In the past, when the world was unified, the Xiongnu actually dared to take the opportunity to invade. Although Wang Jian led the troops to defeat the Xiongnu, the border citizens suffered greatly. If these wolf cubs have any thoughts this year, they must be made to understand the majesty of the great Qin, and that they cannot infringe upon us, these barbarians, in the slightest. Your Majesty is mighty. Chapter 97. The appearance of an old friend is actually the nephew of an old friend. Master Liu, please wait. During the court meeting, the following deployments were mostly about the arrangements regarding the northern Xiongnu. Liu Bai wanted to volunteer for battle multiple times, but amidst the overwhelming opposition in the crowd, he could only retreat helplessly. After the court meeting, Fusu hurriedly approached Liu Bai and called out to him. Meanwhile, Chunyu Yu and Shu Sun Tong, who had just risen, were calculating how much money was left in the Jushin Hall and whether they could subsidize the Confucian students for the civil examination tomorrow. Young master, what is the matter? You have class today, why not speak in the Yiweng Palace? Liu Bai was slightly taken aback and asked in confusion. Master Liu, there is something I do not understand. Fusu said, since you are the Minister of Culture, why do you need to volunteer for battle in the court? The sage said, cultivate oneself, regulate the family, govern the state, and bring peace to the world. Since Master Liu is already a minister, he should naturally seek the welfare of the people in his ministerial position. If he goes to the northern Dai County, wouldn't he that be a gentleman putting himself in danger? A son of 1,000 gold should not sit in a lowly hall. Master Liu is a perceptive person. Why would he do such a thing? Fusu asked with confusion. He really could not understand why his esteemed teacher, who was so talented in literature, was obsessed with military affairs. Upon hearing this, Liu Bai's smile slowly faded, and he looked at Fusu and said, young master, since that is the case, I will give you a little extra lesson. Liu Bai's gaze deepened as he looked northward. The tiger and wolf of the great Qin must guard the national gate. Even if future generations do not worship me, they must still have 3 parts of respect for me: guarding the border and preventing foreign tribes from plundering our great Qin people. This matter is of great righteousness. Even if all of our great Qin's iron cavalry perish, I, Liu Bai, alone with my horse and sword, will stand atop the city walls of northern Dai County and not allow the barbarians to cross a step beyond the Great Wall. Although you are not the crown prince, I have one thing to ask you to remember. After this statement, Fusu was slightly stunned and instinctively asked, what is it? The Ying family guards the national gate. The emperor dies for the state. The king of our great Qin has never been one who stands high above, oppressing the blood and flesh of the people. He is the king of the world, willing to die to protect the safety and health of all subjects. Our former Qin king was like this. Now his majesty is also like this. In the future, all of you young masters will be like this. You are the future of our great Qin. Liu Bai stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes full of unwavering determination. When it comes to strength, the great Qin has never lost. Which dynasty in history can die without betraying the country? Our great Qin can also do it. The Ying family guards the national gate. The emperor dies for the state. Fusu's eyes trembled, and his whole body slightly shook. This statement suddenly made the eldest son of the great Qin able to understand a bit of Luanyu. In the past, the great Qin was at the border and did not forget to expand eastward. Now that the world is unified, the descendants of the Ying family must guard the subjects of the world. I have learned from my teacher. Fusu bowed as a disciple, speaking with a trembling voice. After that, the teaching in the Yiweng Palace went extremely smoothly. Aside from the little incident where Hu Hai was scared to the point of wetting his pants, Liu Bai continued to deeply educate the young masters, each excelling in their own strengths. During the class, Ying Gao was even praised by Liu Bai and was invited to give a speech as an outstanding student, eloquently speaking for half an hour about the glorious deeds of the great Qin Justice Squad, which drew admiration and awe from his brothers. In the end, amidst the praises of everyone, Ying Gao gradually lost himself and actually bit his own finger on the spot, writing a letter of challenge on a piece of silk, stating that he wanted to lead his justice squad to the northern Xiongnu grasslands to launch a surprise attack on the Xiongnu royal court 3,000 miles away and capture Modu Chanyu to bring back some excitement for his father. Liu Bai found this scene a bit hard to watch. As a good teacher who never drags on, as they were still making a fuss, he directly slipped away. As for how his majesty would react upon receiving such a blood letter, that was not within Liu Bai's consideration. After all, he slipped away just as Ying Gao had bitten his finger. Oh, by the way, before leaving, Liu Bai also took Ying Che's money bag, under the pretext of adding a meal for the teacher. In the carriage, Liu Bai tossed the money bag back and forth, a hint of a smile on his lips. Historical records seem to have no praise for the sons of his majesty, and even the accounts are somewhat stingy. However, When he truly became the teacher of these young masters, he still found some commendable qualities in them. Fu Su is sincere, Ying Gao is passionate, Ying Che is cunning, and Ying Zhu is persistent. If these young masters can truly find a field that suits them, perhaps they can indeed create a new beauty for the great Qin. Little girl, a big money bag is so expensive? I'll buy you a grass mat and bury your mother with it. TSK, TSK, TSK. A grass mat? This woman used to be able to survive on just one meal. A clamor arose beside the carriage. Liu Bai frowned slightly and lifted the curtain to take a look. In this increasingly cold weather, on the street, a somewhat dirty little girl, around 6 or 7 years old, was kneeling beside a female corpse, which appeared to be her mother. A few rascals who had once entered her thatched hut were laughing mockingly. Just a dirty woman. It's fine to throw her on the wilderness. Yeah, come with me. I'll take you to Chunfeng Garden. The rascals laughed, even trying to kick the female corpse. The girl threw herself onto the corpse, not crying, just shaking her head and saying, "Mother is not dirty." With each statement, she would receive a kick. At the age of 6 or 7, how many kicks could she take? But as for selling herself to bury her mother, would the passers-by really show compassion? Moreover, if they stopped them, would they really have to take on the funeral of that dirty woman? Stop the carriage. Liu Bai frowned. The carriage stopped, and Liu Bai, dressed in a luxurious long robe, stepped down, riding in such a luxurious outfit. Even the blind rascals could tell he was a person of great wealth, and they all retreated. The girl looked up, her ears ringing from the beating, and she could vaguely hear the rich man in front of her asking whether her mother was pretty or someone else was pretty. The answer the girl gave made everyone burst into laughter. What the rich man said, she could not hear. However, the man placed a money bag beside her, and then walked to a nearby stall to buy a hairpin that she had long known to be very expensive, inserting it into her mother's hair. Finally, the man said 3 words, and judging by his lips, it should be something beautiful. The girl did not express her thanks, nor did she bow. She just quietly watched the man leave. Master Liu, this little girl is really too ungrateful. Her mother died, and she doesn't cry. You helped her, but she doesn't even say thank you. Long Ke watched Liu Bai do all this and spoke out with some dissatisfaction. Master Liu is kind-hearted. There's nothing to say about that, but in the end, not even a word of thanks seems too much. How can a person in such deep sorrow have tears? As for thanking Liu Bai, I feel guilty. Liu Bai shook his head. If I had worked a bit harder, perhaps there would be no such thing as selling oneself to bury a parent in this world. The carriage moved forward, the sound of clinking gradually fading away. In the crowd, a blind man, who could no longer see things clearly, muttered to himself, "No wonder there is the appearance of an old friend. It turns out to be the nephew of an old friend. Master Sun is indeed admirable. Thank you, my brother, for the great certification. Here's an additional chapter. The Yiweng Palace has a long thread, which intertwines my understanding of many historical events, and can be considered a personal touch. Here is a hint. Why was Wu Zetian able to make a comeback? The identity of the blind man should be easy to guess, right? Chapter 99, Peace. Why the delay? Outside the Zhangtai Palace, the blood letter presented by Ying Gao received no response from His Majesty the First Emperor. However, when Ying Gao exited the palace gate, a hurried inner servant ran out, presenting this blood letter to Ying Che, who was originally waiting outside the palace and had not entered. This action left Ying Gao utterly confused. Clearly, he wrote the blood letter. It was one thing that his father did not respond, but why was it given to his 6th brother? After receiving the blood letter, Ying Che wore a helpless smile. 6th brother, what does father mean by this? Ying Gao asked, feeling his head was a bit hot. Does father mean for him to take 6th brother along to the frontier to fight against the Xiongnu? That is impossible. 6th brother is so afraid of dying. No. 6th brother says he is cautious. The military and battle formations have always been disliked by 6th brother. Why would he give his blood letter to him? Regarding Ying Gao's confusion, Ying Che offered no explanation, merely folding Ying Gao's blood letter, holding it in his hand, looking up at the sky, and sighing slightly. The rivers and mountains, the wind and moon, have no permanent masters. Those who are idle are the true masters. Father, you've crushed my desire for flowers, moons, and autumn fragrances. After saying this, Ying Che shook his head slightly and walked away, his mood at an all-time low. Ying Gao chased after him, but he did not answer. What does father mean? This blood letter from 7th brother asking for battle, sent from father, is like a whip. Your 7th brother is working so hard, and you are not tightening up? Could it be that there is an implication for him to start integrating into court politics? Ying Che couldn't figure it out, but it was very annoying. 20 years ago, the struggle between good and evil, the merit and virtue forest, blazed with fire. Except for the faction of evil nature, which was completely defeated, Xuanzi's self-immolation was the outcome, as the flames gradually extinguished. Another faction adhering to the Confucian principle of neither good nor evil was driven into the dense fog of the remnants of the forest, filled with wails, pain, and pleas for mercy. The theory of good nature won, but what was revealed was the darker side of human nature, quite ironic. Finally, it was the turn of the youngest junior disciple of this faction. Such a Confucian, I will personally destroy in the future. Kong Qian, the 7th descendant of the Confucius family, sneered derisively, just based on you? On the streets of Xianyang, the blind man walked slowly, stumbling like a sick tiger. Yes. Just based on me. A gentle breeze brushed his face, but he felt no coolness, only deep-seated cold resentment. The man walked on, though blind. He saw everything along the way. He saw past resentments, saw the injustices of spring and autumn, saw the painful advice of the sages, saw the suffering of the common people. Until he stopped in front of the Prime Minister's mansion, the blind man paused his steps. Knock, knock, knock. The man lightly knocked on the door, his expression extremely calm. Sir? The doorman stepped out, seeing the man before him looking elegant, just standing there. Vaguely reminiscent of something the young master often says. A gentle breeze should come to meet me. What an impressive demeanor. For some reason, the doorman couldn't help but feel unusually respectful. Little brother, is Minister Liu in the mansion? The blind man smiled slightly and spoke gently. The doorman was slightly taken aback and turned to go in to report. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a figure was about to exit the Prime Minister's mansion and happened to witness this scene. Peace. Why the delay? The speaker was none other than Xianqi, the current commander of the Jinyiwei. Seeing this fellow arrive, the commander couldn't help but smile widely. The letter had been sent out for so many days, and he thought this fellow would decline. He didn't expect him to arrive today. You've traveled a long way. Your body is not well, hence the delay. Hurry. Hurry, hurry. Come in. Minister Liu will be very happy to see you. Xianqi pulled the blind man into the Prime Minister's mansion. With his identity as the commander of the Jinyiwei, bringing someone in was naturally not a problem for the doorman. Once the doorman closed the main door of the Prime Minister's mansion, he suddenly slapped himself. Damn. Is this a blind man? Inside the hall, Liu Bai rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat exhausted. Today in the court, it seemed he was being unreasonable, unable to articulate the words to trap the aristocrats. In reality, the dangers were immense. A slight misstep could lead to destruction. The profits from the sale of paper were shocking, and with it came Liu Bai's own risks. After all, he was dealing with aristocratic families that even someone as formidable as Xianyang could not contend with. Liu Bai clenched his fists, his gaze fierce. The cancer of these noble families must be eradicated. Furthermore, just now Xianqi reported that Xianyang had already been captured. The cruelty of the punishment used made Liu Bai somewhat admire this woman's tenacity. However, the information provided still shocked Liu Bai. Xianyang turned out to be the former Korean princess, homeland, and her affiliation was a hidden assassin organization known as Liash. This operation could be seen as Xianyang acting on her own, and in the future, Liash would surely seek revenge. Unbeknownst to him, another fly had come buzzing around, and such a bothersome feeling could not help but irritate Liu Bai. After arranging for Xianqi to give Xianyang a swift end, Liu Bai sent him away. Such matters, as a prime minister, need not trouble him. He believed the blade of the Jinyiwei would be quick, enjoying a brief moment of leisure. Unexpectedly, I, Liu Bai, also have times when I feel overwhelmed. Liu Bai sighed slightly and brewed himself a cup of tea. Minister Liu, he's here. Just then, a voice rang out. Liu Bai hadn't even taken a sip of his tea, and he was already cursing. Damn it, I just stole half a day's leisure. And you're trying to take it back with just 2 sentences? Immediately after, he saw Xianqi, pulling a man's hand, quickly entering the hall, looking delighted, with no hint of concealment. For Xianqi's temperament, this was extremely rare. Minister Liu, this is the little junior disciple of that Confucian lineage we talked about. Xianqi excitedly introduced, completely ignoring Liu Bai's strange expression. Liu Bai was slightly taken aback, and the previous gloom dissipated. This is the unparalleled strategist that Xianqi admires? The innocent survivor of the lineage that his uncle implicated? After sizing him up, the word elegance seemed tailor-made for this person. However, before Liu Bai could say anything, the elegantly poised man that Xianqi was holding on to surprisingly asked first, Minister Liu, is Xianyang well? At this question, both Liu Bai and Xianqi were stunned. Xianqi looked back at the man in disbelief, seemingly wanting to say that Xianyang had long since passed away, hadn't he? And Liu Bai, after the shock, was ecstatic. Damn it, a talent. My uncle is doing well. I regret not knowing the name of the gentleman. If my uncle knew this lineage still exists, he would surely be comforted. Liu Bai slowly spoke. Chenping. As soon as the 2 words were spoken, the teacup in Liu Bai's hand splashed water everywhere. The first meeting between the wolf and the dog was straightforward, with no hidden schemes. Chapter 99. Dragon Strategy, Dragon Technique, Dragon Slaying Skills. Liu Bai took a deep breath, downing the tea in his cup in one go, even swallowing the tea leaves. The most notorious poison master in history. He never expected that his uncle's act of feigning death would lead to the emergence of a legendary poison master. What a calamity. This was a ruthless figure who himself believed he deserved a bad end. During the Chu-Han contention, when Liu Bang was trapped in Xianyang, it was this man who devised a plan to help Liu Bang escape. And a millennium later, those who ponder this plan feel a chill down their spines. He demanded 2,000 women and then broke through directly. The army of Xiongnu, which could not be defeated by 560,000 Han troops, actually allowed Liu Bang to escape because of the cover provided by these 2,000 women. The events that transpired are self-evident. Poison. Poison so lethal it should be struck by heaven's wrath, leading to the extinction of descendants. After drinking the tea, Liu Bai's expression returned to calm. He was not an old-fashioned person and naturally did not harbor excessive resentment towards a poison master. From a certain perspective, a poison master is a purely strategic utilitarian. To achieve their goals, they stop at nothing. Benevolence and morality cannot bind them. This is the essence of a poison master. Liu Bai even felt an urge to laugh. The legendary poison master actually came from Confucianism? How ridiculous. No. Lu Gong, Qin, what are you talking about? Wasn't Master Sun burned to death in the Merit Forest 20 years ago? Among the three present, only Xianqi was confused. This question, I also want to ask you. Qin, how did you know that the family letter did not indicate death all those years ago? Liu Bai slightly raised his hand to stop Xianqi from continuing to speak, and instead looked up and down at Qin, asking. As soon as the two entered, Liu Bai felt something was wrong. Now upon closer inspection, he was even more astonished. This Qin was actually blind. But his demeanor was truly remarkable. Because this was Master Sun. Qin smiled slightly and said, when I was young, I knew of Master Sun's theory of evil. So how could one who understands human nature fail to foresee the final outcome? If either young Master Han or Prime Minister Li were to perish in this struggle between good and evil, I would not think much of it. However, if even Master Sun's two top disciples had countermeasures, it would not make sense for Master Sun to be dead. At the very least, I believe Master Sun should not be such a pedantic person. Upon hearing this, Liu Bai was 100% certain that this guy was indeed the Qin from the historical records. A strategist does not only scheme for events, but also for hearts. Those who can see through people's hearts are the true strategists. As the finest among strategists, Qin, the legendary poison master, truly excelled in understanding human emotions. Realizing this, Liu Bai couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lu Gong, why are you laughing? Xianqi, also pleased by the news of Master Sun's survival, was puzzled by Liu Bai's happiness. Qin, however, bowed deeply to Liu Bai. Qin pays respects to Lu Gong. Liu Bai's laughter ceased, and he quickly helped Qin up. Today, having Qin here is like gaining a phoenix. Why not celebrate in joy? Qin's gesture was a clear expression of his intentions, making Liu Bai even happier. Looking at Qin, Liu Bai found himself liking him more and more. Xianqi was already clever enough, but a person's energy is limited. In terms of intelligence and understanding of human nature, compared to Qin, it was like comparing a dragon to Xianqi. Moreover, Liu Bai himself was a person of ruthless means. And Qin's poison master style was even more to his taste. Xianqi scratched his head, suddenly feeling a sense of being out of favor. Why did it seem like Lu Gong and Qin were having a conversation without needing to say much, and he couldn't even catch on immediately? Qin, come. I will host a banquet for you to welcome you. Liu Bai said. He was no stranger to honoring the worthy. Wait. However, Qin did not directly accept. Instead, he maintained a calm expression and asked, although I live in a remote place, I have heard much about Lu Gong's deeds and am greatly inspired. Today, seeing Lu Gong, I have a question that I must ask, or I will not be at peace. I hope Lu Gong can answer. Liu Bai was slightly taken aback and said, please, go ahead. Is Lu Gong's current situation in the court a technique of dragon slaying? Qin's words were like a thunderclap. Dragon slaying? Just saying these two words could land one in prison and lead to the extermination of 9 clans. Qin, you must not speak recklessly. Upon hearing this, Xianqi panicked and hurriedly spoke up. Even sweat was trickling down his forehead. This was no longer about disregarding one's own life. It could drag Liu Bai down too. Brother Xianqi, do not panic. In this world, family and state affairs can be reduced to 3 types. The first is to use dragon strategies to seek wise and brave rulers, soaring upwards and establishing merit for the monarch. In the past, Prime Minister L was a great example of this. The second is the dragon subduing technique, where one caters to the ruler's preferences, flattering the higher-ups while oppressing the lower, leading to national defeat while enriching oneself, like that Zhao Gao Minister Guokai, who achieved great military feats for our Qin. The third is the dragon-slaying technique. When used correctly, it can summon the winds and rain, change the ruling power in the court, leading to national decline. But when used inversely, it can cleanse the universe, bringing prosperity to the state. In the past, Xiongnu used the inverse of the dragon-slaying technique to make Qin formidable across the world, resisting the 6 states with the power of one nation. However, this technique is extremely dangerous. Even when used inversely, it can easily lead to death. Qin spoke slowly. His knowledge was not as simple as just books. Though he had not entered the court, his understanding of court matters was as clear as a mirror. What Qin was asking was to probe Lu Gong's heart. To seek immense wealth and honor, one must not fear blades and axes and employ the dragon-slaying technique. Qin's expression was extremely calm. These words, which could be deemed as treasonous, sounded as casual as asking about the weather from his mouth. Liu Bai's smile faded. His right hand clasped behind his back, and he did not respond immediately but walked a few steps. After about 5 steps, Liu Bai halted and looked up, saying, yes. One word, one sound, resonant and powerful, unwavering even in the face of death. The Qin Dynasty unified the world, its territory unprecedentedly vast. But the problems were also unprecedentedly many. Liu Bai never considered himself the Prime Minister of Qin. He was just a man of Qin. The problems of the Qin are too numerous, and our time is too short. Seeking answers means letting others make choices for Qin while we abandon our own choices. To seek answers for the sake of living comfortably in the present limits the height of Qin. To seek answers for the recognition of people in the world sets up high walls, preventing us from seeing a more prosperous future. The choice of my true self is to not seek answers, to kill the problems, Liu Bai said solemnly, his tone firm as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. I am here to serve the people of the world. This matter can only be known by the future generations. Liu Bai's words moved Xianqi, meeting this Liu Gong in the land of fireworks. He felt that this Liu Gong had a strong presence in the court, was capable, and was a true person working for the Qin, vastly different from those parasites. Unexpectedly, this Liu Gong's thoughts extended beyond the present. Rather, they reached for eternity. Chen Ping was willing to be the sword in Liu Gong's hand, to kill all these problems. Chen Ping took a deep breath, and the calm expression he had maintained since entering finally showed signs of agitation. Chen Ping, alone and without any gifts to offer, first avenged Lu Xiong by killing the noble families. Was that good? Today wasn't a great day. These two pieces of paper wouldn't ignite well, because his own mood was low. A slight adjustment was needed. Chapter 100. Look at my Liu family swordsmanship. Snow drifting in the world. Xianqi, back in the Jinyiwei prison, was in high spirits. Liu Gong surprisingly appreciated his old friend so much. And Chen Ping also spoke a shocking word. To remove the noble families, a task as difficult as ascending to the heavens, was surprisingly spoken so easily that even Xianqi broke into a cold sweat. However, how to remove them was not disclosed by Chen Ping. He only said to wait a little longer and add some assistance, and success would follow. Xianyang, since you have already confessed, I, Xianqi, am not a cruel person. I can spare your life, Xianqi said with a smile. After days of torment, Xianyang was no longer human. Upon hearing Xianqi's words, he saw a glimmer of hope for survival. However, the next sentence left Xianyang speechless. You may take your own life. Saying this, Xianqi generously left a bottle of poison. For the former Princess Han, he still wanted to leave some dignity for Xianyang. There was no way around it. After staying in a place like Chunfeng Courtyard for a long time, one inevitably develops a bit of compassion. Of course, this compassion was quite limited. When it came to torturing, Xianqi showed no softness. Before Xianyang could open his mouth to curse, a Jinyiwei stepped forward, directly crushing Xianyang's jaw with a palm. Pouring the poison down, the former Princess Han died quietly, destined to have no grave. Sir, this is the new roster of the Jinyiwei. Recently, about 1,000 new Jinyiwei have been trained, most of whom serve as informants. To officially don the flying fish uniform, they still need the commander's approval. A Jinyiwei brought over a small box and placed it in front of Xianqi. The selection of Jinyiwei is extremely strict. This is a true investigation of one's ancestors for 8 generations. According to Liu Bai, no matter how sharp the knife is, it must be held in one's own hand. Otherwise, it's better to break the knife. Got it. Xianqi rubbed his temples, looking exhausted. This commander's role is really not something Long K can handle. Humph. With such an ugly appearance, you are already on the path to death. Look at my Liu family's swordsmanship, snow drifting in the world. Inside the Prime Minister's residence, the air was filled with the aura of swords. What a good sword. Liu Gong's sword is truly an excellent sword. In the courtyard of the Prime Minister's residence, the chrysanthemums were falling. Liu Bai was slowly sheathing his sword in an extremely handsome posture. As for why he was sheathing it slowly instead of the usual swift motion of a swordsman? Of course, what if he missed and cut himself? You little brat. I'm practicing swordsmanship. You are practicing cheap tricks. You are practicing cheap tricks. Originally very satisfied with his swordsmanship, Liu Bai's mouth suddenly twitched, and he kicked Long K several times. How could this damn thing not know how to compliment people? How stupid must Xiongnu be to like this guy so much? Chen Bo watched Liu Bai's swordsmanship, which resembled a young bird playing with a stick, and smiled without speaking. The younger a person's sword is, the more youthful spirit it has. This kind of sword is likely to become a great sensation in the Xiongnu. Of course, it's just a possibility, and Liu Bai has absolutely no such potential. Chen Bo actually wanted to tell his young master that the essence of swordsmanship lies in an unwavering determination, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. To make his young master determined to die? That would be ridiculous. Long K, you say, is my snow drifting in the world handsome? After Liu Bai had kicked enough, he finally touched the hilt of his sword and asked in a manner resembling a martial arts master. Handsome. That move was very handsome. Our Prime Minister's chrysanthemums are scared. Long K rubbed his bottom, nodding repeatedly, his words extremely insincere. By the way, Liu Gong, the exam is starting tomorrow. Don't you want to meet those guys from Tongfuin? Long K suddenly remembered something and asked. Although he had Dragon Wu to protect the people in Peixian, he and T made it clear. What if that fool Dragon Wu couldn't grasp the meaning of our brilliant leader's intentions? What is there to meet? The exam starts tomorrow. Isn't that when we'll see them? The Prime Minister, didn't he even look at the exam questions to avoid suspicion? Liu Bai said disdainfully. Am I the kind of examiner who looks for excellent candidates before the exam? But aren't you the one who set the exam questions? Liu Gong. I delivered them to the Xiongfu yesterday. Long K was slightly stunned, his expression strange. Right, I set them, but after I set them, did I look at them again? No. So is there a problem with what I said? No problem. Setting the exam questions, going in a certain direction. That's called human affection. Coincidentally, these people passed the exam. That's called an accident. Do you understand human feelings and affairs? Liu Bai said unhappily. Why does it sound like I'm one of those corrupt examiners in Long K's mouth? Damn it, another kick. By the way, Lu Gong. Wang Gang has sent word back. He has already made contact with Han Xin. Long K took out a dirty wooden board from his bosom and said. It was clearly a letter with a story. Got it. Has the paper mill on Mo's Han prepared the paper? Liu Bai took 3 steps back, keeping a distance from the wooden board, and instructed, since I didn't receive any compensation for mental damages, let us torment Feng Jie and his noble family's spirit. I suffered mental loss, so he must have suffered too. That's called making it even. Long K's eyes widened, and he admired his Lu Gong 1,000 times. Lu Gong, can this work? Hey. Then when I go to Chunfeng Courtyard, if Xiao Taoyong is tired and I'm tired, then that's even, and I don't have to pay. Get lost. I'll throw you out naked on the street tomorrow so everyone can see the consequences of freeloading. Hee hint. Crazy hint. You know, love you all. Kind-hearted people. Liu Bai was furious, and he kicked hard. For heaven's sake, the money of those poor women must not be taken lightly. All right, go verify the paper issue with Mo's Han. I practice swords. No. I practice knives. Liu Bai spat several times. He almost got led astray by Long K. Damn it. That night, the common people slept soundly. However, some people just couldn't sleep. The paper mill was working overtime to produce paper for tomorrow's exam, not only to allow the candidates to answer questions, but also for Zhu Xianyang to open a stationery shop at the exam site. One must say, Zhao Chao was quite business-minded, keenly seizing this opportunity. Of course, Zhu Xianyang had been protected by the guards from Fusu Palace these days to prevent any vendetta, so there's no need to elaborate. As for the Tongfu Inn, Chao couldn't sleep all night. Yet Xiao He surprisingly went to sleep early. In the middle of the night, when Xiao Hoing came to wake up brother Xiao to pee, he was directly pulled outside by Long Wu and scolded. Chapter 101. The civil exam selection begins. The next day, the sun rose, and the sun of the great Qin also rose. In the Kirin Hall, the court discussions were filled with trivial matters, and even Feng Jie seemed to have temporarily set aside his resentment towards Liu Bai. Focusing instead on the civil examinations for selecting officials, Feng Jie subtly hinted to Liu Bai that if the noble families were to gain the majority of official positions this time, it would simply be a matter of buying positions with money, and past grudges should be forgotten. Liu Bai, however, played dumb and complained about how humiliating it was to receive such a large sum as compensation for mental distress, suggesting that if the Grand Minister of Justice were to utter such shameless words, even Feng Jie would be too lazy to negotiate. What surprised everyone the most was the choice of the chief examiner, when the noble families, Confucian officials, and even Liu Bai rolled up their sleeves to contend for the chief examiner position in the court. His Majesty the First Emperor determined one person, leaving all factions with nothing to say. Today's civil examination for selecting officials would be presided over by Wang Jian. He would select 50 outstanding works to present to the Kirin Hall. This is my decree. The first emperor spoke lightly, and the ministers fell silent. With Wang Jian as the chief examiner, there was truly no thought of competition. In terms of strength, although Wang Jian was a military general, he was certainly not someone who could be compared to the reckless Wang Ben. This old general was genuinely accomplished in both civil and military affairs. In fact, when El Bouet compiled the records of El, Wang Jian participated in some of its content. As for qualifications, there's no need to discuss it further. No one could surpass him. Understood. Wang Jian stood up, appearing as if it were a common occurrence, accepting the imperial edict. Such a cushy job of recruiting students was envied by all the ministers. After the court session, the officials filed out in order. Li Si walked over to Liu Bai and, with a hint of approval, said, I've read the exam questions you've set. Besides the theoretical essays, there are also questions about the common people. Just this point alone would likely earn you praise even from His Majesty. However, I don't understand why you included hypothetical questions in the last few important topics. Questions like if a neighbor shirks responsibility when a cow is lost, or if 2 women fight over a child, or how to determine the ownership of found money. These questions are indeed unusual. Liu Bai smiled and replied, Uncle Li, we are selecting officials who genuinely work for the people, not those who merely boast of His Majesty's might and command respect from all sides, yet cannot even count money properly. The theoretical questions gauge the candidates' perspectives. The hypothetical questions at the end are precisely what test whether they can truly benefit the common people in the future. Upon hearing Liu Bai's words, Li Si nodded slightly. He had been a minor official for decades and had seen all kinds of officials. The method Liu Bai proposed might not yield officials with the demeanor of loyal ministers, but they would indeed be able to do practical work for the common people of Qin. Li Si even began to consider whether to use this approach when selecting minor officials in various counties. Seeing Li Si deep in thought, Liu Bai couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He had taken the bait. With such practical exams for selecting officials, how could someone like Li Si, a renowned statesman, not see the benefits? Once he recognized the advantages, he would naturally think of continuing to use it. Wasn't this the embryonic form of the imperial examination system? As long as his library was well established, they could consider the issue of knowledge dissemination later. and perhaps a complete imperial examination system could appear in the Qin as much as 800 years earlier. It should be noted that this was not the later rigid literary selection, with Liu Bai's precedent of practical hypothetical questions. The direction of the examination system would only become more practical. Uncle Li, I need to go to the Yiweng Palace to give a lecture. You keep busy. Liu Bai saw that Li Si was deep in thought and naturally did not want to disturb him. After a vague farewell, he left. Only Li Si, even while walking, seemed to forget, pausing in contemplation. Being from a humble background, how could he not wish to open a gateway for the common scholars of the world? However, this gateway was likely to require one's life to open, if exams were used to select officials in the future. The vested interests involved would quickly unite and tear him apart. Enough. Don't be so downcast. Today, I will take you to participate in the civil examination to select officials. I've already signed you up. Upon arriving at the Yiweng Palace, Liu Bai was too lazy to give a lecture and spoke directly. As a time traveler, preparing lessons? Too painful. If he could slack off for a day, he would. Extending class time was impossible, and extracurricular activities? Sorry, they had to be arranged as much as possible. Really, Teacher Liu? That's great. I've been wanting to see this civil examination for selecting officials. Thank you, Teacher Liu. I told you. How could our Teacher Liu let such a big event pass and keep us stuck in the Yiweng Palace studying? Teacher Liu, I'm not feeling well. Cheers erupted. Except for one boisterous young man draped in a robe inscribed with the word justice. Even Hu Hai, who had always been timid, managed to force a smile. At least outside the Yiweng Palace, this Teacher Liu would not punish him anymore, right? For some reason, Hu Hai now harbored a deep-rooted fear of Liu Bai. Especially when Liu Bai smiled, Hu Hai always felt as if he saw his teacher Zhao Gao, who had died from bowing too much. Even now, in Hu Hai's palace, no white objects were allowed, nor could he plant willows in his courtyard. When later generations studied the records of the Qin royal family's daily life, they suddenly realized that the first person to suffer from Liu Bai phobia was actually one of the 18 sons of Qin. A scientist named Montesquieu even published a specialized paper titled On the Harm of a Large Nasal Cavity to a Child. Once the paper was published, it caused a sensation. Even Generalissimo MacArthur stated, I fear no enemy on the battlefield, but I do fear the large nasal cavity of this most ruthless Chancellor of Qin from 2,000 years ago, because this childhood trauma accompanies one for a lifetime. Of course, these are all later stories. At this moment, the 18 sons of Qin were leaving the palace together. Originally reluctant to go, Gao, upon hearing he wouldn't have to take the exam, took the lead in the group. He even brought along the Qin Justice Squad to ensure their safety. Liu Bai couldn't bear to tell Gao that not letting him take the exam was solely out of fear that Gao would lose face as a student. One must admit that the genes of the old winners were indeed impressive. Although the 18 sons had varying temperaments, they were all handsome overall, coupled with Liu Bai's appearance. When they arrived at the examination venue, even some girls accompanying their families were left swooning. However, when Gao and his Qin Justice Squad donned their justice capes, Liu Bai took several steps sideways, wearing an expression as if he didn't know them, leaving those Qin princes in utter confusion. Examinees, enter. With a commanding voice, the first civil examination for selecting officials in Qin began. Liu Bai stood to the side, observing Xiao He, steady and confident. Then he looked at Xiao Can, whose youthful face displayed excitement for the unknown. These individuals were the future hope of Qin. Don't let me down. Liu Bai took a deep breath and stepped into the examination hall's back room. There was a reclining chair there, and he planned to take a nap. Pay attention. The man in front of you is named Xiao Xiao. After entering the examination room, Xiao He felt a tense atmosphere. Throughout history, there has never been a civil examination to select officials that does not rely on background, but instead depends on one's own abilities. This kind of opportunity is something he had never even heard of. Xiao He couldn't help but clench his fists secretly, his eyes filled with determination. It was Liu Xiong who gave them this chance. This is a true opportunity to showcase one's talents. Without Liu Xiong, Xiao He would have spent his life as a minor official in Peixian, achieving nothing and never being able to reap his own brilliance. Brother Xiao? Xiao Can nervously called out, but couldn't continue. Silence. After entering the examination room, strict discipline is enforced. Anyone who whispers or looks around suspiciously will be treated as cheating. In addition to disqualification from the examination, they will also be imprisoned and punished. I am the chief examiner for this session. I wish you all a bright future. At that moment, a voice rang out. An old man with a stooped back walked onto a makeshift platform, about 1 meter high, and looked at the candidates in the examination room, speaking loudly. Candidates, please take your seats. As this voice sounded, the 532 candidates participating in the civil examination hurriedly found their places to sit. Among them, 17 people looked as if their eyes were about to pop out. Che almost bit his own tongue. What is going on? General Wang is the chief examiner here. On a high platform, the ordinary candidates were fine, but the young masters felt their legs going weak at this moment. If they accidentally swatted a mosquito and turned to look at this old general, they might be treated as cheating. Hiss. Che immediately felt a bit of a toothache. As his subtle gasp was heard, the old General Wang, Jian on the platform slightly raised his drooping eyelids and glanced at Che without saying a word. As long as it wasn't the emperor personally designating a crown prince, Wang Jian wouldn't have any scruples and would handle matters fairly. After taking their seats, there was still a little time for all candidates to calm their nerves. Xiao He slightly closed his eyes, recalling his past, the youthful ambition of his early years, the grand aspirations when he first entered the officialdom, the soft whispers at his mother's grave, the unease of rushing to Xianyang under the starry night, and now, the determination to succeed in the examination. When Xiao He opened his eyes again, there was no longer a trace of distraction in his gaze. The examination begins. With the sound of a signal, a man resembling a eunuch opened a wooden box. A series of dull thuds sounded. Inside the wooden box were sheets of paper. Just a few days ago, a single sheet sold for 30,000 big coins. And now, they were actually the exam papers they had to answer. The offspring of noble families who came to take the exam were almost biting their tongues off. They were even thinking of cursing. Damn the Hall of Worthies. They had previously kept it a secret, refusing to sell even when they offered money. Later, one sheet sold for 30,000 big coins, and they even distinguished between male and female, causing half of their family's wealth to go into the Hall of Worthies' pockets. Now, they were actually distributing it for free during the exam? This is too much. This is too much. Their mentality was collapsing. The young nobles' chests were rising and falling rapidly without exception. They weren't without talent, but at this moment, they couldn't calm down at all. However, Wang Jian sat on the platform, and none of these young nobles dared to vent their anger on the spot. After all, the old general's temper was said to be exceptionally bad by their elders. If they were cut down by the old general on the spot, who knows? Their families might have to go to the general's residence to apologize and make amends that night. At this moment, they finally understood why General Wang Jian was supervising the examination. Damn Liu Bai, that scoundrel Liu Bai, cursing while hiding behind General Wang. How despicable. How shameful. How could the Qin Dynasty have such a shameless scoundrel? The young nobles were almost going crazy. They hadn't even picked up their pens. Yet they felt like their chests were about to explode from anger. Meanwhile, in the back hall, a certain shameless scoundrel was leisurely leaning on a recliner, sipping tea, and humming a little tune. Here the mountain road twists 18 bends. Here the girl is so beautiful. Here. How does it continue? No. It seems I sang it wrong earlier. On the other side, after Xiao He received the 10 exam papers, he was first slightly stunned, then took a deep breath, suppressing the shock of having to use paper for the exam, and looked at the questions. The earlier ones were fine, all about the national governance strategies. But when he reached the 6th question, the tone suddenly changed. It was directly about ordinary matters among the common people, asking for handling methods. Upon seeing these questions, Xiao He was also slightly taken aback, then his eyes filled with gratitude. He didn't expect that Lu Gong could go to such lengths for him. These questions were specifically designed for Xiao He and the other lowly scholars. Lowly, low status. Cheap. No money or power. Lu Xiong aims to create opportunities for scholars across the world. Xiao He sighed deeply in his heart, and then picked up his pen. In the examination room, the sound of pens flying across the paper was continuous, with some frowning in deep thought, while others wrote smoothly with joy in their hearts. Along the way, 2 fools who had written tiny characters on their clothes in an attempt to cheat were also caught. When Wang Jian saw their clothes, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. The exam topic was a strategy discussion, and these 2 guys had written the analects on their clothes. If you say they are pedantic, they are making a cheat sheet. If you say they are smart, they only made a cheat sheet of the analects. Did they think the analects could answer every question? Wang Jian waved his hand, and the 2 cheaters were directly taken to the prison of Xianyang Prefecture. As for how to handle them, the old general was too lazy to care and didn't want to get involved in such trivial matters. However, Wang Jian took special note of one person. This person was different from the surrounding candidates. His pen moved like flying, but his expression showed no signs of joy or sorrow. This unflappable demeanor made Wang Jian take a few more glances at him. Not to mention talent. Just this kind of calmness is indeed essential for a good minister. Of course, it was just a few more glances. He, Wang Jian, was a military general and didn't really care much about civil officials. Instead, he found the expressions of the young masters quite amusing. To be honest, the way the emperor's young son scratched his ears and scratched his cheeks was indeed very similar to how his own grandson looked when reading. As the sun shifted, time passed. Ding! With the ringing of a bell, the civil examination was over. In the back hall, Liu Bai stretched lazily. Who wakes from a great dream first? I know myself in this life. Sleeping well in the spring of the thatched cottage, the sun is slow outside the window. Liu Gong, who is slow? Why is he outside the window? Could it be that he has some interesting story? Long Chia scratched his head, not quite understanding. Note, who wakes from a great dream first? I know myself in this life. Sleeping well in the spring of the thatched cottage, the sun is slow outside the window. This is from Romance of the Three Kingdoms and is not plagiarized. Chapter 103. The Mo Family Workshop, The Dream of a Military General. Who, after walking out of the examination room, Xiao He let out a long breath. Just now, on the exam paper, he had almost vented all the frustrations he had accumulated over the years. It's not about expressing frustration over unrecognized talent, but rather about a perspective on governance that differs from the secular norm. Whether discussing national politics or trivial matters of people's livelihoods, Xiao He writes without any hesitation. Brother Xiao, how is it? Xiao Can hurriedly approached, a hint of joy on his face. He had been anxious until he saw the exam paper, and only then did he feel at ease, confident that he had done well. Chao Qian naturally assumed that Xiao He had fared even better. After all of Chao Qian's knowledge was taught to him by brother Xiao. However, Xiao He did not respond to Chao Qian. He simply looked towards the examination hall and slowly bowed. Then he left with the people of Peixian. Seal the names. Transcribe. With Wang Jian's commands. The people in the examination hall began to get busy. Wang Jian stroked his beard and nodded slightly. This Liu Bai kid may not be fit to be a military general, but his thoughts are indeed meticulous. Since this is a written examination, the greatest fear is cheating. The exam questions are personally set, then passed on to this general, sealing the names and having someone transcribe them. If they can still cheat, then the cheaters are truly talented. Hard work, old general. Liu Bai smiled as he approached Wang Jian, who was surrounded by busy people. Not at all. When I passed by the back hall, I could even hear Liu Xiang's heavy sighs. Wang Jian replied, irritated. Here I am, an old man and a military general, supervising the examination under the sun, while you, Liu Bai, a civil minister, are napping in the back hall? How infuriating. Kid is just pondering military matters, right? Old general, you know, as a military general, Liu Bai, am concerned about the soldiers. Recently, there are new things. I wonder if the old general has any interest? Liu Bai awkwardly smiled and tried to argue. To be honest, it is indeed a bit inhumane to have such an old military man host a written examination. But Liu Bai has made efforts. He has no regrets. Wang Jian raised an eyebrow, looking at Liu Bai suspiciously. Liu Bai, the warhorse set you presented to His Majesty last time is a valuable asset for our Qin army. Do you have something new? To be honest, with the previous warhorse set as a precedent, Wang Jian conveniently ignored Liu Bai's claim of being a military general. If there truly is a new discovery, even if it doesn't have the experience of the warhorse set, it shouldn't be lacking, right? Old General Wang, you say that. Previously, didn't I proclaim in the court that the strategy for enriching Qin lies in the artisans and farmers? Artisans and farmers. One can't just focus on farming tools, right? The Mo family workshop has new things. Liu Bai laughed slyly as he spoke. This cunning smile made one wonder if this kid was hiding something. Wang Jian stroked his beard and glanced at Liu Bai. Just a glance revealed that this kid was up to no good. Well, in that case, Liu Xiang, please present it to His Majesty. I believe I will see what you call a new discovery in court tomorrow. Wang Jian said lightly. The old fox, when faced with a trap, goes around and around, but never steps in. The level of cunning in this old man is beyond what Liu Bai's few years in court can compare to. However, Wang Jian's caution was certainly not outside of Liu Bai's expectations. This well-known general, who is always cautious, Liu Bai dares not underestimate at all. Then, I shall present the dreams of all military generals to His Majesty. Perhaps, in the end, His Majesty will reward General Li Xianyang. Liu Bai sighed, pretending to lament. In my heart, the old general is truly worthy of such things. After saying this, Liu Bai shook his head. Originally, Wang Jian had no reaction to such a pretentious display. However, upon hearing the name Li Xianyang, Wang Jian's drooping eyelids twitched slightly. To be honest, Wang Jian had no animosity towards Li Xianyang. However, he looked down on Li Xianyang. In the past, during the conquest of Chu, it was Li Xianyang who underestimated the enemy, leading to Qin's defeat with only 200,000 troops. If what Liu Bai said was true, that these things are the dreams of all military generals, what a waste. Although Wang Jian saw through Liu Bai's ulterior motives, he felt extremely conflicted. After all, this great Qin war god wanted to retire, but his blood was still boiling. Let's go take a look, Wang Jian said, putting his hands behind his back, ultimately leaving behind this sentence. All right, Liu Bai smiled, leading the way for Wang Jian. Clang, clang, clang. After leaving the examination hall, Liu Bai took Wang Jian to a carriage. After about an hour, they finally exited the city. In a village east of Xianyang, Wang Jian frowned slightly, puzzled by the sounds he heard. Why bring me to a place for ironworking? Finally, they arrived at a location where there were guards at the entrance. Greetings, Liu Xiang. Upon seeing Liu Bai, the guards quickly saluted. No need, open the door. Liu Bai waved his hand and led Wang Jian inside. Originally thinking it was just an ordinary blacksmith shop, they found that the so-called opening was not the main door, but rather the cellar. As they went deeper, the temperature inside rose higher. Wang Jian frowned slightly. Before he could say anything, his eyebrows shot up. In front of them were furnaces, and these were not ordinary furnaces. They were twice the height of a typical adult man. Liu Bai, what kind of furnace is this? It's different from ordinary blacksmith furnaces. Wang Jian asked, frowning. Old general, this is called a blast furnace. Although our Qin's weapons are sharp, in fact, they are still not enough. The toughness and hardness of weapons are related to the temperature when the iron is melted. The previous furnaces could melt iron, but they weren't hot enough. Therefore, the weapons produced had impurities. They weren't hard enough. But the blast furnace is different. The temperature of the blast furnace reaches 1,000, cough cough. It's 2 to 3 times hotter than ordinary furnaces. The weapons produced are divine artifacts. Liu Bai explained, casually picking up a long sword hanging on the wall and handing it to Wang Jian. Old general, please take a look. This is a weapon forged by the blast furnace. The long sword was entirely black, in the style of a Qin sword, with a sharp glint slightly hidden. But Wang Jian, a seasoned warrior, could tell at a glance that this sword was extraordinary. Taking the black sword, Wang Jian suddenly slashed down at the ground. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal rang out, and sparks flew. Wang Jian's pupils contracted slightly. With the strength he used to wield an 80-pound stone lock, the black sword showed no damage at all. Good sword. This sword could even be of the level to be presented to His Majesty. Wang Jian said, "You mean the dreams of military generals are these weapons?" After pondering for a moment and seeing rows of weapons on the rack, he nodded slightly. Indeed. Ah, old general, what are you saying? These weapons are just for show, something for you to play with. If these are dreams, then what I will show you next is something you wouldn't even dare to imagine in your dreams. Liu Bai chuckled lightly and called out to the blacksmith who was working. Go, bring your master Emotion over, and bring that treasure too. Chapter 10 For the Power of the Great Qin's Protection. Greetings, Lord Liu and General Wang. Emotion walked over slowly, carrying a box. His muscles bulged all over. A terrifying sight. With his burly frame, the veins on his body were popping out as he lifted the box, indicating its heavy weight. However, in front of General Wang, Emotion did not overly flatter him, merely saying a simple greeting. After all, he had already performed the ritual of cutting the face, willing to die for Liu Bai. And his respect for others was merely a matter of courtesy. The Mo family is extraordinary. It is indeed the key to the prosperity of our great Qin. Just this black sword, if produced in large quantities, would greatly enhance the strength of our great Qin's military. Wang Jian nodded slightly, genuinely admiring. And the treasure you mentioned seems to be even more powerful than this black sword. It has piqued my interest. What kind of thing could be the dream of a military general, as you say? At this moment, even Wang Jian was a bit curious. This black sword is clearly mass-producible. As the saying goes, more soldiers and more generals, sufficient grain and weapons. These 4 points are the measures of a strong military. Liu Bai easily raised the level of weaponry. How could Wang Jian not appreciate it? Looking at Liu Bai, there was also a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Not to mention, this kid not becoming a military general, but becoming an armament officer would absolutely be a blessing for our great Qin. No rush. Old general, I have something I want to ask you. When the 3-piece set for warhorses appeared, what do you think the position of cavalry on the battlefield will be in the future? Liu Bai placed one hand on the box and did not speak directly, but instead asked a question. Upon hearing this, Wang Jian stroked his beard and pondered for a moment. The use of cavalry has always been auxiliary to the main forces in military strategy. However, with the 3-piece set for warhorses, the use of cavalry will far surpass the past. In future great battles, it will likely be the cavalry charging into the fray, and the side with stronger cavalry will prevail. They will become the kings of the battlefield. However, a hint of worry appeared on Wang Jian's face. But the Xiongnu, or rather the foreign tribes, are skilled in archery and cavalry on the grasslands. If this 3-piece set for warhorses spreads to the foreign tribes, it would actually be a disaster for our great Qin. Even though we are currently on high alert, it is inevitable that future generations might overlook it, which would ultimately benefit the foreign tribes and put our great Qin in danger. Old general, is that what you mean? Liu Bai asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Wang Jian nodded slightly, looking even more favorably upon Liu Bai. This kid may seem unremarkable most of the time, but his vision regarding the future landscape is indeed high. The grasslands may be barren in iron resources, but the 3-piece set for warhorses can have wooden stirrups, leather saddles, and although horseshoes are made of iron, with so little material, it may not necessarily hinder the development of foreign tribes. If the foreign tribes truly grasped this 3-piece set for warhorses, it would be quite unfavorable. Old general, have you ever heard of a phrase? Preparedness averts peril? Liu Bai chuckled. Since the 3-piece set for warhorses has emerged, how could I not think of these things? The king on the battlefield is indeed cavalry, but it must be our great Qin's cavalry. The items in this box will be peaks that these foreign tribes will never be able to climb. Click. The clasp on the box was opened, and Liu Bai extended his hand to slowly lift the lid. Wang Jian was momentarily stunned and stared intently. What is this? Armor? Inside the box was a completely black armor. It was crafted from high-temperature refined materials, completely devoid of impurities. Clatter. Emotion, understanding the situation, reached in to take out the black armor and placed it on the ground. Full armor. Completely black. Could it be as indestructible as this black sword? Wang Jian took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice. He had just seen the hardness of the black sword clearly. Now it has been forged into armor? Wearing this black armor, one could fight 10. That is absolutely undeniable. Wait, what is this? Although the armor for a person was already laid out on the ground, Emotion's actions did not stop. He continued to arrange it. Old general, the full armor is indeed correct. However, you are still too narrow-minded. This is for both man and horse. This black armor is meant for humans to wear and for horses to wear as well. Liu Bai chuckled. Once Emotion took out all the armor, Liu Bai rummaged through his pocket and pulled out a crumpled piece of paper, clearly not caring much for it, and handed it to Wang Jian. Old general, this is the latest craftsmanship from the Mo family's workshop in the field of armaments. The power of the great Qin's protection, the Xian armor army. Wang Jian was momentarily taken aback, taking the paper from Liu Bai, feeling an urge to smack this reckless thing. The paper detailed the individual standard equipment of the Xian armor army. Aside from weapons like spears for horses, there were many descriptions about the armor. Helmets, breastplates, horse armor. Even the horseshoes were meticulously designed for protection. What was even more outrageous was that all this armor weighed only a total of 1 stone. Such important items. This Liu Bai actually carries them around like this? And crumpled like this? There's even unknown dust on it. Wasteful thing. Wasteful thing. Wang Jian's grip on the black sword tightened. If Liu Bai were his son, he would have long drawn his sword in anger. Clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out, brilliant sparks flying. In his rage, Wang Jian thrust at the black armor. Upon looking again, it left only a faint white mark. This was Wang Jian's furious strike. It shows just how strong the protective power of the black armor is. Old General. If we could gather 1,000 of this Xian armor army, wouldn't that be the dream of every military general? Liu Bai said with a shameless grin, stepping forward to speak. Wang Jian's expression was not good, but he merely nodded. One cannot deny that if this Xian armor army were to truly take shape, even he, Wang Jian, would be greatly tempted. As a military general, who wouldn't he want their subordinates to have an exceptional fighting force? This Xian armor army is a heavy cavalry unit. Its movement is not as fast as regular cavalry and consumes absolutely more resources than ordinary infantry. However, there is one good thing about this. One word, fierce. When the Xian armor army appears, their only target is the opposing commander. Any military formation that attempts to obstruct them will be violently torn apart. In future battlefields, no matter how loud the cries of battle are, as long as the Xian armor army appears, everything will fall silent. The power of the Great Qin's protection. Wang Jian felt his breath becoming a bit hurried. Once the concept of heavy cavalry emerged, it was destined to be the treasure that all military generals dream of day and night. Even the current war god, Wang Jian, could not resist the temptation of heavy cavalry. Old General, do you like it? You can advise His Majesty to create it. I will cover the costs. You can be the main commander, and just give me a deputy position. Of course, Old General, since your health is not good, I can also take the lead in your stead. Liu Bai shamelessly moved closer to speak. Wang Jian's lips trembled slightly, but his voice was very soft. Liu Bai had to lean in close to hear what this old general was saying. It turns out there was only one word. Get lost. Chapter 105. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone, seemingly a victim, but actually a winner. Wang Jian left. An old man single-handedly lifted a box containing the Xuanjiao army's armor, casually inserted a black sword at his waist, and walked away with a smile. Liu Bai reached out in place, looking dejected. Old General, you can't do this. This is robbery. This is bullying. Enough. Stop howling. You can find someone for the position of deputy commander yourself. I'm too lazy to deal with your nonsense. Wang Jian didn't even look back. Liu Bai's excellent acting skills turned out to be completely useless. All right. Upon hearing Wang Jian's words, Liu Bai nodded directly without a moment's hesitation. An old fox and a young fox. Both sides changed their expressions so quickly that they scared Mo Shan silly. What is going on? How could this happen? How did my Lu Gong end up in such a loss? An hour later, Liu Bai returned to the Prime Minister's residence with Mo Shan. Chen Ping happened to be drinking tea. It's strange to say, this destitute and wandering only son of the literary lineage had no interest in food and scoffed at fine wine. The only thing he truly loved was Liu Bai's tea. Liu Bai had ample reason to suspect that this kid came to the Prime Minister's residence and submitted to him because he caught a whiff of the tea fragrance. Lu Gong, doesn't this mean you're giving credit to old General Wang? The black armor of the Xuanjiao army is real money. Just the set that the old general took away is worth 3,000 big coins. Moreover, this set of black armor, plus the personnel, and the selected warhorses must all be the best. The Xuanjiao army will also have heavy cavalry, with each person accounting for 3 horses, estimating the cost for just 1 soldier to be around 5,000 big coins. Lu Gong, with just 1 mouthful, you're throwing out 5 million big coins. And this credit still belongs to old General Wang. Mo Shan was sweating profusely. On the way, Liu Bai sat in the carriage, while his subordinate insisted on keeping his distance and refused to get on the carriage. Upon arriving at the Prime Minister's residence, Mo Shan could no longer hold back. Give credit? Does the old general still need credit? The old general took away the Xuanjiao army to protect our Prime Minister. Liu Bai unceremoniously walked up to Chen Ping, who naturally handed over a freshly brewed cup of tea. Liu Bai drank it all in one go, not only feeling unhappy but instead appearing as if his cunning plan had succeeded. First of all, your figure of 5 million is incorrect. Mo Shan, you little rascal. So you counted the costs of the blast furnace and the initial research and development of the black armor all into this set of armor, right? The subsequent optimization of the assembly line, improvements to the blast furnace, plus the fact that the Xuanjiao army is a national treasure, His Majesty will surely provide some leniency. And the raw materials will also be cheaper. Calculating it all, a soldier would only cost about 2,000 big coins. Liu Bai laughed and scolded. Don't say. Mo Shan really does have a bit of the flavor of a shrewd businessman. This quote of 5,000 big coins seems reasonable, but in industrial production, economies of scale are very significant. The cost per item from a big factory is lower than that of a small factory. This is easy to understand. Right. Especially in heavy industries like weapons manufacturing. Moreover, This first piece of Xuanjia was specially crafted by the teacher. Even the patterns are like artworks. How could it not be expensive? According to Liu Bai's estimation, 200,000 is enough to build a Xuanjia army. And frankly speaking, a formation of infantry below 200,000 cannot withstand 2 rounds of this 1,000-man army and will definitely collapse in front of such a steel behemoth. Flesh and blood are simply too fragile. However, Lu Xiong saying 200,000 really made Mo Shan's face tighten. Why does Lu Gong say such a number so lightly? However, before Mo Shan could speak, Liu Bai interrupted him. If a person's heart is small, they will never succeed in their life. I, Liu Bai, have risen from the countryside to my current position, relying on my willingness to do what others are unwilling to do. Liu Bai held the hot tea, rubbing it gently with both hands. The fragrant steam made one feel calm, and at the same time, his thoughts became clearer. First bitter, then sweet. Liu Bai said lightly. Upon hearing this, Mo Shan was slightly taken aback. Meanwhile, Chen Ping, who was brewing tea, slowly put down the tea set in his hands. Indeed, this Lu Xiong has done far too many things along the way. Although it may seem unorthodox, if you think about it carefully, there is not a single thing he has done for his own personal gain. Killing surrendered soldiers and bearing the infamy. As a civil minister, why bother? Killing the remnants of the 6 states. He even attracted assassins from the Red Snake. Just raising a hand, he could gain a good name, and perhaps in the future, someone would even offer him money and gifts. As for killing Zhao Gao and exterminating the Zhao faction, that is even more ridiculous. Clearly, he could collude and influence the future succession, becoming a person above 10,000 others. The profits from the agricultural and ink families, the 3-piece set of warhorses, and even the profits from paper. What Liu Bai does are things that ordinary people are unwilling to do, but are indeed what Qin needs to do. First bitter, then sweet. Even Chen Ping, upon hearing Liu Bai's words, felt his emotions stirred. After finishing this statement, Liu Bai took a careful sip of his tea. Don't say. This Chen Ping is surprisingly a self-taught genius in tea art. Clap. Liu Bai gently placed the teacup back on the table, hands behind his back, and said lightly, how the world sees me, whether it is short-sighted or insulting, it does not matter. I express myself, regardless of the ups and downs or regularity. Once these words were spoken, Mo Shan immediately felt that his Lu Gong's image was so grand. In comparison, how did he seem like a petty person trying to guess the thoughts of great figures? Though he is the heir of the Mo family, in the face of court power and schemes, he is simply as naive as a child. Why should the heir of the Mo family be troubled? Lu Gong may be righteous, but in fact, all of this is within Lu Gong's plan. The greatest benefit does not lie with old General Wang, but with Lu Gong as well. Chen Ping smiled slightly. Although he couldn't see, he could infer from the atmosphere that Mo Shan was feeling embarrassed and inferior at this moment. If Chen Ping's guess was correct, the funds for Lu Gong to create the Xuanjia army naturally came from paper. Previously, although the paper was sold under the name of Xianyang, it caused the noble families to lose money. But next, selling paper at a low price would definitely provoke some resentment towards Lu Gong. Chen Ping lightly tapped the table with his fingers, fully understanding Liu Bai's intentions. The profits from paper should all go to the national treasury. That is not right. The court would all accuse Lu Gong of greed. Rather than letting them guess, it's better to take it boldly and generously place this profit into the Xuanjia army. Moreover, Lu Xiong is a civil minister, and recklessly interfering in military affairs would instead make him seem like a power-hungry official. The old general's intervention is precisely to protect Lu Gong from a storm, silencing the mouths of many, gaining his Majesty's trust, and building a strong army for our great Qin. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Is the heir still worried about Lu Gong? Chen Ping spoke with a smile, and by the end, he became excited and lightly clapped his hands. Upon hearing this, Mo Shan's eyes nearly popped out. He never expected that such a casual action from his Lu Gong would have such profound meaning. He had thought that his Lu Gong was the pitiful one being exploited by the detestable old General Wang. However, at this moment, someone was furious, even slapping his thigh. What kind of talk is this? I am a military general. Do you understand? A military general. I have been involved in military affairs for a long time, and now the old general is just unwilling for me to delve too deeply. This is the affection that the military's old veterans have for the newly promoted generals. Do you understand? Do you understand? What do you know? Chapter 106. How did I get this person? What? Let me be a general? What? I still have to report to General Wang's house. Inside the Tongfu Inn, Xiao Ying jumped up completely. Long Wu, have you gone crazy, or have I gone crazy? Not to mention that Xiao Ying himself didn't believe it. Even the people of Peixian almost couldn't react. They originally thought it was Xiao He, Xiao Can, and the others who would be promoted in the civil exam. But unexpectedly, the first official position was actually Xiao Ying, and directly as a general? I don't know. I went to the Jinyiwei today wearing the flying fish robe, and ended up being promoted to flag officer directly. Long Chia, the commander, even patted my shoulder and told me to do well. By the way, I was told to bring a message to you all. It said that Xiao Ying would be the deputy commander of the Xuanjia army, and then Fan Kuai would also go there, becoming the vanguard cavalry captain of the Xuanjia army. Long Wu and the others were also a bit dazed. Although Xiao He said that Long Wu would be promoted, they never expected it to happen so quickly. Moreover, The flag officer seems to be a candidate for the commander of the newly established South and North Pacification Office, right? Long Wu wasn't sure. The Xuanzhao army? Brother Xiao, you are well-versed in knowledge. Does our great Qin have this army? Xiao Can scratched his head, thinking carefully. But he couldn't find any clues and could only helplessly ask Xiao He. Xiao He pondered for a moment, looked at Long Wu's confused expression, then at Xiahou Ying's unbelievable information and Fan Kuai's daze, and instantly understood. If I am not mistaken, this Xuanzhao army should be a military force that is being prepared. Great Qin has a military merit nobility system. If Xiahou Ying and Fan Kuai enlist, without military merit, they can't even become squad leaders or 100 captains. Now what Long Wu said, Xiahou Ying as the deputy commander of the Xuanzhao army, and Fan Kuai as the 100 captain. This can only happen with a newly established military force. At this point, Xiao He paused slightly, as if he thought of some possibility, and was somewhat moved. It is even possible that this Xuanzhao army was set up by Minister Liu for the two of you. Otherwise, how could Minister Liu, as the civil minister of Great Qin, rashly interfere in military affairs? Thinking of this, Xiao He was even a bit touched, without even meeting face to face. He set up a military force for Xiahou Ying and Fan Kuai. What kind of trust and kindness is this? The price paid for this is absolutely something that people like them, who have not yet entered the court, can estimate. This is no longer about cultivating party factions. It's simply about establishing a Paisian faction. But how could I and brother Fan Kuai dare to do that? Xiahou Ying was dumbfounded. Minister Liu didn't value them. And Xiahou Ying was fine, just a warrior. It's normal not to be valued. But this sudden happiness fell from the sky. How could Xiahou Ying not panic? He wasn't worried about any conspiracy behind this. After all, he was just a rough man. Life or death was nothing to him. What he was worried about was letting down. If he let down Minister Liu's expectations, according to brother Xiao He's words, this would be establishing an entire military force. If he let that down, no matter if Xiahou Ying jumped into the cauldron and cooked himself, it would be hard to atone for that. As for being the vanguard, well, I can just chop people. After all, I've killed dogs before, so I'm clear about that. Compared to Xiahou Ying, Fan Kuai was laughing and seemed carefree. As for letting down or not letting down, Fan Kuai hadn't thought that much. As long as he could chop down the enemy, wasn't that enough? Xiao He slightly nodded, feeling 3 points of admiration for Minister Liu. Even without meeting, he still has the insight to recognize talent. This Minister Liu is profound and unfathomable. Fan Kuai is impulsive, brave, and loyal. If he were placed in the deputy commander position, it might lead the entire Xuanzhao army into danger. The position of Vanguard 100 captain is the most suitable. As for Xiahou Ying, although he is also a fool, at least he thinks more than Fan Kuai. If Xiao He estimates correctly, this Xuanzhao army will definitely be a powerful elite force, not an ordinary infantry unit. All right, you two, hurry up and tidy yourselves. And report to General Wang's residence. Xiao He waved his hand, stopping everyone's discussion, and spoke lightly. Since the establishment of the Xuanzhao army is related to General Wang, it will definitely be foolproof. In Great Qin, regarding military matters, besides His Majesty the First Emperor, this old general can absolutely be trusted. Moreover, since Xiahou Ying is only a deputy commander, Xiao He didn't worry too much. All right, brother Xiao, I'm going to take a bath now. Fan Kuai grinned. Late at night, in the Zhangtai Palace, the candlelight flickered. Your Majesty, these are the 50 examination papers selected by General Wang. Dun Ruo suddenly brought a small box and placed it beside His Majesty's desk. Then he opened it, took out the examination papers, and placed them on His Majesty's desk. Looking at these examination papers, even Dun Ruo couldn't help but marvel at how convenient the paper from the Jushin Hall is. If it were bamboo slips as before, he would probably have to make dozens of trips. His Majesty the First Emperor slowly closed the bamboo slips. Looking at these examination papers with a slight movement in his eyes, Shun emerged from the fields. Fu Shua was selected among the builders. Zhao Gu was selected among the fish and salt. Guan Yiwu was selected among the scholars. Sun Shuchao was selected from the sea. And Bai Lishi was selected from the market. Now my heart is no different from that of the sages. Once this was said, even Dun Ruo beside him understood that His Majesty the First Emperor was in a good mood today. The civil examination for selecting officials, although it was the first time, was truly a fair opportunity for the powerless and unprivileged people of the world in Great Qin. Regardless of the outcome, at least in history, it will leave a good evaluation for Great Qin regarding selecting officials without asking about their origins. His Majesty does not care about what future generations say. But Great Qin cannot ignore this. It concerns how the people of the world view Great Qin and also affects Great Qin's future progress. This time, in addition to filling the vacancies in official positions, it is best to have talented people for border governance as well. His Majesty the First Emperor flipped through the examination papers, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Just then, His Majesty's gaze suddenly focused. He saw that one of the examination papers had a completely different angle of answering compared to the previous papers. Pingrong Strategy Governance Essay, just these two opening titles are enough to show this person's ambition. His Majesty's eyes were sharp as knives as he carefully read these two pieces. The Pingrong Strategy wrote about border governance, and the Governance Essay wrote about easing governance. The combination of the two is just what Great Qin needs at this moment. The candlelight flickered in the Zhangtai Palace, as if sensing His Majesty's sharp aura still dancing in the wind. Dun Ruo felt that his own breathing was somewhat stagnant. Good. A voice of approval rang out. His Majesty the First Emperor raised an eyebrow slightly. Pingrong Strategy, Governance Essay. I view this as if I were reading Han Fizi's Solitary Rage, 5 vermin back in the day. His Majesty picked up this paper, flipping it back and forth to read it again. Crackle. The lamp flickered slightly. Not knowing how much time passed, the paper was finally set down. At my age, I never expected to have gained this person again. Great Qin has so many wise men from the countryside. In the candlelight, His Majesty the First Emperor tore off the seal and revealed the name on it. Peixian, Xiaohe. Chapter 107. I will go and tie Xiaohe back to my residence as a camp advisor. Yongcheng, Yangqian, enter the palace. Liang, Chen Xian, enter the palace. Wuzhou, Mou, enter the palace. The next day, in the Qilin Hall, the sound of proclamations echoed. 50 documents were prepared, and 20 individuals were selected to enter the hall and receive official titles. Each proclamation represented an individual's rise to prominence, stepping into the court. Outside the Qilin Hall, Chao Can was so nervous that his face turned pale, while Xiaohe remained calm. Peixian, Chao Can, enter the hall. As this proclamation rang out, Chao Can suddenly raised his gaze, and his previously pale face turned rosy in an instant. He had been selected for an official position. Those around him looked on with envy. Chao Can wanted to say something, but noticed the flattering expression on the eunuch beside him, who was welcoming him into the hall. Unlike those who had been called before and hurried in, he looked back at Xiaohe, as if waiting for his elder brother Xiao to enter together. However, no matter how slowly he walked, the proclamations did not sound again. Chao Can's heart sank continuously. Brother Xiao had not been selected. Inside the Qilin Hall, the decrees of rewards were being announced. Some were dispatched to the counties, while others remained in the court. The expressions of Feng Jie, Jinyiwei, and others were quite unnatural. Among those summoned to the hall, there were only 5 from the aristocracy and Confucian scholars combined. This meant that most of the official positions had been taken by rural villagers. Feng Jie gritted his teeth in anger. All of this was Liu Bai's fault. If it weren't for Liu Bai setting the exam questions, with the last 5 questions leaning towards trivial matters, and the exam room presenting papers that caused the aristocratic candidates to lose their composure, how could there be such an exam result? Yet, he couldn't even accuse Liu Bai of cheating. Infuriating. Chao Can was appointed as the Right Chancellor's Right Chief Historian, assisting Li Si in handling governmental affairs. Liu Bai was slightly surprised when he heard Chao Can's name. The emperor's choice of people was indeed sharp. Following the rules, Chao Can was a talented individual in both civil and military affairs, and the position of chief historian seemed powerless but was, in fact, quite powerful. It appeared lowly. Yet it was not a low position, similar to a chief secretary in later times. However, Xiaohe not being chosen by the emperor did surprise Liu Bai a bit. Your Majesty, the commoner Chao Can has something to say? At this moment, a voice rang out. The entire court of civil and military officials was taken aback, looking up to see that it was Chao Can, one of the best rewarded in this examination. This young man, who was about to become a new noble in the court, was actually going to advise the emperor right after the rewards were announced. Even Liu Bai was slightly stunned, marveling at the fearless spirit of youth. Indeed, he was a young tiger capable of governance and military affairs. Speak. On the high platform, the emperor coldly uttered a word. Just such a simple word inspired a sense of shock. This kind of might made the 20 people who were still immersed in joy feel as if they had awakened from a dream. This was the emperor who unified the world. They would be serving in the court of this overlord of the world, seeking benefits for the country. The pressure felt like a mountain pressing down on their heads. Your Majesty, my fellow townsmen, there is a person named Xiaohe, whose talent surpasses mine by tenfold. However, today, Xiaohe has not entered the hall. Chao Can gritted his teeth and spoke in a deep voice. Large beads of sweat continuously dripped from his forehead. No matter how talented Chao Can was, this was his first time stepping into the court, under the emperor's pressure. And with so many key officials of the Qin Dynasty watching, the pressure in his heart reached its peak. But Xiaohe was Chao Can's senior brother. How could he turn a blind eye? Impudent. Old Chao Can, are you questioning the fairness of my great Qin in selecting officials? Just as Chao Can was about to say something further, a voice of reprimand rang out. It was Li Si, who furrowed his brow and stood up. Speaking in a deep voice, Your Majesty, Chief Historian Chao Can's reckless comments on the civil examination are indeed a serious offense. I believe this person, although ignorant of the court's etiquette, should be punished. I advise that he be demoted from Right Chief Historian to Left Chief Historian, a small punishment for a great lesson. Upon hearing Li Si's words, the court officials secretly laughed. This old fox was truly protective of his own. Before Chao Can had even entered Li Si's chancellor's office, he was already defending him. Now that Chao Can had been rewarded with an official title, he could naturally speak in the court. But this young man, who had no foundation in the court, spoke so rashly, even hinting at questioning the fairness of the civil examination. If Li Si had not spoken up to request a punishment and demotion, Chao Can might have become the right chief historian this year, but would have to pack up and return home next year. Agreed. The emperor said. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Si said loudly, subtly pulling Chao Can aside. He had naturally also seen Chao Can's examination paper. Although Li Si had a strong desire for power, he still valued talent in his heart. Thank you, your majesty, Zhao Gao said bitterly. In his heart, he regretted his cowardice. Why didn't he dare to speak up for brother Xiao? The remaining 30 people were assigned to the counties as officials to benefit the lives of the common people. The eunuch's sharp proclamation decided the promotion paths of the 30 people outside the hall. Liu Bai's expression was extremely strange. He never expected Xiao He to be dismissed. Could it be that the saying gold will shine really has no use in the court? But that didn't make sense. How could the emperor not see Xiao He's great talent? With such doubts, Liu Bai hardly spoke during the court discussion. In this well-conducted civil examination for selecting officials, Liu Bai felt as if he had lost the biggest opportunity. Dismiss the court. With the sound of the proclamation, the court session came to an end. Liu Bai stood up, preparing to go outside the Qilin Hall to see Xiao He properly. However, just as he stood up, he was suddenly grabbed by the sleeve. Minister Liu, the emperor has summoned you to the Zhangtai Palace for a discussion. Please follow the servant. Inside the Zhangtai Palace. Minister Liu Bai, I pay my respects to your majesty. Liu Bai walked to the center of the hall and bowed to the emperor. Liu Bai, what do you think of Chao Qin's words in the court today? Are there any overlooked pearls in our great Qin? The emperor asked, picking up a memorial without looking up. Your majesty, omissions are inevitable, but the civil examination is absolutely fair. I can swear by the old general. The old general is righteous and impartial, Liu Bai quickly replied. Slap. Don't use Wang Jian as a shield. The emperor closed the bamboo slip with a snap and glanced at Liu Bai. Xiao He from Paisian wrote in his examination paper strategy for pacifying the barbarians in governance proposal. I have read through them 3 times. And each time I found them enlightening. If we truly discuss talent and governance, Xiao He should be the top of this civil examination. Do you know why I did not allow him to enter the hall? Upon hearing this, Liu Bai was slightly stunned, feeling it was outrageous. Your majesty, you acknowledge Xiao He in your heart, yet you threw him outside? Your majesty, I am dull and do not understand. Liu Bai shrank his neck, his eyes turning as he had a guess, but he spoke very timidly. Humph. The emperor glanced at Liu Bai and snorted coldly. Everyone in the world shows their wisdom before me, yet only you, Liu Bai, pretend to be confused while knowing full well. Since you understand, you may leave. Liu Bai cried out in grievance. Your majesty, I really didn't know. Really didn't he know? 34 Didn't he know? Chapter 34. Zhang Han, bring the military staff here. Let Lu Xiong think carefully about whether he knows or not. I know. I'll go and tie Xiao He back to my residence as a captive advisor. Author's note. Riddler, get out of Great Qin. The next chapter reveals all. Chapter 108. The shadows in the historical cracks. Liu Bai was very annoyed. So much so that he even wanted to slap the old eunuch next to him. Today, His Majesty the First Emperor definitely gave him a solid lesson. For the first time in his life, he felt that the royal family's twists and turns were so troublesome, that Xiao He kid was clearly favored by His Majesty. And it was the kind of favor that was very strong. But His Majesty just wouldn't he use him. Not only wouldn't he use him, but he also wanted to suppress him. What for? For the future Qin heir sure to use. Didn't you, Xiao He, write Ping Rong Su and Ji Zhengshu during the civil examination? Didn't you think you had talent? Then let me slap you. Make your face swell. Throughout the reign of His Majesty the First Emperor, you, Xiao He, don't even think about lifting your head. When Qin heir sure ascends to the throne, he can give you a sweet date to win your loyalty. Unfortunately, the surprise on Liu Bai's face in the court was captured by His Majesty. And then Liu Bai was dragged to Zhangtai Palace to understand the deeper meaning. To be honest, Liu Bai understood the reason behind His Majesty's actions. At its core, there was only one point. Liu Bai was too young. Xiao He was obviously a talent for the Prime Minister. But now with the right Chancellor Li Si and the left Chancellor Liu Bai, if Liu Bai showed any appreciation for Xiao He at this moment, court disputes would be inevitable. The simplest way was to throw Xiao He into Liu Bai's Prime Minister's residence. Let him observe and learn well. Oh no. You kid are too sharp. Liu Bai sighed deeply, feeling a mix of laughter and tears. Following the rules of the past, 2 talented candidates were thrown into 2 Prime Minister's offices. His Majesty's move made Liu Bai's scalp tingle. Lu Xiong, at the drunken immortal tower on Chongping Street. A beauty has an appointment. Just then, an old voice rang out. Liu Bai frowned slightly and looked around. Aside from the respectful old eunuch beside him, there was no one else. Who is it? Liu Bai said in a deep voice. Lu Xiong has gone. It is self-evident. Still no one. The old eunuch kept his head down, not moving his mouth at all. This strange scene was like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Liu Bai raised an eyebrow, paused slightly, and then with a backhand, slapped the old eunuch on the face. Instantly, the old eunuch's face, as stiff as a withered tree, showed a red mark. The old eunuch looked surprised. If you are human, then say something. If you are a ghost, I will send you underground. Playing tricks in front of the Prime Minister. I am too lazy to practice this ventriloquism. It's not that I can't see through it. Liu Bai said coldly, even flicking his hand. Lu Xiong, we only seek a way to survive. The old eunuch spoke, his voice even more hoarse and aged than before. Lu Xiong, you hold a high position among the ministers. How does it compare to the former Minister L? We only need to go to the drunken immortal tower to seek a way out, and Lu Xiong will find peace. Upon hearing this, Liu Bai's brows furrowed tightly. He could probably guess who these people were. Seeking a way to survive. These people were definitely the pitiful ones under the purge of the Zhao faction. They had never worked for Zhao Gao, so they had not been implicated. But without Zhao Gao, they naturally lost their protection. Faction. That term is too high for them. These lowly people are merely the dregs that even the Zhao faction looks down upon. The peace of the Prime Minister does not depend on others, but on your fear of the invisible power. Liu Bai said coldly, no matter who waits for me, I will not go. If I guess correctly, is it a young master? A princess? As far as I know, the only time you people were useful was back in Yong City. This is also why you can still stand here under the surveillance of the Black Dragon Guard. The matters that His Majesty despises, I, Liu Bai, can lower myself enough. After saying that, Liu Bai strode away. The old eunuch's expression changed wildly, but he couldn't utter a word. On the carriage, Liu Bai took several deep breaths. The lowly. I didn't expect this organization had already existed since the Qin Dynasty. The rebellion of Lao Ai in Yong City. The inner court sent messages. Liu Bai browsed the Prime Minister's residence documents, thinking it was just a coincidence, but did not expect this force had already taken shape. This is also why Zhao Gao was promoted to the Minister of the Central Vehicle Department afterward, and the subsequent history is full of the shadows of the lowly. The disaster of the sorcery involving Prince Li of the Han Dynasty, the lack of historical records for Emperor Taizu of Song's Candlelight and Axe Shadow, Wu Mingyang's counterattack in the dire straits of Tang, and Zhu Di of Ming being refused for his 800-mile mourning. These lowly people play important, yet despised roles within the cracks of history. And now that Zhao Gao and the Zhao faction have eliminated themselves, the lowly lose their protection and face death. If what Liu Bai thinks is correct, they must be seeking royal favor. A fierce light flashed in Liu Bai's eyes. He did not intend to participate in the struggle among the royal family of Great Qin, but if any young master was planning to use such despicable means, Liu Bai would not mind stepping on these pitiful creatures. Today I didn't kill them because they have done no wrong. Could it be her? Liu Bai suddenly thought of someone. Xiaohe, greetings to Lu Xiang. Just as he got off the carriage, Liu Bai saw a young man in a blue shirt standing at the door of his Prime Minister's residence, slowly bowing. Xiaohe. Liu Bai was slightly taken aback. His expression strange. What are you doing here? Liu Bai was a bit foolish. What His Majesty said to him couldn't possibly reach Xiaohe's ears. Xiaohe, with shallow knowledge, failed to meet His Majesty due to disappointing Lu Xiang's expectations. It was truly shameful. I came today to bid farewell. Xiaohe smiled as he spoke, but there was no hint of frustration on his face. Upon hearing this, Long Ke was completely dumbfounded. What the heck? Isn't Lu Gong very fond of this Xiaohe? Why is this kid going home? Alright, stop acting. Come in. However, Liu Bai looked Xiaohe up and down and said unfavorably, you didn't even tidy up your bow, and your shoes are still clean without a speck of dust. And you tell me you're going to travel back to Pei County? Come in. From now on, you will be my advisor. Coincidentally, I am too lazy to read the memorials, so you can be my scribe. Xiaohe going back to Pei County, feeling guilty to say goodbye. Would anyone believe these words? Lu Xiang was enthusiastic, and Xiaohe couldn't refuse. Xiaohe smiled slightly, as if everything was as he had anticipated. Creak. The door of the Prime Minister's residence slowly closed. Long Ke knocked his own head while closing the door. Why does the development of events feel a bit strange? One who was valued, even sent the Jinyiwei to invite, ended up being dismissed. One who said farewell was then treated warmly. Why is it that all the events did not avoid me, yet I understand nothing? Liu Bai walked into the hall and casually sat down. Xiaohe, you have been a low-level clerk. Are you interested in also serving as a curator? Should be understandable, right? 3 more. Thanks to His Majesty for sending the Great Qin Empire. Woohoo. Let me catch up on my studies. Chapter 109. Killing with a borrowed knife? The royal son is just a convenient handle? The curator? Xiaohe was slightly taken aback, not quite understanding what Liu Bai meant. In fact, this is part of my plan. However, Qin Ping has made more detailed improvements to this plan. Liu Bai nodded slightly. I must say, the sting of a poisonous bee's tail is still not as poisonous as the hearts of you scholars. Qin Ping, the suitable candidate you want has come to you. Qin Ping smiled slightly. Lu Gong, you flatter me. For him, being called poisonous was a compliment. By the way, I forgot to introduce, this is Xiaohe, a versatile talent. He had previously held an official position in Pei County, and I have indeed seen how you handled the documents. You are truly steady and composed. With great talent. Liu Bai smiled slightly, gestured for Xiaohe to sit down, and began to introduce him to Qin Ping. Xiaohe's handsome face turned red. He was just a minor official, and it could barely be considered an official post. But to say he was steady and composed in handling documents? Wasn't he that just an exaggeration? Mr. Xiao, how do you do? Qin Ping smiled and slowly bowed. Xiaohe also wanted to bow, but was directly interrupted by Liu Bai. We are all on the same side. No need for such cumbersome formalities. This is Qin Ping, an old friend of mine and the chief strategist in my office. By the way, Xiaohe, you can communicate with Qin Ping, but don't be misled. This kid looks kind, but his methods are ruthless. Did you see? Qin Ping has an eye disease, so he cannot see things. Everything relies on schemes. Liu Bai introduced Qin Ping, leaving Xiaohe momentarily stunned. He and T looked closely and didn't expect that this quite charismatic man was actually blind. Moreover, this way of introduction was too casual, right? Returning to the main point, since the curator matter is your plan, Qinping, you should speak. Long Jie, send someone to call Mo Shan over. Liu Bai comfortably sat in the main seat and instructed. Yes. Long Jie turned and left, seeking a member of the Jinyiwei to deliver the message. In fact, this library is Lu Gong's grand plan. It is essentially a library. Its function is to collect books, or rather, to store books and lend them to others. Qinping smiled and said. However, upon hearing this, Xiaohe, who was still contemplating Liu Bai's character and the strategist Qinping, was instantly moved. A repository for books? The term library was proposed by Liu Bai, but in this era, it should be called a repository. Corresponding to it is the historical archives of the Zhou Dynasty, Li, also known as Laozi. This repository, built with the power of a poor dynasty, Liu Bai actually wants to create, and to let him, Xiaohe, be the curator? Xiaohe suddenly stood up, his face filled with disbelief. Books are precious, and ordinary families cannot afford them, even among the powerful. Wealth is often measured by the number of books one possesses. Now, with Liu Bai establishing a library and making him the curator, this is not an official position. But saying it would be even more jaw-dropping than being an official. I know you are very anxious, but don't rush. The library is different from the repositories of the Zhou kings. First, it is open to the public, meaning that if the common people wish, they can come to read. Secondly, the library is not as precious as you think. Xiaohe's sudden action left Liu Bai both amused and exasperated. Scholars react as if their tails were stepped on when they hear about books. Why such a strong reaction? How can it not be precious? Lu Gong. The value of books surpasses wealth by thousands of times. Books are priceless. Xiaohe blurted out, his face even showing a hint of redness. Xiaohe, times have changed. Writing should not be a privilege of the noble families. It should serve the common people. When knowledge is confined, learning stagnates, and talent withers. Opening up writing to the common people is a historical trend. What I am doing is merely pushing it forward. Liu Bai shook his head and spoke lightly. After hearing these words, Xiaohe's excitement slightly eased, replaced by deep contemplation. What Liu Bai said was not a matter of whether it made sense, but a matter of feasibility. Establishing a library is something that even transcends royal power. Can His Majesty agree? Or if His Majesty agrees, how will those noble families obstruct it? At this moment, Xiaohe finally realized why Liu Bai had previously asked him whether he was willing. Once he takes on the position of curator, what awaits him is a storm. Mr. Xiao need not worry. The establishment of the library is not under Lu Gong's name, but under the name of the great Qin. As for the purpose, Qinping smiled gently, using the warmest tone to say the coldest words. Naturally, it is to invite the noble families to their demise. Xiaohe frowned, not interrupting, but quietly waiting for Qinping to continue. The foundation of the noble families does not lie in merit. With the development of the great Qin, there will be more and more meritorious people in the future. A pot of boiling water is scalding hot, but every time cool water is added, it becomes milder. Merit is nothing to mention, merely a form of glory. The true foundation of the noble families lies in their mastery of knowledge. It is well known that one serves as an official based on talent. If knowledge is monopolized by the noble families, it is equivalent to holding official positions in their hands. Liu Xianyang's approach is to cut off the foundation of the noble families. Selecting officials based on literature allows the people to see the opportunity to enter officialdom based on talent. Then, opening a library provides the people with a path to learn. Step by step, layout, and pressure. Lu Gong is far-sighted. Qinping spoke slowly, his tone gradually becoming serious. When he learned that Liu Bai wanted to establish a library, he understood that this young Liu Xiang was quite extraordinary to have reached the position of Left Chancellor at such a young age. To see through the essence of the noble families at a glance, and to take action against them, is even rarer. The establishment of the library, nominally to develop the wisdom of the people, but the books in the library must be carefully selected. It can cultivate talent, but it must cultivate talents who are utterly loyal to the great Qin and to His Majesty the First Emperor. It is this method that is truly terrifying. To kill them, one must create the illusion of not killing them. All right, complimenting me is just complimenting yourself, right? Hurry up and tell me your plan. Liu Bai's old face turned red, waving his hand, as Qinping's praise made it hard for this already shy handsome man to bear. Xiaohe looked at Liu Bai, his eyes also showing respect. Just based on this kind of intention, even if the scholars of the world do not bow to Liu Bai, they must harbor respect and gratitude. Yes, the establishment of the library is a great benevolent act. But if someone in the noble families is wise and understands the danger here, what will happen? And if this library, named after the great Qin, is attacked by evil people, what then? If the person harmed is a son of the great Qin, how should this matter be handled? Lu Gong, you are tired of killing, but His Majesty's sword is also not without its advantages. Qinping smiled brightly and gently pushed the steaming teacup in front of Xiaohe. Although it was a scalding cup of tea, at this moment, Xiaohe felt as if he was holding an ice block. Killing with a borrowed knife? Using His Majesty the First Emperor's knife to kill the noble families? Even a royal son is merely a convenient handle? Chapter 110, Wolves and Jackals, always in sync, cooperating harmoniously. After Qinping finished this speech, he smiled and fell silent. As a strategist, he only reveals himself through his tactics. Outside of strategy, he is merely a quiet listener. Lu Gong, Xiaohe still has a question. Xiaohi took a deep breath and spoke in a deep voice. The shock that Qin Ping had just given him was certainly great. But there was a significant flaw in this plan. One could even say that because of this point, the entire scheme would be impossible to implement. Although it is a poisonous scheme, it is the ones that cannot be realized that are the most distressing. It's nothing. Go ahead, said Lu Gong. What is the expected scale of the library? If the collection of a common family is merely to seek a good reputation, how can it truly shake the foundations of the aristocracy? But if the collection is vast as the sea, just this expenditure might not even be supported by the national treasury. Even His Majesty the First Emperor would probably not agree to allocate the treasury's wealth to this matter. Xiaohi frowned and spoke in a deep voice. Yes, books are expensive, very expensive. Otherwise, they wouldn't become a tool for the powerful families to measure their wealth. At the level of the powerful, beautiful women and luxurious items are just normal life. Would you feel proud for having a wooden stool at home? But books. In terms of quality, a rare good book is worth its weight in gold. In terms of quantity, the term knowledge as vast as the sea does not just refer to having knowledge. More importantly, this wealth must be savored. The high price of books will directly limit the scale of the library, and it will be a strict limitation. Liu Bai smiled silently, appearing to have a plan in mind. Meanwhile, Qin Ping seemed completely unperturbed. Ah Ping, your calmness is due to having a killer move, but why are you so calm? Liu Bai glanced at Qin Ping and couldn't help but find it amusing. Ping thinks that Lu Xiong must have a brilliant method, hence not in a hurry. Qin Ping still smiled. The wolf and the dog are always in sync, cooperating harmoniously. The idea of the library was thought up by Liu Bai. The strategy of borrowing a knife to kill was added by Qin Ping, and Liu Bai had the ability to solve the library's predicament, which Qin Ping believed. In a later historical selection of the most harmonious partners, other historical figures appeared with positive images. Only this pair of wolves and dogs was harshly criticized and made it to the top. Even a humorously morbid critic, Jin Xingtan, specifically studied the book The Wolf and the Dog, which sold well for a century. Of course, at this moment, the one who felt the most about the term colluding was Xiaohi. The corners of Xiaohi's mouth twitched slightly, suddenly feeling an ominous premonition. It seemed that among the four people in this room, apart from Long who completely couldn't understand, the other two were incredibly cunning. Lu Gong, did you call for me? Just then, a tall man covered in black dust came to the door. It was Mo Shan. Mo Shan quickly took off his clothes, wiped his face, carefully placed them in the corner of the door, and walked into the hall. Lu Gong said that one must wear clothes to work. One must wear them even if reluctant. But now coming to Lu Gong's hall, he couldn't dirty Lu Gong's residence. You're here. Liu Bai smiled and stepped forward, casually taking off his outer robe and draping it over Mo Shan's shoulders. Damn, the craftsmen of Dechin are really down to earth. In the chilly autumn, going shirtless. In later generations that would be a real man. Thank you, Lu Gong. Mo Shan was slightly taken aback and excitedly thanked him. Xiaohi raised his eyebrows, also shocked. The status of Dechin craftsmen is low, yet Liu Bai, as the left chancellor of Dechin, actually took off his clothes and gifted them. Whether it was a show of camaraderie or sincere care, it was enough to spread a beautiful story. Mo Shan, your timing is also quite good. Just now Xiaohi was saying, how about the books for the library? Then you should talk about how the paper mill is doing now. Liu Bai directly pushed Mo Shan, who was originally unwilling to sit down, into a seat and spoke. Family servants are like family, why bother with hierarchy? For his own people, Liu Bai always felt uncomfortable when overly respected. Paper mill? Is Lu Gong planning to use divine paper to produce books? Upon hearing this term, Xiaohi immediately guessed. He was skeptical about the exorbitant price of divine paper. As for the reason, it was naturally the exam papers that appeared in the examination hall. If a sheet truly costs 30,000 big coins, then for one examination, each person would have 10 sheets. How much would that cost? Clever. Liu Bai's eyes were filled with admiration. Reporting to Lu Gong, currently the paper mill's assembly line technology is becoming increasingly mature, producing about 5 stones of paper per day. However, this is the current output. We can later set up more assembly lines for potentially higher output. Mo Shan grinned and said happily, 5 stones is okay. Upon hearing this, Xiaohi first let out a sigh of relief. Then his pupils suddenly trembled. Wait, 5 stones? Not measured in sheets or gene, but in stones? How many sheets can 5 stones yield? Even Xiaohi couldn't calculate at this moment. After all, he did not know the specific weight of a sheet of paper. But Liu Bai knew the answer was 250,000 sheets. For a 100-page book, the daily output of paper could produce 2,500 books. Hiss. Xiaohi couldn't help but take a deep breath. At this moment, he truly felt that the left chancellor's residence had a bottomless feeling. He had underestimated the heroes of the world. The depth of this Lu Xiong was simply unfathomable. Of course, besides depth, the bottom line was also completely invisible. Lu Gong. The paper mill can solve the issue of paper, but how will the copying of books be resolved? Perhaps all the scholars in the world would be summoned to Xianyang and still wouldn't catch up with the paper mill's production speed, right? Xiaohi asked with worry. Even his tone carried a hint of uncertainty. This Lu Xiong had too many methods. He really was a bit afraid to use common sense to speculate. Opening a library? Who could have thought of that? The purpose of opening a library is to eliminate the aristocracy? Who could have imagined? Opening a library using divine paper to produce books. With a daily output of 5 stones of divine paper? If this news gets out, those families that spent 30,000 bitcoins on a sheet of paper would probably rush to the Zhao family overnight to break Zhao Huan's legs. Ping. Do you think I have a way? Liu Bai winked at Qin Ping, then his eyelids twitched slightly. Damn it, I forgot, this guy can't see. If Lu Gong can't do it, then Qin Ping can take Lu Gong's teacup and sit quietly in the streets to ask for some money for books for Lu Gong. Which is also fine. Qin Ping spoke calmly. The words he said made Liu Bai's mouth twitch. Damn, that's really ruthless. As soon as Qin Ping steps out, the entire Xianyang will spread that I, Liu Bai, bully the disabled. Come, Mo Shan, the matter of the books is also entrusted to you. I will tell you how to do it. Liu Bai waved to Mo Shan, then took out a piece of white paper. He slammed his seal onto the white paper with force. Bang. Chapter 111. The aristocracy and nobles. Is there any kind of them? Lu Gong, what does this mean? Mo Shan scratched his head, completely not understanding what Liu Bai's action meant. Take your Mo Family Research Institute and study it well. Liu Bai slapped the paper and seal onto Mo Shan's hand. The seal even shamelessly bore the 4 characters, Nandahu Tuesday. The Research Institute is a place for studying new technologies. If the Prime Minister provided hints and you couldn't figure it out, don't blame the Prime Minister's ruthless Buddha Mountain's shadowless kick. For this particular skill, Liu Bai chose not to directly tell Mo Shan, but instead set up a riddle like a mischievous child. Of course, it wasn't just because Liu Bai loved to play. Well, maybe a little, but that wasn't the main reason. The primary reason was that Liu Bai wanted to test the capabilities of the Mo Family Research Institute. Human resources are eventually limited, and he, as a time traveler, isn't a top-notch scientist. In this situation, it was essential to unleash human initiative. Only by getting the Mo Family Research Institute moving could the research field of the Great Qin become a source of vitality. Lord Liu, you're making Mo Shan want to cry. Previously, he was scared because he didn't ally with Liu Bai. Now that he has allied with Liu Bai and even got scolded, why is he still scared? Wouldn't that make his alliance pointless? Xiao He furrowed his brow in contemplation, as if he had found a clue but wasn't sure. On the other hand, Qin Ping remained calm and collected. Hurry up, hurry up. Liu Bai waved his hand, directly sending Mo Shan away. The Mo family is a crucial part of his plan to elevate the Great Qin, so he must pay more attention to it. Whether it's the assembly line or the research institute, these are steps to help the Mo family adapt to the research environment. After Mo Shan left, Liu Bai turned to Xiao He. How about it, my dear library director? The problems are solved, and a bright future awaits us. Liu Bai smiled brilliantly. It's not a pleasant thing to have talent go unrecognized. You have talent, but no position. While the children of noble families live off their family legacies, you cry out in the cold wind. While the scions of noble families casually spend what would be a lifetime's worth of food for ordinary people in their lavish lives, you run under the scorching sun. While the aristocrats mock your futile efforts from a distance. If it were me, I couldn't stand it. Liu Bai's words struck Xiao He's heart like a sharp blade. Why is it that he works hard, yet it's the background youths who gain the achievements? Why is it that he is clearly talented but receives no acknowledgement? All of this is simply the aristocratic families holding positions of power, blocking the ordinary person's gaze of hope. Xiao He's fists tightened, and he bit his lip until it bled. Do these aristocrats have any guts? Liu Bai casually tossed a bamboo stick into the tea stove, igniting a feeble spark. Yet it is countless such feeble sparks that boil an entire pot of tea. Do these aristocrats have any guts? Xiao He murmured, suddenly raising his gaze. Then this talented minister revealed a smile. Lord Liu, your talent is remarkable. Today, Xiao He has learned something. Xiao He had come to offer his talents to Liu Bai. So how could he refuse even a little? As the library director, Xiao He will not hold back. This smile was sudden, and even Liu Bai was slightly taken aback. Then burst into hearty laughter, laughing so much that even tears formed at the corners of his eyes. He had underestimated the ambitions of the world. He thought he could stir the hearts of such ambitious individuals with mere words. Xiao He had lacked opportunities for so long, let alone Liu Bai extending a hand to make him a library director. Even just asking a few questions in accordance with the first emperor's wishes would be a rare opportunity. What a fool! What a fool! In the hall of condensed splendor, Ying Mozhang changed out of her regular clothes and donned the luxurious attire of a princess. She had no qualms about Liu Bai's future plans. Your Highness, Liu Bai underestimates you too much. Should we support a young master? The old eunuch spoke softly. Wuyin, this name is truly unsuitable for you. From the moment you spoke of the lowly, I told you not to involve yourself in the struggles of the royal family. Have you forgotten? Ying Mozhang said coldly. The Great Qin's realm is determined by my father. How can you lowly one speak on it? The old eunuch named Wuyin felt no anger at Ying Mozhang's words, but replied, Your Highness, there is only one position in this world that can ensure one's safety forever. You should think not only for us, but also for yourself, or for Princess Yangzi. Upon hearing this, the originally calm Ying Mozhang's pretty face instantly showed a hint of anger. Bang! The bronze incense burner on the table was smashed onto the head of the old eunuch Wuyin. Sandalwood ash and blood mixed together, creating a particularly shocking sight. Though I am a woman, I am also a descendant of the Ying clan of the Great Qin. How can you, a person of the sun, bark wildly at me? Ying Mozhang flicked her sleeve. Yes, Wu Yin respectfully retreated, the ash and blood on his face seemingly non-existent. Looking at the overturned bronze incense burner on the ground, Ying Mashang's expression was incredibly complex. "Yin man," she murmured to herself, and the Great Qin's eldest princess gradually regained her usual calmness. If it weren't for the lowly speaking of her younger sister Yin man, she would not have agreed to protect these people. As for informing her father to completely eliminate the lowly, she had thought about it. But the lowly is merely a name, the aged palace maids and eunuchs. Out of survival instinct, naturally band together for warmth. And these people will naturally have a legacy. Eunuchs and palace maids enter the palace. Someone always has to lead them in their work. As long as the Xianyang palace exists, the lowly will never vanish. A group of pitiful creatures only seeking to survive. Do they truly expect Liu Bai to help them? Ying Mozhang slightly tightened her grip on her skirt. Late at night, under the bright moon, the normally early sleeping Qin Bo, for some reason, slowly got out of bed while everyone else was asleep, dressed, and walked to the courtyard. Holding a broom, Qin Bo swept the fallen leaves on the ground absent-mindedly. "You've been watching for so long. Either come out or scram." Qin Bo didn't even lift his head. As if he was speaking to his old companion, the broom, in a low voice. A lifetime of wild indulgence, half-drenched in Kunlun's icy cold. The dust of the rivers and lakes invades the white shirt, while the heavens shine 1,000 miles on the immortal. If the world does not change the intentions of the sword, mountains and rivers bright moon, all will be painted into the sword. Just after Qin Bo spoke, a chilling voice rang out at the high walls of the Prime Minister's residence. A white-haired man stood facing the wind, suddenly turning his head. The cold gaze emitted a murderous intent like the sword in his hand, fierce and unstoppable, to exhaust the green ant's flowers. "Ask where the sword immortal at the bottom of the pond is? Chao Dao, is my senior brother's sword still not as fast as yours?" As the words fell, a cold murderous intent erupted from the high wall. "Hee, I love how you guys can't guess. I directly changed Qin Bo's surname. Didn't expect that, did you?" Looking at the comments changing the plot. Who else could guess my plot? Haha. Chapter 112, The Death of Gainya. Alright. Stop pretending to be a high-minded expert on the wall. When it comes to experts, even with this broom, my swordsmanship surpasses you by a whole Xianyang city. However, Qin Bo seemed to be unaware of the overwhelming murderous aura from the white-haired man and couldn't even be bothered to respond. Upon hearing these words, the originally murderous white-haired man's expression froze for a moment, and then he surprisingly revealed a hint of a smile. Wonderful. Qi Wang Swordmaster, Chao Dao, was merely known as the Sword Saint in the past, and later defeated by an unknown master at the Star Observation Platform. Now, over 20 years later, my master has received secret news that the senior has entered the realm of the Sword Immortal. Today, it seems, not to mention swordsmanship. Just this mental state makes the shark tooth in my hand tremble. The white-haired man tightened his grip on the long sword, which trembled slightly. Upon closer inspection, the sword had a strange shape. Although it resembled a sword, its blade had been specially ground by the swordsmith to form a serrated appearance. The blue light reflecting under the moonlight was enough to prove its chilling aura. Nonsense. You guys from Gigu are just good at self-aggrandizement. That old ghost sword was broken by my fingers, and you boast that I am a sword immortal? When my grandson arrives, I will definitely go to your Gigu and knock out that old ghost's teeth. Qin Bo scoffed, quite disdainfully. The Gigu swordsmanship is indeed exquisite. If it were him in the past as Qi Wang's sword master, facing that old ghost would have been a 50-50 chance. However, after encountering the old man, he enlightened himself on the sword path, realizing that the sword in hand is not as important as the sword in the heart. That old ghost was no longer his opponent. Get lost quickly. I'm afraid I might not be able to hold back and kill you. That old ghost's swordsmanship was a mess, but he was good at entangling people. Qin Bo, being older, could not tolerate buzzing insects around him. He impatiently waved his hand, signaling the white-haired man on the wall to hurry and leave. The shark tooth only gets more excited because of the strength of its prey. The white-haired man licked his lips, crossed his sword over his chest, and leaped down from the wall with great height. Just this one action carried a sense of dominance. And combined with the almost tangible killing intent of the shark tooth sword, an instant chill spread. In the courtyard of the Prime Minister's residence, leaves were stirred up chaotically by this killing intent. The corners of the white-haired man's mouth slightly curled up as he lightly exhaled. Horizontal. Penetrate. 8. Damn it. The ground I just swept. However, just as the white-haired man's words were about to exit his mouth, he was suddenly interrupted by the extremely furious Qin Bo. This leader of the most powerful assassin organization, Liush, and the next Giga Master, struck down from above with all his strength. Even before his toes touched the ground, he saw a broom rushing towards his face. More crucially, this seemingly ordinary sweep was incredibly fast. It could even be said that this was the supreme swordsmanship. The white-haired man's expression changed drastically. His original sweeping attack abruptly stopped, and he raised his hand in front of him, trying to block this sword, or rather this broom. Bang! The broom collided with the divine weapon. Poof! Bright red blood gushed out. Clang! That oddly shaped shark tooth unexpectedly fell to the ground. The once proud white-haired man now had a face as pale as paper, and his chest was even caved in. The blow to his face he managed to ease. But how could he defend against the subsequent strike of the broom? which had already drained him of strength. Leave the sword. I still need a fire stick. If you don't want to die, you have 3 days to find that old ghost for help. I don't know what you Gigu are thinking. Taking in just 2 disciples, and both have died at my hands. I'm afraid that old ghost will die of anger. Qinbo spoke lightly, criticizing Gigu without a hint of guilt. However, it seemed he selectively forgot that he himself only had 1 disciple skilled in 1 move. The white-haired man wanted to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, blood continuously surged from his throat, and he couldn't say anything at all. By the way, tell the old ghost that killing his disciple, Xianyang, is impossible. My master kindly let this kid help see if the young master has martial potential. But you say your sect, which relies on its tongue for a living, produced such a thick-headed fellow, insisting that my young master is a block of wood? My master has a big heart and went off cheerfully to drink. I, on the other hand, have a small heart, so I just turned him, Xianyang, into a block of wood, Qinbo casually said. Upon hearing this, the white-haired man's eyes widened. He never expected that his senior brother was killed because of his loose tongue. Cough. The white-haired man coughed lightly, feeling he could no longer suppress it, and hurriedly leaped away, scaling the wall. Qinbo didn't bother to chase after him, just sighed, put away the fire stick, and looked at the fallen leaves scattered everywhere with worry. That damned old ghost. When I go to your Gigu, I'll definitely bring you a dog, Qinbo said angrily. Then, with his hands behind his back, he stumbled back to his room, muttering to himself, "Oh, it's been almost 20 years since I heard my own name. That white-haired brat is quite likable. Much better than that useless Xianyang." Although he was speaking the truth. That night, the exhausted assassins of the Liaish organization, who had hurriedly arrived in Xi'an, received an urgent order from their leader to withdraw from Xi'an. Many people from the Mo family came, as the little grandson was celebrating his first birthday, and according to custom, they needed to draw lots. Unlike ordinary families, the Mo family adhered to frugality, and due to the fear of the Qin's reckoning over the years, they no longer had the habit of inviting guests. The daughter-in-law held the child, preparing the items needed for drawing lots. A 7-gene-heavy boy, she had made a great contribution for the Mo family. However, in reality, her eyes kept glancing toward the room. It shouldn't take this long to name the child, right? However, what she didn't know was that inside the room, several tables were set up, with a piece of paper and a seal placed on the middle table. Mo Shan was about to pull his hair out in frustration. Liu Bai gave him a piece of paper and a rare muddled seal. How was he supposed to solve the book issue? He had no clue at all. The researchers from the Mo Family Research Institute were also frowning. Putting aside everything else, if they couldn't even handle this small problem from Lu Xiong, how could they expect to receive proper funding for their research? Dad, Lu Xiong said this is about the book issue. Could it be that we need to take this paper, write down the amount, and go to the treasury for funds? Mo Shan's son, looking at his father's worried expression, spoke up. A whole night of worry and contemplation had consumed too much energy. Slap. A loud slap landed on the face of this future giant of the Mo family, and Mo Shan, furious, pointed at his son and scolded. Thick-headed. Thick-headed. If it were really like that, why wouldn't Lu Gong write it directly? Furthermore, do you know how tight finances are right now? Our paper workshop's upcoming production will have to gradually lower prices. If it's as you say, tomorrow Lu Gong could kick us out of Xi'an, and we would be left to fend for ourselves. Have you thought about the days of hiding your head and tail? You've embarrassed me completely. As these words were shouted, the members of the Mo Family Research Institute also lowered their heads. They couldn't come up with a solution either. Just then, the Mo family daughter-in-law, who had been bustling outside, heard her father-in-law scolding and hurriedly ran in, one hand holding the items for drawing lots, and the other holding the child. Seeing her husband's face all red and blood dripping from his nose, she quickly placed the child and the drawing items on the middle table and took out a handkerchief to wipe her husband's face. The young daughter-in-law was sobbing as she wiped her husband's nosebleed, attracting the attention of everyone present. Little did they know, the tiny tot who had just emerged from the womb a year ago was drooling and extending his chubby hands. Chapter 113. My Mo family is flourishing. No. Mo Shan exclaimed, quickly reaching out to take his grandson away. However, the Mo family's legitimate eldest son, who had just turned 1, was holding onto the rare difficult-to-be smart stamp left by Liu Bai in one hand and the smart for a lifetime stamp used for drawing lots in the other. Pressing both hands down at once, instantly, 2 stamps appeared on the pristine paper. The daughter-in-law hurriedly picked up the child, fearing that something big might go wrong for her father-in-law. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. However, Mo Shan, who had originally been a bit panicked and angry, was momentarily stunned upon seeing the prints on the paper, then burst into laughter. The young Mo family members in the Research Institute, puzzled, stepped forward to take a look. They saw that the 2 stamps, pressed side by side, formed 2 lines of text. The top read, difficult to be smart, and the bottom, confused for a lifetime. Initially, both stamps had good meanings, but pressed together, they produced such a comical outcome that it was hard to hold back laughter. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. The difficult problem left by Lu Gong has been solved. Amidst the laughter, Mo Shan's eyes even glistened with tears. He understood. Lu Gong meant that the stamps were just characters, right? As long as each character was carved into a stamp. Then pressing the paper like this would allow for mass book production. Mo Shan reversed the order of the two stamps and pressed them together. Instantly, two lines of text appeared on the paper. Smart is rare and confused for a lifetime. Just a slight change, yet the meaning varied greatly. The actions of Mo Shan made the elite offspring of the Mo family present instantly understand his intention. They all revealed expressions of wild joy. Good grandson. Good grandson. Lu Gong set a deadline of 3 days, but my wise grandson solved it in just one night. With such a gifted grandson, my Mo family is truly flourishing. Grandson, your name is decided. Mo Shan walked up to his daughter-in-law, took the child, and gave the chubby baby a strong kiss with his bearded face. The child cried out in surprise. Yet, no one showed any intention of mocking. Their eyes were filled with joy. This is all fate. Mo Shan laughed heartily, his facial wrinkles blooming like chrysanthemums, splattering saliva everywhere from the kiss. Father, is the child's name going to be Mo Zheng? Mo Shan's son, seeing his father so happy, couldn't care less about wiping his nosebleed and hurriedly asked. As soon as this question was asked, Mo Shan, who had been overjoyed, instantly froze his smile. I told you it's not Mo Zheng. I see you're out of your mind. Our grandson's name is Mo Sheng. Mo Shan kicked his son while holding his grandson, and the room erupted with laughter. The daughter-in-law stood there in a daze, completely unaware of what had happened. Wow. Ouch. That hurts. Such inhumane hours. I must find an opportunity to advise the emperor to have the morning court start a bit later. Doesn't he know that early morning is the time when male vitality is at its peak? The next day, after much difficulty getting out of bed with the help of the maid, Liu Bai kept complaining. To be honest, the 996 work schedule in later generations is already inhumane enough, but compared to the early morning court of the Qin Dynasty, it's still somewhat humane. Because the morning court starts at 4 in the morning. Reluctantly finishing his grooming, Liu Bai stood up, walked out of the room, and prepared to go to court. Was it very windy last night? Why are all the leaves on this branch gone? As he passed through the courtyard, Liu Bai was slightly taken aback to find the leaves had all fallen. However, he didn't pay much attention to these small matters, casually instructing the maid to clean up early, and hurriedly got into the carriage to attend the morning court. There was no helping it. Chun Bo was old, weak, and slow. Liu Bai was still very respectful of the elderly and loved the young. Didn't he leave his hand when beating Hu Hai and Chunyu? Inside the Qilin Hall, the sound of arguing was incessant. What military? 1,000 men, requiring 1,000,000. Is the treasury exclusively for this 1,000 men? What about the soldiers from the north? How will we handle the spring plowing next year, the peach blossom flood, and the drought relief in the northwest? Old general, this is the treasury's money. The treasury's money. We can't take it out, not even a bit. Yang Ye's forehead bulged with veins, almost as thick as his pinky. The attending imperial physician, Xiao Wuqia, looked on in horror, carrying his medical box, ready to provide treatment at any moment. When Wang Jian presented the new army's construction plan, Yang Yi not only had bulging veins, but nearly suffered a stroke. Apart from this Grand Minister of Finance, the officials in the court had expressions of shock. What new army? 1,000 men requiring 1,000,000 big coins? Each person needs to spend 1,000 big coins? That's almost the monthly salary of 2 county magistrates. Even Li Si, the right chancellor next to Liu Bai, fell silent at this moment. He also couldn't understand why Wang Jian, who seemed to be retreating a bit, suddenly made such a move. Only Liu Bai could manage a slight bitter smile. 1,000 men and 1,000,000 big coins seemed excessive in Yang Ye's view, but Liu Bai knew it was still an understatement. It seemed this old general was even prepared to compromise a bit on the new army's equipment. Wang Jian shot a glance filled with anger at Liu Bai, who seemed indifferent, then turned to Emperor Shi Huang and said, Your Majesty, this is the system of the new army. The old minister has not lied at all. The Xuanzhao army is too important. Wang Jian, knowing the treasury is in urgent need, must present it to your Majesty at this time. This heavy cavalry is the sharpest knife of the Qin Dynasty and the most unbreakable defense line. President, Emperor Shi Huang frowned slightly and spoke indifferently. The attendant, Dun Ruo, quickly stepped down from the high platform, took the memorial from Wang Jian's hands, and placed it on Emperor Shi Huang's desk. However, Emperor Shi Huang did not rush to open it. Instead, he glanced at Wang Jian. The latter nodded slightly. After decades of being ruler and minister, they had a deep tacit understanding in many matters. Emperor Shi Huang knew that Wang Jian's words at this moment were indeed necessary. And Wang Jian also knew that the emperor would understand his difficulties. At this moment, his military construction memorial was practically like placing a sword at the neck of the treasury, demanding money. Your Majesty, there's no money. Really no money. The treasury has just managed to catch its breath. If this 1,000,000 is taken out, the people in the 2 river basins next year might not even be able to eat the disaster relief grain mixed with sand. When Yang Yi saw this scene, he burst into tears. Again, it's military supplies. Again, it's military supplies. The Northern Dai County needs to equip war horses with 3-piece sets. It was hard enough to resolve that, and now they want to create a new army. The treasury really can't take it anymore. Throughout history, military finances have always been related for a reason. Those in charge of finance probably have to scold the military bigwigs a couple of times in their sleep to have a good night's rest. Enough, Yang Qing. Don't cry. I will review the memorial and discuss it again. Emperor Shi Huang raised his sword-like eyebrows and spoke in a deep voice. Yang Ye's crying abruptly stopped, and he wiped his face with his sleeve, then stood up with a normal expression. The speed of this change of face left Liu Bai dumbfounded. About a tea time later, a dissatisfied voice came from the high platform. Liu Bai, is this army designed by you? Upon hearing this, Liu Bai's heart sank, and he thought to himself that it was bad news. This old fox has sold me out in the memorial. Chapter 1.